Very well, let us revisit this once more. I am Peter Parker, a time traveler reincarnated into the Marvel Universe. I was bitten by a genetically altered spider. Consequently, my Uncle Ben never had the chance to impart the wisdom that with great power comes great responsibility. Thus, I have decided to refrain from becoming Spider-Man. Just kidding. Bathe in the sunlight of New York, soaring amidst the towering edifices of Manhattan, Peter Parker made his resolution. To assist the defenders in combating crime in New York, vanquish the biogenetic monstrosities spawned by Oscorp. Join the Avengers in addressing crises of global magnitude, and, at times, venture into the multiverse to tackle matters pertaining to the Spider-Verse. Oh, and most importantly, to prevent any misfortunes that may arise. And the crux of it lies in the fact that it has always been Peter Parker's own choice to become Spider-Man, rather than the spider choosing him. Not merely amazing, not just super, not only ultimate, and do not settle for being just a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Go forth and become an astonishing Spider-Man. Chapter 1. Let us go through this again. Very well, let's go through this again. In the afternoon of New York, sunlight streamed through shattered skyscrapers, illuminating the ruins as the Stark Industries-sponsored disaster control agency diligently worked to clear the aftermath of the alien invasion. Heavy trucks rumbled as they hauled Chitauri remnants from the debris. Suddenly, Stan Lee, who was cleaning the streets, felt a shadow cast overhead. He looked up, adjusted his hat, and mumbled, "What the?" It was a figure clad in red and blue, gracefully gliding through the skies of New York. I am Peter Parker, and a few months ago, at the Oscorp Technology Expo, a radioactive spider bit me, altering the course of my life. And now, I'm the only Spider-Man in the world. At least, in '01, where would any other Spider-Man come from? His costume predominantly featured red, with blue accents at his waist and lower half, while intricate web patterns were woven from fine black nylon threads. The black spider emblem on his chest was both menacing and realistic, contrasting sharply with the round, adorable fat spider on his back. The slender black lenses of his mask exuded vigor while hinting at a touch of ferocity. And now, I am New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Just then, an irate voice emanated from an electronic screen at the street corner, reverberating through the ruins. Spider-Man is undoubtedly the greatest threat that the Avengers should be concerned about. This masked felon has repeatedly appeared in the uncleaned remnants of the alien battlefield. He is undoubtedly linked to the recent alien weapon smuggling incidents plaguing New York. Enough, Jonah Big Mouth. Your conspiracy theories ought to take a break. With a flick of his wrist, Spider-Man shot a strand of webbing that neatly adhered to the mouth of the television host. However, the television station owner, who bore a striking resemblance to Captain America, continued to prattle on. Without a doubt, this masked vermin is the mastermind behind excavating those weapons from the ruins and selling them on the black market. Why can't you praise me like you do Captain America? Just a little bit. Spider-Man shrugged helplessly. All right, I admit I'm not as great as Captain America, so you could tone down your praise for me a notch. And the Daily Bugle? Seriously? It feels less impressive than the Daily Bugle newspaper. Were we? All right, the rest of the story you all know. With great power comes great responsibility. Then, be a friendly neighbor to all. Everyone knows that, right? Yes, I know what you're thinking. However, Uncle Ben is not dead. If he were, it would be quite embarrassing for me as a time traveler reincarnated into the Marvel Universe. In any case, some fated events occurred, some hesitations, some confessions. And of course, the best Spider-Man. As soon as he finished speaking, Spider-Man performed a dazzling somersault, landing gracefully in front of a hot dog stand amidst the rubble. This was the breakfast spot for the Disaster Control Agency staff. He pulled out a few crumpled bills from his pocket. Yes, this costume has pockets. Purchased a hot dog, took a bite, and continued. And then, yet another cheerful day as New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Fighting crime, checking for any clandestine theft of alien technology, and listening to Jonah Jameson's infuriating reports. Blah, blah, blah. Excuse me. The hot dog vendor looked perplexed. Are you talking to me? Spider-Man was momentarily at a loss for words. Actually, I don't know. Maybe someone is listening, right? To avoid the awkwardness, he flicked his wrist, and a strand of webbing shot out. After a brief greeting, he swung into the air with the help of the web. In conclusion, I am undoubtedly the happiest Spider-Man. After all, which Spider-Man can enjoy a whole hot dog in peace? However, the tranquil city of New York did not afford Spider-Man the chance to finish his hot dog in serenity. He landed on the glass exterior of a building, removed half of his mask, and while chewing on the hot dog, focused on the commotion in the ruins. A van wobbled as it entered the severely damaged building. Spider-Man's enhanced vision clearly revealed that the vehicle bore no insignia of the Disaster Control Agency. Moreover, half of a Chitauri mothership lay atop that building. Well, it appears that even the happiest Spider-Man cannot relish a whole hot dog in peace. Chew. Shoving the remaining hot dog into his mouth, Peter donned his mask. The webbing secured to the edge of the skyscraper, he swung, released his grip, and with arms pressed to his sides, elegantly dove through a shattered window, landing squarely amidst the smugglers. The occupants of the building were entirely oblivious, preoccupied with their tasks, protecting personnel, standing guard at the entrance, excavating the remains of Chitauri bodies from the rubble, and collecting their extraterrestrial weaponry to pile onto a small cart. Seriously? I mean, those are alien technologies that humanity hasn't even begun to comprehend. They're super cool. You really intend to load them onto a cart and stack them up? As Spider-Man lamented, he deftly ensnared the guard's assault rifle with his webbing. Before anyone could register the unfolding chaos, several individuals found themselves bound by webs, while the two men at the entrance were stuck against the wall by strands of silk. He lightly clapped his hands together. I assure you, gentlemen, you do not possess clearance from the Disaster Control Bureau. Thus, I have confiscated your weapons. Wait a moment. Why is my spider sense tingling? With an elegant backflip, Spider-Man evaded a blue energy beam. Immediately thereafter, a clump of webbing struck the face of a cleaner wielding a Chitauri weapon. Hey, do not casually toy with alien technology. That stuff is perilous. Once I reduce you to mere dust, you won't have so much to say. Spiders are not insects. They are arachnids. Sidestepping a laser that grazed his head, Spider-Man surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the group of cleaners had armed themselves with Chitauri weaponry. Well, I was hoping to finish that sentence. By the way, have cleaners these days truly acquired equipment superior to that of security personnel? The cleaners promptly made the most prudent decision. Fire. Rapid fire. A relentless barrage of blue beams surged forth as Spider-Man skillfully navigated through them, utilizing his webbing and speed to evade capture. Meanwhile, his mouth remained unceasingly active. Where was I? The webs he launched with great force were sufficient to incapacitate the armed thugs, pinning them to the ground. Instantly, a cleaner opted for a slide, seeking refuge behind debris or fallen panels. All right, spiders are not insects. They're arthropods. Goodness, what a deplorable state of scientific education we have these days. Shouldn't individuals of your age be receiving an education that leaves no one behind? Is this the reason you resort to smuggling alien weaponry? Poor academic performance? How about learning to repair vehicles? I know several mechanics whose skills are commendable. The cleaners hiding behind their cover despaired as the spandex-clad Anomaly continued his relentless prattle. One could no longer contain his frustration and popped his head out, bellowing, "Shut up!" He then began firing indiscriminately. As a result, he became ensnared by webbing at his chest, yanked from his position, and subsequently punched against the wall. Just like a hero, pummeling a gang of villains. Oh, my apologies. Only you decided to show up. The others remained dutifully concealed behind their cover. One cleaner gazed despairingly at his companion, brandishing the alien firearm. When will he cease that incessant chatter? I don't know. I truly regret not wearing headphones. Perhaps you should regret your criminal activities, gentlemen. A sudden, familiar voice interrupted, as a lean red and blue figure dangled from the ceiling. Webbing seized their weapons, and before they could recover, they were secured to the stone surface. All right, it appears no one is left. Oh, is that your vehicle attempting to flee? They watched as the arachnid figure shot forth a thick, white strand of webbing, ensnaring something. He then gripped the webbing firmly and yanked with great force. They seemed to hear the desperate cry of the van's engine, followed by something soaring into the air. The silver van lifted entirely off the ground. Spider-Man executed a backflip, landing first, and then caught the van beneath its chassis, gently placing it back on the ground. Knock, knock, knock. Spider-Man approached the astonished driver and tapped on the glass of the driver's side. Dangerous driving, sir. May I see your license? He retrieved an unknown phone that had fallen to the ground with his webbing, dialing 911 while pulling the driver from the vehicle. Hello, New York City Police Department. I am reporting an incident of illegal smuggling. Customs? Do they also oversee alien weapon smuggling? The location is. It's quite crowded. Send more patrol cars. A short while later, several police cars arrived at the dilapidated building. The officers disembarked, lifting their hats to gaze upon dozens of individuals bound by webbing, suspended from the exterior of the structure. The van, along with a cache of alien weaponry, was tightly wrapped in silk. "Captain, this is a message left by the informant." The burly, sharp-looking police chief accepted the note and began to read. "The webbing will biodegrade within 2 hours. Please prepare for retrieval. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." "Captain, they deploy personnel to observe. They will likely fall within 2 hours, and a drop from 2 meters won't be fatal." As the captain spoke, he requested additional support via his radio. "This is George Stacy, requiring more vehicles to transport suspects. Over." Captain Stacy squinted, glancing again at the note. This handwriting feels somewhat familiar. Chapter 2. The dawn of Peter Parker. Peter Parker found himself transported back to his childhood, the moment he bid farewell to his parents. They had taken him to Uncle Ben's house, where, after conversing with his uncle and aunt, they left without disclosing the reasons for their departure, merely instructing him to heed Uncle Ben and Aunt May's words. He recalled expressing to his parents that he had uncovered something perilous and wished to assist. "I know you are intelligent, often wise beyond your 12 years. Yet, this is not a matter for a child to resolve. Listen to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Do you understand?" Peter struggled to remember his response from that day. As he endeavored to recollect, the jarring sound of the alarm clock interrupted his thoughts, summoning him back to reality. In a state of morning grogginess, he lifted his hand, hesitating for a brief moment. Just then, Uncle Ben's voice resonated from outside the door. "Peter, this is the 5th time you've hit the snooze button. Make that the 6th, Uncle Ben." With a gentle press, Peter silenced the alarm and sprang upright, discovering that Uncle Ben had already opened the door. Benjamin Parker was a man in his 40s, slightly portly yet robust, far from the elderly figure depicted in other universes. "You returned rather late last night," he remarked. "Aunt May wouldn't want you to stray into mischief just as you are about to enter high school, wandering the streets like a delinquent. Did you inform her that I was preoccupied? Perhaps lost track of time at the library? You'll need a better excuse next time." Uncle Ben chuckled as he closed the door, adding, "Hurry up. We still have our morning run to complete." Regardless of Spider-Man's exploits outside, Peter Parker was merely a 15-year-old high school student. Do you realize American high school lasts 4 years? From age 15 to 18. Accustomed to conversing with himself, Peter continued speaking as he dressed, hastily making his way to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. With his toothbrush in his mouth, he mumbled, "But you probably don't know that Uncle Ben served in the military, was a Marine, and undertook missions overseas. Impressive, right? I mean, wow." Once his morning routine was complete, Peter embarked on his exercise regimen. He jogged alongside Uncle Ben for 5 kilometers before returning to enjoy breakfast prepared by Aunt May. The purpose of this running was not merely to build stamina, but to better disguise himself as a normal person. Otherwise, Peter could easily shatter world records. Beyond aiding his disguise training, Uncle Ben, a retired serviceman, imparted various skills to Peter: battlefield reconnaissance, combat training, planning escape routes, and evading surveillance and detection. Without this training, it would have been improbable for Peter to develop into what he deemed an adequate Spider-Man within a mere 5 months. "So what happened yesterday?" Uncle Ben inquired. "You know, just patrolling the ruins of New York, apprehending some criminals and handing them over to the police." Uncle Ben's face had begun to flush from the exertion, while Peter appeared remarkably at ease, hardly out of breath as he spoke. "However, the number of smugglers is dwindling, Uncle. After all, it's been over 3 months since the battle in New York, and with September approaching, perhaps I won't need to check on those activities much longer." Uncle Ben sighed, uncertain whether he was lamenting the fact that the Disaster Control Agency had taken over 3 months to clear the rubble or relieved that the cleanup was finally nearing completion. He recalled the events of the past months. Over 5 months ago, his nephew had attended a science fair and returned with an air of mystery, engaging in activities that caused concern for him and May for an extended period. Until one day, Peter restlessly revealed the truth. He had been bitten by a mutated spider at the science fair, granting him spider-like superpowers: wall crawling, enhanced agility, precognitive danger sense, and extraordinary physical abilities, though lacking the ability to produce webs. "I want to do something. Perhaps I could be a hero, or at least earn some money from it. What should I do, Uncle?" Uncle Ben contemplated imparting the wisdom that with great power comes great responsibility, but refrained, recognizing that Peter was ultimately just a 15-year-old boy. He understood that the life of a superhero was not as glamorous as portrayed in the media. Just look at the grotesque adversaries they had to face. How perilous that would be. To Uncle Ben, who had no children of his own, Peter was as dear as a son, and he was reluctant to thrust him into danger. He simply stated, "As long as you do not use your powers to harm others, Peter, I will support whatever choices you make." I believe Aunt May feels the same. Sometime later, a fire erupted in their neighborhood. When Uncle Ben, accompanied by neighbors, rushed to extinguish the flames. He witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory. Peter leaping from the second floor, cradling a small child in his arms, rescuing them from peril. I was terrified, Uncle, Peter later recounted in the car, nearly trembling as he spoke. The flames surrounded me, and a beam collapsed onto my arm. It still aches. I didn't want to go inside, but I heard that little girl crying, pleading for someone to save her. I could save her, I wasn't powerless. I feared that if I entered, I might not return. However, what if I could have saved her, but chose not to? I feared that more. Fearing the nightmares of those I could have rescued, asking me why I didn't extend a hand. Peter's motivation to become Spider-Man did not stem from a desire to aid others, but rather from the fear of being unable to assist those he had the power to help. In that moment, Uncle Benjamin Parker comprehended that his nephew could become the world's greatest hero. He began to worry whether such a burden would prove too much for Peter. Yet he chose to support his nephew's path. Thus, he drew upon his Marine training to mentor Peter, continuing until the present day. Peter, in turn, showcased his own aptitude. He was astute, reminiscent of his late parents. He even unearthed clues from his father Richard's scattered manuscripts, synthesizing web fluid and constructing his own web shooters. The affinity for spiders indeed mirrored his father's legacy. Perhaps once the ruins were cleared, those smugglers would simply disperse. Then, all I would need to do is apprehend a thief or rescue a cat on my way to and from school. Peter jogged backward, glancing at his seemingly lost-in-thought uncle, and asked Uncle Ben, "Oh, that would be splendid. Aunt May wouldn't need to worry about you associating with any delinquents. She knows I wouldn't." They shared a laugh. And Peter turned, running alongside Uncle Ben. "Once Central Park is cleared, how about we go for some Turkish kebabs?" In a basement somewhere in New York, a 20-something man with dreadlocks entered a derelict building, his base of operations, carrying a bag of goods. Inside, there were simple mattresses, a lamp, and 7 or 8 companions. "This is today's haul." He distributed the money among his subordinates. One young associate inquired, "Herman, why is there less money this time?" "The goods we can salvage from the rubble are dwindling, and the buyers are few and far between. That group calling themselves AIM pulled out last week. And even the Hell's Kitchen folks aren't taking much anymore. I need to find others willing to risk the wrath of Iron Man to collect those alien artifacts. Not to mention, their SA web-slinger in a spandex suit causing us trouble." Upon hearing this, Herman was met with another subordinate's complaint. "You shouldn't have stashed those items. There's south no place to sell them now." Hearing this, Herman merely chuckled. "Listen, folks. The goods in New York are valuable, but they are not infinite. We need to think about the future. Once, I was the most esteemed locksmith in New York, having crafted the most formidable safe-cracking devices. However, thanks to our extraterrestrial allies, I have fashioned something even more extraordinary from the remnants of my previous creations," he articulated, as he retrieved from his satchel an object resembling a firearm. It was not overly intricate, featuring a blue energy chamber connected to a Chitauri battery, along with a dial and a trigger. "What is this?" I inquired. "A lockpick device, a shockwave generator. This is the dial, which allows us to adjust the output power. At the first setting, we can knock a person down." Herman fired at a nearby concrete pillar, and an invisible shockwave caused it to tremble. But if we increased the power to the second setting, a piercing sound ensued as the concrete column shattered into pieces. The younger members of the group erupted with excitement. "What about the maximum power?" "I have not tested it, but if my calculations are correct, obliterating an entire building should be feasible. Therefore, I have implemented a safety measure, capping it at the third setting." The younger members continued to exclaim in awe. Most importantly, Herman produced not just one of these devices, but provided each of his subordinates with one. There were plenty of concrete pillars in the unfinished building, allowing them to freely experiment with the might of this new gadget. And this, indeed, is the device crafted by Herman, capable of unlocking any safe or vault door. Herman, one of the younger members, who had just tried out the new weapon, could not contain his laughter. "What is this contraption called? Does it have a name?" "Of course. It is called Terror. Herman Schultz's Terror." Herman picked up a Terror, speaking with unwavering confidence. "Neither spider monstrosities nor any Avengers can thwart us. Soon, all of New York, no, the entire United States, will know. The finest engineers are not those bookish scholars from universities, nor those bespectacled white folks. I shall demonstrate to those fools who value degrees and skin color that I, Herman Schultz, have created something they cannot replicate. Terror." Chapter 3. An unsettled journey to school at 6 in the morning. The alarm clock rang punctually, shattering Peter Parker's blissful dreams. He raised his hand and gently pressed the snooze button, refraining from smashing it into smithereens. Overcoming the morning grumpiness, a minor victory. Peter slapped his face, excitedly rose from bed, dressed, and washed up before descending the stairs. He spotted Aunt May tidying up the dining table and curiously asked, "Did Uncle Ben oversleep?" Perhaps it was not Uncle Ben who had slept in. Aunt May was slightly younger than Ben, still shy of 40. As she set the table, she shot Peter a knowing glance. Someone forgot what day it is. "Oh, I forgot today is the first day of school." Peter suddenly realized why Uncle Ben had not joined him for their morning jog. "Is Uncle Ben in the garage?" "Yes. Could you go next door and call Gwen?" Peter nodded, ruffled his hair, and made his way next door. Gwen Stacy was his childhood friend, raised by the Parkers since her father, George Stacy, a single parent and sheriff, was often preoccupied with work. However, during the months Peter had been Spider-Man, Gwen had gone on a school trip to London for graduating students, enjoying a summer of adventures, and just returned. Meanwhile, Peter had stayed behind to train with Uncle Ben and fulfill his duties as Spider-Man, which had left her quite displeased before her departure. Hopefully, her London trip had improved her spirits. "Hey, Peter." Before he could even knock, Gwen poked her head out from the second floor. Her tousled blonde hair framed her face as she asked, "What time is it?" "It's only 6. This is the earliest I've ever seen you up. Did you not sleep well last night?" "Terribly. I'm still jet-lagged. I barely slept at all." Gwen rubbed her disheveled golden locks. "Give me a moment. I'll be right down." Peter patiently waited for about 5 minutes until Gwen emerged. Her formerly messy hair had been neatly arranged with a black headband, cascading naturally to the level of her shoulder blades. Dressed in a turtleneck and jeans, it seemed London was much warmer than New York. "Ah, well, I don't feel hot at all. There's no school uniform requirement in high school, right?" After examining her attire, Gwen tossed him something. "Here, clever boy, a gift from me." "Wow, a deerstalker like Sherlock Holmes. Did you buy this from a souvenir shop on Baker Street?" "No, I just randomly picked it up from a stall." Gwen joked as she closed the door. Peter glanced into the Stacy living room. "Where's Uncle George? Has he already gone to work?" "No, he was busy until dawn. I guess he didn't have time to drive us to school, so let him sleep a bit longer. I'll have breakfast at your place." Just in time. Aunt May had prepared breakfast, and Uncle Ben had just gone to the garage. Gwen smiled wryly. It seems Uncle Ben and Aunt May also know he should catch some extra sleep or go to bed earlier. The breakfast at the Parker household was rather simple. A few slices of toasted bread with lettuce and jam, accompanied by a fried egg. As the breakfast was set, Uncle Ben finally washed his hands and entered the dining room. "All right, young folks. I'll take you to Midtown High today. It's the first day of high school." Uncle Ben sat down, a hint of reluctance in his tone. "I still have to go to work, so I want to be able to attend your opening ceremony. I left a message for George. If he wakes up early enough, he might make it." "No worries. Let him sleep a little longer. He can sort out breakfast for himself." Gwen bit into her fried egg with a fierce determination, while Aunt May and Uncle Ben exchanged amused glances. Peter remained largely silent, quickly finishing his breakfast and then sitting there. Gwen, eating, glanced at the clock hanging in the dining room. "Less than 2 minutes? When did you start eating so fast?" "It's been like this since summer vacation." "I thought he suddenly turned into a competitive eater," Aunt May remarked, crossing herself in gratitude. "Thank goodness, he just eats faster. I have to save time for training with Uncle Ben." "Wait a minute." Gwen paused. "You practiced fighting over the summer?" Peter hesitated, then nodded, presenting the excuse he had long prepared. "Yeah, I need to avoid the worst-case scenario of encountering a bully like Carlson in high school. The worst part is that Carlson has also moved up to Midtown High." Carlson, the greatest adversary Peter Parker had encountered since his rebirth. A white brute towering over 6 feet, even in middle school, an archetypal American school bully, relished in tormenting classmates, irrespective of their status as nerds or jocks. Frankly, Peter had thought he would face bullying from Flash Thompson, only to meet Carlson in middle school. Without his spider abilities awakened, Peter had naturally been bullied several times. Of course, he had managed to prank Carlson a few times through some inventions, and with Carlson's limited intellect, he had never figured out who was behind the tricks. In fact, Peter's transformation into Spider-Man was closely tied to Carlson. At the Osborn Technology Expo, when the radiation device exploded, causing chaos, it was this guy who had the audacity to catch that radioactive spider and place it on Peter's neck. He had been contemplating whether to become Spider-Man, carefully considering the likelihood of that spider appearing on his hand, only for Carlson to force the decision upon him. "You should be cautious. I don't think your 2 months of combat training will be enough to take down Carlson." Peter laughed dismissively at this notion. "Huh, I'll bring him down hard. Remember, learning combat is not about causing trouble, but about self-defense," Uncle Ben instinctively added, then realized that was probably the least of his worries. He chuckled, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "All right, kids, it's time to head out." The Parker family's car was a 15 or 16-year-old Toyota, and the engine had begun to show signs of sluggishness. Fortunately, Chowching High School is not far, and it takes merely a few minutes to reach it in the morning. On the vehicle, The two individuals were engaged in a lively discussion about Gwen's excursion to London, recounting the places she visited and the photographs she captured. Uncle Ben refrained from playing any music, instead simply driving along the road while listening to the exchange between the two youths, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. It seemed to be yet another ordinary day. "Uncle Ben, watch out." Peter Parker's urgent shout prompted Ben to slam on the brakes. In the next moment, a section of the building's wall collapsed, sending shattered concrete plummeting onto the road mere feet in front of them. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ben intended to turn around and find an alternate route, only to find that the fallen debris had quickly blocked his path from behind. A massive slab of reinforced concrete crushed the engine of the vehicle trailing them, sending the driver fleeing in terror. "Get out of the car." Ben reacted swiftly, urging the two youngsters to exit the vehicle. Spotting a nearby subway station, he shouted, "Let's take refuge there." Peter glanced at the crumbling edifice, then shot a look at Uncle Ben and Gwen before sprinting away. "Uncle Ben, Gwen, you two hide first. I'll check for a safe escape route. Be careful," Ben admonished, grabbing Gwen's hand and leading her toward the subway station. Gwen observed Peter, still clutching his backpack as he ran, and was about to voice her concern when she was interrupted. "Why is he still carrying his backpack while running? I knew that becoming Spider-Man would eventually lead to situations like this, but on the first day of school? Come on." Darting into a nearby alley, Peter confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras and pedestrians before retrieving his web shooters and mask from his backpack. He then tossed the backpack several dozen feet into the air and leaped onto the wall, beginning to scale it while donning the web shooters and mask. As the backpack began its descent, Peter ensnared it with a web, drawing it back to him. He stuffed his discarded t-shirt and athletic shorts into it, then pulled out a pair of long-sleeved gloves to wear, adjusting them on his shoulders. The uniform beneath his t-shirt had only short sleeves, designed to seamlessly integrate with the gloves for easier transformation during the summer and autumn seasons. Little did he expect to utilize this feature so soon. With one hand gloved, he switched the backpack to the other and retrieved his spider belt, holding it in his mouth as he secured the zipper of the backpack. He then tossed it again, fastening the belt around his waist, lowered his mask, and leaped into action. Against the backdrop of the rising sun, the red and blue hero soared from the edge of the towering building, launching a web that affixed his backpack to the outer wall before he dashed towards the opposite side and leaped from the height. The entire sequence unfolded even more rapidly than Peter anticipated. He still had the opportunity to glance at the electronic watch on his left wrist. "If I can resolve this in half an hour, Uncle Ben won't be late for work." Upon reaching the subway entrance, Uncle Ben and Gwen quickly realized the situation was dire, as they discovered they were not the only ones seeking refuge. A throng of people was converging on the entrance, which was becoming increasingly congested. The building nearby was in a precarious state, the sound of cracking reverberating clearly, accompanied by the screams of some individuals. Uncle Ben and Gwen witnessed debris tumbling down, yet miraculously, no one was harmed, as it was ensnared by webs. Suddenly, a swift shadow passed over the crowd, prompting curious gazes upward. "Is it a bird? A plane? No. Haha, it's Spider-Man." The self-answered quip of Spider-Man echoed as he shot countless webs between the two buildings, weaving a grand net across the street to catch all the falling debris. Once he completed this feat, Peter finally had the chance to land on the opposite building and assess the situation. "All right, let me see what is happening here." His gaze swept over the troubled structure until, with a resounding blast, he spotted a plume of thick smoke emanating from one location. It was a bank. Chapter 4, The Initial Fray. Time rewinds slightly, and Herman Schultz, accompanied by his henchmen, donned the iconic black masks of robbers, ready to execute a bank heist. After all, the Chitauri wreckage had been thoroughly cleared, leaving nothing of value to scavenge. Having grown accustomed to quick money, they could no longer tolerate the mundane grind of honest work, especially now that they possessed a powerful new tool, the shockwave generator capable of breaching any vault. They chose an unconventional time for their operation, early morning, before the bank opened. The rationale behind this timing was twofold. First, it was unexpected. No one would anticipate a bank robbery before business hours. Second, Herman preferred to avoid bloodshed, opting for a time when no employees would be present. Of course, there was a third reason. The shockwave generator was sufficiently potent to force open the bank and vault doors, allowing them to proceed even without staff on duty. As I mentioned, it was the most formidable lock-picking device. Masked in black, Herman charged ahead, blasting open the bank's entrance. "Brothers, locate the vault door." Isn't that simple? One henchman shifted the device to its second setting, randomly sweeping it around the interior of the bank, with the vault being the only thing it couldn't penetrate. Shouting in agreement, the group commenced their operation. They remained blissfully unaware that something had slithered in through the gaping door, silently perched on the ceiling, observing them. The moment it entered, Peter's spider sense began to tingle incessantly. What is that? It doesn't appear to be Chitauri weaponry. Rather, it resembles some peculiar technology from elsewhere. Spider-Man watched as one criminal aimed his weapon at the counter, obliterating it in an instant. A sonic wave or shockwave weapon. How I wish I could see colorful shockwaves in reality. It would make evasion so much simpler. Muttering to himself, Spider-Man extended his hand to shoot a web, snatching the shockwave generator from the criminal's grasp. Hey, fellas, didn't you know the bank opens at 9? You should be looking for an ATM at this hour. It's him. One of the henchmen recognized Spider-Man. It's that pest who took down so many of us. Get him. I suspect the many you refer to are not the most amiable of neighbors. Spider-Man affixed a web to the ground near the speaker's feet, using the elasticity of the web to propel himself forward. Before his adversary could pull the trigger, he delivered a powerful kick, simultaneously using a web to redirect another enemy's shockwave generator downward. The force of the second setting sent the foe crashing into the ceiling, rendering him unconscious as he fell. Oh dear, my apologies. I truly didn't foresee that outcome. It seems the ATM isn't quite suited for your withdrawal method. Why is my spider sense tingling so violently? Behind me, with a side flip and a series of web shots, Spider-Man initiated his first confrontation with Herman. Herman wielded the shockwave generator with far greater expertise than the others. Every web Peter shot was shattered by invisible shockwaves, leaving only Spider-Man himself able to evade momentarily. Though, to some extent, I would appreciate you telling me where you acquired that device. I suspect you're more inclined to explain things to the police, correct? Darting across the bank floor with the agility of a spider, Peter evaded the unseen shockwaves, unable to approach his opponent or shoot webs, forcing him to devise an alternative strategy. Purchased. I crafted this. It's my creation, Herman bellowed, ripping off his mask and unleashing a fury that Spider-Man could not comprehend. He dialed the shockwave to the maximum setting, powerful enough to breach the vault door, and aimed it at Spider-Man. Wait, don't be angry. What did I say to upset you? Suspended upside down on the floral panel, Spider-Man commenced a rapid sprint, glancing back at the breached panel with a dawning sense of foreboding. Utilizing his webbing, he ensnared the bank counter, yanking it down and casting it aside. As the counter hurtled toward him, Herman continued to fire, but the shockwave merely fragmented the table. As for Spider-Man, he vanished amidst the swirling office papers. Where is Spider-Man? I am here. From behind, he seized Herman by the shoulder, delivering a powerful punch to his face, rendering him disoriented and sending him sprawling to the ground. The shock blaster tumbled beside him. Buddy, if this contraption is truly your design, you might as well consider yourself an engineer. Why not secure a proper job? Peter quipped, ensnaring the shock blaster with his webbing and curiously adjusting its settings. He dialed it to the lowest power and aimed at the remaining half of the counter. But the explosion was lackluster, failing to obliterate the entire counter. Goodness, what kind of power are you using? The exterior walls are beginning to crumble, and the structural integrity of the entire building is compromised. If this continues, the whole edifice will collapse. Though Herman had been momentarily dazed by the punch, he was now fully alert upon hearing this revelation. What? The structural integrity is compromised? That's impossible. I didn't set such high power. The shock blaster shouldn't have such destructive capacity. It was at this moment that Peter Parker discerned the crux of the issue. What do you call this device? The shock blaster. Now that's truly shocking. At that instant, another recently pummeled member of the shock gang, seizing the opportunity, stood up and adjusted the blaster to its highest setting, aiming it at Spider-Man. Thanks to his spider sense, Peter dodged instinctively. But the gathered shockwave cleaved a conspicuous crack into the bank's walls, penetrating not just one wall, but tearing through the entire structure. Sunlight streamed in from outside. Damn it. We need to stop them. Realizing that the building was on the brink of collapse, Peter made a swift decision. He maneuvered deftly to evade while launching webs. Relying on his spider sense, the concentrated shockwave narrowly grazed him, and he successfully yanked the assailant's hand away from the trigger. Then, Peter seized the weapon, hoisting the shock blaster and forcefully snapping it in two. This eliminated any concerns about further use. At that moment, Herman comprehended the true peril and potency of the shock blaster. The decay effect of the high-powered shockwave after impacting a tangible object was significantly lower than he had anticipated, leaving the shockwave still formidable even after shattering its target. We can't continue this. As he watched another comrade raise his weapon, Herman urgently shouted, "If we keep this up, the whole building will collapse." However, his groggy ally seemed oblivious to Herman's plea. He twisted the knob, cranking it to the highest setting, not the third, but inexplicably, due to a malfunction, to the 5th. Herman was taken aback, shouting, "Frank, throw that thing away. The recoil will kill you." Frank, the bewildered subordinate, glanced at the blaster and then pulled the trigger. Yet, merely pulling the trigger caused him to lose his balance, nearly sending him airborne. Fortunately, at the last moment, Spider-Man kicked him away. However, the trigger had already been pulled, and due to a malfunction, it locked in place, colliding directly with the oncoming Spider-Man. Thus, the tremendous force struck the ground, unleashing a shockwave that momentarily stunned the entire shock gang, including Herman. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, clutching the shock blaster, was propelled skyward by the immense recoil. The powerful impact not only breached the bank's floral panel, but also penetrated several floors, ultimately embedding him in a ceiling above. "Ouch, my back, my back." As Peter extricated himself from the ceiling, he gingerly touched his back, wincing in pain, but fortunately, his extraordinary physical abilities mitigated the impact, resulting in merely a few bruises. With his commendable self-healing capabilities, he surmised that the bruising would likely fade within hours. By the way, is the MCU's cosmic horror always this realistic? Quite disappointing. Having freed himself from the ceiling, Spider-Man leaped through the hole he had created, executing a superhero landing back in the bank on the ground floor. All members of the shock gang lay unconscious on the collapsing bank floor. Spider-Man surveyed the nearly shattered bank floor, proceeded to bind all criminals, secured their weapons with webs, and then swung out through the entrance. Subsequently, Spider-Man creatively wove several lines of text into the web, depicting the dire circumstances the building faced, and set up evacuation signs at the intersection. The web fluid could only persist for 2 hours. If the NYPD and disaster control teams could not devise a solution within that time frame, it would spell trouble. However, even if they could stabilize the structure, the entire building, with its compromised load-bearing framework, had undeniably become a hazardous site. "Hey, Uncle Ben, Gwen." Once Spider-Man began weaving that expansive web, they had not entered the subway station but remained near the entrance, making it convenient for Peter to find them. "I found a route. It's clear for now." Rushing over with his backpack, Peter greeted the two and patted Uncle Ben's car. "Fortunately, Uncle Ben, your car is unscathed." "Who is this guy?" Gwen, returning from 2 months in London, pointed at the web suspended across the street. Unaware of the peculiar spider-themed entity that had emerged in New York, Peter hesitated for a moment before explaining. "There's a guy calling himself Spider-Man who has recently been combating crime. You know, with superpowers and all." "Oh, well, his taste leaves much to be desired." As Gwen opened the door, Peter half-jokingly retorted, "You mean his costume?" "No, I meant his shoes. They're just like yours." Chapter 5, The Escape. In actuality, the situation regarding the entire building becoming a hazardous site was far more severe than Peter had imagined. He had barely stepped away for a few minutes when the Avengers took control of the surrounding streets. The Avengers in this universe are not entirely the same as those in the MCU. The 5 veteran Avengers involved in the New York battle were Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Rogers, Thor, Hulk Bruce Banner, and Ant-Man Hank Pym. Additionally, there was a non-member, Wasp Janet Van Dyne, serving as the team's manager. Captain America did not work for SHIELD, but resided permanently in the Avengers Tower, formerly Stark Tower. I still recommend shrinking the entire building using Pym particles. These webs are slowly degrading. They won't last more than 2 hours. Just as Ant-Man, having shrunk to examine the structure of the webs, returned to his original size, his suit automatically retracted the helmet, revealing his light brown hair and youthful visage in his 30s. The structure of these webs seems somewhat familiar. I believe I've seen it somewhere before. I've stabilized the building structure using Stark Industries engineering tools, so you probably won't need Hank's assistance. Iron Man soared above, admiring the message left for the police in the web between the two buildings. "This calligraphy is quite impressive. I sent it, Captain." Only 3 Avengers arrived. Bruce Banner was absent, and Thor was simply not on Earth. Captain Rogers sat atop his motorcycle, scrutinizing the video recorded on his tablet, which displayed the bank's surveillance footage restored by JARVIS, depicting the entirety of Spider-Man's battle. In less than 7 minutes, he resolved the situation. And before we arrived, it was all over. I could have done it in a minute. Iron Man landed beside the captain, lifting his armored faceplate. What I mean is, he has undergone rigorous training and hails from a military background. Furthermore, he has meticulously honed his strength control. Steve Rogers fixed his gaze on the instant Spider-Man's fist made contact with Herman's face, a blow that, given his power, could potentially be fatal if not properly restrained. Yet, astonishingly, the individual was not even knocked unconscious. Thus, we have identified someone who possesses a clear sense of purpose. Quite reassuring. as I was still fretting over how to cleanse the webbing from the crevices of my armor. It is Professor Richard Parker. Hank's sudden interjection disrupted the two men's idle conversation. Tony sealed his armor's visor, studying the information Jarvis had pulled up. An entomologist? Hank, your colleague? No. He is an expert in genetic modification and programming. Several specialists in related academic fields, including Curtis Connors, Miles Warren, and Jonathan Drew, are his students. Wow. Tony exclaimed in awe. I haven't heard of any of them. He was the principal architect of the U.S. military's super soldier serum project, focusing primarily on enhancing humans through animal genetics. He has published a considerable number of papers, most of which have been classified by S.H.I.E.L.D. I perused some of them during my tenure with S.H.I.E.L.D. a few years back, including a paper on the artificial synthesis of a particular spider silk protein, whose structure bears an uncanny resemblance to the one we have here. Tony glanced at the captain, but the captain remained silent, revealing no further emotions. At that time, Osborn Technologies was overseeing the Super Soldier Serum project, and they likely still are. However, he withdrew from the project several years ago, subsequently joining S.H.I.E.L.D., where he perished in a plane crash 3 years prior. Why am I not the least bit surprised? So, this Spider-Man is a super soldier developed by Osborn? Excellent. Jarvis, please arrange a meeting with Norman Osborn for me. He is neither a super soldier created in a lab nor a weapon. The captain concluded. He is more akin to a vigilante acting of his own volition. We shall inquire with Osborn when the time comes. Tony, however, seemed rather indifferent. After some contemplation, the captain resolved. Perhaps Nick Fury. I will consult him. And the police department as well, for they should have conducted some investigations into Spider-Man. I shall take this back for further examination. Hank picked up a terrifying launcher. It might prove useful. The three Avengers, alerted by the sound of sirens, turned toward the police vehicles that had just appeared on the street. Tony raised an eyebrow. The NYPD has arrived quite promptly. George Stacy, escorting the arrestees back to NYPD headquarters, felt extremely disgruntled. It was supposed to be his daughter's high school opening ceremony. He should have accompanied her to school and stayed until the event concluded. Instead, not only did he wake up late, but just as he was preparing to leave, he was assigned to transport prisoners. Furthermore, he heard that the street they had vandalized was the very one on which Gwen's school was located. Had it not been for his inquiry with Ben, which assured him Gwen was unharmed, George would have had no qualms about switching off the body camera to give them a good thrashing. Now, all the arrestees were secured at the precinct, awaiting interrogation upon regaining consciousness. He had just taken a sip of coffee when one of his officers delivered some promising news. Chief, the gang leader has regained consciousness. George nodded, not intending to conduct the interrogation personally. He stood with several officers outside the interrogation room, observing a white police officer and a burly black man questioning one another. The bank robber's leader was a quintessential stereotype of a ghetto gang member, sporting dreadlocks and lip piercings, clearly an unemployed delinquent. Name, Hermann Schultz. Age, 26. Occupation, none. Previous, mechanic. The individual appeared compliant during the inquiry, albeit somewhat distracted. Based on the interrogation, they roughly pieced together this man's background. A high school dropout with little education, previously a mechanic, who had become wealthy scavenging after the New York War, now intent on continuing his no-risk endeavors. The portly officer proceeded to ask the next question. Where did you acquire these weapons? How much did they cost? I made them myself from salvaged alien materials. Both of the questioning officers and the onlooking police officers outside froze for a brief moment before erupting into synchronized laughter. Buddy, do you even realize what you're saying? The black officer could not help but chuckle and shake his head. You created those weapons that nearly sliced an entire building in half? I did. Hermann shouted in frustration. That's exactly what I did. That is the most absurd confession I have ever heard, buddy. The white officer also shook his head in disbelief, refraining from taking notes. I know you don't want to incriminate your associates, but you could at least come up with a credible story. You made those things yourself? That's just ludicrous. Is there a problem? Those things are mine. No. Brother, do you have any idea how powerful those weapons are? Our evidence room experts couldn't even decipher their operational logic. The black officer shrugged. You say you made them? Buddy, you're just a mechanic, a high school dropout. You can create this? What? Are you suggesting only those highly educated white folks can develop such things? A black mechanic can't aspire to be the best engineer. Calm down, buddy, we never mentioned skin color. You are just overly sensitive. After the white officer finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with the black officer, likely concluding they wouldn't extract any further information, and had Hermann escorted out to the holding cell instead. They intended to question someone else. They couldn't possibly have all the high-tech weapons attributed to this middle school dropout, could they? As Schultz was led to the holding cell, he reflected on the officer's ridicule and Spider-Man's agile movements during their confrontation. Upon reaching the cell door, he stood motionless until a gentle push from the officer prompted him to enter. Several of his underlings had also regained consciousness. "Hey Herman, what's up?" Herman remained silent. Then suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he removed one of his underlings' hairpins, approached the iron bars of the holding cell, and used the pin to pick the locks of his handcuffs and the cell door. Herman Schultz is New York's most skilled locksmith. His underlings gaped in astonishment as he swiftly opened the cell door and, before the patrolling officer could react, he seized him and rendered him unconscious. He then donned the officer's uniform, tossing the keys to his still captive underlings. "You decide whether to stay or go. If they ask where I might be headed, just be honest." Realizing something was amiss, his underlings exchanged glances until one finally ventured to inquire, "Where are you going, Herman?" "To do what I have always done, to tell New York that I am the finest engineer," Herman Schultz declared, lowering the police cap as he exited the holding cell. As it was still early, not yet 9 o'clock, the precinct was not bustling with personnel, allowing Herman to slip away from the heavily guarded NYPD with relative ease. Over half an hour later, he arrived at an old residential area, where he had an abandoned construction site serving as a secret hideout. This was where he concealed his alien technology, a location even his underlings were unaware of. He retrieved the alien tech components, but, after a moment's contemplation, kicked them aside. Those could be exchanged for money later, but for now, he didn't require such extravagant items. "You are the finest engineer, Herman. You do not need alien technology." The entire experience of battling Spider-Man replayed vividly in his mind. The stark contrast between the opponent's powerful and agile form and his own clumsy stance wielding a weapon underscored the necessity for him to devise a suit that mirrored Spider-Man's, agile yet formidable. An agile suit that could absorb excessive shockwaves, sparing him from self-inflicted harm. The device must be portable. The bracelet is too diminutive to achieve that. It could be transformed into an arm guard, necessitating a recalibration of the emission frequency, much like this. A battered desk lamp, a box of colored pencils, and a stack of drafting paper. One miraculous morning, a pair of wrist devices, akin to the principles of the terrifying emitter but far more controllable, and a kinetic-absorbing battle armor, predominantly yellow with sections adorned in red metal. Upon the completion of the design, Herman Schultz gazed with reddened eyes, hardly believing what he had conjured onto the page. Yet, soon he laughed. "I did it. I did it. I have not merely invented terror. Rather, I shall become it." Chapter 6, Spider-Man, the first day of school. The American high school system operates on a credit-based schedule, signifying that classrooms are not fixed. Students move according to the courses they are enrolled in, with the remainder of their time allocated freely. The Midtown High School curriculum comprises 5 mandatory classes and 2 electives per semester. Classes are held in 5 blocks, 3 in the morning, commencing at 8:20, and 2 in the afternoon, concluding at 3 o'clock. The inaugural day of high school bore little substance: an opening ceremony, an entrance examination, followed by the selection of courses based on assessment results and personal interests. After a lunch break, attention turned to club recruitment and discussions among upperclassmen regarding this year's homecoming activities, which held little relevance for newcomers. Notably, renowned scientist Norman Osborn delivered a speech at the opening ceremony. The reason such a distinguished entrepreneur would grace a modest public high school like Midtown is straightforward. His son had enrolled. "I thought you were quite interested in scientists. Yet you nearly dozed off during Osborn's address." Osborn is an exceptional investor and entrepreneur, though certainly not a commendable scientist or engineer. "Do we even have our own television program at school?" Peter replied ambiguously to Gwen. He felt a peculiar mix of intrigue and trepidation regarding Norman. Peter Parker had no direct connection to Harry Osborn, yet the spider that had bitten him was undeniably a product of Oscorp technology. Moreover, who could guarantee that the current Norman Osborn had not transformed into the Green Goblin? The only solace might be that in this universe, Norman Osborn is Caucasian. Thus, he responded distractedly to Gwen while casting a glance at the television in the corridor. On screen, a boy and girl, both high school students, were presenting the Midtown Evening News. They may not have matched the professionalism of seasoned anchors, yet they appeared rather competent. The new semester has commenced, and voting has begun regarding this year's homecoming theme. All are encouraged to visit the school website to cast their votes. The two watched the news for a few seconds. Gwen seemed quite eager about high school life, which appeared far more vibrant than middle school. As for Peter, he was merely contemplating an escape. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Spider-Man's patrol in New York was due to commence. Our school has a rock band. I want to join. I believe Uncle Ben would be quite displeased to learn that you abandoned ballet for the drums in high school. As Peter spoke, he approached his locker. Upon hearing this, Gwen raised an eyebrow, leaning against the adjacent locker. If you dare tell my dad, you're a dead man, clever boy. I surrender. Peter raised his hands in mock defeat, then opened his newly assigned locker to begin organizing his belongings. To Gwen's surprise, he had already packed his things, ready to head home. Wait, you're planning to leave already? Yes? On the very first day? Aren't you going to familiarize yourself with your classes, or check out any clubs that might interest you? Perhaps? Who knows? There could be a science fiction club, a comic club, or a detective society. Peter Parker calmly pondered for a few seconds and arrived at a definitive conclusion. All right, you've convinced me. Let us embrace high school life. Does Peter Parker wish to indulge in high school experiences? Perhaps, but he was preoccupied with other matters. For instance, Gwen had noticed this morning that Spider-Man and his shoes were identical. This was, of course, due to the higher cost of crafting a unique pair. Peter needed to ensure he had interchangeable uniforms and lacked the funds to customize shoes specifically. Yet, it served as a reminder to be vigilant about concealing his identity to protect those around him. Certainly, if such a revelation were to occur, those individuals would undoubtedly regret it. However, it was preferable for that not to happen. Thus, he contemplated that if Peter Parker chose to abstain from participating in any club activities and maintain distance from his classmates, his mysterious behavior would likely raise suspicions not just in Gwen, but also among teachers and peers. To avoid this, it would be best to blend in as an ordinary high school student. This would serve as the most effective means of concealing his Spider-Man identity. Additionally, it would be prudent to secure an internship with Stark Industries or Oscorp, allowing him to discreetly enhance his suit. However, this would necessitate an even more meticulous allocation of his time. Fortunately, Spider-Man's recovery quality far exceeds that of the average person. Peter only requires about 4 to 5 hours of sleep to alleviate fatigue. By the way, why do you think I would take up the drums? Because you are quite suited for it. Peter mused. I can hardly say that in some universe where you were bitten by a spider, you became the band's drummer. He simply laughed, deflecting the topic. So, what clubs do you plan to join? Hard to say. Peter replied casually. I will definitely participate in the Olympic competitions, as they are beneficial for college applications, while the student council does not pique my interest. Midtown High is unlikely to host advanced scientific research clubs. Rather, internships at Stark or Oscorp seem more feasible. Beyond that, I hope to find a place to collaborate on programming, engage in Dungeons and Dragons, or build with Legos. Gwen mused. Sounds like a bit of a geek. I am indeed a geek, fond of reading, technology, anime, and tabletop games, utterly inept at sports. Though I do persist in long-distance running and combat training. As they conversed, they intended to explore the school's club recruitment activities. However, they had barely taken a few steps before they heard a familiar, loathsome laugh. A tall, burly man clad in a short-sleeved shirt was pressing another student's head against a locker. Peter sighed in resignation, reopening his locker to retrieve something. It was hard to believe such foolishness must occur in every American high school, with football or basketball jocks bullying classmates by the lockers. Peter closed the locker door. Glancing at Gwen, who was waiting for him, I thought you'd go help that poor short guy. If you weren't planning to intervene, then perhaps I would have. But right now, I need to ensure you are taken back to the nurse's office. High school is not like that, Gwen. I barely attended middle school after the 6th grade. As Peter approached the scene of the bullying, the atmosphere was quite raucous. At times, Peter felt that perhaps the environment of his previous high school had been superior. Why does America seem to disdain diligent scholars while venerating athletic underachievers? Even reveling in the spectacle of bullying? The victim was a young Asian boy whom Peter did not recognize, yet he was well acquainted with the bully. None other than Carl King, with whom he had engaged in a battle of wits throughout middle school. Truly, fate has a way of intertwining adversaries. Just as he was about to speak, someone beat him to it. A brown-haired fellow in a black jacket stepped in between the two, menacingly addressing Carl King. Listen, buddy. I don't know who you think you are, but if you don't back off, you're going to find yourself in a world of trouble. Oh really? Carl King, like every high school bully in American dramas, cracked his knuckles. Advancing with his imposing frame of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. You're the one in trouble now, meddler. Hey Carl. A familiar voice called out to him. Peter Parker approached with a calm and composed demeanor. How about this? If you refrain from bullying your classmates in high school, we could even become friends. What do you think? He extended his hand towards Carlson, wearing a benevolent smile. To Peter's surprise, Carlson actually dismissed the two individuals accompanying him and reached out to shake Peter's hand, gripping it firmly. You won't be thinking that way when you're begging for mercy, Parker. That is a pressure-sensitive stun gun, Carlson. If you had simply shaken my hand properly, you wouldn't have been shocked. Peter maintained his grip on Carlson's hand, adding, and I recommend you refrain from making any sudden moves. I learned quite a few combat techniques from my uncle over the summer. And should I end up taking you down, I would have to explain to the teacher that I'm not the bully here. To hell with you. Carlson angrily flung Peter's hand away and threw a punch, which Peter deftly intercepted with his palm. Subsequently, Carlson emitted another agonizing wail. Peter sighed with resignation. Glancing at the onlookers, did anyone hear me explain that it's pressure sensitive? R&T electric shocks a bit. Excessive? Don't worry. I've known Carlson for 3 years. I know he can take it. He flashed a smile at a helpful fellow nearby. Carlson staggered back, then lunged forward once more. I'm going to smash you to pieces. A piece of advice, Carlson, don't scream like that. Peter swiftly sidestepped, grasped Carlson's wrist, and twisted it behind his back. As Carlson cried out in pain, Peter released his grip and gave a gentle kick to his ankle, causing the hefty individual to tumble to the ground. Still seething, Carlson attempted to rise, only to find Peter Parker's palm, adorned with a gadget, hovering over his face, transforming into an outstretched gesture. As I mentioned earlier, if you refrain from bullying your classmates in high school, we could potentially become friends. What do you think? To hell with you. The tone of the repeated phrase was markedly different this time. Carlson, having learned his lesson, swatted Peter's hand away and fled in disarray. The surrounding students were astonished and exhilarated by this unexpected turn of events. Peter, ignoring the crowd, feigned disappointment with a sigh. I thought that by high school, I might actually make a friend out of him. How is it going, guys? He turned towards the victim of the bullying, who was getting back on his feet. A petite Asian fellow, while another overly inquisitive individual had already approached. You were so cool back there, man. You took that guy down in one shot. I went to the same middle school as him, and I was bullied by him too. I know how to handle him. Peter scrutinized the newcomer closely. With short brown hair and a height that, if not quite 6 feet, was nearly there, he was undeniably handsome. Peter conceded that the other's looks surpassed his own. Peter Benjamin Parker, a freshman. Harold Lehman, also a freshman. Just call me Harry. After shaking hands, Harry suddenly realized, oh, I didn't even feel it. Only those who intend to throw a punch get shocked. Are you all right? Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm Amadeus Zhao. While Harry initially reminded Peter of the elusive Harry Osborn, the name Amadeus was enough to captivate his thoughts. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure and extended his hand towards the newcomer. Pleasure to meet you, mate. Likewise, and thanks for that earlier. After their handshake, Amadeus's gaze fell upon the stun gun on Peter's wrist, which appeared intricately designed. If you don't mind, could I take a look at it? Of course, here. As Peter detached the device, he discreetly observed this new classmate, beginning to suspect that this was no mere coincidence. If this Amadeus Zhao were indeed the 7th-ranked genius of the Marvel Universe, why would he settle for high school? Such a person should have been pursuing a doctorate at an Ivy League school by the age of 15. He had a nagging feeling that his high school life was about to be filled with superhero-like drama. The inner workings are simpler than I anticipated. Perhaps I should create a self-defense device as well, Amadeus remarked, examining the gadget closely while sporting a sheepish smile. So, Amadeus was at least clever enough to replicate his own stun gun? That was excellent. Another piece of evidence for Peter's theory, based on my middle school experience. Such devices only fuel the fire. Peter took back the stun gun, privately lamenting that he couldn't modify it for his web shooter. At least not with the battery specifications he had access to. The best solution is still to train more, to become strong enough that they dare not bully you. Just like I did. I was bullied in middle school too, but after practicing combat with my uncle, the beatings became less frequent each year. All right, guys. Gwen's voice interjected at just the right moment, gesturing towards the surrounding students who still hadn't dispersed. Are you planning to chat here until nightfall? I don't enjoy being the center of attention like a monkey in a zoo. Understood. Oh, this is Gwen, my childhood friend, neighbor, and middle school classmate. Responsible for scaring off bullies or escorting me to the infirmary. Hi, nice to meet you all. Gwen efficiently interrupted their conversation, realizing that if they continued talking, they would never leave. Peter. Oh, right. Peter quickly shifted the topic, gesturing animatedly. We were just discussing joining clubs. Would you like to check them out together? Sure. Since we're all freshmen. As the 4 of them made their way to the plaza, various clubs were energetically recruiting members for sports and social activities. But the 3 boys ignored the familiar recruitment tactics, instinctively bypassing the mainstream club area and heading towards those more suited for nerds. There's really a tabletop gaming club. Peter observed the sparsely attended booth, a stark contrast to the bustling activity in other areas of the campus. I thought everyone loved Dungeons & Dragons. Role-playing games are suitable for casual gatherings, but as a fixed club activity, Harry shook his head and moved on, clearly disinterested in a long-term commitment to role-playing. Peter regarded Harry thoughtfully. Having been astonished by Amadeus's name earlier, he now realized, why was it Harry Lehman beside Peter Parker instead of Harry Osborn? Reflecting on the appearance of the White Osborn, he noted that under the preconceived notions, the two did indeed share a resemblance. Could Harry be the hidden identity of the Osborn heir? How thrilling! A 7th-ranked genius disguised as an ordinary student, a concealed Osborn heir. Though unconfirmed, Peter had automatically accepted these notions. After all, he himself was Spider-Man, even without considering his personal circumstances. The potential storylines involving these two classmates were enough to captivate anyone's attention. I'm already bursting with anticipation for the excitement of the next 4 years of high school. He murmured to himself. What is up? Gwen raised an eyebrow, knowing Peter wasn't genuinely looking forward to high school life. Is it because there's no Lego club? Or are you feeling like you'll be a loner for another 4 years without your fellow nerds? I don't feel isolated in middle school. Wait, Peter. You like Legos? Harry's eyes lit up, interrupting Peter. Really? Yes. Is that strange? I've been looking for someone to build the Millennium Falcon with. I bought it a while ago, but no one would join me. It's too big to build alone. Wait. Amadeus interjected. Is it the latest model? No. It's the Ultimate Collector Series, UCS 10179. Wow. You actually have that set. Amadeus exclaimed, and Peter was equally startled. That Lego set, priced at $500, was far beyond his financial means, and certainly not something he could ask Uncle Ben for. Ironically, the cost of his 2 spare Spider-Man suits and all his gear wouldn't even equal the price of Harry's Lego set. Gwen observed the suddenly animated duo and turned to Peter, remarking, I suppose I should take my leave. The Rock Band suits my taste far better. I shan't intrude upon your Lego conference, especially since it's beyond my comprehension. All right, see you later, Gwen. Oh, wait, I have something to attend to after school today, so I might not be able to head back with you. We'll probably have to catch up tomorrow. Gwen replied with a half-smile, questioning the nature of his statement. Is that it? Call me if something comes up, Peter added. It's a good idea to make some decent friends, you know, starting at a new school and all that. Rest assured, clever lad, my social circle is undoubtedly broader than yours. After bidding farewell to Gwen, Peter turned to meet the scrutinizing gazes and mischievous grins of Harry and Amadeus. What else with those expressions? Are you certain you're just neighbors? Harry smirked. Absolutely. We're very good friends. Peter quickly interjected, but Harry disregarded him and turned to Amadeus, asking, What do you think? He seems too timid around Gwen. I'm not timid. Peter retorted. So, is it that girl named Gwen who has too much control? All right, I admit it, I am timid. Peter decisively opted to steer the conversation away from that topic. Weren't you discussing Lego just now? How did that go? Speaking of which, Harry chimed in. My place isn't very accommodating, and Amadeus is staying with a host family. So, we have nowhere to build Lego. Can we go to your house, Peter? Your family won't mind, will they? No problem. Just set a time, Peter confirmed. In fact, Aunt May would be thrilled to have friends over to play. As the three chatted, they passed by various club recruitment booths, lingering momentarily in front of the anime club before departing, none daring to sign up outright. Harry was drawn to the tennis club, while Peter and Amadeus engaged in conversation with seniors from the literature and geology clubs. Ultimately, both of them, lacking funds, opted to decline joining any of the clubs. Literature requires expensive equipment, and geology isn't even a true science, Peter sighed. I completely agree. Geology is practically a pseudoscience. Amadeus concurred. Harry, feeling overlooked by the tennis club, glanced at the pair and tentatively inquired, I'm still quite interested in science. Is geology really that bad? Yes. The two chimed in unison. Peter then seemed to have an epiphany. Wait, is that girl cosplaying as Sherlock Holmes? Not far away, before a booth with few visitors. A striking girl of Latin descent donned a classic dark ulster coat and a standard deerstalker hat, identical to the one Gwen had given Peter. Shaking a club seal in her hand. Detective Club Recruitment. Interested? Join us if you can answer the entrance question. She called out. What does the Detective Club usually do? Do you take on tasks from the school? Peter inquired, slightly intrigued. However, the senior seemed to deflate at his words. Not really. Hardly anyone commissions the Detective Club for serious investigative work. What we primarily do is find time to host book clubs and design deduction puzzles. I'll join. Amadeus immediately responded, stepping up to the booth and explaining, much to his companion's astonishment, isn't it great? We don't have to do much. We just read a few books and answer a few questions to earn credits. I apologize for any disappointment, but the senior, having heard Amadeus's explanation, unmistakably expressed her dissatisfaction. You have to pass an entrance test, like this. A wealthy individual fond of puzzles unexpectedly passes away, leaving his will locked in a 5-digit safe. But no one knows the code. The only clue is a calendar on top of the safe, with March 15th circled. 3. 14:15, Peter and Amadeus responded in unison. March 15th, oh, Pi Day? Harry realized after a moment of thought, glancing at Peter and Amadeus. You two are quick on the uptake. Yes. If it were across the Pacific, it might be 115, but here in America, it's definitely Pi Day. All right. I think the three of you should be able to join the detective club. Here's our club registration form. Just fill it out and mention that Jessica referred you when you arrive at the activity room. I'm the president. After silently nodding, the three walked a short distance before discussing it. The president is personally recruiting? Harry whispered, skeptical of the club's reliability. Peter, for his part, knew of a detective named Jessica Jones, but regrettably, she was likely no longer a high school student. As they continued walking, Peter suddenly halted in front of a large screen displaying various part-time job opportunities at Midtown High. His attention captured by a position for website maintenance at the Daily Bugle that piqued his interest. What's up? Harry asked. Nothing, Peter replied, retracting his gaze. Just saw something intriguing. Chapter 8. Dismissal time. Dressed in his uniform, Spider-Man clung to the glass exterior of a towering building with one hand, his feet firmly planted against the vertical wall. He surveyed the bustling streets of New York City beneath the blazing afternoon sun. The city alive with activity at the end of August. The ruins of the previous chaos had been thoroughly cleared, leaving no traces of the battle between the Avengers and the Chitauri, as if the New York conflict had never transpired. This was also the day the Spider-Man of this universe first donned his suit for action, flitting through the alien-infested streets of New York to rescue those in need. Though no one was there to witness it. What a splendid first day of school, Spider-Man mused to himself as he soared through the air. Making new friends counts as a new beginning, right? I've found clubs to join, and many are likely aware of the bank heist that occurred in Queens this morning, where a group of robbers armed with high-tech weaponry not only compromised the bank's structural integrity, but nearly detonated the vault. Thankfully, the Avengers arrived just in time to avert a greater disaster. Jonah Jameson's face, reminiscent of a furious, omnipotent figure, suddenly filled the giant screen of the Daily Bugle building, as he waved a newspaper and bellowed. But that's not the point. The crux of the matter is that multiple witnesses have confirmed that the pest known as Spider-Man was also on the scene. Without a doubt, this was yet another crime orchestrated by Spider-Man and his masked accomplice. I can't believe I considered the website maintenance job at the Bugle a highlight of my day. Spider-Man rolled his eyes as he swung past the screen. Perhaps I should leave a little surprise in the code, like, hey Jonah. Your hairline receded another centimeter. As he swung past Jonah's large visage, Peter juggled web-slinging with one hand while scrolling through his phone with the other. His desire for this part-time job extended beyond mere monetary gain, though upgrading his suit indeed required funds. More importantly, Peter was developing a program capable of real-time monitoring of keywords on social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, keywords like fire, robbery, or murder, to help him swiftly identify emergencies throughout New York, enabling Spider-Man to respond promptly. Furthermore, having this job would grant him legitimate opportunities to spend extended hours at the computer without fear of Aunt May's or Gwen's nagging. Additionally, the monthly salary of $900 would suffice to create 3 new suits or enhance his existing gear, providing a delightful surprise for the petty thugs he dealt with. Hey, Spider-Man. Over here. The web-slinger glanced to the side, quickly stowing away his phone as he swung over. A child who looked no older than 4 or 5 called out to him. Spider-Man landed beside him, crouching to meet his gaze. Hey little buddy, what's up? My bike fell down. Can you help me find it? Nearby, a child-sized bike with training wheels lay precariously on the subway tracks, and if left unattended, it would soon be crushed by an oncoming train. The young boy watched as Spider-Man leapt over a cement barrier, higher than any other. Moments later, he landed beside his bicycle, placing it carefully on the ground. All right, kid, remember not to play around here. But how did your bike end up down there? That barrier is taller than the bike itself. Someone threw it down, the boy replied honestly. Will you help me get it back? Spider-Man furrowed his brow beneath his mask. Who would do such a thing? Do you remember what he looked like? He had dark skin, with many little braids in his hair, and carried a backpack. The child's description was vague and nonspecific, but it was evident that a small child could provide no further details. After imparting a few safety reminders, Spider-Man departed, mentally noting this peculiar incident. Even Carl wouldn't stoop so low, would he? Wait, would Carl really not? I'm not so sure anymore. But he isn't black. Oh, hey, Uncle Ben. The sudden phone call interrupted his thoughts. Perched on the side of a building, Peter glanced at the caller ID before answering. What's up, Uncle Ben? Peter, can you? The blaring sirens in the background caused Benjamin Parker to hesitate. Can you help me pick up a cake? From that bakery we always go to, the Maitano Cake Shop. If you're busy, I can drive over right now. No problem, it's on my way. Peter interjected eagerly. Just mention Aunt May's name, right? After hanging up, he let out a light chuckle, wondering whom he was mocking. Expecting New York to be peaceful is indeed a luxury. Well, it's time for your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to make an appearance. A flash of red soared from above, pursuing the distant, speeding police cars. The suspect is fleeing south on 3rd Avenue and has just turned onto 95th Street. Repeat, the target has turned onto 95th Street. Sheriff George Stacy led the police force in setting up a blockade at the intersection of 2nd Avenue and 95th Street. What initially seemed like an overreaction was soon clarified when a familiar blue energy beam shot from the window of a red sedan, instantly flipping the first police car. The suspect is armed with high-tech heavy weaponry. Return fire. Sheriff Stacy decisively commanded. The police returned fire with their handguns. But the sedan seemed to shudder as a sudden blue energy shield deflected all the bullets. Then, a second police car was launched into the air by the energy beam, causing the officers to instinctively duck for cover, seeking shelter from the explosion. A masked robber leaned out of the passenger window, wielding what appeared to be a weapon of extraordinary technological advancement, gleefully targeting the police cars. After obliterating 2 police vehicles and effectively clearing the path, he spotted the commanding middle-aged officer and immediately aimed his weapon. He believed he didn't even need to aim, for the power of this gun was sufficient to send anyone to the afterlife. The blue beam shot toward the police car that Sheriff Stacy was using for cover, and amidst the rising smoke, the robber erupted into a fit of laughter until he was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. "What's so funny, buddy?" In a split second, Spider-Man swung in, using his web to pull Sheriff Stacy to safety while he maneuvered through the smoke, weaving an enormous web across the street. The speeding sedan collided with it, its tires spinning futilely in the sticky strands, the entire vehicle firmly ensnared. With a muffled thud, Spider-Man landed atop the car. "Free convertible service," Peter exclaimed as he smashed through the roof, yanking it off and revealing 3 startled robbers and a bulging bag of jewels inside. "Oh, it seems our guests are a bit dissatisfied. Remember to leave a 5-star review. Shoot him." As Spider-Man backflipped to evade the energy gunfire, he attempted to ensnare the weapon's muzzle with his web, but to no avail. The blue beam pierced through the web, and he narrowly dodged it. Then, his right wrist launched a web that snagged the passenger door, and as the door was wrenched away, the armed robber stumbled out, losing his weapon in the process. Peter seized the high-tech firearm, examining it closely, recognizing several familiar components from the Chitauri technology he had encountered months prior. Wait, is this an energy rifle modified with Chitauri technology? Has someone cracked it in just a few months? The robber in the back seat remained inside, but the armed passenger and the driver had exited. The driver was a burly man sporting a pair of power gauntlets glowing with blue energy, while the armed passenger, having lost his weapon, brandished an energy shield affixed to his arm. "You know, you guys are quite unremarkable. This morning, I dealt with a guy who named himself Thriller based on his weapon. You should really come up with a catchy nickname too." As Spider-Man casually dodged punches, he couldn't help but tease. "How about the Boxer? And you back there can be Shield guy? Oh, now you should be called Charge." "Shut up. Why does someone always tell me to shut up?" As the energy shield-wielding robber charged at him, enveloped in blue light, Peter effortlessly performed a somersault. Returning to focus on the Boxer. Left hook, right hook, beautiful straight punch. "Are we done yet?" The Boxer stared incredulously at his own gauntlets, seemingly baffled as to why his boxing prowess, combined with the powered gauntlets, had failed to land a single blow. Little Spider understood and nodded knowingly. "Well, now it's my turn." Accompanied by a classic Wilhelm scream, the Boxer was sent flying, ensnared in the web that blocked the road. The shield-wielding robber turned to see this spectacle, but was met with the sight of his comrade in the back seat aiming a rocket launcher at Spider-Man and himself, both in the same line of fire. No. Deploy your shield." Charge pressed his shield twice, but the energy shield seemed to have depleted its power, flickering a couple of times before failing completely. Unfortunately, by then, the rocket had already launched, leaving him to scream in despair, "I'm out of juice." Peter turned back, ensuring that the rocket would inevitably strike his teammate. He opted for the simplest solution. "This serves as a reminder. Kids, always carry a power bank when you go out." Peter ensnared the rocket with his web and flung it skyward, then shot a web to detonate it mid-air. The explosion illuminated the scene, leaving the rocket-launching robber dumbfounded, while Spider-Man shrugged nonchalantly. "So, guys, shall we continue?" Chapter 9, Herman in Action. "Thanks, Spider-Man. Without you, we'd truly be at a loss with this gang of dangerous individuals." Sheriff George Stacy expressed his gratitude, looking up at the figure perched on the utility pole. The handcuffed criminals grumbled in discontent. This isn't fair. That freak can toss a rocket around like a rubber ball. How are we supposed to deal with such a monster? Shut up, a young officer snapped. What nerve you have, using a rocket launcher against police armed only with handguns. He appeared to be a rookie cop, roughly shoving the perpetrator into the police car. George could only offer a silent smile to convey his embarrassment, then stated seriously, "We all know your webs take hours to degrade. But this is Manhattan. All of New York can't afford such a lengthy traffic blockade." "Oh right." Spider-Man scratched his head, suddenly snapping his fingers. "Acid can accelerate dissolution. If I can't get the right chemical agents, how about we try this?" He pointed to the confiscated energy shield. "If we place it in the middle of the web and activate it, repeating a few times should stretch my web. As for the battery, that power gauntlet should have one." George nodded in gratitude, and as Spider-Man rose to launch his web, he suddenly recalled something and crouched down to remind Sheriff Stacy, "By the way, Sheriff, their weapons are outfitted with Chitauri components. It's only been 4 months since the Battle of New York, and already, ordinary criminals are arming themselves with alien technology circulating on the black market. You must exercise extra caution." "Thank you, Spider-Man. We will uncover who is modifying this alien technology." "You're most welcome. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is always at your service." With the sound of web fluid being sprayed, Peter Parker's silhouette darted across the skyline. He glanced at his watch and, as if struck by a sudden realization, smacked his forehead. "Aunt May's cake. What day is it today anyway? Aunt May actually ordered a cake? Is it someone's birthday, or do we have guests?" He adjusted his direction midair, hoping nothing else would go awry. Oh right, he also needed to retrieve his backpack. In the shadows at the intersection, Herman Schultz lowered his hood, having witnessed the entire confrontation. He had to admit the thug was right, facing a skin-tight clad acrobat swinging through the air. A couple of high-tech weapons were utterly futile. To defeat a monster, one must first become a monster. Moreover, Spider-Man was not without flaws. The child-esque bicycle he had hurled into the subway was evidence enough. The tracker he had affixed indicated a sudden altitude change, demonstrating Spider-Man's willingness to assist a small child by the roadside. This masked vigilante was neither a self-serving attention seeker nor a cold-hearted law enforcement machine, but merely a meddlesome do-gooder. Since he was a do-gooder, there existed methods to deal with such individuals. The entirety of New York could serve as a tool to kidnap him. Herman hefted his backpack, containing the last batch of Chitauri parts they had scavenged over the months, which represented his entire capital for a resurgence. He ambled slowly to the edge of Manhattan Island, suddenly flipping off the embankment and landing precisely on a rusted maintenance ladder. In the damp air, the entrance to the New York sewer loomed like a gaping maw, ready to engulf him. After ensuring no one was trailing him, he stepped over the dismantled railing that lay on the ground and clutched a key as he ventured into the depths of the sewer. The darkness was profound, illuminated only by a few flickering maintenance lights, while the sounds of rodents and cockroaches skittering about echoed ominously, accompanied by the dripping of water and the rhythm of his own footsteps. This key was a token handed to each seller by the buyer, for only this key could unlock the door to that place. Herman halted in a seemingly inconspicuous passageway, inserting the key into a grout line caked with cement, then twisted it. The key emitted a grating sound as it turned within the brickwork. Herman waited a full minute before an eerie green light flickered to life in the darkness. The brick wall slid apart, revealing several antiquated computers blinking with green code. He tossed his backpack onto a makeshift stainless steel table, the sound of metal clanging resonating harshly within the enclosed space. Indeed, the number of delivery personnel had dwindled recently. A voice crackling with electronic distortion emanated from the shadows. 3 green lights, arranged in a triangular formation, flickered to life, sweeping over his package. Followed by a satisfied chuckle. "Scarcity breeds value. Name your price, and I shall ensure your satisfaction. I do not seek money." Herman produced a crumpled list. "Weapons manufactured from these components have appeared on the streets. You must know who crafted them, correct?" The buyer's laughter was laced with electrical static. "Hoping to strike it rich with this? Or perhaps form your own gang? No problem. These goods can be exchanged for a custom piece or two. What features do you require? I can assist you in crafting one on the spot." They were all wiped out, effortlessly. Herman sensed the buyer's nonchalant response. Those who cannot learn to be discreet meet this fate. With the Avengers in New York, those who cause a ruckus will only be dealt with by that troupe of circus performers. It wasn't he the Avengers. What? Who was it? It was Spider-Man. Herman's lips involuntarily curled into a smirk, relishing the sudden spike in the buyer's electronic tone. Yet the buyer quickly regained his composure. "The bug in the red and blue spandex? That is quite the surprise. Ever since the alien invasion, all manner of monsters have emerged." The voice in the darkness turned somber, A crawler has appeared amidst New York skyscrapers. Demons and skulls now roam Hell's Kitchen. 10 years ago, superhumans were merely imprisoned mutants. Now, they are hailed as superheroes. It's quite humorous. The buyer's silence lingered for several seconds before erupting into a fit of distorted electronic laughter. Ah, I remember now. That fireworks display at Midtown Bank this morning was your doing? The mechanical tone shifted to one of appreciation. Those weapons were quite well designed. Did you create them? Now you seek an upgrade? Herman squinted into the darkness, only able to see the 3 ghostly green lights pulsing like predatory eyes. Not just an upgrade. His voice echoed ominously in the sewer. I wish to become a being akin to Spider-Man. Behold this era. He clenched his fists. Those clad in costumes and wielding superhuman abilities were rampant, and mere weapons were no longer sufficient. What I desire is a complete transformation. A crumpled list was slammed onto the metal surface. These components should suffice for what I seek. The sound of machinery whirring grew nearer. Herman watched as 3 coldly glowing mechanical claws emerged from the shadows, one of which grasped the list and retreated into the dark. The rusty hinges creaked with a grating noise. A complete transformation? The buyer's voice, mingled with electronic modulation, carried a hint of amusement. Do you think I can procure such things? You may not, but your supplier certainly can. Herman locked eyes with the 3 green lights. After all, you cannot possibly sell off all your recent acquisitions for scrap, can you? There must be a significant buyer for all those modified weapons, correct? Suddenly, blinding flashlights illuminated the scene. In the instant of brightness, Herman glimpsed a massive sphere suspended in midair, its mechanical arms extending like the tentacles of an octopus. As the afterimages faded from his retina, the electronic voice resumed. The list has been dispatched to the boss. He is always eager to have someone assist in clearing the streets of vigilantes. However, I am curious about one matter. A mechanical claw drew nearer to Herman's nose. Why the fixation on competing with those absurd performers? You don't appear to be motivated by money. Is there a problem? Of course not. The mechanical claw presented a stack of crumpled bills. This is your payment for this shipment. I used it to buy my materials. I know. Seeing Herman hesitate, the mechanical claw forcibly shoved the money into his pocket. Consider it an investment. The boss is eager to fund those who oppose masked vigilantes. I know life has not been easy for you people. You must leave something for your family. Thank you. The mechanical claw extended in a gesture of handshake. As Herman clasped the cold metal, the electronic laughter resonated through the pipes, producing an eerie echo. Shall we meet at the same time for pickup? By the way, you can call me Otto. That's what my friends call me. Herman departed the sewer, but did not return to his secret lair. Instead, he navigated the labyrinthine sewers back to Harlem, starlight filtering through the maintenance grates, attempting to rekindle his memories. Yet he could scarcely recall the last time he had been home. Each return seemed to herald misfortune. This time was no different. Pushing open the creaking door, he found a familiar corpse sprawled on the sofa, its chest shattered, blood pooling around it. Subby? A gangland shootout. His mother, not lifting her head, stitched a shroud. Like your father and brother, he was caught in the crossfire, but he had no home. I suppose I must take care of this. The community church folks will arrive shortly. Herman silently extracted the bundle of money. His mother deftly concealed the bills. Still toiling away at your business? I thought you had wrapped that up. This is the last shipment. Herman gazed intently at his friend's pallid visage, murmuring to himself, it is time to do what must be done. The world shall remember who Herman Schultz is. Chapter 10. Aunt May's guests. Hey, May, I'm back. Peter cautiously entered the house, cradling a cake box, mindful that any jostle might mar the delicate frosting. This time, he opted not to swing back on his web, as he judiciously prioritized the integrity of the cake over the thrill of soaring through the autumn skies of New York. Fortunately, the bakery was not far from home, and the walk was not too burdensome. Aunt May was bustling in the dining room, where an elegant array of tableware had already been set. She looked up and smiled at Peter, asking, "How was your first day of high school?" "Fantastic." Peter placed the cake box on the table, recounting how he had made 2 new friends and found the clubs immensely enjoyable. With the school even hosting its own television program, everything was splendid. In truth, aside from the 2 acquaintances he barely knew in the detective club, he had little other memorable impressions of school life. After all, when most of one's energy is devoted to being a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, high school can seem rather trivial. However, such sentiments were clearly not meant for Aunt May's ears. Is there a special occasion today? Peter deftly diverted the conversation, gesturing toward the cake. Did you splurge on a cake? Aunt May examined the cake and replied, "Oh, it's nothing special. It's just my old friend Anna's birthday today. She just moved back to New York after having relocated to Pittsburgh to care for her orphan niece." Her gaze softened as she carried the cake into the kitchen to prepare it for serving. I want to pick them up. They should be arriving soon. Peter nodded in understanding. No wonder Aunt May was so attentive to a friend who was caring for a bereaved girl. The experience mirrored that of the Parkers. He stepped into the kitchen to lend a hand as Aunt May continued to arrange the dishes. By the way, that girl is a freshman at Midtown High. Just like you and Gwen. You might have crossed paths. I don't pay much attention to girls. Peter awkwardly scratched his head, thinking that even if he had seen her, he probably wouldn't remember, as not many exchanged names with him. You dear boy. Aunt May shook her head in exasperation. You've had so few friends growing up, you should be a bit more outgoing. I think I'm quite cheerful, Peter quickly retorted. I made 2 friends on my very first day of school, and they're planning to come over to build Legos together. Really? Aunt May's eyes lit up as she placed freshly baked muffins on the table. You must tell me in advance so I can prepare dinner for you all. They're sure to love Aunt May's muffins. Just as he finished speaking, the rumble of Uncle Ben's old car echoed from outside. Aunt May took the plate from Peter's hands and said, "Could you please greet our guests, Peter?" Of course. Peter made his way to the door, his enhanced hearing capturing the sound of light footsteps approaching rapidly. He instinctively opened the door just before the knock echoed. The red-haired girl standing outside was clearly taken aback by the sudden opening of the door, clad in a white t-shirt and light denim shorts. Her fiery locks glinted like a burning sunset in the evening light. Her hand was suspended mid-air, frozen in place, while a radiant smile lingered on her face. However, in the next instant, she regained her composure, leaning against the door frame and winking at Peter. Face it, Tiger. You just hit the jackpot. Gwen Stacy was hunched over her computer, searching for drum tutorials. Her recent visit to the school's rock club had left her exhilarated. Midtown High boasted several high school bands performing in the gymnasium. Unlike the ballet she had practiced since childhood, the unrestrained essence of rock music was utterly captivating. Her father would surely dismiss this as the folly of wayward hippies, failing to grasp the liberating spirit of rock. She muttered as she closed the webpage, contemplating whether to bring dinner to her father, who was working late, when she heard the sound of a door opening downstairs. Surprised, Gwen dashed down the stairs to find her father, George Stacy, had returned home early, his uniform jacket already draped over the back of the sofa. Is the New York of today truly peaceful? Sheriff George Stacy actually got off work on time, thanks to Spider-Man. He thwarted a bank heist this morning and intercepted a truckload of high-tech weaponry in the afternoon, not to mention saving my daughter. George spread his arms, intending to embrace his daughter, but Gwen stood frozen, motionless. Seriously? A bear hug? The sheriff awkwardly added, what? Can't a dad get a hug? You fell asleep right after coming back from London last night, and I hadn't even had a chance to get up this morning. We've been apart all summer. With a resigned smile, Gwen finally hugged her father. Mentioning Spider-Man reminded her of the morning's events. Why does the Daily Bugle always malign him? He is clearly doing good and saved us. Who knows? Jameson treats the Avengers with utmost reverence. George retrieved a beer from the fridge, continuing. Back when Spider-Man couldn't even use his webs to write, he communicated with the police through notes. I thought his handwriting looked somewhat familiar, but later realized that it didn't team match anyone I knew. Familiar handwriting? Gwen recalled the sneakers that both Spider-Man and Peter wore. Could it be Peter? Peter? Peter Parker? George paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. No way. Even though they share that juvenile handwriting typical of middle schoolers, it's definitely not him. I recognize Peter's writing. Could you show me? Maybe I can recognize it as belonging to some long-forgotten friend of yours. The evidence has already been archived. George suddenly became serious. By the way, I plan to visit the Parkers. Should I change my clothes? Gwen looked at her father, frowning as she pointed at herself. Should I ask why? We're going to express our gratitude, Gwen. You were in a dangerous situation this morning. Thankfully, Ben was there, and you came to no harm. We should at least thank them, shouldn't we? More accurately, Spider-Man saved us. But I can't find him to say thanks. I forgot this afternoon. So, Gwen resigned herself to comforting her dad. All right, since I haven't had dinner, perhaps I can snag some of Aunt May's famous muffins. Just don't dress too formally. We're merely going for dinner. George Stacy exaggeratedly praised. Oh, Aunt May's muffins, I adore them. As the father and daughter duo chatted, they made their way to the Parker residence, where George knocked on the door, awaiting a response. After a short while, Ben Parker opened the door, and George had intended to say something, but was distracted by the sounds of lively chatter emerging from behind Ben. George, I didn't expect you home so early. Ben clapped the sheriff on the shoulder, adding, May just mentioned we should invite Gwen. There are muffins aplenty. Come in. It seems you have guests now, Ben. Perhaps I should. Not at all. No one ever thinks they should only entertain one friend instead of two. Gwen, curious about the guests at the Parker home, trailed behind her father, disregarding the polite exchange of thanks between George and Ben, eager to glimpse who the company might be. Upon entering the dining room, she was met with an unexpected sight. Mary Jane Watson, the classmate she had seen earlier at the rock club, was now an unexpected guest at the Parker household. Gwen felt a surge of anxiety. They had discussed so much, yet never mentioned her father's disapproval of her interest in rock music. If Mary Jane let slip her secret, it would be catastrophic. In stark contrast, Peter, who was being interrogated by the social butterfly Mary Jane, seemed less tragic. How could she discreetly signal to Mary Jane not to reveal anything? "Hey, Gwen." Mary Jane's exuberant greeting caused everyone to turn. Seizing the moment, Peter sidestepped, positioning Gwen between himself and the red-haired girl. Aunt May looked at them in astonishment. "You two already know each other? We are classmates." Mary Jane's radiant smile shifted the awkwardness from Peter to Gwen, who could only respond with an embarrassed, "Yes." Then Aunt May began to express her concerns about Peter not making more friends. What a delightful day it is, with friends gathered together. Even more joyous is the fact that the children have already met. "George, this is my Anna, a dear friend from my high school days." "Anna, this is George, our neighbor and a kind-hearted sheriff." Sheriff George politely extended his friendliness towards Aunt Anna. "I am truly pleased to meet you both, especially Gwen's friend. I am glad she has found such a good companion." Gwen felt as though a sword of Damocles was poised to fall upon her head, and it was inconvenient to communicate such matters via phone. In a moment of resignation, Gwen chose to seize the initiative and began the topic herself. "We met at the club recruitment today, right outside the dance club," Gwen interjected, interrupting Mary Jane, while Peter opted to remain a quail, keeping his head down as he sliced his muffin. After a brief moment of surprise, Mary Jane quickly responded, "Yes, that's correct." The adults seemed indifferent to the children's little secret and continued their pleasantries. Gwen leaned closer to Peter and triumphantly whispered, "See? I'm better at making friends than you." Then she urged her new friend to join her in this fib. Gwen's white sneakers firmly pressed against Peter's foot, prompting him to suppress a smile and nod before letting out a long sigh. Chapter 11. The First Night. Aunt May's worries were not unfounded. She genuinely should be concerned about Peter's ability to make friends. At this dinner, which was meant to be filled with joy, Peter resembled a silent quail, engrossed in his muffin and unable to join the conversation between the two girls. From his perspective, being excluded from the girls' topics was nothing out of the ordinary. The conversation eventually shifted to part-time jobs available at school. "I discovered that Midtown High has a collaboration with the Daily Bugle." Mary Jane excitedly described an internship opportunity she had seen. "They recruit student journalists every year. It's so cool. Who knows? I might become a renowned journalist someday." This child always had fleeting interests, Aunt Anna chuckled, recalling how she previously aspired to be a star and auditioned for television, landing a few minor roles. Now she was keen on becoming a journalist. "The Daily Bugle is indeed a respectable media outlet," Sheriff George agreed, while cutting his muffin. "Jameson is a rare independent journalist who does not favor either the donkey or elephant parties, but rather reports news based on his own moral standards." He hesitated, adding, "Although his views on masked vigilantes can be rather extreme. Spider-Man has, after all, aided our police force significantly, yet Jameson never acknowledges our gratitude towards these vigilantes, especially Spider-Man." Peter mused while munching on his muffin. The reasons for Jonah Jameson's disdain for Spider-Man varied across different universes, and he had yet to encounter this universe's Jonah Jameson, leaving him uncertain about the source of the animosity. However, if it were not rooted in pure malice, perhaps he could forge a friendship with Jonah. A Spider-Man who befriends Jonah Jameson? How amusing that would be. But could the surge in crime attributed to superpowers be a result of these vigilantes? Mary Jane put forth the current popular opinion. 2 years ago, before Iron Man and Ant-Man appeared, the world was so peaceful. Mary Jane articulated a viewpoint held by many who opposed vigilante justice. 2 years ago, before Tony Stark and Hank Pym became superheroes, life was mundane for everyone. Of course, there were superpowered beings like the X-Men and the Fantastic Four, but the X-Men primarily dealt with extremist mutants retaliating against humanity, while the Fantastic Four were essentially explorers and researchers. Apart from Johnny Storm, no one actively sought to usurp the police's duties. As for others, Thor was still a myth. Captain America was frozen in the Arctic, and the Hulk was merely an urban legend and an international fugitive. Superpowered individuals were synonymous with danger then. Unlike today, when they are celebrated by the masses. Since Iron Man's emergence, things had spiraled into chaos, and New York had even faced an alien invasion. Yet, among the Avengers, few are true superpowered individuals. Peter couldn't help but counter. Iron Man and Ant-Man rely on technology. Captain America is a super soldier. The Hulk's powers stem from gamma radiation, and Thor is a god by birth. Peter, Aunt May interrupted. Remember, there is only one true deity, the merciful Lord. I apologize, May. As a materialist, Peter did not wish to argue with Aunt May and chose to apologize, sidestepping the topic. Mary Jane then provided her insight. But aren't they all attracting superpowered criminals? Many superpowered villains obtain their abilities specifically to confront them. Not entirely, Peter earnestly explained. Like Spider-Man and Daredevil, they primarily deal with ordinary criminals. Daredevil? What kind of good person would name themselves the devil? Aunt May made the sign of the cross on her chest in prayer and turned to Sheriff George. Isn't that right, George? That's not my jurisdiction, Sheriff George replied ambiguously. However, within the NYPD, everyone knew that Hell's Kitchen was home not only to Daredevil, but also to a serial killer clad in a skull t-shirt, dedicated to eliminating those criminals. How do you know about Hell's Kitchen, Peter? I heard about it at school. You know, May, Hell's Kitchen is right in New York. Peter hurriedly attempted to change the subject, but Aunt May was unwilling to let him off the hook. With her fork pointed at Peter, she emphasized, listen, you absolutely must not go to such places. I'm 15 years old. Peter Benjamin Parker. I know. Peter quickly shifted the topic. I also saw on the school's internship announcement that the Daily Bugle is looking for a website maintenance person. I'm quite skilled at that. I can do it remotely from home. Wow. Mary Jane's eyes lit up. Maybe we can work together. I'm not so sure, generally. Such jobs can be done from home. Peter, Aunt May sighed again in exasperation. You need to get out more. You should be at the office when you work. All right, May. Peter sighed, continuing to focus on his muffin, secretly wishing for this ordeal to end soon. Gwen glanced between the two, questioning whether she too should seek a part-time job at the Daily Bugle. Herman lay on a moldy mattress. This pigeonhole had been occupied by his father and two brothers before him. Perhaps in a few years, if he no longer lived here, his younger brother would move in. The musty odor of the old mattress mixed with the stench of sweat invaded his nostrils, and a white scene flashed in his mind, a meticulously planned heist. An unexpected failure, witnessing Spider-Man's invincible form, and that horrifying device that had severed an entire building. Even more glaring was the red and blue figure on the front page of the Daily Bugle, the talk of all New York, regardless of praise or criticism. Just a freak, Herman muttered as he gradually descended into slumber. In his dreams, he donned a white coat, with a clinic full of patients seeking his expertise. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, walking the streets of Manhattan as an elite lawyer. He was clad in Stark Industries gear, personally assisting Iron Man in calibrating his armored suit. He dreamt of moving away from Harlem, with a television crew coming to interview him. He bid farewell to everything that came with his skin color, becoming someone greater than others. Until thunder struck. That damn Spider-Man. A furious roar shattered his beautiful dream. Photographers abruptly turned their lenses, while the host dashed towards the giant screen in Times Square, which was filled with close-ups of Spider-Man, all accompanied by Jameson's furious tirades against him. Beneath the grand screen, countless individuals donned Spider-Man masks, fervently chanting slogans in support of the web-slinger. Come back. I'm here. Herman called out in vain. Of course you are here. Herman recalled the moment after graduating from middle school when the gang leader handed him a machete. Stay close, newbie. Tonight we shall show those scum from the Karufa gang a thing or two. I shouldn't be here, Herman thought, gazing vacantly at the leader. I should be attending school. Instead, burdened with a student loan that dwarfed the number of white individuals around him, a debt that might haunt him for life. He found himself rejected by universities and left to languish in a community college. The leader scoffed, "Wake up, kid. Look at your skin. Look at where we reside. We were born to belong here. Do you wish to be a black-skinned white dog, standing alongside them? Like your father and your brothers, you can only stay here. I won't stand with them. I could abandon engineering and study law instead. My grades are excellent. I could be the gang's lawyer. Herman suddenly knelt. When I graduate, I will help my brothers win every case." Pleading with the leader, he implored, "Please, let me continue my education. I will do anything." It seemed he had swayed his leader. The leader agreed to sponsor his high school education and assigned him to manage the gang's finances. Overjoyed, he watched as the leader stepped out of the alley. Then, a bullet whizzed by, a gruesome sight of the leader's shattered skull, followed by the arrival of the agents of justice, perhaps the police, perhaps the Avengers, or even that red and blue figure. They eradicated evil, apprehended criminals, leaving Herman alone in the alley. No. Herman's anguished cries echoed as he returned to the morning, clutching a horrifying launcher, his finger pulling the trigger in a frenzy, the shockwave tearing through the night sky. Yet that agile figure always evaded him, moving with a speed that the shockwave could not match, strong enough to rip a telephone pole from the ground and send him flying. "You think fighting me will earn you fame, Herman?" Spider-Man approached nonchalantly, ensnaring him with webbing that bound him to his most prized weapon, rendering him unable to escape. Spider-Man loomed larger, his red and blue hues beginning to melt, blending and spreading, enveloping everything around him, his voice resonating in every corner, layering upon itself. Even if you fought me, you would remain a nameless nobody. No one would remember a faceless victim of Spider-Man. Herman began to dissolve, his hands merging with his weapon. Meanwhile, Spider-Man seemed to transform into a pure oil paint, shrouding Herman completely. Shut up. Herman swung his fist, the melted launcher releasing a shocking energy that shattered the vibrant colors. Sunlight pierced through the uncurtained window, awakening Herman. He stared at his trembling hands, slowly forming them into fists. Just wait, New York. He vowed to the morning light. I will make everyone remember my name. Chapter 1. The Coming Shock. Herman Schultz rolled over on his dilapidated mattress. This might be his last night sleeping on this bed, regardless of whether his plan succeeded. A grim fate awaited him, either a violent demise on the streets or decades behind iron bars. But what of it? As long as the entire world, no, as long as all of New York remembers the name Herman Schultz, that would suffice. As the morning light streamed through the grimy window, Herman had already purchased a $2 hamburger from the burger joint downstairs. The burger was cheap, but its taste was abysmal. The meager patty and hardened bread chewed like sawdust in his mouth. Yet he had no authority to complain about the flavor. The burgers here were crafted for the impoverished of Harlem, while more expensive options were beyond their reach. The rusty iron gate of the abandoned construction site creaked ominously as Herman stealthily pried open a corroded manhole cover, skillfully descending into Manhattan's intricate sewer system. In the darkness, the squeaking of rats intertwined with the sound of his heavy footsteps, creating a peculiar duet. He navigated the sewer until he arrived once more at Otto's underground warehouse. The air still carried the mingled scents of motor oil and mildew. As the door opened, 3 eerie green electronic eyes flickered to life in the darkness. The mechanical, synthesized voice echoed hauntingly within the sewer. You arrived earlier than scheduled. I have little patience to wait. Are the goods here? Herman impatiently brushed off the cobwebs clinging to his sleeve, greeted by a cacophony of mechanical laughter. 2 mechanical claws emerged from the shadows, tossing a bulging package onto the metal table, the sound of clattering parts ringing out. The big boss is quite interested in eliminating that spider as well. Otto's electronic eyes glimmered. It arrived last night, all of it intact. Herman rifled through the expensive titanium alloy components, casually remarking, these are all controlled substances. How could they arrive so quickly? Who is this big boss? Isn't this what you requested? Do you doubt it? Just curious, he replied. The mechanical claw, initially poised to retract, halted in midair before suddenly lunging toward Herman's face, nearly touching his nose. Want to know? Why not ask personally in Hell's Kitchen? Herman understood, a dry chuckle escaping his throat. Wilson Fisk, haha, the infamous kingpin. No wonder he ordered a massive supply of alien technology weapons from you. I only concern myself with business matters. What the client intends to do with my products is of no interest to me. I hear he's been quite busy lately, involved with some demon. Herman observed Otto in silence, choosing not to press further. After confirming that the goods were complete, he picked up the package, preparing to leave. However, as he turned to exit, Otto's mechanical claw intercepted him. I mentioned before, you could complete your designs in my laboratory. I admire young talents like you. No, thank you. Herman declined Otto's invitation. My equipment would be too overwhelming for the entire sewer system. Trust me, I've tried. The Midtown Bank building? That is indeed a masterpiece. Otto's electronic laughter persisted. Well, I look forward to the moment you showcase your talents. I hope it won't be long. You won't have to wait long. Herman took the package and departed. Logically, the New York police should have already begun their pursuit. However, he had slept soundly at home overnight without any news. As he left, he noticed the police had not come after him. Either his little brothers had kept silent, or the police simply dismissed him as a minor player. If it were the latter, they were gravely mistaken. Returning to the long-abandoned construction site, Herman retrieved his welding gun and other equipment from his time as a mechanic. Beginning his work, the welding gun emitted a blinding blue light. Herman transformed hockey protective gear into a weapon base, with multicolored insulated wires snaking like veins along the forearm. Several parts stripped from the old launcher were directly welded onto it. Pliers lay beside an array of severed wires, copper strands intertwined. He bit through the insulating tape, coiling the connected wires together. As the sunset elongated his shadow, Herman wiped the sweat from his brow with his dark cotton-gloved right hand, raising his left. He had completed the assembly of a new generation of terrifying launchers, along with a battery system he designed, the indicator light flashing green. Slowly, he clenched his fist, the light shifting from green to yellow, and with tense anticipation, Herman threw a punch with his left hand. The indicator light turned from yellow to red. A piercing shriek stirred a cloud of dust, revealing an impeccably clean mark within the long-abandoned corridor. At that moment, a loud bang resonated as Herman was violently thrust against the wall by an overwhelming force. Coughing, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Now, all that remains is to acquire a complete set of battle armor, and everything will be complete." This was precisely what Herman intended to do next. The entire package of titanium alloy, utilized by Iron Man for his armor, was his source of confidence. Herman gazed at his design blueprint, contemplating that it would take approximately a week to complete the terrifying launcher for his right arm and the entire suit of armor. Let us see how arrogant you can be for another week, Spider-Man. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to both Herman and Peter, the Avengers' investigation into Spider-Man's identity was ongoing. In the office of the president of Oscorp, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, was engaged in a rather unfriendly meeting with Norman Osborn, the president of Oscorp. Although Norman Osborn was only slightly older than Tony Stark, he appeared significantly more mature and composed, with his slicked-back brown hair and dark green suit starkly contrasting with Stark's casual t-shirt beneath his blazer. "Anthony, it has been a long time." "Indeed, Osborn." Tony Stark harbored a distinct dislike for Norman Osborn. His meticulously styled hair reflected the sunlight like the scales of a cold-blooded creature. He reminded Stark of Obadiah, a purely Edison-like businessman from Stark Industries. "When I first received your invitation for a meeting, I presumed Stark Industries was venturing into the biotechnology sector, but thankfully, I have no desire to compete with you. I have entrusted the company to Pepper, and unless there are pressing matters, my focus is elsewhere." Tony deftly shifted the discussion away from business, and Norman Osborn seemed equally uninterested in pursuing that topic, instead raising a champagne glass and offering it to Tony. "So, when's the wedding?" "What? The wedding, the formal establishment of a family. Having children was the happiest time of my life." Norman spoke with a sense of nostalgia, then gazed at Tony. "We are of similar age, Anthony. We are both over 40, yet you have no children. Pepper and I haven't even considered marriage yet." Tony was taken aback that, despite having no elders, he was being pressed about marriage. "We are just beginning. Many things are still undecided. Let's return to the matter at hand. Are you familiar with Spider-Man?" Norman Osborn had not anticipated that Tony's true purpose was related to Spider-Man, so he inquired with a smile, "I have heard a little." "What about him?" "I suspect Hank has discovered that the web structure he uses is consistent with the experimental results of one of your former employees, Richard Parker. I am here to inquire about him. I'm afraid I can't assist you." Norman had no intention of concealing information. "However, Richard has been gone from my company for 5 years, and his experimental results have been taken over by others. Even if you ask me about Spider-Man, I can only say that I do not know if he is related to Richard. The death of Richard Parker was a classified matter within SHIELD, or perhaps it was merely a detail that Ant-Man happened to remember. Thus Norman's demeanor was quite reasonable. "So, your research has yielded no results over the years?" "None whatsoever. We only produced some mutated spiders. The Oscorp Technology Expo 6 months ago accidentally resulted in the glass in that exhibit shattering, allowing the exhibits to escape, and they are now unaccounted for." It was as if a window had been opened in a dark room. Both men were momentarily stunned, after which Norman Osborn broke into a smile. "If you are looking for Spider-Man, I truly have no information to offer." "Understood." Tony shook Norman's hand and departed from the office. As he exited, he heard Jarvis's commentary through his earpiece. "Your recent actions were not in accordance with social etiquette, sir. When have I ever adhered to such nonsense?" Tony muttered as he walked. "Jarvis, access the satellite imagery and locate the Oscorp Technology Expo. Then upload all relevant data to the cloud." "Green Goblin." Norman Osborn commanded, and subsequently, Oscorp's artificial intelligence began to operate at its master's behest. Input keyword, Richard Parker. Both searches commenced almost simultaneously, yielding the same name. Keyword detected, Richard Parker. Search results obtained. Peter Benjamin Parker, reason for search, direct lineage, father-son relationship. Chapter 1. A Friendly Neighbor's Daily Check-In. What is the most wonderful aspect of being Spider-Man? It's hard to say. The morning sun bathed the skyline of New York as a red and blue figure raced along the glass facade of a skyscraper. If any office workers caught sight of a fleeting shadow below, they would look up to see Spider-Man, who had opted to forego his signature web swinging for a run along the vertical wall. "At least I don't have to squeeze into the subway. Definitely a top 3 experience." Peter leaped onto the railing by the Hudson River. Amidst the roaring rush of traffic, he dove like a diver into the air. Just as he was about to touch the water's surface, a web shot out, propelling him in a perfect arc beneath the Queensboro Bridge. Uncle Ben and George were preoccupied with work and usually did not drive them to school unless it was a special occasion, like the first day of school. Hot dogs. The very hot dogs that Spider-Man loves. The only hot dog officially designated by Spider-Man. The owner of the hot dog stand in Midtown Manhattan, sporting an impassive expression, promoted as hot dogs. Following the conclusion of the New York battle, he had initially sold hot dogs to disaster control personnel here, but as the rubble cleaning efforts concluded, he found a new opportunity. Spider-Man had permitted him to use his likeness, leading to the establishment of New York's only Spider-Man-themed hot dog stand. The most prominent feature of the hot dog stand was the special hot dog always prepared in a plastic bag, hanging from the top of the umbrella. Boss, is this really the hot dog that Spider-Man loves? Eugene Thompson, a freshman at Midtown High, squeezed through the crowd to reach the hot dog stand, eyeing the owner skeptically while reaching into his wallet. I'll have one. And by the way, can Spider-Man really grab the one you have on the umbrella? He is Spider-Man. Of course, he can. The owner, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, skillfully prepared the hot dog, but Thompson continued to chatter. But what if he takes it too early? What if it gets cold? If your hot dog goes cold and makes Spider-Man sick, how will he fight? Thanks, Paul. Interrupting Thompson's incessant chatter. Spider-Man swung by the hot dog stand, tossing down two $1 bills, while the hot dog on the umbrella vanished. Thompson stood gaping, until the owner held out the hot dog in front of him, snapping back to reality. Thompson fished out $5 and let out an ear-piercing shriek. Give me two more of Spider-Man's favorite hot dogs. Thank you. Good morning, Lori. How's Carl doing? Carl is doing well. Thank you for bringing him back. The middle-aged man on stage, preparing to release his pigeons, managed to utter just that before the figure streaking past the wall disappeared around the corner. The startled pigeons began cooing in chaos, and Lori had to repeatedly soothe the old companion. Calm down. He just used his web to package you up and send you home, not to roast you for dinner. Such morning rituals unfolded daily. As Spider-Man savors a hot dog, he exchanges high-fives with the newsstand owner, assists an elderly lady with her shopping bags, and even provides directions to a lost puppy. After all, what kind of friendly neighborhood Spider-Man would he be if he were unfamiliar with every block in the area? It isn't until a certain moment that his vibrant red and blue suit vanishes among the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan. At the subway station exit, Peter Parker, clad in casual attire, emerges. Of course, he did not arrive via subway. This was merely a convenient excuse for his unexpected presence near the school. A couple of blocks ahead lies Midtown High School, an esteemed public institution residing solely in the Marvel Universe. Early in the morning, the Midtown High television station has already commenced its broadcast, with two hosts delivering the news on screens scattered throughout the school corridors. Good morning, fellow students. This is Midtown High. I am your host, Betty. I am your host, Jesse. Casting a fleeting glance at the screens, Peter approaches his locker, opens it to stow away his backpack, and retrieves the necessary stationery for his morning classes. Just as he is about to close his locker door, a familiar, dreadfully annoying voice resonates. Parker, back again. Carl. Peter's spider sense fails to react. He cannot even muster the energy to feign surprise. He simply shuts his locker and steps back as Carl King strides forward, delivering a hefty punch to another student's locker in an attempt to project an aura of menace. Pointing at the damaged locker, Peter retorts, "You're aware that isn't mine, right?" Carl hesitates before menacingly proclaiming, "Listen here, Parker. I won't hold a grudge over what happened in middle school. I won't concern myself with your friends either, but if you meddle in my affairs again, you'll regret it." With that, he slams the locker once more before departing, leaving Peter utterly perplexed. Is this a new form of school bullying? The one being tormented threatens the tormentor in return? Completely baffled by Carl's behavior, Peter shakes his head. An elderly janitor, leaning on his broom, shares a similar sentiment. What a time we live in, with so many worthless students around. I've seen my fair share of bullies. Kid, don't be afraid of them. Summon your courage and stand up to them. Thank you, Stan. Grateful for the words of wisdom from the Marvel patriarch, who can only play the role of a janitor in a universe devoid of Marvel comics. Peter strides into his math classroom. He shares this class with Amadeus and Harry, while Gwen has been assigned to a different teacher. And then there's Carl King. One cannot expect a muscle-bound simpleton to share the same mathematical acumen as Peter Parker. Good morning, Peter. Harry settles alongside him, placing his laptop on the desk. While they await the commencement of class, Harry begins searching online for news regarding Spider-Man. What piqued your interest in Spider-Man? Nothing much. I overheard a conversation about him and wanted to learn more. By the way, are you planning to join the detective club? I intend to check it out. Sure, I'd like to go as well. I enjoy solving puzzles. It's quite relaxing. Amadeus arrives late, apologizing as he takes a seat behind them. He is of a rather diminutive stature, the quintessential bookish type easily preyed upon. And it's uncertain whether he can see the board from the back. After Amadeus settles in, Harry turns back to the earlier topic. Hey Amadeus, we're planning to submit our applications to join the detective club after school. Want to come? Of course, that sounds great. Amadeus nods, and after a brief silence, Peter inquires, are you alright? Is someone bullying you? No, not really. It's just that my height means I often go unnoticed and have been bumped into several times. Amadeus downplays the issue, and just then, the teacher enters, interrupting their conversation. High school education, regardless of the country, tends to be monotonous. This calculus class at Midtown High is significantly more challenging than those at other high schools, incorporating advanced algebra and foundational calculus, likely due to collaborations with Osborn Technologies and Stark Industries. In contrast, other schools may offer a considerably simpler math curriculum. Peter has even heard of some institutions where students organize to make math an elective, a notion utterly absurd. As Peter listens to the seemingly effortless calculus lesson, boredom quickly sets in, prompting him to start twirling his pen and doodling on paper, then switching to his left hand to do the same. You can write with both hands? Harry, as if he has uncovered a remarkable secret, whispers, can you write with both hands simultaneously? Peter's left hand scrawls out a yes. Can you write different things at the same time? This time, his right hand pens no. All right, guys, we need to find a suitable day to build some Legos together. Having endured the math class, Harry suddenly seems to recall something, his face lighting up with joy at the prospect of building Legos, nodding enthusiastically. Sure, just pick a time. I'll mention it to Aunt May. She'd be more than happy to arrange dinner for us. The group makes their way to the next classroom. And as they walk, the school news program broadcasts a new announcement. Based on this year's voting results, we have determined that the theme for this year's Spirit Week before the Back-to-School Festival will be superheroes. Every student wishing to participate must dress as either a superhero or a supervillain. Chapter 14. The detective segment. The application process for the detective club mirrors precisely what Senior Jessica described. In addition to providing basic information, applicants must solve a meticulously crafted riddle. The details of the riddle are astonishingly rich, rivaling those found in publishable detective novels. For instance, the riddle Peter encounters involves a victim whose stomach has been burned through, with the method being the substitution of the drug capsule's contents with metallic sodium. Setting aside the feasibility of such a method, the very concept is enough to drive an average high school student to distraction. One cannot arrive at the answer without employing the process of elimination. I've got it. Congratulations, Peter Parker. You are now officially a member of the detective club. Jessica beams, pulling out a cardboard box from beneath her desk. Here's your membership souvenir from 221B, Baker Street, a deerstalker hat. The box contains at least 20 hats. Dust motes dancing in the sunlight. Peter picks one up and glances at the tag. Made and trust me, even if you were to buy one at Baker Street, the tag would undoubtedly read the same. Peter indeed possesses a genuine deerstalker hat from 221B, Baker Street, brought back by Gwen from London, with a tag proclaiming it to be a locally produced item. Nevertheless, he refrains from disillusioning his senior. Amadeus soon follows suit, solving the riddle and receiving his own commemorative hat. Meanwhile, Harry remains deep in thought, only to suddenly slam his hand on the table after 10 minutes. I've got it. The culprit is Shill. Jessica raises a finger. You must write the answer on paper. No spoilers. Embarrassed, Harry submits his answer, and Jessica nods in satisfaction upon reviewing it. This year's newcomers are impressive. All three of you scored full marks. Typically, we only need to pass to join. Is our club so small? It feels like no one shows up. Not many, but there are over 20 members. The issue is that without activities, it's just the members on duty, usually just me. We do accept some requests, such as when a student loses something or suspects their boyfriend or girlfriend of cheating and needs proof. These requests don't count for credits. Only activities organized by the detective club earn credits. This prompts Amadeus to ask the inevitable question, so, what kind of activities does the detective club typically engage in? Jessica chuckled softly, retrieving a remote control from the table and lowering the curtain. The projector cast a pre-prepared PowerPoint presentation onto it, displaying a striking headline, Ultimate Challenge, Uncover Spider-Man's True Identity. Surprised, right? Misinterpreting Peter's astonished reaction, Jessica confidently elaborated, nearly all superheroes have revealed their identities, with Spider-Man being the notable exception. Thus, uncovering Spider-Man's true identity is surely the quintessential challenge for our detective agency. I recognize this task is formidable, but it is precisely what we must undertake. Peter began to question the wisdom of his decision to join the detective agency. His mouth agape, he sat in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Harry quickly responded, Doesn't that imply Spider-Man intends to keep his identity concealed? If so, he will undoubtedly take measures to protect his secret, and detectives are meant to seek the truth. Wait, wouldn't this infringe on privacy rights? Though he felt he had hidden himself well, Peter resolved to speak up. Jessica hesitated upon hearing his comment, then reached a conclusion. Indeed, that is the case. But we cannot simply ask Spider-Man to intervene and stop us. Peter's vision blurred momentarily as he leaned back, then sat upright, taking a deep breath in an attempt to rationally analyze the situation. Very well, even if we are to investigate, what clues do we possess? He swings around, leaving no trace behind. Yet, regarding this dilemma, Jessica merely smiled faintly. Indeed, it is generally challenging to obtain such clues. The only footage of Spider-Man available on social media is a brief clip from when he dealt with a few robbers, offering little to uncover. However, Jessica raised her voice, pressing a button on the remote. I have exclusive information, and it should be the earliest record of Spider-Man's activities currently known. At this, Peter Parker raised his hand. May I inquire about the source? I filmed it myself. I live in Manhattan, and at the time, I was caught in the crossfire of an alien invasion. And Spider-Man saved me. Jessica admitted, a hint of shyness causing her to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Personally, I wanted to find him to express my gratitude, and coincidentally, the school was very interested in this activity. Once I proposed it, the student council approved it. Spider-Man has already received your thanks. Upperclassmen, please refrain from infringing upon his privacy. Peter suppressed his urge to protest as he watched Jessica click on the video. The footage began from outside an apartment window in Midtown Manhattan. A massive rift in the sky opened, and the Chitauri army surged forth like a swarm of locusts. The camera shook violently, capturing Jessica's voice. What is that? Aliens. The screen displayed Iron Man darting toward the enemy, leaving trails of fiery explosions in his wake. Peter struggled to recall his own actions during the battle in New York, but his memory failed him, leaving him to sigh and shrug his shoulders. So, an entire alien army descends, shooting indiscriminately, and your contribution, upperclassmen, was to pull out your phone and start recording? Thankfully, it was merely 2001. Had it been 2000, Jessica might have gone live. Jessica offered an awkward smile. There is no Spider-Man here. Let us fast forward this segment. The video accelerated to a few minutes later, when a colossal Chitauri beast emerged from the portal, with Chitauri soldiers crashing into building after building, accurately diving into Jessica's window. It was unclear how the filming Jessica managed to dodge them, but the phone was sent flying, landing perfectly against the wall, still capturing the interior of the room. And what of Jessica? Oh, in the video, she lay unconscious on the floor, without the need for the aliens to fire a shot. A Chitauri soldier aimed his weapon at the downed Jessica, ready to fire, when suddenly, a red and blue blur zoomed into the frame, kicking the enemy out of sight, then leaping off-screen. Moments later, the Chitauri soldier was sent flying out of the window, plummeting from a great height. He was there, just as I lost consciousness from the explosion. Jessica's eyes sparkled as she immersed herself in the footage, utterly oblivious to Peter's slightly strained expression. The video showed Spider-Man noticing the unconscious Jessica, gently laying her on the ground, but then he appeared conflicted, quickly initiating standard CPR. Peter found himself unsure whether he remembered this or not. It was all too exhausting, yet he was the first to voice his opinion. Spider-Man possesses basic medical knowledge. The entire CPR process is executed with precision, but it appears somewhat awkward, as if he merely understands the theory. Harry, for reasons unknown, seemed quite knowledgeable about CPR, definitely not from a medical background. Oh wait, he is bandaging the upperclassman's head. Why isn't he using his webbing? That must be due to inconvenience. Look, he has a bracelet on his wrist, indicating Spider-Man relies on mechanical devices to shoot webs. Upon hearing Amadeus' explanation, Harry was incredulous. Wait, Spider-Man can't produce his own webbing? I thought his webs were generated from a vein. Peter sighed in exasperation. Humans do not possess web-producing organs, Harry. If he were to produce webs like a spider, they would need to be emitted from the abdomen. Perhaps due to the CPR, Jessica coughed twice in her unconscious state, prompting Spider-Man to wrap an arm around her and secure them together with webbing before leaping out of the window. Amadeus shook his head in disbelief. He held you like that and jumped from what, 33 stories high? He safely placed me in a secure location, avoiding the battlefield's perils, carrying someone from 33 stories. While accounting for acceleration, Spider-Man's strength surpasses that of Captain America. Amadeus sighed. It's absurd. All right, we did not gather here to marvel at the might of superheroes. Has anyone discovered any relevant clues? Shoes. Although Spider-Man wore a uniform, his footwear was a pair of red sneakers. I have an identical pair. Peter interjected. Noting this observation made by Gwen, but he had already donned a pair of shoe covers that day, rendering this clue obsolete. The group exchanged scattered bits of information, ultimately arriving at a conclusion similar to Jessica's initial assessment. No substantial results were obtained. As they concluded their first detective agency activity, Harry suddenly turned back. By the way, upperclassman, what is your full name? Jessica Miriam Drew. She waved with a smile, but just call me Jessica. Peter, who had been sipping water, nearly spat it out. Others may have been unaware of the name's significance, but he certainly was. The original Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew. Chapter 15, Hidden Dangers. I disagree. In the living quarters of the Avengers Tower, Steve Rogers firmly clasped his hands under his chin, resolutely rejecting Tony Stark's proposal. We cannot allow Spider-Man to join the Avengers. This proposal was initially one you approved, Captain. Tony rapped his knuckles on the table, asserting, you said he was well-trained, resolute. I merely stated he had received training. However, I was unaware that beneath that mask lay a minor child. Steve immediately countered Tony Stark. Tony, we are in the midst of war. We cannot involve children in warfare. Tony lowered his gaze to the table, but quickly raised his head to argue. Will war spare a child? Captain, you have experienced war. You know the nature of the conflict we face. We require an army rather than merely a squad. That child might prove useful. I am acutely aware that a soldier devoid of conviction on the battlefield is akin to a ticking time bomb, Tony. We are presently deliberating on a child, a mere adolescent who has only recently acquired his abilities. Does he truly comprehend the reasons for his struggle? He may be driven by a noble instinct to vanquish evil. But what of the foes the Avengers must confront? He is woefully unprepared. The new Avengers Initiative, proposed by Tony following the Battle of New York, aims to establish a formidable defense against the next potential interstellar invasion. After all, this time, the Chitauri army merely invaded through a portal. Should their fleet directly arrive in the outer reaches of our solar system next time, can the Avengers, with their mere 5 members, truly impede the onslaught of an overwhelming extraterrestrial force? It is evident that not only the Avengers, but also Nick Fury understands that their quintet cannot possibly thwart another large-scale alien incursion. After the Avengers severed ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. to become an independent entity, S.H.I.E.L.D., under the leadership of Hawkeye Clint Barton, assembled a superpowered team known as the Thunderbolts as a contingency plan for the Avengers. Both Tony and Steve are acutely aware of this. Yet, they tacitly avoid collaborating with Nick Fury, who harbors far too many secrets. However, the ongoing debate regarding the recruitment of Spider-Man into the Avengers has filled the conference room with tension. Bruce Banner, crunching on potato chips, serves as the nuclear deterrent for the Alliance, spending most of his time stationed in the lab. Unlike the individuals in the cinematic universe, who tend to focus on their personal affairs, the Avengers in this world function more as a cohesive combat unit, albeit with Thor frequently absent. At this moment, he observes the dispute while expressing gratitude to Wasp Janet for bringing in the fruit platter. What are Tony and the captain arguing about? Oh, they are debating whether a high school student should be allowed to join the Avengers. With his mouth dry from the chips, Banner spears a piece of apple with a toothpick. Honestly, I too find this proposal rather absurd. Upon hearing this, Wasp's face contorts with confusion. A high schooler? Really? You are considering recruiting a high school student and not even contemplating me? Janet Van Dyne, the Wasp and girlfriend of Ant-Man Hank Pym, is merely the manager of the Avengers, not an Avenger herself. Indeed, he is just a kid, young and utterly inexperienced. Tony plucks a segment of orange from the fruit platter and pops it into his mouth, but at least he aspires to be a good person and has taken action. Has he not? We can train him, guide him to become a competent hero. Captain, if you deem it inappropriate, we can certainly first inquire whether he would be willing to join. I do not believe that child would refuse. Tony displays a mischievous grin. Yet, this is precisely what the captain fears. The child would idolize us, emulate us, and then rush to the front lines to prove himself. The captain pushes the fruit platter aside, leaving white imprints on the table with his knuckles. He would collapse in either your or my arms, questioning whether he has fulfilled his duties, simply because we have placed expectations upon him that exceed his capacity, leading him to perish before our eyes. We can protect him, ensuring he acts in our shadow. Once again, the captain bluntly interrupts Tony. How can we protect that child in a war where we ourselves may sacrifice our lives? Janet absently twirls a cherry stem, while Banner massages his temples, feeling overwhelmed, before finally voicing his first suggestion. Since the aliens are unlikely to attack imminently, why not defer this discussion for a few years? Thank you, Bruce. Tony gestures toward Banner. Can you help us calculate when exactly the alien invaders will arrive? I need to arrange my schedule. Forget I said anything. Banner rubs his jaw, akin to someone suffering from a toothache, while asking Janet, "What is Hank up to?" "He is immersed in the lab, studying the vibranium samples you brought in, without a wink of sleep." Janet rolls her eyes, stating, "I have to deliver his meals." "Perhaps you are underestimating that child, Captain." Tony continues to persuade the captain, or rather, he seems to be substantiating his viewpoint. Yet Steve remains obstinately firm in his stance. "No matter how you view it, he is still a 15-year-old child, Tony. I obtained my doctorate at 16. How old were you when you received your first doctorate, Bruce?" 16, my first PhD in experimental physics." "Hey, guys, you won't believe what I discovered." Hank Pym, his hair disheveled and dark circles under his eyes, emerges from the lab, clutching the previously confiscated shockwave emitter. However, before he can finish his sentence, Tony interrupts. "When did you receive your first doctorate, Hank?" 17. "Why does that matter?" Tony beams with pride. "I am 1 year younger than you. You studied engineering while I pursued theoretical physics and quantum mechanics. Naturally, you could manage it at 16. Regardless, Tony wisely chooses to return to the main topic. Continuing to address the captain, 15 is not a trivial age. We are not debating age, but rather psychological resilience. Guys, Hank forcefully interjects, interrupting their discourse. "You must hear this. You won't believe what I discovered in the lab. We will listen to your scientific creation in a moment, Hank." "This is not a scientific creation, Tony." Hank's expression turns serious. "This pertains to our operations." A few minutes later, the disassembled shockwave emitter schematic appears on the projector. The Avengers gather around, gazing at the diagram, awaiting Hank Pym's explanation. "This device is rather primitive and crude. At first, I thought it could only function with Chitauri technology." As Hank speaks, he manipulates the projection, replacing all Chitauri components in the schematic with available Earth components. "But look at this, guys. The inventor of this device is an exceptional engineer. It can be entirely constructed using purely Earth technology. This is evidently not the crux of the matter." But having spent so long together, the others understand Hank Pym's character. They patiently await him to expound on how remarkable this device is and how much enjoyment he derived from his research before he finally gets to the point. The issue is that this system harbors a fatal flaw. As usage time increases, the efficiency of energy utilization will continuously rise. Yes, you heard correctly, increasingly so. This means that the device originally designed to regulate the firing intensity will gradually become ineffective, leading to an uncontrollable surge in output power. Everyone envisions the eventual outcome, an explosion. Is it not possible to improve? Tony leans back in his chair, resting his chin in his hand as he scrutinizes the design, attempting to devise a solution from the perspective of a fellow engineer and inventor. Yet even he must concede that this system is fundamentally flawed from its inception and cannot be salvaged. It is a fundamental logical issue. To design a system that is both simplified and efficient incurs this necessary cost. We must alert law enforcement to the deficiencies of this technology to prevent them from employing it as a crowd control weapon. What is the explosion radius? Poor Hank Pym is once again interrupted, yet he accurately informs Tony. If Chitauri components are used, the power is greater, capable of achieving a diameter of 2 to 3 kilometers. The explosion radius with Earth technology is smaller, but more precise, roughly 1 kilometer in diameter. Jarvis. What was that individual's name again? Hermann Schultz. The captain recalls clearly, but Hank has yet to realize there is a problem. However, Tony and the captain exchange a knowing glance, both realizing the situation is dire. How long has he been on the run, Captain? Nearly a week. Yet we have no idea how many such flawed weapons he could have constructed in that time. Tony exhales a long sigh. That is indeed the gravest concern. Chapter 16, A Shocking Opening 1. Hermann has never forgotten Spider-Man. He has long been convinced that to make a name for himself, he must defeat a true superhero. Compared to those well-equipped Avengers, the young man clad in a cheap bodysuit swinging between skyscrapers is undoubtedly the optimal choice. The waning light of the setting sun filters through the skeletal framework of the unfinished building, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a flash of silver darts across the scene as Hermann, clad in silver battle armor, leaps high, his mechanical arm poised to strike down hard against the concrete wall. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire wall shatters upon impact. His figure plummets alongside the crumbling debris, crashing through 3 layers of flooring before landing heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. It is finally complete. For Hermann, improving the terrifying weapon has never posed a challenge. The true endeavor consumed an entire week was the armor he now wears. The internal energy apparatus, the backup battery on his back, the arm-mounted terrifying launcher, and the titanium alloy armor afford him protection against automatic rifle fire. Moreover, The recoil of the vibrational wave can be entirely converted into kinetic energy, endowing him with superhuman strength and speed. Concrete crumbles beneath his fists as if it were mere crackers, and the weight of his metallic exterior does not hinder his sprinting speed over 100 meters. The only drawback is the cumbersome process of donning the suit. It is not a high-tech exoskeleton, but rather a collection of metal plates interconnected by a complex system of gears, requiring assembly akin to that of a medieval knight. As the last piece of armor is removed, Herman exhales deeply. The meager cash remaining in his pocket was initially intended for food, but the image of J. Jonah Jameson spitting venomous words against Spider-Man on the street's large screen alters his plans. The red and blue bodysuit he glimpses reminds him of the burn marks and hammer imprints still lingering on his own rough silver armor. Thus, he turns and enters a corner store, emerging minutes later with 2 cans of spray paint in hand. It is time for a dramatic entrance. Today, truly, just another ordinary high school life passes in the blink of an eye. For Peter Parker, nothing remarkable has transpired. No good fortune nor misfortune. The detective agency's investigations yield no progress. Evenings spent building Lego with Harry and Amadeus are filled with laughter when secretly joins the rock band, and the upcoming back-to-school season brings a comforting normalcy. The only minor annoyance is the silence surrounding his internship applications, coupled with the embarrassment of being unable to afford a cosplay outfit, indicating that he may need to head home early from this year's school dance. As for Spider-Man, the friendly neighborhood hero continues his work, devoid of supervillains, alien weaponry, and even petty criminals have become scarce. Were it not for the Avengers Tower still looming on the skyline, Peter might almost suspect he had traversed into a parallel universe where only Spider-Man exists. Oh no, this does not bode well. The shrill wail of police sirens and the blaring of ambulances pierce the air, signaling that something significant has occurred. Spider-Man swiftly springs into action, following the police cars as they race towards the commotion. What now? Gangsters? Bank robbers? High-tech criminals? He lands on a familiar outer wall, glancing at a recognizable sign, scratching his head in confusion. Or perhaps all of the above. Why would anyone rob a bank that had already been robbed? The billowing smoke indicates the Midtown Bank, which, due to structural damage, should have been condemned. However, thanks to Tony Stark's disaster relief device, the building remains stable. Consequently, the demolition project has devolved into a bureaucratic quagmire. Various companies inside wish to retrieve their remaining assets, using the absence of significant safety issues as an excuse to delay the building's detonation. Hence, this non-collapsing danger zone has become a temporary tourist attraction in New York. Peter is unsure if there is still money in a bank that has already been robbed, but seeing 2 overturned police cars outside and the officers on high alert, Spider-Man knows it is time for him to make his entrance. Hey, Sheriff, long time no see. Spider-Man lands on a utility pole next to Sheriff Stacy's police car, catching her attention. Upon seeing the superhero approach, George must concede that despite the citizens' complaints of incompetence, some criminals can only be dealt with by masked vigilantes. You've arrived just in time, Spider-Man. Who's inside? According to our estimates, it's Herman Schultz. Who is that? The leader of the bank robbery gang you arrested here last week. He escaped from NYPD custody. His henchmen say he invented that weapon himself and used it for the bank heist. Both of our police cars were overturned by a vibrational wave, so it can only be him. Peter finally realizes who Sheriff Stacy is referring to. Oh, Mr. Fear, I remember now. Don't worry, Sheriff Stacy, I'll bring him back. As Sheriff Stacy watches Spider-Man declare his intentions, he leaps into the bank's lobby while she coordinates traffic control and wishes him luck. Upon entering the bank, Spider-Man discovers that nothing has changed. The remnants of the battle from a week ago still linger, and more critically, his spider sense remains dormant, suggesting no immediate danger. Correspondingly, the dimly lit bank is devoid of any signs of intrusion. Hello? Herman? Mr. Fear? Are you in here? After calling out twice with no response, Spider-Man continues onward, eventually reaching the vault door, which stands ajar as if someone had opened it. Strangely, it does not appear to have been blasted open by a vibrational weapon. I once proclaimed myself the best locksmith in New York. No safe can withstand me. I thought it was merely boastful. But this vault door confirms it. I can pick it open without destroying it. From within the vault, a man's voice mutters to himself, resonating clearly in the empty building. Spider-Man stands outside the vault, calmly waiting for him to finish before shrugging and suggesting, "How about you come out and talk? Or I could come in. Provided you promise not to shoot me with your terrifying gun." Don't you think they're foolish, Spider-Man? Who do you mean? Yourself? Who would rob a bank they've already robbed once? But they didn't take a single cent. It's all still here. As if waiting for me to come and take it. A sharp pain suddenly pierces Peter's mind. reminiscent of the last time he encountered such a level of torment during the Chitauri mothership incident. Instinctively, he flips backward, narrowly avoiding the vault door that flies out towards him. The several-ton metal door crashes to the ground, and as Spider-Man lands, he can only manage a curse of astonishment. Hundreds of dollar bills erupt like a golden avalanche, and stepping out from this cascade is an opponent Peter has never seen before. Clad in thick, brown and yellow anti-shock armor, with segmented metal plates on his shoulders and chest, the surface of his armor is adorned with a honeycomb structure designed for shock absorption. His arms are equipped with arm-mounted terrifying launchers, and his brown helmet resembles a menacing owl. It seems I was waiting for you to return. In that moment, Herman Schultz, no? He should be called Mr. Fear, unleashes a left punch, sending forth a shockwave strong enough to propel the vault door towards Spider-Man, utilizing his spider sense. Spider-Man dodges and swings back into the bank lobby, where there is more space to engage in combat. I'm truly flattered, Herman. You upgraded your gear just to take me on? You even built yourself a suit? Spider-Man clings to the wall, watching Mr. Fear step forward. Look at your invention. You're a genius. You could use your talents for something meaningful, help countless people, even become a hero. What do you say? Mr. Fear hesitates for a moment, lowering his arms, and Peter senses his spider sense slightly diminish. You make a compelling point, Spider-Man. Thriller nodded slightly, raising his gaze towards Spider-Man. Except for one thing. You should have invited me when I was still a nobody. Sheriff George was waiting outside the bank, acutely aware that the situation inside was far from optimistic. A substantial hole had been blasted into the bank's outer wall, and Spider-Man was flung out of it. Don't go in there, Sheriff. Herman is dangerous. Evacuate the surrounding crowd. Spider-Man, propelled by the Thrill's launcher, adhered to the floor of the bank's hall and rebounded back into the fray. The upgraded launcher had reached an absurd range, and even with his spider sense, he couldn't completely evade the onslaught. He was left with no choice but to execute a classic superhero landing directly in front of Herman. All right, Herman, it seems I must impart some hard truths to you. Chapter 17, a stunning opening. Peter recognized that Thriller was the first supervillain he had encountered. He never believed that becoming Spider-Man would exempt him from facing such adversaries. He just didn't know if he was truly prepared. Now was the time to prove himself. Rising from the inner wall of Midtown Bank, Spider-Man began to sprint rapidly around the circular hall, forcing Thriller to pursue him with vibrational blasts. As expected, Herman unleashed a barrage of fire, shattering the intricately patterned ceiling panels, while Spider-Man darted behind a massive marble column. A vibrational wave from Thriller shattered the column. You know, Herman? I rather like that Roman-style column. Instead of running towards him, Spider-Man swung on a web and accelerated, delivering a kick to Herman's torso. Herman staggered back, but was met with a powerful punch from Spider-Man that landed squarely on his face. He shook his head, standing upright, while Spider-Man gazed at his own fist in disbelief. How could you? Gold titanium alloy, kid. Accumulating energy. Thriller struck Spider-Man's chin with a punch that sent him flying. In midair, Spider-Man shot out a web that latched onto the shattered marble column, hurtling it back towards Herman. Taking a deep breath, Thriller retracted his fist, launching a punch that obliterated the column. Yet, in that instant, a webbing obscured his vision, adhering to his face. I have a question. If your fists are that powerful and your armor is so sturdy. Spider-Man landed on Thriller's back, using his web to bind Herman's charged fist, yanking it towards his armored face. How about you smash your own face with your fist? At the moment of impact, Spider-Man leapt up, and the heavy vibrational wave struck Herman squarely in the face, causing him to stagger back and then burst into laughter as he observed Spider-Man on the ground. My armor is sufficient to dissipate most of the kinetic energy from impacts. Spider-Man, whether from my own vibrational waves or external forces. Fantastic. So does that mean I can hit you without holding back? Or perhaps you should consider how to survive. The energy indicator on Herman's arm armor turned red in an instant as his fist slammed into the ground, creating violent tremors that shattered all the protective glass in the bank and sent marble debris raining down. Then, from the smoke, a yellow figure sprang forth, lunging directly at Spider-Man. Despite his spider sense, Peter was unable to evade this time, being tackled to the ground, staring up at Herman, who raised his fist high. Say goodbye, Spider-Man. I usually prefer to say, eggplant. Peter simultaneously fired webs that ensnared Herman's visor, causing him to miss his punch. Then, leveraging his legs, Peter kicked Herman through the ceiling, executing a perfect recovery roll to stand upright, still wincing from the lingering pain in his head. Herman's explosive speed had caught him off guard, even with spider sense. Oh, this was bad. He sprang up, executing a spin to dodge as Herman brought down several layers of the ceiling, standing unharmed and resolute. Do you think I'm still that small-time thug? I am as powerful as you now, Spider-Man. No, I am stronger. Let me ask you something, Herman. As he retreated to catch his breath, Peter continued, I initially thought you were here to rob the bank out of desperation. Now it seems you simply want to beat me up. Why? I am indeed desperate for cash, but with this suit, earning money is a breeze. You don't need this suit to succeed. You're intelligent, talented, and creative. You could thrive anywhere. Herman smiled, genuinely for the first time, realizing that this little bug truly wanted to persuade him against the path of crime. He relaxed his fists and beckoned to Spider-Man. Your underlings aren't black, right? If you can afford high school, you can pay off your student loans eventually. I might never be able to pay mine back, and more importantly, I might not even have a school to attend. Herman didn't approach Peter. Instead, he distanced himself. Think about it, Stark, Osborn, Baxter. Would they hire someone without even a high school diploma, let alone a black person? This has nothing to do with race. You can help many people. You can prove how formidable you are right now. Look at your armor. The design is so cool. Indeed. Herman nodded again. Just as Peter was about to continue persuading him, Thriller clenched his fists. There's only one thing. Since Thriller is the name that will make me famous, why should I remain Herman Schultz? A direct punch was launched at Spider-Man, who dodged by spinning and pressed himself against another marble column, while Herman charged forward, smashing his fist into the column. Since no one wishes to recognize Herman, let them feel the thrill. As Spider-Man leaped off the marble, intending to land behind Herman, he was surprised to find Herman leaping as well, and his jump was even higher than Peter's. In an instant, a punch sent Peter crashing towards the already destroyed vault door. This won't do. I need to find something that Herman cannot break to counterattack. He spotted the vault door that Herman had sent flying and, seeing Herman rushing towards him, used his webs to bind Herman's armor, anchoring it to the ground momentarily. As he stood up, he shot out more webbing. Herman tugged at the webs, but found them remarkably sturdy, prompting him to activate his launcher to blast the web away. You think your little tricks can? This is no mere trick, Herman. The whistling voice compelled Herman to focus as the massive vault door, 3 meters tall, was yanked towards him by the webs. He intended to raise his fist to deflect the door, but time was not on his side. The vault door struck him, sending him flying, crashing onto the hall floor. Finally exhaling in relief, Spider-Man unleashed a series of webs, firmly securing both the vault door and the pinned Herman to the ground. Following the strategies from previous Spider-Man games, this approach should suffice to neutralize Thriller. Reflect on your actions, Herman. With your gifts, you need not resort to such deeds. Peter panted. You don't have to make a name for yourself this way. What should I do then? When I first fought you, you even thought that gun was mine. I just never expected it. I know. Herman remained utterly still, gazing at Spider-Man. You are a good person. Unlike those foolish officers who mocked my inventions while dismissing me as a fool. You're the kind of guy who would help a child retrieve their bicycle from the subway. Was that your doing? How pathetic, my friend. Want to hear something cool? Shock turned to the ceiling. The vault door is a splendid idea. My fists certainly cannot breach it. However, the floor is another matter. Thanks to modern urban construction, there are underground parking facilities beneath these structures. What? A violent tremor struck, reminiscent of a minor earthquake, as the entire bank lobby began to collapse. Spider-Man had to leap onto the already damaged ceiling, witnessing the first floor of the bank give way. Soon after, the massive vault door hurtled toward Spider-Man, who instinctively dodged, then realized the gravity of the situation. That door had blasted through the bank building. Inside, Spider-Man was still engaged in combat with Herman Schultz. While the streets surrounding Midtown Bank had already been cordoned off, George Stacy was listening to his subordinates' reports, anxious about the strange noises emanating from within the bank. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted as a significant portion of the wall was smashed by the flying vault door, followed closely by Spider-Man, who was relentlessly ensnaring the vault door with webbing. Stop! Stop! Clear the area. A group of officers swiftly evaded. Yet they could not prevent the vault door from slicing through a police car before crashing into the wall of the building across the street, with Spider-Man only managing to embed it into the second-floor wall. What kind of building is this, Sheriff? It's the office building of Roxxon Energy. I'll dispatch someone to assess the situation. Sheriff George, still shaken, stared at the vault door that had just burst forth. What is going on inside? I'm not entirely sure, but shock should be emerging soon. Shock? You mean Herman? Spider-Man, perched against the embedded vault door, narrowed his eyes, observing the yellow figure stepping out of the bank, taking a deep breath. Indeed. Chapter 18, a stunning opening. Emerging from Midtown Bank. Shock regarded the encircling police and the Spider-Man crouched on the door, offering no significant reaction. However, Sheriff Stacy instantly knew what to do. Open fire. The officers, armed only with handguns, unleashed a barrage of 9mm rounds at the supervillain, yet the bullets merely ricocheted off his titanium alloy armor without leaving a mark. He silently observed the police fire again and again before slamming his fists into the ground, toppling all surrounding officers and nearby police vehicles. Then, Shock took a deep breath. "Come on, Spider-Man. Round 2 is here. Leave him to me, Sheriff. You all need to evacuate the area." The only one who remained unscathed was, of course, Spider-Man, who swung back into the fray against Shock, reminding the fallen Sheriff Stacy to retreat quickly. "I'll handle him. I almost had him just now." "You were quite far from that, Bug." After delivering another punch that sent Spider-Man reeling, Shock noticed the webbing attached to his arm. Spider-Man yanked the web, causing Shock to stagger forward, then launched a kick that connected with his head, followed by another web pull that bound one of Shock's arms to his chest, and then a powerful punch to his face. "Don't worry, Herman. I can keep this up all day. You know what the captain often says?" Shock, with one hand stuck, swung his free fist to strike Spider-Man, but unbeknownst to him, his foot had also become ensnared in webbing, causing him to crash to the ground. Spider-Man promptly seated himself atop Shock, twisting his arm behind his back and securing it with webbing. Shock, of course, was unconcerned about harming himself. He fired heavily into his own chest, propelling both himself and the Spider-Man seated on him into the air. However, Spider-Man still had the strength to ensnare him once more, swiftly closing in and delivering 2 fierce punches before being hurled away again. Herman, still on the ground, barely had time to catch his breath before Spider-Man sent him a gift from the air, webbing shot from his hands, binding the overturned police cars to Shock, which then crashed heavily onto him, the 2 vehicles colliding violently. In response to the chaos, Shock unleashed a shockwave, igniting both cars in a fiery explosion. Flames roared around him as Shock staggered out, the flaws in his armor becoming apparent. Due to insufficient funding, the suit had significant cooling issues. The continuous battles and the recent explosion left him dizzy, and he could clearly feel the effects of dehydration. "Stop this, Herman. You know you're nearing your limits." Spider-Man stood before him, still attempting to persuade. "You are talented. You don't need to harm others to become significant. If only you had said that when we first met, little bug." Shock laughed bitterly. Those words would have been better suited for Herman Schultz, not for Shock. "I am addressing Herman." "You lie." The shockwave from his impact tore the ground apart, releasing Shock's incomprehensible rage. "You say these things because I can do this. You know my capabilities, the destruction I can cause. Before I became Shock, no one respected me. You truly cannot hear reason. Can you, Herman?" Observing Shock, who seemed to have rekindled his fury, Spider-Man couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the police had retreated to a safer distance, temporarily avoiding interference in their battle. Spider-Man chose the most straightforward approach to subdue Shock. He pulled down the embedded vault door and charged it directly toward Shock. "Watch out for the door." "What?" Shock glanced around, realizing he could not evade it, and unleashed all his firepower against the vault door. Spider-Man braced against the shockwave, pushing the vault door toward Herman. The 2 engaged in a test of strength, one side wielding mutated super strength, the other enhanced by technological augmentation, making it difficult to discern a clear victor. However, Herman gradually sensed his own limits. He could feel the sweat pouring from him. It wouldn't be long before dehydration rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the metal door, Spider-Man also appeared to be flagging, his strength inexplicably diminished. Good, he can't hold out much longer. With that thought, Shock roared in anger, pushing with all his might to topple the vault door, which crashed heavily onto a police car, sending its wheels flying and leaving Herman staring blankly at the car pinned beneath the door. Then, he felt a sudden loss of weight. Spider-Man had stealthily attached webbing to his back, launching him into the air before he crashed heavily to the ground. If Shock was too powerful to be ensnared by webbing, then he would be hurled about instead. "Apologies, Herman. I hope your armor can withstand this kind of impact." Shock slammed to the ground. Barely had time to feel anger or raise a fist to unleash a shockwave before being thrown again, crashing onto the opposite side of the ground. It wasn't until he had been tossed back and forth 3 or 4 times that he finally adapted to the rhythm, unleashing a shockwave from his body that propelled him away while freeing himself from the webbing, and then weakly rising to his feet. He no longer wished to persist. He had underestimated how resilient and loquacious that pest was, incessantly nagging him to embrace the path of righteousness, while simultaneously launching a full-on assault against his resolve. Fortunately, Herman Schultz was a man of intellect. He was acutely aware of the weaknesses of his adversaries. However, this was not an opportune moment. "Do you intend to continue, Herman?" "Cease your preaching, pest. I am weary and plan to withdraw." "What? Wait, you cannot." Before Spider-Man could finish his sentence, Shockwave unleashed a vibrational wave towards the ground, shattering it while leaping away into the distance. Meanwhile, Sheriff George Stacy, who had been vigilantly observing the surroundings, finally emerged, gasping at the chaotic battlefield before him. Injured officers lay sprawled, the bank was nearly obliterated, and the streets were ablaze and fragmented. Was this the cost of a superhero-esque battle? Was the price not too exorbitant? Herman had already fled the scene. I repeat, Herman had escaped. Is the SWAT team on their way? The SWAT team is incapable of halting this chaos. Can the National Guard be contacted? Hello? Hello? The electronic signal of the communicator abruptly cut off, and as George pondered in confusion, an incredible voice emanated from within. Sheriff Stacy, this is Steve Rogers. We are in pursuit of the dangerous fugitive Herman Schultz. The Avengers are now taking control of the scene. Unbeknownst to Spider-Man, who remained engrossed in the pursuit of Herman, the latter's massive hands wrought havoc wherever they reached, leaving Manhattan's streets cratered, while Spider-Man endeavored to mitigate the destruction. For heaven's sake, Herman, are you truly running away? I am certain that insufferable J. Jonah Jameson will berate me again. Could you not show a modicum of understanding and allow us to resolve this matter directly? You wish to resolve this issue? Shockwave halted beneath the elevated railway station, seemingly unwilling to continue his flight, gasping for breath. Numerous onlookers remained nearby, especially at the station above, with many passengers present. Then let us resolve this matter, Pest. You are a hero, are you not? Let us see how a hero would act. There was no need for the full-scale battle of before. Herman's target was no longer Spider-Man. He merely raised his hand and shattered the supporting pillar beneath the station. What are you doing? Go save people, hero. Excellent idea, Herman. Now I have no time to prevent your escape. Reluctantly, Spider-Man swung beneath the elevated structure, utilizing his webs to stabilize the damaged support columns while swinging back and forth between the adjacent buildings, securing the elevated section to the structures and urging the passengers at the station to flee. Yet, the supporting columns continued to collapse, one in particular teetering dangerously. Unable to reinforce it, Peter chose to kick the already compromised pillar, bracing the entire elevated bridge with his own strength, buying precious time for the passengers to escape. Shockwave did not flee. He merely awaited this moment, anticipating Spider-Man to stand there, sustaining the weight of the column, upholding the entire structure. He raised his hand, aiming at Spider-Man. He listened to the screams of the ordinary citizens, felt their helplessness. All he had to do was clench his fist, and Spider-Man would be sent flying, buried beneath the fallen structure. He could obliterate Spider-Man right now, and the cost would merely be a handful of lives. To hell with it. Herman Schultz lowered his fist, striking the ground instead, opting to leave. Chapter 19. Escape from life? Is there still anyone left behind? Peter Parker's voice trembled, each word seemingly forced from his lungs. His arms and back bore the unimaginable weight of the entire elevated bridge, 400 to 500 tons pressing down upon him. Even if not all the supporting pillars had collapsed, he felt as though the entire world was intent on crushing him. Peter had never tested the limits of his strength, but now, he sensed that he had reached his threshold. Even the landing of a single pigeon upon the bridge could send him tumbling down. Blood surged through his veins, and his eardrums felt as if they might burst. His vision blurred into a haze, the only clarity existing in the strobing flashes of blinding light and encroaching darkness. He could not even hear his own heartbeat, only a dying hum resonating within his skull. He was uncertain if anyone remained unaccounted for, as he felt nothing, save for the sole warning he could muster. Is there anyone left behind? It seemed as though someone had responded, yet he heard nothing. The metallic taste of rust in his throat was the only sensation he could grasp. No, there was something else, the rapid and intense vibrations coursing through his arms and back. Even in the absence of sight and sound, Peter could still sense something. The subway was approaching the station. A colossal sound seemed to echo beside him, and Spider-Man remained poised, appearing on the verge of collapse. The crowd encircled the elevated bridge, watching the struggling Spider-Man, when suddenly they seemed to notice something else and turned away. Peter Parker felt his vision replaced by a crimson haze, and the weight upon his hands and back vanished entirely. The sudden relief caused him to lose consciousness, collapsing into the abyss of red. It was not blood. It was a colossal, scarlet hand. I've caught the child. Tony, we need your 8 Malawian kwachas. Witnessing what appeared to be a giant Ant-Man emerging from a superhero film, one hand cradled the unconscious Spider-Man, while the other upheld the shattered bridge. The subway whizzed past, unharmed. The onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the Avengers' salvation of the city once more. Shortly thereafter, a blue streak sliced through the smoke, the heavy steel armor of the 8 Malawian kwachas crashing down. The armor took Spider-Man's place at the severed end of the supporting column, hydraulic jacks in its spine deploying with a resounding click. As Ant-Man gradually lowered his hand, the 8 Malawian Quatches firmly secured the bridge. After Ant-Man, along with the unconscious Spider-Man, shrank down, he carried the child on his back and rode away on a flying ant. Finally having the opportunity to communicate further. I'm taking this child back to Avengers Tower. What about Herman? Tony? Well, Captain and Wasp are pursuing him. I'm keeping an eye from above. Dehydrated, overheated, and with a failing cooling system, Shockwave's condition was dire as he fled. He stumbled through the air, oblivious to how a shield violated the laws of physics, ricocheting at an odd angle and smashing into his back, sending him crashing to the ground, sparking against the pavement. It's over, Herman Schultz. Captain America pulled up on his motorcycle before Herman. You do not comprehend how perilous your actions and weapons are. Now, surrender at once. Yes, surrender meekly before the Avengers. Wasp appeared suddenly, her bioelectric sting aimed at his neck, but alas, it barely produced a spark. I don't know. Originally, Herman had only intended to escape, but he found the situation laughable, his laughter raspy like sandpaper. He did not rise, merely clenched his fist. And a powerful shockwave began to radiate outward. The ground beneath him began to cave in, the air distorting visually due to changes in density as traffic lights, telephone poles, and fire hydrants warped grotesquely, causing Captain and Wasp to sway unsteadily. While Shockwave continued to unleash vibrations, he stood tall and finally roared. I know how powerful my inventions are. Herman bellowed, rising to his feet, powerful enough to necessitate the Avengers' intervention. As the captain seized the moment to pounce, the ground once again crumbled beneath him. He leaped into the air, embedding his shield into the concrete pavement to prevent his fall, while the villain, Shocker, adeptly employed vibrational waves to leap away in his escape. Where do you think you're going, Herman? You have nowhere to run. The seemingly inconspicuous Bumblebee managed to catch up with Shocker, tailing closely and unleashing a barrage of electric stings. Although the damage was minimal, Herman could not afford to have a pursuer at his heels. After another jump, he pivoted to face the elusive Bumblebee, which was difficult to spot. Suddenly, a golden-red figure hurtled towards him at supersonic speed. Iron Man collided with Shocker midair, sending him crashing back onto the street. With a stylish landing, Iron Man activated his armor's armor-piercing rounds. Surrender, Herman. I am uncertain where you acquired that titanium alloy, but I am quite sure your equipment cannot withstand my firepower. Despite being relentlessly attacked, Herman chuckled. He abruptly realized that aside from killing Spider-Man, there existed another, more fitting path to notoriety. Even if the Avengers attempted to apprehend him, they would inevitably face defeat. He raised his hands in a mock gesture of surrender, yet as Iron Man approached, a smile crept across his face. Farewell, Iron Man. At that moment, the armor-piercing round was discharged, but the ground beneath Shocker had already collapsed, allowing him to escape into the sewers. With a single powerful leap, he obliterated a stretch of pavement, burying the entire sewer entrance and evading any pursuit. The captain, arriving on his motorcycle, could only watch as Iron Man and Bumblebee exchanged glances at the crumbled street. As for Shocker, he had but one destination left. Clad in his battle suit and harnessing the last remnants of strength and momentum, he arrived at Otto's hideout. This time, the base required no key. The door swung open in anticipation. Before Shocker could even step inside, a mechanical claw seized him and pulled him in, while several tentacled robots scurried out to erase any trace of his arrival, subsequently sealing the door behind them. I witnessed your performance. A synthesized electronic voice emerged from the shadows. You could have killed Spider-Man. Why did you hold back? Herman removed his sweat-soaked helmet and accepted a bottle of water from the mechanical claw. I do not know. Perhaps it is simply because I have never killed anyone. Or perhaps it is because I believe Spider-Man could withstand that bridge, but if I were to kill, everything would be different. After resting against the wall for a while, Herman finally spoke. Otto remained silent for a long moment before illuminating the previously dark hideout. As the soft white light flickered on, Herman finally beheld the enigmatic Otto, a middle-aged man seemingly devoid of any mobility, confined within a cumbersome mechanical life support apparatus. It appeared even turning his neck was a challenge, as mechanical devices pierced his throat, merging his vocal cords with an electronic generator. He wore goggles that shielded his eyes from the bright environment, while 4 agile mechanical appendages served as his limbs. A bit of light, perhaps this will bring you some comfort, my friend. I truly did not expect you to be like this. Otto paid no heed to Herman's astonishment, instead turning to several antiquated computers to continue his calculations. If you have an old friend like Norman Osborn, consider yourself fortunate to end up like this. Herman instinctively sensed that Dr. Otto had much more to reveal, yet he refrained from probing further. After pouring the remaining water over his head, he made his request. Could you assist me in contacting that big boss? I believe he would not refuse the help of someone capable of unlocking any door. Otto adjusted his glasses with a mechanical claw. Is this what you aspire to? Gaining notoriety to secure employment? To find yourself a good job? The next step is to eliminate the Avengers: Iron Man, Captain America, Ant-Man, and Wasp. Herman prudently omitted Hulk and Thor from his list. I wish to demonstrate that my equipment, Herman Schultz's gear, far surpasses that of Tony Stark, Hank Pym, or anyone else. I am a true talent. Herman's fundamental desire was to achieve fame, indeed, to attain great renown. Thus the Avengers became his target. To fulfill this ambition, he required substantial funds to enhance his battle suit, particularly to improve its heat dissipation capabilities to avoid dehydration, as experienced earlier. Consequently, he needed money, an abundance of it. With no reserves left, robbing a bank would likely result in being apprehended by the Avengers before he could execute his plan. Thus, Herman contemplated Kingpin. If Kingpin was willing to sponsor the creation of his battle suit, then upon demonstrating his capabilities, Kingpin would certainly be inclined to employ him. Otto did not intend to refuse his new ally, recognizing the need for a formidable individual to investigate the Avengers and other superhero strengths, thereby adjusting his weapon manufacturing strategies. However, he had another concern. And what of Spider-Man? You cannot claim to have fully triumphed over him. Will it simply end here? He will come looking for me. Once I upgrade my battle suit, he will no longer be my opponent. Chapter 0. The Avengers. Peter Parker experienced a most peculiar dream. Rather than a mere dream, it felt more akin to an absurd fantasy. He envisioned the very spider that had bitten him, which, after being swatted away, did not perish but instead crawled toward the necks of others. One after another, Peter Parkers fell victim to its bite, their faces flickering in the darkness. Toby Bug. Amazing Bug, MCU Holland Bug, countless shadows of Spider-Man intertwined within his mind. It seemed that from himself, a vast web unfurled, with each grid containing a distinct Spider-Man. A distant and nebulous voice beckoned him. You must find. Find what? Another spider. The voice was gentle and feminine, unfamiliar yet strangely familiar. As if it were near at hand, yet separated by impenetrable fog. Peter yearned to inquire what this other spider meant. Was it another spider from this universe, or perhaps a Spider-Man from a parallel universe? Yet, he realized he lacked the strength even to lift his eyelids, merely struggling to escape the encroaching darkness. He emitted a meaningless groan, forcing himself to open his eyes. A young woman with short brown hair entered, carrying a plate of fruit. Upon seeing Peter awake, her smile was warm and kind, filled with concern. Are you all right? She asked softly. Do not worry, you need to rest now. I am Shocker. Memories surged forth like a tide, the shattered overpass, the rumble of the subway. His body on the verge of collapse. Where is Herman? Has the battle ended? Where am I? Peter sprang from the bed, instinctively flipping onto the ceiling, hanging upside down as he surveyed his surroundings. Only then did he notice he still wore his tattered Spider-Man suit, the torn mask neatly folded beside his pillow. Outside, the Manhattan skyline shimmered in the sunlight, and he could vaguely discern the Empire State Building in the distance, albeit slightly obscured. But from this vantage point, there was one building that remained out of sight. At last, Peter realized why the woman seemed so familiar. His voice involuntarily rose in pitch. You are Miss Janet Van Dyne. Where am I? Oh no, am I in Avengers Tower? Is this real? Janet or Wasp? Couldn't he help but chuckle at Peter's exaggerated reaction. Relax, kid. This is indeed Avengers Tower. Now, could you please come down from the ceiling? It's not very good for my neck. Oh, of course. My apologies. Peter finally recognized his lack of composure and hastily flipped down, only to find his legs weaken beneath him, nearly causing him to kneel. Every muscle in her body protested. Every inch of bone felt as if it had been ground to dust and then awkwardly reassembled. Janet picked up the transparent touchscreen by her bedside and glanced at the diagnostic report displayed upon it. Jarvis indicated that you have suffered severe tendon ruptures, extensive internal bleeding due to ruptured capillaries, significant alveolar damage, and numerous fractures. Under normal circumstances, you would be admitted to the ICU, with no concern for any superhero matters. However, your condition is surprisingly better than we had anticipated. That mutated spider has endowed Peter with a remarkable ability for self-healing, though not as exaggerated as Wolverine's. It is sufficient for him to recover from fractures after merely a couple of nights of rest. Therefore, he harbored no worries about his physical state, but rather about another pressing matter. What about Herman? That menacing figure? Have the Avengers captured him? Janet's expression momentarily stiffened. Perhaps it would be best if someone else informed you of this matter. She sighed softly, stating, I am merely a manager, responsible for overseeing the Avengers' social affairs, press conferences, and apologies, but not for battle updates. Peter seized his mask, forcing himself to stand. His instincts told him that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. The Avengers had not apprehended Herman. May I take a look? At that moment, within the conference room of the Avengers Tower, a holographic projection was looping footage of Spider-Man's battle with the menacing figure. Tony Stark had his feet propped up on the conference table, reclining in his chair. His tone is relaxed as if he were commenting on a sports match. Good news number 1. Herman Schultz is an insecure yet arrogant fool who would never share his creations with anyone, which is why there is only that unstable vibration armor in existence. He snapped his fingers and, quoting him directly, said, The menace is still outside. Good news number 2. Tony continued. He has improved his weapon systems, meaning the rate of equipment malfunction is slower than we had anticipated. We still have time to catch that yellow Mario. As usual, Tony Stark was unabashedly bestowing nicknames. Tony, rather inconsiderately, had dubbed the erratic figure who scurried through the sewers, but Steve Rogers did not find it amusing. His brow was furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding in the projection. The issue lay not in Herman's arrogance, but in his utter ignorance of how dangerous his weapons truly were. Once the core overloaded and exploded, it could obliterate everything within a kilometer radius. And this was New York, one of the most densely populated cities in the world. At that moment, the conference room door slid open. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where Janet was accompanying a staggering Peter. Tony immediately whistled, dramatically spreading his arms. Fantastic. Our sleeping beauty has finally awakened. How are you, kid? What is it like to play life and death with a supervillain for the first time? Not great, Mr. Stark. I feel as if I've never been this exhausted in my life. Considering you nearly held up an entire overpass, I think exhausted hardly does justice to your current state. Bruce Banner smiled gently, hardly resembling the Hulk. As for Ant-Man Hank Pym, he was inexplicably absent once more. Whereas Hank? I heard Miss Janet say he saved me. I wanted to thank him. Don't bother. That guy never leaves the lab. Just have Wasp relay the message. Tony waved his hand dismissively and pushed Peter down into a chair beside him. Listen, kid, you just accomplished a heroic feat, saving countless lives. Now how does it feel? Did I? Tony Stark was taken aback by the boy's question. Why do you ask that? Well, I completely lost consciousness. I don't know if I saved those people. So did I? The room fell abruptly silent. Yes, you did. Banner nodded. You held on for about 20 seconds. In reality, everyone had already evacuated and were shouting that they were safe, but you couldn't hear them at the time. Peter's shoulders finally relaxed. That is fantastic. No one was hurt. All right, kid, you did well. Tony interrupted his self-reproach, giving him a hearty pat on the back and adopting a light-hearted tone. You thwarted a supervillain, took some hits, and saved people. You completed the standard superhero routine. Now, your task is to go home, rest, do your homework, and not worry your family. The rest is up to us. What do you mean by leaving the rest to us? Peter sensed an ominous undertone. So, Herman is still out there? All right, Tony, let me speak to this kid. The captain sighed. Taking over the conversation, Hank has determined that Herman Schultz's equipment possesses an extremely unstable energy supply, posing a risk of explosion with every use. The likelihood of a catastrophic explosion increases. Therefore, the Avengers have decided to take full control of this case. We hope Spider-Man can refrain from participating in the upcoming operations. But Peter opened his mouth to object. I understand, Captain. But if I encounter Herman in the midst of something, can I intervene? Absolutely, kid. You can do that until the Avengers take over the fight. The captain did not entirely dismiss Spider-Man's involvement in the operation against the Menace. He merely delineated a boundary. But you must realize that the upcoming battle against the Menace will be exceedingly dangerous. Every encounter could trigger an explosion of his weapons. So be cautious of your safety. All right, I should be going. If I return too late, my aunt and uncle will worry. Let Banner or Janet escort you. After sending off Peter Parker, who clearly bore a sense of disappointment, Tony turned to the captain to pose the question that had been on his mind. So, Captain, what do you think of that kid? Steve Rogers stared at the ceiling for a while, letting out a deep sigh. He is a good kid. Ultimately, Steve spoke softly, possessing a pure sense of justice and empathy that is almost heartbreaking. Did you notice what he was focused on? His concern wasn't even about how many lives he saved, but rather how guilty he would feel if he hadn't saved those people. Isn't that a good thing? I've seen soldiers like that on the battlefield. They blame themselves for the sacrifices of their comrades, wondering if they had done better. If they had thrown themselves into the fray, would it have been someone else who died instead? Steve Rogers scrutinized the projection of Spider-Man continuing to battle, Such soldiers strive to become the first sacrifices on the battlefield. They tread a path of self-destruction. Chapter 1. The reason for rising early. Extensive tendon ruptures, fractures, alveolar damage, and capillary necrosis would be sufficient to confine an ordinary person to the intensive care unit. However, for Spider-Man, a few nights of deep sleep would suffice to resolve these injuries. Peter Parker would not rest because of such minor injuries. Spider-Man would continue to protect the city the following day. Yet, Peter did not patrol the following morning, not due to any emotional turmoil from failing to catch the menace, but because he had been caught off guard by Gwen Stacy. "Good morning, clever boy," as the blonde girl appeared at his doorstep with her backpack. Peter instinctively scratched the back of his head, his tousled black hair swaying like threads. Good morning, Gwen. Up so early? I've been leaving the house by the time you wake up, so I wanted to see how early I need to get up to catch you," Gwen added. "Of course, mainly because my dad was busy last night, telling me not to wait for him and to sleep first. Is the work at the precinct that hectic? I heard there was a guy jumping around Manhattan last night. I don't know. He seems to be unwilling to tell me anything." Caught by Gwen, Peter could not don his suit to patrol, so he had to accompany her on the subway to Midtown Manhattan. The two chatted casually while buying tickets and boarding the train. "How is the rock band situation? Any leads?" "Indeed, we have found a few classmates, MJ, Liz, and Betty." "Oh, I apologize. Aside from MJ, you may not be acquainted with them." Gwen chuckled as she added, "I seem to have made more friends than you." Just as I mentioned before, Peter chuckled awkwardly. He never considered himself shy, yet the social norms among American students favored muscle-bound jocks over intellectuals like laboratory researchers, who often received no invitations to prom. Since none of them cherished academic pursuits, it was no surprise that Peter Parker struggled to forge friendships. "What do you intend to do about training? I doubt Uncle Ben will permit you to bring home a drumstick, let alone a drum set." "I suppose you're right." With the topic turned, Gwen sighed, but then quickly dismissed it with a remark to discuss it later. She then inquired, "You don't just ride the subway this early to school and then daydream until class, do you?" Peter contemplated concocting an excuse to justify his early rising, but an idea suddenly struck him. "Have you ever considered getting off one stop early or one stop later?" Gwen's expression, as anticipated, reflected confusion. "What? Just, get off one stop early or late, then walk to school. It's still early, so we can do that." Gwen's face resembled that of someone witnessing an extraterrestrial. "Is that the reason you wake up so early every morning?" "No, actually it's the other way around. I wake up too early with nothing to do, so I kill time this way." After a sigh, Peter offered a resigned smile. "Want to join me? I have nothing else going on, so lead the way." This would become Peter's most regrettable decision of the day, not because of any issue with the route, but because as soon as they exited the subway station, the massive screen on the mall's exterior emitted a familiar roar. Just yesterday, our beautiful city suffered a terrifying onslaught from two madmen. Spider-Man and a lunatic clad in high-tech armor are locked in relentless combat. According to the latest information from the police, this self-proclaimed Scorpion is none other than a criminal apprehended by Spider-Man during his so-called crusade against crime. Jonah Jameson's face was flushed with rage, nearly bursting through the screen. "Take a good look, citizens of New York. What have these masked vigilantes brought us? More masked criminals. I can assure you that this so-called Scorpion is a terrifying entity birthed by Spider-Man himself. I assert that he has become a supervillain solely to exact revenge on a law-defying character like Spider-Man. Just imagine, if the police or the Avengers had captured this Herman, would he have turned to crime?" Then Jameson abruptly stood up, thrusting his face into the camera, shouting with spittle flying, "No," because he knows he deserves his fate. He knows he was apprehended by someone qualified, not a lunatic in spandex flitting about and meddling in affairs. He would not believe himself unfortunate or undeserving of capture. "If only you had said something like that during our first encounter, little bug. If only your words had been directed at Hermann Schultz rather than Scorpion." Peter recalled Schultz's words from yesterday, feeling a wave of discomfort as he rubbed his temples. It seemed to carry another meaning. If Spider-Man had said to Herman during that initial bank heist, "Brother, your weapon is incredibly cool," perhaps Scorpion would never have come into existence. Perhaps simply by not uttering those words, a supervillain was born. For the first time, he found some merit in Jameson's tirade. Gwen was taken aback by Peter's statement. "Seriously? Whenever Jameson discusses Spider-Man, even my dad, he can't help but exclaim that it's all nonsense." "Ha ha." Peter finally burst into laughter, shaking his head. "Did he really say that? He never swears in front of me, but I can see it in his expression. He feels that way. So, where are we headed?" Peter casually pointed to a nearby apartment building. "There, to the rooftop." A few minutes later, they reached the edge of the rooftop, and Gwen peered over the side. The view is quite lovely, provided one doesn't fall. Do you remember Andrew's incident? We were in middle school. I never knew him. After a moment's reflection, Gwen excavated the name from her memory. In our second year, a first-year student jumped off and committed suicide. Was that him? Yes. From right here. Gwen stepped back onto solid ground, while Peter remained seated at the edge, taking in the New York City skyline, which he often admired for a minute or two. So you knew him? Not really. I just saw him a couple of days before the incident. He appeared despondent, as if he had endured something terrible. Sometimes I pass by here and wonder if I could have talked to him. Would it have changed anything? Gwen hesitated, uncertain how to respond. After a moment of gathering her thoughts, she ventured, but if you had tried to talk to him and he still chose to end his life, would you blame yourself for not saying the right things? St. Peter? But, don't say that to me. Gwen sat beside Peter, cutting him off. Wait. Give me a moment to think. Okay, I figured out what to say. You are absolutely unfit for working on a suicide hotline, Peter. If you approach it with your saintly ideals, you might end up contemplating jumping off yourself for not saving everyone. Gwen provided an example that, while seemingly impolite, was nevertheless apt. These matters, they are not your responsibility. You need not feel accountable for others, especially for those unrelated to you. Kindness is commendable, smart boy. But excessive kindness can become a curse. And curses are never a good thing. After Gwen concluded, she sat alongside Peter, both remaining silent for a while. Gwen sensed that Peter might believe she did not understand him, that she could not empathize. Such matters likely were beyond empathy. She felt compelled to ask again. So sometimes when you think about these things, you come here to sit? Does it make you feel any better? At least I've never jumped off from here. Well, actually, a couple of times, but I just swung back up, he admitted, having sought the fleeting sensation of free fall, yet feeling less fear each time. Perhaps you should seek a priest for a proper confession? I don't believe in religion. I believe in science. Then you can talk to me, or Uncle Ben, or Aunt May. Don't keep everything bottled up inside, clever boy. To this, Peter Parker merely responded with a serene smile. I will. Gwen was uncertain whether Peter absorbed her words, but she knew there was one person whose words he would heed. After school today, she would have to have a serious talk with Uncle Ben. Chapter, The Spider. The Daily Bugle's HR is certainly up bright and early. As they approached the school gate, with morning light slicing across the asphalt, Peter Parker opened his phone to check on the internship application he had submitted, along with an unexpectedly disheartening rejection. They said the position is no longer available. Perhaps I applied too late. They've already filled it. Even if you had applied for that position, you wouldn't receive your paycheck this month, would you? I intended to request an advance on my first month's salary. Gwen could not help but shoot Peter a disdainful glance, her golden hair arcing gracefully in the sunlight. Prepaying your salary to purchase a superhero cosplay outfit? Fortunately, your resume did not pass, or else when the interviewer inquires, how does your passion for journalism manifest? You would have to respond, I can buy Spider-Man merchandise at a discount. Why Spider-Man, you ask? Everyone knows J. Jonah Jameson has a penchant for berating Spider-Man on television. Peter, indifferent to the feud between Jameson and Spider-Man, sighed resignedly. I guess I won't be able to participate in the theme day activities this year. You can still take part in the back-to-school day events. I suspect you won't have much of a dance partner anyway. Hey, Gwen. A fiery red-haired girl collided with Gwen's back, cheerfully greeting her. It was at this moment that Mary Jane finally spotted Peter. Hi, Peter. It feels like the first time I've seen you and Gwen together at school. I usually get up pretty early, so how's the part-time job at the Daily Bugle? Any news? Quite good, Mary Jane replied, releasing her hold on Gwen. They granted me an interview opportunity. Perhaps I could truly become an intern at the Bugle. I believe you can ace the interview. Best of luck, Mary Jane. After Peter smiled and said his farewells, Gwen gently elbowed Mary Jane, leaving her perplexed. It was only after Gwen whispered something in her ear that Mary Jane comprehended the situation. I'm not doing it on purpose. Shouldn't I apologize? No need, after all. It was his question. Just a reminder to be cautious. Peter paid little attention to these matters as he made his way toward his locker, while the large screen nearby continued to broadcast the school's self-produced news program. Recently, the political situation in Wakanda has become turbulent. Following the death of former King T'Chaka, armed factions within Wakanda, known as the White Apes, have launched multiple attacks, plunging the nation into chaos. The newly crowned King T'Challa has stated that the White Apes' assaults have been influenced and supported by external forces, leading to the large-scale illicit extraction of vibranium within Wakanda. As Peter listened to the international news, he placed his backpack into the locker. He possessed only 2 suits. One was severely damaged from a previous battle with the Shocker and the collapse of a bridge, and the other was the one he had brought with him. Just as he closed the locker door, he heard Harry's playful voice. Hermione, I'm not a doctor, Harry. Peter turned to see Harry holding a robot toy that resembled a pepper shaker with a whisk and a toilet plunger. What do you think? For theme day, I could dress up as a Dalek and shout exterminate all over the school. Is the Doctor a superhero? What could be more superheroic than the Doctor? He saves the universe again and again and again without any superpowers, solely relying on his scientific intellect. Watching his friend embody the Doctor, Peter inquired, then why not dress up as the Doctor yourself? I think you or Amadeus would suit that role better. You are both smarter than I am. You could also dress up as a wizard. If I dressed as a wizard, it would just result in two men in suits instead of the Doctor and his extraterrestrial enemies, Harry said, producing an old sonic screwdriver toy from the classic Doctor Who series. No cosplay expenses necessary. You just need to find an old suit from your family that you don't have to wear anymore. You could easily put together an appropriate outfit. What do you say, Dr. Peter? Seeing how his friend deftly resolved the issue of his costume preventing him from attending the theme day, Peter couldn't help but smile bashfully. Thanks, Harry. Don't mention it. I'm looking forward to seeing you interact with the sonic screwdriver and the Dalek. Hey, Amadeus, are you planning to join the theme day? You and Peter could dress as different versions of the Doctor. I have my own plan. Amadeus became excited at the thought of superhero costumes. I'm going to wear an oversized lab coat, put on some glasses, change my hairstyle, and then I'm all set. Harry felt a profound sense of confusion. What is that? Rick's grandfather? Bruce Banner. Dude, the Hulk. Both Peter and Harry were witnessing Amadeus's enthusiasm for the first time. Peter knew that in the 616 comic universe, Amadeus had indeed been the Hulk for a while, but he was surprised that someone of his age was already so enamored with the character. So what about the Doctor? You guys can handle that. That show is too obscure. People might think you're just nerdy bookworms. After Amadeus cheerfully departed, Harry stared at his retreating figure for a moment before commenting. Does he realize he's the biggest nerd among the three of us? Yeah, just like Bruce Banner before he transforms. Regaining their composure, Peter and Harry headed to class together. However, it seemed that a series of unfortunate events were converging, as they soon heard that familiar, annoying laughter, accompanied by the screams of girls. Peter glanced over to see a frightened girl crouched down, crying, while the culprit was none other than the familiar Carly Keene. He laughed heartily as he tucked away his frightening prop. Turning around, he spotted Peter and furrowed his brow. This has nothing to do with you, Parker. Get lost. Have you truly stooped to bullying girls now? I thought you were waiting to compete with the school's jocks at the homecoming football game. Carly, upon hearing this, grinned and approached Peter with a hint of provocation. What about you, scrawny Parker? Are you brave enough to join the homecoming football game and take me on? It was evident that while Carly had been beaten by Peter once, he did not hold Peter at fault. Rather, he simply believed he could outmatch him in a fight. Confident in his football prowess. No thanks, I don't even understand the rules. Goodbye, Carly. Don't let me catch you bullying classmates again. As Peter said goodbye, he remained still, clearly indicating that he wanted Carly to be the one to leave. Carly could not resist scoffing before departing, throwing back a parting insult. Remember this, Parker. You coward who won't face me on the field. Harry looked at Peter in surprise, noting his calm demeanor. I thought you would have been unable to resist accepting his challenge. I would like to, but I genuinely don't understand football. I don't even know the rules. How could I play? Forget football. I don't know the rules for soccer, basketball, badminton, or even table tennis. I'm going to check on that girl. With that, Peter left Harry, who was left bewildered. Why wouldn't he know the rules of table tennis? Is it expected that everyone should know how to play? While Harry pondered the relevance of table tennis, Peter had already taken the time to comfort the girl and was walking away. Harry finally reacted. Well, that was heroic, saving the damsel in distress. Though she might not even be interested in you. I'm not thinking about that. I just thought I should show concern, just in case. Just in case for what? Peter himself did not know. Meanwhile, after Carly had left, he pulled out the object he had used to scare the girl from his pocket. It was a spider, more accurately, a spider specimen. 6 months prior, just before the end of middle school, at the Osborn Technology Fair, Carly had discovered the radioactive spider when it had escaped from its display case and had placed it on Peter Parker's neck. He had witnessed Peter's frantic reaction when he was bitten by the spider. Carly had even contemplated taking the spider home to keep as a pet, ready to unleash it on anyone he deemed unworthy. After Peter Parker inadvertently dispatched the spider, it met an untimely demise beneath someone's foot, ultimately reduced to a specimen intended to instill fear. Had Carl comprehended the true nature of that spider, he would have been far less cavalier in discarding it upon others. Likewise, had Peter possessed a deeper insight into Spider-Man's adversaries in his previous life, diverting his gaze from the likely classic villains to the obscure ones, he would have recognized the considerable trouble that Carl could bring forth. Chapter: Welcome to the New Era. Hermann Schultz sat within the confines of a truck's cargo area, the metallic chill of the compartment seeping through his armor and chilling him to the bone. In times past, He would have deemed anyone attempting to rob a bank in a truck utterly deranged. Did they think they were filming a scene from Batman? Imitating the Joker with a large vehicle to commit a heist? Yet, reality proved more absurd than any script. The enigmatic figure in the purple jacket, a henchman of Kingpin, succinctly informed him that this equipment was ill-suited for commandeering a standard vehicle for a bank robbery. And Herman certainly could not afford to spend another hour donning his armor at the bank's entrance. The only solution was to procure a truck and sit in the cargo area on the way to the bank. Curiously, the damned henchman arranged for an ice cream truck to accommodate him. The vehicle blared the jingle of ice cream advertisements. Could they not silence this infernal music? A frustrated fist slammed against the interior of the truck, and the driver's voice crackled through the intercom. "Sorry, buddy. We can't figure out how to turn it off. It starts blaring the moment the engine fires up FXX gay." In truth, the henchman was not mocking Herman's armor's heat dissipation issues. Unlike Herman, who was an uneducated faux illiterate, this man was genuinely illiterate and had no comprehension of the convoluted technological equipment. The decision to use an ice cream truck stemmed solely from the fact that it was the only vehicle available. Their target was the New York United Bank, housing a substantial cache of materials for Horizon Labs, and the boss, Kingpin, had a keen interest in a particular item within the vault. He required the finest locksmith, and none were more suited for the task than Shockwave. The ice cream truck, resonating with its child-attracting melody, arrived at the bank's entrance. The driver and his accomplice disembarked, and as the surveillance cameras captured the two masked men kicking in the glass doors, the thunderous blast of a shotgun shattered the chandeliers above. Herman leaped from the truck, and as his armored boots struck the ground, the concrete floor cracked spiderweb-like beneath him. Oblivious to this detail, he strode into the bank, where his two cohorts had already subdued the majority of the bank's staff. The Avengers would arrive in no more than 3 minutes, and at that point, retreat would be impossible. The driver cautioned Herman, "Can you handle this? 3 minutes, one lock. That would be more than sufficient, provided they had not misidentified the vault." The sight of this imposing figure clad in high-tech armor approaching sent the bank manager, who had discreetly activated the alarm, into a state of trepidation. As he observed the chaos unfolding in the city, "Where's the vault for Horizon Labs?" He did not anticipate Shockwave's inquiry nor the subsequent destruction of the bulletproof glass counter when he received no answer, followed by a nonchalant reiteration of his question. "Where's the vault for Horizon Labs?" The bank manager, nearly crawling, guided Shockwave to the vault's location, with one hand resting upon the vault. And under the watchful gaze of the bank manager, the vault door began to contort and warp before being wrenched off its hinges. Shockwave discarded the door to the ground, revealing their objective. Was that a glass fish tank? Why would Horizon Labs' experimental product take such a form? Perplexed, Herman grasped the fish tank-like object. Noting it lacked the characteristics of glass, it appeared to be crafted from some organic material, exhibiting considerable resilience, likely a sample of a new material. He exited with the fish tank in hand, calling out to Kingpin's vigilant henchman, "We've got the goods. Let us move." "All right, hand it over." Kingpin's henchman replied, momentarily taken aback. "Where did you procure a fish tank?" asked the nerds at Horizon Labs. Herman retorted, rolling his eyes beneath his armored mask as he thrust the fish tank into the henchman's hands. "Take this back, while I divert the attention of any incoming Avengers. Split up and move." The heist unfolded with remarkable ease, to the extent that Herman himself was astonished. After unleashing a vibrational wave, he swiftly leapt into action, employing this convenient yet pavement-damaging method to escape the bank. This notorious criminal left a trail of destruction in his wake, providing those damned superheroes with clues, allowing his fellow henchmen to return the spoils to Hell's Kitchen. In this instance, New York City's crime rate surged by 400, predominantly due to bank heists, several of which featured Shockwave's involvement. Yet, prior to his definitive appearance, no one could ascertain his presence in any given robbery, leaving the Avengers unable to apprehend him. Let us summarize. We now possess a RAM, distinct from the original not merely by fortune, but by one significant factor. Thus far, no lock has proven capable of withstanding the force of his fists. Tony sat at the conference table, gazing at the crime map of New York, where red markers spread like a rash, expressing a palpable sense of annoyance and fatigue, while Captain America sighed heavily. Hank focused more intently on the technological aspects. Noting Shockwave's discerning taste, the targets of his robberies were primarily technological prototypes and data, most of which were not weaponry. Simultaneously, the number of bank heists in New York had soared. It was evident that Shockwave was providing cover, as only those banks he targeted were the true objectives. Most of the stolen items were experimental products from various laboratories, with a significant portion lacking patent applications. Someone had hired Shockwave, aiming to acquire these technological products. Based on our understanding of Hermann Schultz, he was exceedingly confident in his own skills and would not casually employ the techniques of others. He also lacked the capacity to mobilize such a vast number of personnel simultaneously. As the captain spoke, he unfurled a list displaying the various underground gangs of New York, typically outside the Avengers' jurisdiction, but they needed to identify who had contracted Shockwave. Do we have any specific suspects among Hammerhead, Tombstone, or the Serpent Society? As the captain spoke, he noted Kingpin's visage sliding into view on the holographic projection. I am honored to have you join us, Mr. Schultz. Before Hermann lay a sumptuous feast of exquisite wines and dishes the likes of which he had never encountered, as Kingpin, a formidable presence akin to a wall, indulged heartily. Hermann, unadorned in his armor, felt dwarfed in comparison. Mr. Fisk, it is my privilege to serve you. Hermann began his self-introduction. I was born in Harlem, and for us. You are thank you. Kingpin interjected with a smile, raising his knife and fork, interrupting Hermann. I am pleased you acknowledge my past achievements. He waved a hand dismissively, making an inappropriately presumptive gesture, but now is a new era. Everyone knows the old methods are no longer viable. Thus, I require your assistance in unlocking those locks and discerning their vision for the future. Upon concluding his statement, Kingpin clapped his hands. The shadowy figure in the purple jacket, one of Kingpin's confidants known as the henchman, placed the fish tank that Hermann had brought on the corner of the table, and shortly thereafter, a frail man was ushered in. In this era, anything can create miracles. Would you care to explain, Mr. Baker? Oh, certainly, Mr. Whisk. The timid and frail white man gestured helplessly, attempting to articulate his thoughts with a complete lack of coherence. Everything we perceive is essentially light. The reflection of light creates everything. So, light is just an image, and if we could manipulate light, take it easy, Mr. Baker. Kim interjected with a smile while slicing salmon, gesturing for Herman to join them. I don't quite grasp the intricacies of science. So could you plainly explain what this device you're talking about actually does? Well, Mr. Baker seemed momentarily dazed but managed to stammer. It's merely a projector. But its target isn't any tangible object. Rather, it's light particles, capable of directly altering the state of light particles. This means that if this technology is perfected, we could create three-dimensional projections that appear to exist in reality, yet do not. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Please take him down for a rest. Kim waved his hand dismissively, instructing someone to escort Baker away. Just think about this projector. If our team could realize it, we could make people see what we want them to see. Like a rampaging Spider-Man or a group of Avengers slaughtering innocents abroad. People might doubt the rumors that circulate, but they will believe what they see with their own eyes. Welcome to the new era, Mr. Herman. Chapter 4, The Past. As Peter pushed open the door to his home, fatigue washed over him like a relentless tide. The spate of bank heists had left him utterly drained, and on another front, his application for a part-time position at the Daily Bugle had seemingly vanished into oblivion, not because someone else had beaten him to it, but rather due to outright rejection. The announcement-seeking intern website maintainers still lingered on the school's internship board. However, what weighed heavier on his heart was the atmosphere at home. Where have you been lately? Aunt May's voice called from the kitchen, laced with undeniable concern. Don't worry, May. I'll talk to him, Uncle Ben assured her, his tone gentle yet resolute. He's a good kid. He won't cause trouble. Peter stood at the threshold, letting out a silent sigh as he entered. Aunt May seemed poised to say something, but Uncle Ben swiftly approached, gently patting his shoulder and guiding him outside. I'll have a word with Peter, May. It'll be fine. Come on, kid. The garage was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of motor oil and aged leather. Uncle Ben rummaged for a moment before extracting a pair of boxing gloves from the clutter. One was tossed onto the hood of the car, while he deftly donned the other. Gwen has shared a few things about you, Peter, Uncle Ben remarked, adjusting the straps of the gloves, his tone calm. But I suspect that's not the whole story. There's something about spiders too. Isn't there? Peter merely opened his mouth to respond. Don't just talk. Uncle Ben interrupted, gesturing towards the other pair of gloves. Put them on. Let us practice. Peter silently donned the gloves, assuming the fighting stance Uncle Ben had taught him. Now, listen carefully. Uncle Ben raised his hands into a defensive position. You attack. I'll defend. After each punch that misses, think carefully about why it didn't land. And only then throw your next punch. Peter threw a straight punch, which Uncle Ben easily dodged. Just as he was about to adjust his stance and follow Uncle Ben's advice for a second punch, he received a light tap on the forehead. Ouch. Did you see that, Peter? Dwelling on the past is futile. Whether your last punch landed or not, it shouldn't affect your next one. Standing here, The only thing you should focus on is what comes next. I know, Uncle Ben, I just can't forget. Then think of something else, Peter. As he spoke, Uncle Ben had already removed his gloves and retrieved his old laptop from the car. After hearing Gwen, I knew you needed to see this. So I brought the computer down. Perhaps I should have shown it to you sooner. Peter pressed his forehead, walking over to Uncle Ben's side as he powered up the laptop, illuminating the screen with a report on a fire. Do you remember this fire? Of course. It was the first time I used my abilities to save people at a fire scene. Have you seen this? Uncle Ben clicked on a bookmarked webpage, leading to a video. On the screen appeared a mother, her eyes red-rimmed and voice choked with emotion. I don't know who you are, nor if you can see this, but I must say thank you. When the firefighters held me back, you rushed in to save my daughter. The video captured a mother's heartfelt gratitude, her words becoming increasingly disjointed towards the end. It was Peter's first encounter with such footage. Then came a second video, marking the emergence of Spider-Man. Spider-Man aided the disaster control team in combating rioters, assisted firefighters in extinguishing skyscraper blazes, and shielded police officers from gunfire. He helped an elderly man retrieve a lost pigeon, cleaned graffiti from a shopkeeper's wall, and even simply returned a lost cat to its owner. The countless deeds Spider-Man had accomplished were beyond Peter's recollection, yet someone remembered them. They didn't know how to reach Spider-Man. They could only express their gratitude in the simplest of ways. A website had been created to compile these snippets. I've never seen any of this. Peter's voice trembled. But you should see it, kid. Uncle Ben's hand rested on Peter's shoulder. Don't fixate on what you haven't done. Look at what you have accomplished. No matter how much your enemies malign you or how much Jameson slanders your name, those you've helped will always know the truth. He paused, his gaze unwavering. Spider-Man has given people hope. Peter, what are you lamenting? Do you feel you haven't done enough? Look at how many lives you've already improved. My nephew has long been a hero who brings smiles to the world. What you have achieved far outweighs what you haven't. Peter felt a tightness in his throat. He had always thought his actions were merely trivial gestures, never considering that they could genuinely make a difference. Have these people's lives improved because of me? He murmured, questioning both Uncle Ben and himself. Can I truly do these things? Uncle Ben smiled and nodded. You have accomplished these things. Look at these videos. Your contributions to them are everlasting. Your past is not merely defined by what you haven't done. In comparison to what you have accomplished, it constitutes an insignificant fraction. I am immensely proud of everything my nephew has done, and you should be proud of this too, Peter. I thank you, Uncle Ben. I don't know what to say. Peter gazed at the videos, seemingly lost in thought for an eternity, before finally chuckling through his tears. So, Spider-Man brings hope to everyone. If even the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is unhappy, who can bring joy to everyone, right? I will carry smiles and hope with me, always. Peter. Aunt May's voice echoed from within the house. All right, go apologize to your Aunt May, Uncle Ben said, lowering his voice. If you keep coming home this late, you won't be able to fool her anymore. I won't. It will never happen again. Upon entering the room, Peter retrieved an old briefcase from the depths of the closet and pulled out a worn notebook, an heirloom of Richard Parker, containing his preliminary thoughts during work. The formula for Spider-Man's synthetic web fluid originating from this. Yet the old web fluid could no longer contend with the menacing threats. Peter opened his computer, cross-referencing the notes, and began to attempt a revision of the formula. Until now, he had never envisioned himself improving his father's invention. However, as he looked at those equations and the hand-drawn diagrams of the familiar web structure, Peter meticulously noted all the chemical reagents he could find at school, and then began constructing a new web model on the computer based on the revised web fluid structure. It seems one must always push oneself a bit, he murmured to himself, never having anticipated that he could achieve such feats within the Marvel Universe. Bottles of chemical agents were excavated from the closet and stuffed into his backpack, while the remaining materials could be found at Midtown High School. As a representative high school collaborating with Osborn Technologies, the institution is equipped with an array of instruments and facilities. It is unlikely that any teacher would mind borrowing some chemical materials. Theoretically, the strength of the new web can be enhanced by approximately 0, which suffices to contend with the menacing villain. However, there is a crucial point to consider. The villain is currently exceedingly cautious, moving in tandem with others and opting for a swift retreat during bank heists, leaving no opportunities for confrontation. If he cannot be located, even the most ingenious strategy to defeat him would be futile. Fortunately, he is accompanied by 2 loyal friends, one suspected to be a prodigious talent of the 7th degree, and the other presumed to be the heir to Osborn. Together, they have joined a detective agency, led by a superhero whose profession is detective, albeit without any superpowers as of yet. As darkness deepened, Peter glanced at the time, realizing he could still indulge in an hour or two of slumber. He intended to stow his notebook back into his bag and retire to bed. While rummaging through his bag, his fingers brushed against an object. It was the vintage Canon camera belonging to Richard Parker. For reasons unknown, he powered it on and was astonished to discover it still functioned. The Daily Bugle seemed to have issued a notice regarding the acquisition of Spider-Man photographs. Peter placed the camera on his desk, lay back on his bed, and closed his eyes. All right, Herman, it's my turn to find you this time. Chapter 5, The Detective Segment 2. Time rewinds to that fateful afternoon when the villain faced off against Spider-Man. Sheriff George Stacy stood at the doorway of an aging apartment in Harlem, inhaling deeply. The weathered walls were riddled with cracks, akin to the scars etched upon the lives of the city's underprivileged. As he raised his hand to knock, his knuckles produced a muted thud against the chipped door. A gray-haired African-American woman answered, revealing herself to be Mrs. Schultz, the mother of Herman. Her gaze resembled still water, as if she had long surrendered to fate. Mrs. Schultz, I believe you are already aware of your son's misdeeds. George's voice was soft, yet it sliced through the silence like a knife. The air was thick with the odor of cheap coffee and worn furniture. He opted not to escort her to the police station, but chose to visit her personally. Colleagues awaited downstairs, prepared to respond to any potential appearances of the villain. Yet Herman evidently had no intention of returning home. If you wish to inquire about my son's whereabouts, officer, I know nothing, the elderly woman replied. Her voice raspy like sandpaper. I never cared where they went or what they did, nor do I concern myself with whether they meet a violent end on the streets. My father was killed in a gang shootout, my brother was gunned down, my eldest son was shot by the police, and my second son was fatally stabbed in an alley. I am truly sorry, ma'am. I do not blame you, officer. This is the ordinary life of those who reside here. Mrs. Schultz lifted her head, her eyes clouded with despair. Yet Herman is different. He always believed he did not belong here. He is not one of us. We share no common language, officer. So what could Herman possibly say to me? George's pen hovered above his notepad. The sound of an ambulance siren echoed from afar, growing louder before gradually fading away. I have nothing to offer you, officer. She turned toward the stove, her hunched figure resembling a withered tree bent by the harsh winds of winter, for Herman had already obtained everything he desired. George hesitated, catching sight of a stack of cash pressed within the cabinet. Silently, he closed the cabinet door and nodded before departing from the Schultz residence. The sunlight slanted through the vacant clubroom after school, illuminating the seemingly deserted Super Detective Society, which purported to have over 20 members, yet currently consisted of only Jessica and 3 newcomers seated around an old desk. Peter abruptly pushed aside the old DVD of the ABC murders he had intended to screen, pulling out a USB drive instead. I have a new proposal. How about we attempt to capture the villain? Jessica nearly choked on her soda. Are you suggesting that we 4 high school students apprehend a supercriminal capable of blowing up bridges? We're merely engaging in a club activity. We're not actually going to apprehend anyone in real life. What could be more meaningful than deducing the whereabouts of an elusive supervillain? Friends? The Avengers and the police have yet to capture him, but we have so few clues. What are we relying on for our deductions? The sensationalist reports from the Daily Bugle? In response to Jessica's skepticism, Peter merely smiled. I have a friend, well, her father is the sheriff of Midtown and is in charge of this case. Peter fabricated a story about his source, which was not entirely untrue. While Peter Parker may find it challenging to extract information from Sheriff Stacy regarding the villain, Spider-Man certainly could. Unaware of the details, Jessica's eyes lit up. Are you saying you can obtain the latest internal police reports? Not every time, but this time, indeed. As Peter spoke, he connected the USB drive to the computer. The projector illuminated the screen, showcasing images and relevant documents concerning Herman Schultz. It seemed rather absurd. Prior to Peter's encounter with Herman, he had little knowledge of this antagonist. Among Spider-Man's myriad of foes, who would pay attention to the villain? The '94 version of Spider-Man lacked even a personal episode or origin story, while the live-action film featured him as a mere background character wielding Crossbones gauntlets. In the Marvel Spider-Man game, not only was there no origin, but the Sinister Six were also conspicuously absent. Even the Chameleon received a solo feature. Yet, there was none for the villain. Had Peter perused the comics more diligently, he might have gleaned insights about such an obscure character, but in his previous life, he was a mere bystander. If he was to traverse the Marvel Universe, he would prefer to navigate the 3 kingdoms instead. As Peter mentally lamented, he initiated the pre-prepared PowerPoint presentation. The villain, originally named Herman Schultz, hails from Harlem, Manhattan. Wait a moment, Harry interjected, scrutinizing the projected resume. Does this imply that his equipment was manufactured by someone else? No, his equipment is self-made. and his criminal associates can attest to this. Observing the incredulous gazes of his companions, Peter continued his explanation. Although Herman possesses only a middle school education, it was due to family circumstances that he was unable to attend school. He has a remarkable aptitude for engineering. Prior to becoming the villain, he had already employed similar vibrational weaponry and had robbed the very bank where he later battled Spider-Man, where he was ultimately defeated and apprehended. Jessica immediately posed the next inquiry. When did this occur? In the police station, he picked a lock with a hairpin, incapacitated an officer, and escaped with his gear. The group exchanged bewildered expressions, uncertain whether to criticize the NYPD's ineptitude or acknowledge Herman's exceptional skill in evading capture immediately after being apprehended. And his confrontation with Spider-Man occurred 1 week later. This revelation astonished even Amadeus. You mean to say that a person with only a middle school education managed to modify a suit capable of rivaling Spider-Man's within just 1 week after being arrested? Amadeus murmured to himself, isn't New York's talent somewhat overrated? All right, we've gleaned a nugget of information, Jessica keenly observed. Guys, this fellow escaped, crafted an armored suit, and then returned to the very bank where he had been soundly defeated by Spider-Man. He didn't commit any crimes in between, nor did he rob that bank, did he? Peter? Yes, Peter acknowledged, then recalled a detail. Actually, I heard Sheriff George mention that initially he was quite composed after his arrest, but during the interrogation, 2 officers mocked him upon learning that he had built his own equipment, which led to his escape. Thus, we are dealing with an egomaniac, perhaps with an inferiority complex. Due to his lack of a proper education and his yearning for knowledge, he harbored feelings of inferiority, which often ignited his anger when others failed to acknowledge his hard-won inventions. It was precisely this that led him to seek out Spider-Man. Harry came to understand. Was he seeking revenge, or merely striving to validate his worth? After Jessica had finished speaking, she shrugged. What good would that do? The police could access all this information, yet they had failed to locate him, as had the Avengers. Knowing this was futile. Harry elaborated. We must find him or draw him out. What if Spider-Man were to provoke him? In the midst of their silence, Peter suddenly proposed. And Jessica was the first to respond. What? During his battle with Shocker, Spider-Man had nearly been defeated. Shocker had destroyed the elevated highway, allowing him to escape while Spider-Man was occupied rescuing others. Thus, he had not truly triumphed over Spider-Man. He had merely fled. Peter pondered, stroking his fingers. If Spider-Man were to provoke him once more, would it be effective? Perhaps. Harry scratched his head. But how do we inform Spider-Man? There exists a website where individuals express their gratitude to Spider-Man, as no one knows his true identity. A smile crept across Peter's face. Perhaps we could post our conjectures on that site. If Spider-Man sees it, he will know what to do. In Chapter 6, the members of the detective agency huddled together and recorded a thank you video for Spider-Man. After uploading the video, they engaged in casual chatter before parting ways. Naturally, Peter Parker did not return home. Like a nimble cat, he stealthily slipped into the deserted chemistry lab. If Jonah Jameson were to find out, Peter mused while rummaging through the reagent bottles, he would surely be overjoyed that Spider-Man had officially broken the law for the first time. However, it was Peter Parker undertaking this venture. What concern was it of Spider-Man's? Fortunately, there were no cameras in the classroom. He assessed that he could concoct 3 vials of web fluid, hoping it would suffice. He also wished to conclude matters that very night, unaware of when Herman's boxing gloves might explode. In less than 20 minutes, 3 vials of iridescent web fluid were tucked into his coat pockets. After checking the surroundings and confirming no one had noticed, he left the school. Unbeknownst to Peter, Carl King, who had lingered due to football practice, happened to see him depart down the hallway, piqued by curiosity. What was the scrawny Parker doing at school so late? Was he concocting something? Could he possibly utilize this to regain some semblance of dignity? Curious, he sneaked into the lab, searching for what Parker had been up to. After a fruitless search, he caught a whiff of chemicals emanating from a particular workbench. What was he doing here? Carl, intrigued, opened the filter cover of the sink, discovering a white substance clinging to it. Was this what Peter Parker was engaged in? He attempted to pull off a piece, but found it stuck fast. Cursing under his breath, taking note of this, he exited the chemistry lab, oblivious to the fact that the web would degrade within 2 hours, leaving no trace by the time he returned. Meanwhile, Peter completed his costume change and called Uncle Ben. Hello? Uncle Ben, I'll be home late tonight. Just tell Aunt May that her concerned nephew is out enjoying the festivities. What festivities? Make sure to watch the Daily Bugle on television. An unprecedented thrill surged through him like electricity as Spider-Man soared through the twilight of Manhattan, plotting his next target. He sought a battleground. And to ensure safety and minimize interruptions, roadblocks would be necessary. Although he could locate Sheriff Stacy, she lacked the authority to seal off an entire combat zone. That was a task suited for the Avengers. He swung toward Avengers Tower, deftly landing on the rooftop helipad and moving inside. Halt, soldier. Advance any further, and you will enter a restricted area. Steve Rogers emerged, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and holding a cup of coffee. Peter felt compelled to explain, I possess a certain danger sense, Captain. If I step into a perilous zone, I will know. That is not a justification for recklessness, kid. What brings you here? I've discovered a method to draw out Shocker, but there are two issues. First, I need to block off a section of road, and I can't find anyone with sufficient authority to do that. So I thought perhaps the Avengers could assist. That's not a problem. And the second issue? You can inform us. The Avengers will handle the rest. That's the second issue. Captain, the Avengers cannot intervene. Peter laid out his request. Last time, Herman couldn't defeat me and fled. This is how I plan to lure him out, by providing him a fair battleground, enticing him to come here for a showdown. If the Avengers get involved, he is likely to escape immediately. The captain succinctly expressed his objections. So you want us to place all our hopes on your ability to defeat Shocker, while simultaneously ensuring that his weapons do not explode. I propose this plan not because I believe I will fail and need a backup, Captain. I propose it because I am confident in my abilities. Peter removed his mask, gazing at Rogers, who met his gaze with a sigh before pulling out his phone. You've convinced me, kid. I know someone who will assist you. Peter caught a fleeting glimpse of Nick Fury's name on the screen, grinning as he expressed his gratitude. After donning his mask once more, he prepared to leave. Of course. Captain has one more question. Kid, where do you want to block off? Times Square. Captain. Watching Spider-Man swing away, the captain nodded and made a call. All right, Nick. I need your help to seal off Times Square. I'm not insane. Only in a location of substantial significance could he hope to draw Herman out for a decisive battle. And Times Square was the ideal choice. Upon arriving, Peter took out his old camera, weaving through the buildings in search of the perfect angle. When the time for battle arrived, he would have fixed the camera in place and set it to automatic, hoping to capture a few shots to sell to Jameson. If only someone could have told me before I crossed over how American high school students quickly amass wealth beyond mere part-time jobs or crime, he mused. Now, he could only do as the real Peter Parker would, and take some photos of himself. Once he had money, he would certainly establish a high-tech base like the Peter Parker from Into the Spider-Verse, replete with various suits, or at least add a display feature to his suit's visor. He truly had no idea how to make money. If only he had crossed over as Harry Osborn. For now, he would wait for the Brazilian World Cup and persuade Uncle Ben to place all his bets on Brazil S17, a memory that lingered vividly. The time for the Daily Bugle's live broadcast at 6 o'clock had arrived, and Peter thought, next stop, the Bugle building. It's time to meet my dearest #1 fan for the first time. Within the media headquarters of the Daily Bugle, Jonah Jameson was scrutinizing yet another news article he had penned, this time lambasting those accursed masked monsters. He took a sip of water, cleared his throat, when suddenly, his old friend Robbie burst into the studio. Jonah, we have a situation. What kind of situation, Robbie? Spider-Man is here. Jonah Jameson's expression momentarily froze before he quickly regained his composure. Ah, that detestable spider pest has finally found us. As long as I, Jameson, draw breath, I shall never permit this abomination to undermine the freedom of the press. He is not here to sabotage press freedom, Jameson. Robbie interrupted Jameson's tirade, stating that he had brought an exclusive news story. Jameson's expression instantly froze. Welcome to today's edition of the Daily Horn. Before we commence with the official news, we have received a special video footage. Moments later, in the studio, Jameson appeared as though he had just consumed something utterly repugnant. Had it not been for that Spider-Man warning him that the terrifying weapon could detonate at any moment, he would not have given a second thought to that arachnid menace. Hey, Spooky here, it's me, Spider-Man. Remember me? A distinctly home-shot video materialized, featuring Spider-Man's face uncomfortably close to the camera. I still recall how you, after I thoroughly thrashed you, were left in a state of disarray, resorting to the safety of innocence to threaten me into fleeing. What's the matter? Hiding away these past few days? I was beaten to a pulp? Herman, seething within his hideout, retorted, I almost had you dead to rights, you wretched insect. He resolved to ignore that damned bug, insisting he would not venture out. I know you might be scared, worried you can't best me. Or perhaps your weaponry isn't as formidable as you proclaim, or could it be you're merely afraid of the Avengers? If that is the case, fret not. I've taken care of everything. After 8 o'clock tonight, it will be just you and me, facing off in Times Square, no Avengers. No police, but all of New York's media will be watching. I shall demonstrate to the world that your weapons are nothing to be feared, Spooky. My weapons are nothing to be feared. Enraged, Herman flung open his wardrobe, retrieving his uniform, contemplating whether this course of action was indeed wise. After all, it was all of New York's media at stake, Herman. And if that bug wasn't lying, he was all alone. Reflecting deeply, Herman began to don his attire. There would be no better opportunity. All of New York's media would remember how Spooky triumphed over Spider-Man. Chapter 7. The Shocking Finale, Part 1. The neon lights of Times Square pulsed like the tide, massive electronic billboards flickering with news headlines, amplifying the impending confrontation to the caliber of a historic battle. The National Guard stood poised, sealing off the entirety of Times Square. Buildings in the vicinity had been evacuated, as per Steve Rogers' request, establishing a 1-kilometer no-go zone to avert potential explosions. Yet, no amount of barricading could dampen the enthusiasm of New Yorkers. Beyond the barricades, throngs surged like a tide. Countless phones and cameras raised high, striving to capture this climactic showdown between hero and villain. Although they were destined to capture only indistinct silhouettes, their fervor remained undiminished. Most among them were neither fans of Spider-Man nor of Spooky, yet they regarded the duel between superhero and villain as a form of entertainment. Especially such a highly anticipated bout. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, a remarkable sight emerged. Eugene Thompson, clad in a cheap Spider-Man costume, stood out as he waved a homemade support sign for Spider-Man, contrasting sharply with the other onlookers. Although Spooky had arrived first, with a thunderous roar, Herman Schultz crashed into the heart of Times Square like a cannonball, the ground fracturing instantly, debris flying. He rose slowly, surveying his surroundings, every large screen aimed at him. Every media lens focused on his form, capturing him in a dedicated close-up. This made Herman Schultz feel an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At that moment, he was the center of the universe. Alas, this glory lasted less than 10 seconds. A figure clad in red and blue plummeted from the heavens, executing a graceful somersault in midair before landing perfectly in the classic superhero style, straightening up and shrugging his shoulders. Just as Peter was about to quip about the absence of applause for himself, an unfamiliar voice erupted from somewhere. "Go, Spider-Man. Give him a good thrashing." "Do I actually have fans now?" Peter raised an eyebrow in surprise, approaching Herman while gesturing with his hand. "Good evening, Herman. Are you pleased with the venue I've arranged for you?" "Excellent, Bug. You certainly know how to frame yourself for the spotlight. Tonight, everyone will witness Spooky vanquishing Spider-Man." No sooner had he finished speaking than he slammed his fists into the ground, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling outward, causing the ground to splinter and debris to shoot forth like bullets. At that moment, he was convinced that Spider-Man could not possibly evade this invisible barrage of continuous shockwaves. Even if he could dodge them, the flying debris would surely strike him. This was his strategy against Spider-Man. As long as he kept that freak at bay, he could remain invincible. However, Spider-Man simply leaped into the air, gradually closing the distance to Spooky. As if each wave of shock was perfectly timed with his leaps and swings, while every piece of flying debris missed Spider-Man's trajectory flawlessly. It was as if he could sense the shockwaves approaching with remarkable speed. Just as Spooky realized that Spider-Man was upon him, it was too late. A web shot decisively latched onto the cracked earth, and a whole slab of pavement was yanked up and then solidly smashed onto Spooky's head. "I had intended to extend a friendly handshake before we began, Herman. Perhaps we can still do that now?" After hurling the debris, Spider-Man stood before a staggered Spooky, resuming his gesture, but Spooky merely swayed unsteadily, shouting for him to shut up. "Had it not been for our first encounter, I would have aimed for a more cordial conversation. I wouldn't be struggling so fiercely in our first meeting if it weren't for your shockwave attacks, which are rather one-dimensional. So, how about you just surrender? I have not yet lost." With his armor-S cooling system fully optimized and brimming with confidence under the media-S scrutiny, Spooky unleashed another shockwave in retaliation, which Spider-Man deftly evaded with a roll. Even the dullest of minds could now comprehend that, even against invisible shockwaves, Spider-Man could completely perceive and avoid them. In other words, the invisibility of the shockwaves presented no hindrance to Spider-Man. Moreover, his opponent employed a radically different combat style. The towering edifices of Times Square provided Spider-Man with an ideal battlefield, allowing him to swing and evade repeatedly, luring Spooky to fire at him incessantly. If Spooky intended to halt his assault, Spider-Man would quickly close the gap. From their previous encounter, Spooky had fully grasped that in close combat, aside from his defensive capabilities, he could not match Spider-Man. Thus, preventing Spider-Man from drawing near became a logical strategy. The battle escalated instantly, with Herman cranking the frequency of his shockwaves to the maximum. As the buildings of Times Square were relentlessly struck, the advertisements and giant screens began to plummet continuously, each one being blasted down by Spooky. yet inexplicably caught one after another by Spider-Man's web, weaving a colossal net overhead, laden with countless falling objects. Amidst the fervent chaos of battle, Shockwave was oblivious to the fact that the vibrational waves he unleashed had failed to obliterate Spider-Man's web. With remarkable agility, Spider-Man executed a roll and landed gracefully on the ground, kneeling on one knee while launching webs from his wrists to ensnare Shockwave's recently fired launcher. Herman tightened his fists, intent on shattering the web that clung to it, only to discover, much to his surprise, that this time the web did not disintegrate upon impact. He glanced at the web-slinger's wrist-mounted device and promptly increased its output, finally causing the web to burst apart, thus initiating a new wave of assault from Shockwave. Once again, Spider-Man leapt into the air, soaring through the night sky. The anticipated shockwave surged forth, its amplified force shattering the webs that ensnared billboards and large screens. One by one, the screens, still displaying images or flickering with static, plummeted to the ground, crashing into Times Square and raising a massive cloud of dust that obscured Shockwave's vision. So this is your plan? You enhanced your webbing to bring these things crashing down? You thought this would bring you closer to me? The powerful shockwave erupted from the dust, shattering windows in nearby buildings. The debris, along with the enormous billboards and screens, burst forth, widening Shockwave's field of view as he belatedly realized what was unfolding. Spider-Man was not waiting for the dust to settle. He was poised for the moment Shockwave activated his launcher. In the cloak of night, a slender figure cast a shadow over the dazzling lights, and then, the red and blue hero was seen darting across a massive screen that had been propelled into the air. Webs shot forth from his wrist-mounted device, latching onto a grand advertisement, and with a powerful leap onto the screen, he swung the enormous billboard down upon Shockwave. Countless helicopters and cameras could only capture the sight of the colossal advertisement crashing to the ground. Jonah Jameson, reporting the truth for the Daily Bugle. Half buried under the billboard, Shockwave struggled to lift the heavy object. Though it was indeed cumbersome, his augmented strength should have allowed him to manage it. Unfortunately, Spider-Man would not grant him that opportunity. Webs ensnared his raised hands, and with a firm tug, he drew Shockwave out from beneath the billboard, bringing him face to face with the hero. "It's over, Herman." Spider-Man lifted him with one hand while gripping his armored arm with the other. "You are under arrest for possession of flammable and explosive materials." The curtain falls on Shockwave. The curtain falls? No, Shockwave never falls. Herman's roar pierced Peter's eardrum like a dagger. He thrashed violently, attempting to clench his fists, his knuckles whitening under the strain. Peter had no choice but to release the grip on the hand that restrained him, instead gripping Shockwave's armor tightly. The metal groaned under the pressure of his grip, bending and warping, but ultimately it was too late. With a resounding boom, the Shockwave exploded, sending Peter hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a pile of scrap metal. No, 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 Herman. Peter sprang to his feet, the urgency in his voice not stemming from Shockwave's intention to flee, but rather from the realization that the gauntlet was spiraling out of control. Sparks erupted from the seams, resembling the death throes of a beast in its final moments. There were three possibilities. First, the Shockwave launcher had reached its limit and was about to explode. Second, it had merely been damaged by Spider-Man, nearing the end of its operational lifespan. Or third, it was indeed on the verge of detonation. Unsteady, Shockwave remained oblivious, raising his fist toward Spider-Man, but stumbled, striking a nearby surface instead, causing more sparks to erupt from his arm. All right, let us eliminate the second option. Two strands of webbing adhered to the ground behind Shockwave, pulling Spider-Man toward him. Peter immediately began to forcefully dismantle the Shockwave launcher, one hand gripping Shockwave's arm, while the other yanked at the gold titanium alloy casing, flinging it aside to reveal the inner circuitry. Just like your previous launcher, right? Only this one is compacted into your arm. I remember the structure. Let me see. Get away from me. Shockwave's other arm swung violently, propelled by a shockwave. Had Peter not crouched just in time, it would have struck him squarely in the head. Staring incredulously at Shockwave, he exclaimed, "Hey, buddy, I'm trying to help you. Your equipment is malfunctioning. Don't you realize that?" Dazed from being struck by the billboard, Shockwave glanced at his sparking arm, regaining some clarity before delivering a headbutt to Spider-Man. The impact of his titanium helmet meeting Peter's skull resonating with a thud, sending him staggering back several feet, stars dancing in his vision. "I can handle this. I just need to deal with you first." "What?" Spider-Man exclaimed, exasperated as he threw up his hands in disbelief. "Dude, you've already lost. It's so obvious. What more do you want? With so many cameras and screens around, I cannot afford to lose. I refuse to lose." "Great. This guy is impossible to reason with. Peter sighed, realizing that he had inadvertently turned the media spotlight into a source of neuroticism for Herman. Perhaps he was suffering from some form of exposure syndrome. There seemed to be no way to salvage this. But the pressing issue remained. His launcher could explode at any moment. I have no idea when. Let me think. As he executed a backflip to evade another unsteady shockwave hurled at him, Peter pondered the situation. Although Herman had seemingly triumphed, dismantling his gauntlet would take time, and the uncertainty of when it might detonate loomed over him. He regretted the absence of a countdown timer for explosions, which would have been immensely convenient. No, wait. I can artificially induce an overload to trigger an early detonation. Another deft maneuver allowed him to dodge a shockwave aimed at his head as Peter recollected his first encounter with Herman. He had once picked up an old shockwave launcher and inspected its internal structure. With careful recollection, he believed he could remember enough. Herman's original launcher had the capacity to slice through an entire building, yet its subsequent iterations lacked such potency, indicating that Herman himself understood the necessity of not allowing the launcher to reach maximum power. Additionally, the old shockwave launcher possessed a critical flaw. Its safety system malfunctioned, ignoring the power levels and resulting in uncontrollable chaos. If he could replicate these two elements, first, using maximum power to propel himself high into the air, and then disabling the safety to induce an overload, what if that flaw still existed? Let me see. The helicopters filming the scene were perplexed, capturing Spider-Man as he tore away the outer casing of Shockwave's other gauntlet, while simultaneously dodging punches and kicks from Shockwave with effortless ease. As Peter scrutinized Herman's equipment, he recalled his memory of searching for the safety mechanism within the gauntlet. He discovered that Herman controlled the power of the launcher through the clenching of his fist, and the safety device remained perpetually jammed. This indicated that Herman had never resolved the flaw. He merely attempted to manage his power output during combat to avoid the jammed safety from failing. All right, Herman, considering we are in the heart of New York City, I'll have to improvise. He located the section that secured the gauntlet to the elbow and forcefully dismantled it, yanking the gauntlet off Herman's arm and awkwardly affixing it to his own. At this very moment, Herman was utterly oblivious, lost in a daze of self-talk. Peter, seeing no other option, bound him with webbing and set him aside, then clenched his fists with all his might. I am about to take flight. Spider-Man is taking off, he declared, quite literally, as a tremendous shockwave struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Spider-Man was propelled skyward by the sheer force of the impact, ascending into the heavens. In the midst of his ascent, he disengaged the safety mechanisms of his gauntlets, ensuring that his fists were clenched tightly as he faced the earth below. Uncertain of how high he could soar, he caught sight of the entirety of Manhattan, followed by almost all of New York City. With his back to the ground and his fists firmly clenched, the immense force instantly dissipated the clouds above New York, and Spider-Man was sent crashing downwards. Yet, due to the powerful reaction, his gauntlets separated from him in midair, propelled even higher and emitting a dazzling white light. Now, only one question lingered in his mind as he plummeted. Am I at least a kilometer away from that thing? The explosive aftershocks hastened his descent. Peter squinted, gazing at the approaching Manhattan. At this height, a free fall would mean that even if he shot webbing to cling to a building, the acceleration could snap his arms clean off. Well, he had envisioned countless scenarios like this in his mind, mastering the art of high-altitude rescue, all to ensure he could perfectly save Gwen. Who could have imagined that his first attempt would be to save himself? The web shooters activated in full force, weaving layer upon layer of webbing, creating a safety net between the towering edifices. Spider-Man crashed into the webbing, utilizing its elasticity to cushion his fall. After several layers of webbing had completed their cushioning duties and shattered, he finally adhered to one layer of webbing. He observed the media rushing onto the battlefield, driven by the end of the conflict, and could not help but sigh. He landed on the ground, panting, and waved to the gathered media, signaling them to part so he could reach Herman. So, did you see that? That thing nearly turned you into fireworks. Herman remained silent, turning to face Spider-Man, who met his gaze, finally understanding his unspoken thoughts. He then removed his helmet, revealing Herman Schultz's face to the throng of media. In that instant, all the spotlight flickered upon Herman, who squinted, displaying a look of satisfaction. I don't want to say this, but you are truly insane, Peter remarked, patting Herman on the shoulder. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the thrilling spectacle had come to a close. Chapter 9, Madam Web. It was time for Peter Parker to return home. The night breeze of New York swept across Spider-Man's mask, carrying the lingering scent of smoke and the distant wail of sirens. He cast a final glance at Herman, surrounded by the media, who was animatedly addressing the cameras. reminiscent of a faded actor relishing his moment in the spotlight. Very well, let Herman bask in this final moment of fame. He concocted a rather flimsy excuse for his late-night absence from home. Aunt May would surely start her lecturing anew. Additionally, his phone had just buzzed with a message from Tony Stark requesting a chat at the Avengers Tower the following afternoon. Though they had discovered his identity during his last visit to the tower, was it really appropriate for them to intrude upon his personal space so directly? Wow. Peter halted mid-swing as he spotted a woman standing upright against the vertical wall between two glass facades. The hem of her beige trench coat danced in the wind, her sunglasses reflecting the twinkling lights of New York, and the 2 cups of coffee she held remained perfectly intact without spilling a drop. I have been observing you for quite some time, Spider-Man, the woman said as she tucked a strand of deep chestnut hair behind her ear. We need to talk. Wait a moment, I recognize that voice. Peter's mind raced as fragments of memory surged forth. It's you. You are the one I conversed with in my dreams. The woman smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Julia Carpenter, the emissary of the Web of Fate. You may also call me Madam Web. Madam Web. For those acquainted with Spider-Man lore, the name conjured images of the blind, elderly woman in a wheelchair from the '94 animated series. However, if one were to mention Julia Carpenter, many would likely recall the epic Sony Universe film, Madam Web, forgetting that she was, in fact, the second Spider-Woman. Fortunately, this Marvel Universe, rooted in the MCU, bore no traces of the Sony Universe, leaving Peter scratching his head. After all, the first Spider-Woman was still in high school, while the second had matured and become Madam Web. Coupled with the evident discrepancies from the MCU, he had completely lost track of this universe's timeline. Very well, madam. What shall we discuss? Magic or divination? Perhaps we could share a cup of coffee? A few minutes later, the 2 spider-powered individuals found themselves atop the Empire State Building. Sipping coffee, Peter cautiously regarded this mystical figure and inquired, in my dreams, I heard you say to find another spider. Is that you, madam? I will not allow you to seek me out. I am merely the emissary of the Web of Fate, conveying its messages. Moreover, I have a notion of what you wish to ask. I am not blind. Madam Web cradled her coffee, seemingly more for warmth than for drinking. Her gaze fixed on the nightscape of New York as if peering into an unseen tapestry of fate. Have you heard of the multiverse? Ah, yes. Reed Richards completed vague observations of other multiverses back in 08, although no one has managed to grasp the principles behind his experimental results. The Web of Fate exists in a higher dimension, distributing power across countless universes through the spider totem. Most Peter Parkers are bitten by radioactive spiders. That is the anchor of destiny. Peter was already aware of this premise, yet he could not reveal his knowledge. Thus, he listened patiently as Madam Web reiterated it. Among the myriad spider totems, you are a unique entity, not simply because this Parker has not perished, but because you have become Spider-Man. Peter nearly choked on his coffee, instinctively waving his hand. He looked at Madam Web, who merely chuckled. In truth, you should have been born 3 years later in this universe. Yet, for reasons unknown, the nodes of the Web of Fate have shifted and a special totem has emerged, one that designates you as its leader. Leader? What does that even mean? Peter pondered. He knew of the 3 special spider totems, the other, the bride, and the scion, each representing different spider-powered individuals. But what was a leader? A newly formed spider totem arising from his existence? Julia had no intention of elaborating further, redirecting the conversation back to the earlier topic. As the leader, you possess the ability to respond to the Web of Fate. Whenever the web begins to tremble, it indicates that the spider totem of that world is in trouble. You can traverse the multiverse to assist the Spider-Man of that realm and mend the fractured Web of Fate. I can barely manage to help in New York, madam. How could I possibly assist Spider-Man from other universes? Isn't there anyone else in the multiverse? What about the Multiverse Avengers? Peter set his coffee aside, raising his hands in exasperation, while Julia simply smiled at him softly. Peter gazed at her in silence for a long moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well. What must I do? Soon, you shall feel the tremors of fate's web, but before that, you must seek out another spider. You both have been bestowed with power through the same totem, your destinies intertwined. Only by finding one another can you navigate the crisis of fate's web and return smoothly to your own universe. If you could glimpse the future. Peter inquired of the Spider Oracle, then why do you not simply instruct me on where to search? I do not weave fate, Peter Parker. She uttered his name in full for the first time. I merely read it. In Times Square, as the police and disaster control units began to arrive, the media were gradually cordoned off, yet they were quite satisfied with the interview content. Before the cameras, Herman was a veritable chatterbox, eager to divulge everything. However, Herman did not reveal all. He refrained from mentioning either Dr. Otto or Kim, wishing only to gain fame without betraying friends or mob bosses. Among the crowd, there were several notable individuals, one of whom was Carl King. Indifferent to the horror or Spider-Man, he merely sought to join the commotion. Approaching a shard of an advertisement that had fallen to the ground, he noticed the webbing clinging to it and, curious, tugged at it, finding its texture oddly familiar. Where had he seen this before? Suddenly, he recalled the chemistry lab from which Peter Parker had departed that very afternoon. Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Carl mused aloud, stifling a self-deprecating laugh. That scrawny Peter? Yet, Peter Parker had become remarkably formidable. Carl fell into contemplation, recalling the prank he had pulled, placing an Osborn Industries mutated spider on Peter Parker's neck. He pondered whether that spider was the catalyst transforming Peter Parker into Spider-Man. No. He could not yet ascertain that Parker was indeed Spider-Man. He was deep in thought, so much so that he failed to notice someone passing by. This individual, disguised as a reporter, extricated himself from the crowd surrounding Herman, then blended into the throng to call Herman's new employer. Hello, Mr. Weskier. Your new employee is quite compliant. He knows what to say and what not to say, so you need not worry about him. The reporter smiled as he entered the restroom, listening to Kim's instructions on the other end of the line, then stepped into a stall. When he emerged, he was entirely transformed, not just in attire, but in visage. And even his fingerprints and the iris in the mirror had changed. Yes, I have thoroughly observed Spider-Man's every move, his gestures, demeanor, and even his personality. I can replicate them flawlessly. As long as your little gadgets possess the prowess you claim, I, Chameleon, can assure you, Mr. Weskier, that soon Spider-Man will be infamous. A public enemy. Chapter 0. New equipment. Once again, a splendid day had dawned. Peter Parker concluded his studies and celebrated a successful operation with the detective agency, which had successfully assisted Spider-Man in apprehending Shriek, alleviating the burden of Aunt May's reprimands from the previous night. Subsequently, Spider-Man returned to Avengers Tower. The last rays of sunlight refracted off the building's glass facade, casting a resplendent golden hue, mirroring his elated spirits. Although the two battles with Shriek had rendered both of his suits nearly unwearable, he had managed to salvage the most intact pieces. Stop, soldier. You are approaching the restricted area. Iron Man mimicked Captain America's serious tone, then lifted his helmet to reveal Tony Stark's iconic, sardonic smile. He patted Peter on the shoulder. Did you know? Captain has always thought you incapable, viewing you merely as a child prone to impulsiveness. Yet, it has been proven that you performed admirably, did you not? The idea of overloading and detonating Shriek's weapon was simply brilliant. Peter chuckled, noticing Tony Stark donned in his armor. Mr. Stark, is there a mission for the Avengers? Oh, yes. We need to apprehend a smuggler named Ulysses Claw in Africa. He possesses a substantial cache of vibranium weaponry. Realizing that Peter might not be familiar with Ulysses Claw, Tony added, Captain's shield is made of vibranium, and he is exploiting Wakanda's civil war to pilfer local resources. We must retrieve him. The Quinjet has already departed. Peter was indeed aware of Ulysses Claw, the character from the Avengers film who had lost a hand to Ultron, and in the comics, he was a supervillain known as Claw. In the Black Panther film, he appeared with a vibranium-powered sound generator affixed to his severed arm, regarded as inferior to Shriek. The Avengers' mission likely extended beyond merely apprehending a smuggler, entwined with vibranium and Wakanda, yet it was not a matter for him to involve himself in. Regardless, we must embark on this trip. We will not be home. As they entered Avengers Tower, Tony picked up a pre-prepared card from the bar, stating, The Avengers protect the world, while friendly neighbors can safeguard New York. Your Avengers ID card, kid. Is this implying? Don't overthink it, kid, for now. You are merely a reserve member, Tony laughed. You have a few more years of hard work ahead. Now, while we are away, take care of New York. With this ID card, you can access all the facilities at Avengers Tower. Oh, and to prevent misuse, you will need to swipe your card each time you enter, allowing us to monitor your activities. I understand, Mr. Stark. Peter accepted the ID card, inspecting it thoroughly before presenting his first request. May I utilize the technology here to craft a suit? My current attire has, well, no protective capability and is rather tattered. I told you, kid. You can use all the equipment, Tony replied as he donned his helmet. If you have questions, consult J.A.R.V.I.S. I must go pursue Captain. Oh, and one more thing, Mr. Stark. Tony, having activated the thrusters and prepared for takeoff, paused and glanced at Peter. What? I encountered someone who claims to be a seer, able to foresee my future, know my identity, and possess similar spider abilities as mine. To avoid disrupting the Avengers mission, Peter succinctly summarized his encounter, She mentioned that another individual has received spider powers, a person of great significance, as I will need this individual as a beacon to return when traversing the multiverse. Wow. Iron Man was momentarily stunned, taking 3 full seconds to digest this information. This is indeed extraordinary. Regardless of its veracity, if there exists the possibility of another Spider-Man, the Avengers will conduct a thorough investigation. Peter had an inkling of who that person might be, in reference to someone who had gained powers from the same spider as Peter Parker. It would likely be Cindy Moon. However, the question arose. No matter what Cindy Moon was currently engaged in, she surely was not a student at Midtown High. If she were, Peter would have already taken notice. Additionally, considering the possibility that it might not be her, he reasoned that it would be wiser to leave this matter to the Avengers. As for Tony Stark's thoughts, they were straightforward. A half-year has passed, and yet another spider-powered individual remains unheard of? No need to deliberate. Just contact Nick Fury. After watching Iron Man depart, Peter tucked away his Avengers ID card and inquired of the entire building. If I wish to create a suit, where should I go? The 3D printer is located on the 5th floor lab, Mr. Parker. Peter nodded thoughtfully while murmuring to himself. Was 5 stories too short for a building that housed only a few floors dedicated to the Avengers? In truth, the Avengers only considered the top 5 floors as their living quarters, Mr. Parker. Peter chuckled, eager to test out his new gear and upgrade his suit. This is your new equipment, Mr. Snelkov. Dmitry Snelkov, codenamed Chameleon, a former Russian intelligence officer who defected to the United States after stealing camouflage technology from the Soviet Union, had exhausted his CIA funds and now chose to work with various underground factions using his skills. He had accepted Kingpin's invitation to an abandoned warehouse to test the little gadgets prepared for him. Dmitry squinted as he held the tiny sphere, no larger than 3 centimeters, and glanced at Kingpin. Is this truly as extraordinary as you claim, Mr. Fisk? Allow my associate to explain, Fisk replied, gesturing to Quentin Beck, a once celebrated Hollywood special effects artist. Beck, a timid figure, nodded incessantly as if affirming something. He approached Dmitry and, after a moment of contemplation on how to describe the device's function, opted for a straightforward demonstration. Press the button in the center and toss it to the ground. That's all there is to it. After Dmitry complied, a miraculous scene unfolded before them. The once empty warehouse was now bustling with workers, and from any angle, there were no discernible traces of projection. This is the distortion technology of light particles, Dmitry learned. Though it is not yet perfected, it can programmatically match environments. But it cannot operate in any location. Dmitry dismissed this meaningless scientific jargon. What is the range of the projection? A spherical radius of 100 meters. But it can only display prearranged images and must be deployed within the appropriate range. That is sufficient. It will suffice for dealing with Spider-Man. Within a radius of 100 meters, he could easily masquerade as Spider-Man and commit various crimes, tarnishing the hero's reputation. Sometimes, defeating a superhero does not require actual combat or death. Convincing the world that he is a criminal and a villain will suffice. This was no challenge for the Chameleon, who was already adept in such tactics. Once I set the appropriate scene, I can commence my operations. I will first tarnish Spider-Man's reputation and then lure him into a trap. After that, the task will be yours. After Dmitry finished speaking, he inquired with mild curiosity. But I must ask, have you selected a location? I am already in the process of finding a suitable graveyard for Spider-Man, Kingpin replied, lighting a cigar. I have hired the finest detective in New York, Mr. McDonald Gargan, to select the most fitting end for Spider-Man. Chapter 1. Complete upgrade for Spider-Man. The engines of the Quinjet roared over the Pacific, and the rear door slowly opened, allowing the howling wind to rush into the cabin. The crimson and gold armor descended like a meteor, landing with precision. Iron Man's helmet retracted, revealing Tony Stark's ever-sardonic smile. Did someone miss me? Observing his teammates' tousled hair and innocent expressions due to the sudden airflow, Tony already knew the answer. He maintained his smile as he beckoned Jarvis to close the door. That kid has been busy since you left, Tony, Janet remarked, her eyes glued to the tablet as she swiftly swiped through real-time status updates of Avengers Tower. I've never seen anyone so addicted to the superhero business. Tony scanned his teammates. Ant-Man Hank was still analyzing the smuggled vibranium sample data. Bruce Banner wore noise-canceling headphones, likely listening to some calming yoga music. Even Captain America at the controls appeared unusually distracted, his blue eyes gazing out into the vast emptiness, as if searching for answers. As for Thor, he was probably still in Asgard. Isn't that rather convenient? Tony shrugged, plopping down beside Steve and feigning interest in the flight data. I just didn't want the tower to sit idle. What do you think, Captain? That kid can handle New York just fine. I'm pondering another matter, Steve replied, redirecting his gaze. Perhaps we could invite King Chala to join the Avengers. I knew his grandfather. We fought side by side on the battlefield. I understand that each generation of Black Panther is a top-tier warrior. After stating this, Captain America uttered what seemed like a contradiction. But we cannot interfere in Wakanda's internal affairs. We are not the U.S. government. This operation's greatest hurdle may not be the enemy, but rather politics. Tony smirked, revealing that confident smile of his. Politics? I deal with politicians more than I study armor. Trust me, Captain, a king from an African nation is nothing I can't handle. Several hours later, the Quinjet was struck by vibranium weaponry, billowing black smoke as it crash-landed deep within the jungles of Wakanda. It appeared they would not be returning for quite some time. Peter, of course, was unaware that the Avengers were offline in New York. As soon as Tony departed, he sprang into action. Tossing his backpack onto the table, he stuffed his old uniform inside and dove into the laboratory to begin working on his new suit. He even dug out an old camera and casually tossed it to Jarvis, asking it to develop the photos inside. All right, let us get to work. Peter rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on the rotating holographic model of his old uniform, his mind racing as he issued commands as quickly as possible. Jarvis, keep an eye on New York's movements. Notify me immediately if anything arises. Also, can you pull up the surveillance footage from the Oscorp Technology Expo on March 12th? Mr. Stark has archived the relevant data. All right then. Peter was not surprised, swiping his fingers across the virtual screen. And list everything Herman stole. I want to see exactly what he took. A detailed list of stolen items materialized on the desktop. As Peter examined the design of his old suit, he inquired, what material is their armor made of? Latest high-stretch composite fiber material developed by Stark Industries. Its primary structure is. Let us use the same material, but double the spacing of the spider web in the red section. As he spoke, he yanked off the mask from the hologram and tossed it aside, redesigning a pair of rounder white lenses to replace the originally slender black ones. Although it was his first time operating this system, he adapted with astonishing speed. This looks more approachable, don't you think, Jarvis? If the intention is to convey a positive emotion, it is advisable to use brighter tones. Good idea. A few minutes later, the newly revamped Spider-Man emerged from the restroom on the upper floors of the tower. The bright red and blue color scheme of the new suit was more vibrant, and the 3D, printed composite fabric fit him perfectly. Web-like glider wings had been added under the arms for gliding, and the white lenses could change size according to his facial expressions to convey emotions. The spider emblem on his chest had been reduced in size, while the design on his back transformed from an imposing spider to a chibi-style circular motif. Upon closer inspection, one would find that it was, in fact, a cleverly designed storage device, allowing the suit to fold into a palm-sized spider disc for easy transport. Concealed pockets were integrated into the sides of the waist, replacing the previously obtrusive belt. Centrally located on the waist was a spider-shaped illumination device, specifically designed for dark environments like sewers. Of course, the coolest feature was the embedded tactical display within the lenses, capable of connecting to the Avengers satellites, providing real-time communication and analytical functions. In summary, the exterior appears to be a classic battle suit, albeit enhanced with advanced technology. Furthermore, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances, Peter has constructed 2 sets. Now, I am in the process of uploading my keyword search program. Astonishingly, I have memorized the entire segment of code. Peter tapped on the projected virtual keyboard. Jarvis, can you connect to the collaborative network between the Avengers and the NYPD? You ought to have the necessary permissions, right? Successfully infiltrated New York's police and fire systems. Infiltrated. Peter was taken aback, surprised that the Avengers had bypassed conventional channels. However, there was no time for concern. Securing the system was paramount, and he trusted the NYPD wouldn't mind. Integrate my program and match it with the dispatch information from all police and fire departments for a comprehensive analysis. Instantly, the visor projected real-time crime data, indicating where offenses occurred, whether the police or fire brigade could respond promptly, and whether the assailants were armed enough to necessitate Spider-Man's intervention. Everything was laid bare. This system would allow him to sidestep the mundane matters the police could handle, enabling him to concentrate on issues that truly required Spider-Man's attention. Next, he called up the surveillance footage from the Osborn Technology Expo, which Stark had somehow acquired, and employed holographic modeling from various angles. This investigative method had been seen in Iron Man, but now Peter utilized it to reconstruct the events surrounding his fateful bite. He filled a cup with water at the cooler and stood aside, observing the modeled recreation. The holographic projection vividly recreated the scene. He and Gwen were conversing joyfully amidst the exhibit booths when, without warning, the glass case containing the mutated spider shattered, causing chaos among the crowd. The footage zoomed in, capturing Carl lying low to retrieve the spider, stealthily approaching, and pressing the deadly creature against the back of Peter's neck. What caused the case to shatter? No relevant records found in the Osborn database. No records? Peter continued watching, instinctively swatting away the mutated spider that had bitten him. In a corner of the surveillance footage, a blurred figure suddenly crouched down, but it seemed the image had been tampered with, leaving Peter unable to discern the person's face. Can you retrieve information on that individual, the one who crouched? Data has been encrypted. Warning, this segment has been externally altered. Someone tampered with the information? SHIELD or Hydra? Perhaps the same group. Realizing there was little more to uncover, Peter temporarily set aside this matter and turned his attention to the list of high-tech products stolen by Herman. Exoskeletal spinal nerve connectors, extreme environment survival devices, and light particle projectors. He extracted the holographic projection of the light particle projector, a fish tank, light particle projector, developed by Horizon Labs. Functions to manipulate light particle reflections to generate virtual images. All the stolen items were half-finished products. Surely someone was responsible for perfecting them. Jarvis. Look into researchers in the field of light particles. No one fitting the description was found. Or perhaps a special effects artist involved in related research. Jarvis hesitated for half a second, clearly caught off guard by the unconventional line of inquiry, but quickly retrieved relevant files. Quentin Beck, one of Hollywood's most innovative special effects artists, has been missing for a month. Found you. Mysterio. Chapter, the Chameleon's performance. So, the next adversary I must face is Mysterio? How thrilling. The newly upgraded suit rustled in the night breeze of New York as Spider-Man's silhouette darted across the neon-lit skyline. Regarding the impending foe, Peter found himself lacking in enthusiasm, particularly after recalling Quentin Beck's duplicitous visage from Far From Home. Although this universe's Mysterio diverged significantly from the MCU's portrayal, and their sources of power were not aligned, Peter was instinctively predisposed to disdain. Moreover, the upper limits of Mysterio's abilities were alarmingly extreme. The cinematic version was already considered weak, and if his powers were truly limited to those of the film, it would be manageable. However, in some iterations, Mysterio's illusions could even disrupt spider sense, manipulating senses beyond sight and plunging individuals into a completely fabricated reality. One could only hope this universe's Mysterio was not so grotesque. Peter mused as he specifically upgraded his infrared vision capabilities for Mysterio, hoping they would prove useful. Yet, the issues did not end there. Behind those stolen high-tech gadgets lurked a more perilous figure, one capable of integrating advanced technologies like the light particle projector and nerve connectors. Dr. Octopus? Norman Osborn? Peter rubbed his temples. His understanding of this world was still woefully inadequate. In fact, he was not alone in such thoughts. In New York, a notorious detective named MacDonald Gargan, who specialized in collecting dirt on various mafia bosses and threatening others, was currently observing the brand-new Spider-Man soaring overhead. Lamenting his own lack of insight into the hero, after confirming Spider-Man had indeed donned a new suit, Gargan quickly dialed Kingpin. Mr. Gargan, what can I do for you? Have you uncovered Spider-Man's true identity? Not yet, Mr. Fisk, Gargan replied, glancing around as he ducked into an alley to speak in hushed tones. But has your plan to tarnish Spider-Man's reputation been initiated? If not, you should delay it immediately. I'm afraid Chameleon has already begun his operation. Has something gone awry? No, nothing of the sort. Gargan dared not speak loudly to Kingpin and had to suppress his emotions as best he could. It's just that Spider-Man has a new outfit. And if you intend to continue with the plan, you might want to consider a new image. Kingpin hung up the call, leaving Gargan to persist in his aimless quest to uncover Spider-Man's identity. As for the plan, it was indeed too late to abort. Chameleon was ready. His specialized suit enabled him to assume the appearance of anyone he had seen, essentially a mimicry of the shape-shifting mutant Mystique's bioengineered skin, now a one-of-a-kind piece. Rumor had it that S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed similar adaptive masks, but they were certainly not as convenient as his own. He was currently in contact with his special effects artist, Quentin Beck, via a miniature earpiece. Are you sure the equipment is calibrated correctly? I see a promising target. Quentin Beck was shoved into a van disguised as a delivery vehicle, his back pressed against the cold metal interior. Two burly men flanked him like sentinels, while three monitors before him displayed real-time 3D renderings of Hell's Kitchen. Ready when you are, Mr. Dimitri. Walking along the street, feigning the role of a bystander, Chameleon tossed out a small, circular device, and the light began to shift, rendering him invisible. Not far away, two thugs were robbing a passerby. Such occurrences were not uncommon in Hell's Kitchen. Yet Quentin was quite curious about Chameleon's choice. Mr. Dimitri, why begin in Hell's Kitchen? If the aim is to tarnish Spider-Man's reputation, shouldn't it be in a more recognizable location like Times Square? A simple principle. If you wish to frame someone, you cannot engage in behavior that is the complete opposite. It raises suspicion. As he spoke, Chameleon transformed into the appearance of Spider-Man's old suit and grasped a grappling gun. You must align with the persona and make slight modifications. It's like cocktail mixing, dear Beck. You can't dilute whiskey with milk. It needs potent vodka. Yet cannot be so off that it's easily detectable. If a passerby were to glance upwards, they would witness Spider-Man swinging on his web, weaving around buildings and descending into the streets, the sound of his landing resounding with remarkable authenticity. The Chameleon executed a role, shrouded by Quentin's cover, utilizing light projection to seamlessly merge his own image with that of Spider-Man striking a pose. Gentlemen, I must ask, cannot you devise a means to earn your own livelihood? Spider-Man remarked, rising to address the two miscreants, who promptly fled at the sight of him. In a swift motion, Spider-Man launched a web, ensnaring one of them and yanking him forward, delivering a punch that left the thug bloodied and reeling. Apologies, I did not anticipate you would be so fragile. Are you all right, my friend? I'm fine. Thank you, Spider-Man, the passerby replied cautiously, approaching to express his gratitude. He observed as Spider-Man bent down to extract the thug's wallet, emptying its contents into his own pocket. What are you doing? Oh, nothing much. Considering that being a superhero comes without a salary, would you like a bit? Perhaps as a form of compensation, Spider-Man offered with a slight smile before leaping away. As for the Chameleon, he remained nearby, watching. The gangsters exchanged glances, bewildered. Is this what you're doing? One asked. Patience, we still have many such tasks to accomplish today. Spider-Man fights crime while pilfering from criminals. Is this considered theft? Perhaps, but it is not enough to undermine Spider-Man's heroic persona. People will only debate his moral imperfections without questioning his status as a hero. Dimitri chuckled, realizing that the ensuing events would be much simpler. The next step would involve Spider-Man inadvertently injuring a few individuals during his escapades, followed by him executing several nefarious villains. As public discourse surrounding Spider-Man's actions grew increasingly contentious, his performances could become ever more extreme, as if the public's accusations compelled him to self-destruct. Meanwhile, Spider-Man himself remained oblivious, perceiving only the illusions conjured by Quentin. He could not discern the distinction between himself and the phantoms. Quentin, however, grew increasingly exhilarated. He observed through the holographic projection as the Chameleon not only mimicked Spider-Man's motives and tone, but also flawlessly replicated even the minutiae of his movements, such as the slight tilt of his head. This is truly brilliant, Mr. Dimitri. You are undoubtedly the finest actor I have ever encountered. Your performance was impeccable, indistinguishable from Spider-Man himself. Despite Quentin Beck being regarded as a mere minor character by the gangsters, Dimitri relished the praise, recognizing Quentin's envy for his acting ability, or perhaps for his own capability to perform. This talented special effects artist, it seemed, harbored aspirations of becoming an actor. Contemplating this, the Chameleon pondered whether he could leverage this connection to foster a relationship with Quentin, potentially bringing him into his fold. With such a special effects artist on his team, his ventures in corporate espionage and assassination would undoubtedly reach new heights. Never mind that for now. Let us first assist the Kingpin in dealing with Spider-Man. With this thought, the Chameleon could not help but chuckle, unaware that Spider-Man had already donned a new suit. That evening, a post titled "Has Spider-Man Taken to Robbery?" began to circulate. In the grainy video, Spider-Man could be seen stuffing cash into his belt. The Kingpin's propaganda machine commenced a widespread campaign to amplify this narrative. Only the Chameleon observed all of this quietly. Chapter: The Chameleon's Defeat. Hey, Peter. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the kitchen where Aunt May and Uncle Ben were unusually seated at the breakfast table early. Before them lay eggs, bacon, and golden brown toast. Peter rubbed his sleepy eyes, instinctively sensing a peculiar atmosphere as Uncle Ben regarded him with a look of hesitant seriousness. Clearing his throat, Uncle Ben spoke gravely. Peter, listen. We have something to tell you. What? Is something wrong? Peter's drowsiness vanished in an instant, his fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the table. Don't mind your Uncle Ben's theatrics, Aunt May interjected, playfully patting Peter's hand. An old friend has invited us to stay with him for a while. Considering your studies, we've decided not to bring you along. You'll need to stay home. I was just trying to tease the kid. Uncle Ben laughed heartily, tousling Peter's hair. At 15, you should be able to change a light bulb by yourself, right? Of course, I can take care of myself. Peter grinned, his gaze sweeping over the sumptuous breakfast spread. So can we eat now? Laughter erupted around the table. After the meal, Aunt May embraced Peter tightly, while Uncle Ben feigned seriousness, lowering his voice. Sorry I can't drop you off at school on the first day. I don't even know which girl you'll be asking to dance. You'll find out next year, Peter winked. Stay safe, Uncle Ben added, pressing his thumb against Peter's shoulder, a subtle signal understood only by them. As the car drove away down the street, Peter dashed back to his room, retrieving his spider disc from beneath the bed, donning his new suit, and then leaping out of the second-floor window, scaling the roof as he raced towards school with his backpack in tow. Oddly, or perhaps strangely, there were no Avengers, nor Uncle Ben or Aunt May. It felt as if all of New York consisted solely of Spider-Man and Peter Parker, though, of course, no one cared about Peter Parker. The hot dogs, beloved by Spider-Man, were the official hot dogs of Spider-Man. Peter landed once more at the only hot dog stand sanctioned by Spider-Man, intending to showcase his new suit to his old friends. But he was surprised to find the crowd at the stand considerably thinner than before. Hey, Miller, business slow today? Your hot dog is in the usual spot, little spider. Miller replied without looking up, gesturing with his spoon towards the umbrella. You don't go online much, do you? There's a video circulating of you taking money from thugs after beating them up, and many believe it's genuine. The lenses of Spider-Man's new suit widened in surprise, reflecting his current confusion. Yesterday afternoon, I spent the entire day working on my new suit. I saw that. So your eyes move now? Peter realized he couldn't steer the conversation towards his suit upgrade and resorted to using his webbing to snag his hot dog. It sounds like someone is impersonating me and engaging in nefarious activities. How peculiar. Where was the location in the video? Hell's Kitchen. How strange. A place I hardly ever visit. I should check it out. Perhaps I can catch this imposter. Hey, Spider-Man. Is that really you? A voice interrupted his exchange with the vendor. Spider-Man turned to see a young student, significantly taller than he, though not quite as exaggerated as Carl at 6'3", but certainly around 5'8", clad in a Spider-Man cosplay beneath his coat. Oh my gosh, it's really you. I've actually met you. The young man was excessively animated, his words tumbling out in a rush. You've changed your suit. Oh my gosh, the colors are brighter, it looks more refined, the web pattern is enlarged. And your spider emblem has been altered front and back. Faced with a fan more observant than many of his old friends, Spider-Man found himself wishing for brevity and interjected. Dude, can you calm down? What? Oh right. The tall student took a deep breath, seemingly gathering himself. But as he opened his mouth, Spider-Man knew he had erred. My name is Eugene Thompson. I'm a student at Midtown High, and I'm your super fan. Look, underneath this outfit is my cosplay. Today is our school's theme day, and we were all required to dress as superheroes, so I had this costume custom made right away. All right, Eugene, may I call you that? Peter hastily jogged a few steps, preparing to swing away from this den of iniquity. Thank you, but I have matters to attend to. I must confront that imposter in Hell's Kitchen. Farewell. Watching Spider-Man soar away, Thompson shouted with fervor, I believe those actions were certainly not yours, little spider. Go and thrash those frauds. Finally free from Thompson, Spider-Man sighed, overwhelmed by the fervor of the lightning, yet quickly regained his focus and set off toward Hell's Kitchen. This locale is notorious for its high crime rate yet alarmingly low reporting, and with scarcely any cameras present, his newly designed system proved utterly ineffectual here. However, sometimes one does not require intricate methods to locate what one seeks. After all, those who soar through the skies of Manhattan are unmistakable from such heights. Another spider. Or perhaps the Mysterio. Upon landing on a wall, Spider-Man observed the imposter clad in his old uniform plummeting into the street, commencing a brutal assault on others. Activating the red infrared function of his tactical visor, he discerned only one heat signature at the scene. The victims were mere decoys. With a deft somersault, he descended into the fray, only to have his form erased by light particles. The manipulation of light particles meant that his reflection was entirely supplanted by a preconfigured scene, rendering him invisible to the imposter. At that moment, the chameleon, engaged in his act, heard a sound but saw nothing, prompting him to inquire of his backup. What is happening? What transpired was simply that he had not compensated for my copyright. In a space beyond the chameleon's sight, he was struck squarely in the chest and sent flying, having deviated from the preset scene, thus cloaked by light particles himself. Yet this did not hinder Spider-Man from observing him through the visor. What is going on? I don't know. It seems Spider-Man has entered the reflection field. The chameleon was nearly driven to madness, gazing at the illusionary area devoid of any figures. How can he see me? I don't know. Shouldn't you have conducted a thorough investigation of your target's identity before impersonating them? Your lack of professionalism as a mimic is truly disheartening. Trapped by webs of unknown origin, the chameleon was yanked forward and then sent sprawling by a punch, crashing into a wall. He could hear Spider-Man's incessant questioning. Quinn and Beck? Is that right? Can you divulge who hired you? He knows me. came the panicked voice of Quentin through the earpiece, as the chameleon muttered a curse and shouted, "Shut down the projection." But he recognized it. "Shut it down now?" As the projection ceased, revealing the normal street, and Spider-Man standing with hands on hips. The chameleon noticed the new suit adorning Spider-Man and his own outdated attire, cursing under his breath. Spider-Man, realizing he was not facing Mysterio, but rather someone genuinely wearing his old uniform with only a height discrepancy, inquired, "So, you are not Quentin? He merely provided you with technical support?" Spider-Man noticed a small ball on the ground, swiftly adhered it to himself, and pocketed it as the imposter brandished a small knife from seemingly nowhere. "Don't mention Quentin Beck. Then how shall I introduce you? Master of espionage? Mimic extraordinaire? A third-rate actor from Hollywood? Shut your mouth, you wretched insect." The chameleon lunged forward with his tactical knife, only to miss as Spider-Man deftly dodged, causing him to release the weapon and switch hands for an elbow strike. "I have undergone KGB-style training. I am a top agent of the Foreign Intelligence Service. I have taken countless lives." A swift kick to the chameleon's abdomen sent him hurtling against the wall, crashing to the ground and entangled in webs. "Now you shall contend with someone capable of supporting a raised bridge for 2 minutes. Apologies, my friend, but this foot carries a hint of personal vendetta, though you shan't come to any harm." Grabbing the bound chameleon, Peter intended to transport him directly to an NYPD precinct, for in Hell's Kitchen, summoned officers were often unreliable. "Well then, Mr. Imposter, if you are amenable, we can converse about your employer on the way. How does that sound?" Chapter 4, The Blame Game. Upon exiting the police station, Peter discovered that the individual he had apprehended was none other than Dmitry Sienko, a defector from the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, now wanted by the federal authorities for multiple counts of murder for hire and corporate espionage. The chameleon was indeed a classic adversary of Spider-Man, despite his rather unimpressive abilities. He was essentially a budget version of Mystique, and in comics and animations, his transformations necessitated a device to capture images. Yet, in this world, it seemed no such tools were required. According to the police chief, this individual had replaced his skin with a high-tech mask from the former Soviet Union, rendering him devoid of his true visage, which was quite peculiar for someone like him to retain his real name. Regardless, the minor incident involving the imposter was resolved. It was a pity that Mysterio had proven overly cautious. During my attempt to hack into his devices, he had already severed the connection. However, given that his light particle projection device could not deceive thermal imaging, dealing with him might not prove too difficult. Exiting the NYPD, Peter glanced at the time and hurried toward the school, hoping to arrive punctually, provided he encountered no further complications. Meanwhile, within the NYPD, 2 officers observed the bored chameleon altering his appearance, shifting from a curly-haired female officer to a balding detective, his skin undulating like liquid metal, igniting their curiosity. "Why don't we simply remove this guy's mask? Did you not hear the chief? He has already replaced his skin with high-tech materials. It cannot be removed." As the 2 officers conversed, their dialogue was interrupted by 2 unfamiliar colleagues who approached, one flashing a badge and stating, "The chief needs you. It's time to change shifts." Once the 2 departed from their line of sight, the officers produced keys and unlocked the detention room door. "Dmitry, Mr. Fisk is quite displeased with your failure." The officer who opened the door shot him a sidelong glance. "The video in the detention room is a pre-recorded segment. You are free to leave. Mr. Fisk awaits your response." The chameleon languidly rose, his skin rippling as he flawlessly replicated the appearance of one of the guards, tugging at his uniform collar. If Fisk knew Spider-Man's new suit could penetrate holographic projections, he would refrain from using the term failure. The imitated officer, complying, entered the detention room and took a seat. The chameleon followed the other officer outside while inquiring, "What of the others, such as that damned Quentin Beck and McDonald Gargan? They have already reached the safe house, awaiting you." As they conversed and made their way outside, Dmitry noticed a small glimmer of light dancing across the black officer's face, discreetly alerting him. "Someone outside is aiming at us. I see the reflection on your face." "What?" The black officer instinctively dodged, but it was too late. In that instant of evasion, a bullet pierced through the wall and struck him squarely in the head. Meanwhile, the chameleon, having reacted quickly enough to evade, pressed against the wall as he muttered, "Even when fleeing for one's life, one must not rush, especially not in his presence." The sudden eruption of gunfire sent the entire precinct into a frenzy, with a multitude of officers rushing to the scene and surrounding the perimeter. Outside the NYPD building, the assailant, his face darkened with anger, scrutinized the data relayed by his device. The special bullet had failed to incapacitate any voltage-bearing equipment. In other words, the chameleon was still alive. At that moment, a police drone ascended into the air, capturing the figure of the shooter clad in a black leather trench coat, beneath which he wore a black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with a massive white skull, brandishing a terrifying anti-material sniper rifle. He cast a fleeting glance at the drone's camera before swiftly departing. Accompanied by the feedback footage, the precinct descended into chaos. It's Frank Castle. All units on high alert. All units on high alert. Under the cover of confusion, the Chameleon, already infiltrated among the officers, seized the opportunity to escape. He was acutely aware that he had once again drawn the attention of the infamous Punisher, and if he wished to survive, he must locate Kingpin. As for the Punisher, he deemed it unnecessary to fret in the short term. Despite being a lunatic, he was not one to shoot indiscriminately. The Chameleon thus commandeered a police vehicle, skillfully driving away, and found his way into a shopping mall. Minutes later, an entirely unrelated individual emerged, casting a discreet glance around before heading towards Kingpin's enterprise in Hell's Kitchen. Several hours later, upon returning to his hideout, the Chameleon completely shed his disguise, revealing a mask that clung to his face, obscuring his features with only vague outlines visible. Upon his arrival, he immediately launched into a tirade against the incompetent detective. What have you been investigating? None of it is accurate. I told you yesterday that Spider-Man has a new suit, yet you chose to ignore me. Of course, Jajan refused to take the blame, promptly shifting the fault to Quentin, who, being the timid special effects artist, shook his head vehemently. It's not my fault. I have neither photos nor have I seen Spider-Man's new suit. There is simply no way to create a new model and project it onto every scene in such a short time. So, are you implying that I am at fault? Jajan seized Quentin by the collar, interrogating him, causing Quentin to hastily wave his hands in apology. However, Dimitri was acutely aware. It was indeed his fault, that wretched detective. Do you know how Spider-Man managed to beat me to a pulp? By using thermal imaging. You claim Spider-Man is a wretched poor kid who can't afford high-tech gear. Yet what happened? I ended up getting thoroughly thrashed. How was I to know where he acquired such advanced equipment? When he fought that, whatever his name is, he was clad in nothing but tattered nylon. All right, I didn't call you here to argue. Kingpin's slow but authoritative reprimand silenced the trio. As the ruler of Hell's Kitchen, who had appeared on the scene at some point, regarded the three individuals he had summoned at considerable expense, unsure whether to feel anger or disappointment. I brought you here to eliminate Spider-Man, to eradicate this nuisance that has been a significant impediment to my business, not to have you shirk responsibility amongst yourselves. Kingpin's tone was tinged with disappointment as he sighed resignedly. If, Mr. Dimitri, your framing plan cannot succeed, we shall devise an alternative strategy. If Spider-Man encounters you impersonating him again, he will undoubtedly pursue you. We can arrange for an abandoned construction site, or perhaps a certain bridge. We can set traps with explosives, countless explosives, to lure Spider-Man into a snare and obliterate him. It's not that simple. I have a history with Frank Castle, and he has now set his sights on me. Upon hearing this name, even Kingpin fell silent for several seconds before he sighed again. Then let us truly demonstrate how Spider-Man conducts his superheroics. Let us strike a blow against crime, making it clear that you have escaped. The rest, let him come to us. Chapter 5, Theme Day 1. The corridors of Midtown High School had transformed into a showcase for superheroes. As Peter, dressed as the 10th Doctor, stepped through the school gates, he was momentarily blinded by a kaleidoscope of colorful spandex suits. A backpack shaped like Captain America's shield collided with his shoulder, while a student impersonating the Joker busily sketched smiling faces on the glass with a marker. Meanwhile, the large screen suspended in the school continued to loop the student council announcement. By vote, all activities for this year's homecoming week will adopt a superhero theme. Peter, slightly bemused but not overly concerned, passed through the throng. In America, student councils wield considerable power, even having the authority to alter the school's organizational structure. Some student council presidents can initiate votes to change mandatory math classes into electives. Perhaps this is a facet of America's joyful education system. Not overly preoccupied, Peter secured his backpack and curiously surveyed his surroundings. He instinctively sensed something was amiss. His spider sense tingled faintly, yet upon inspection, he detected nothing amiss. Turning, he spotted the Dalek shell that Harry had locked onto his locker, prompting a knowing smile as he retrieved his books and departed. Cautiously trailing behind, Carl King, dressed as the Hulk, finally dared to approach, tentatively poking Peter's locker. Finding it securely locked, he departed in disappointment, oblivious to the fact that Peter had discreetly glanced back at him. So, Carl is watching me. Does he intend to place something strange in my locker to startle me? Confirming that he was not being monitored by a dangerous individual, Peter murmured to himself as he entered the classroom. Whenever he sensed someone observing him, his spider sense would emit a mild alert, However, the intensity indicated no significant threat. Nonetheless, being watched by Carl was not ideal. It would be prudent to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. He should learn not to bully his classmates. Pondering this, Peter entered the classroom and greeted Harry. "I saw your Dalek shell. Did you really lock it to your locker door? What else was I supposed to do?" Harry shrugged, seated in a modified electric wheelchair. "I somewhat regret dressing as a Dalek. It's inconvenient to move around, and I can't store things properly. I should have gone as a Cyberman. Look at everyone else in their superhero costumes, and here I am stuck in this contraption. No, the Dalek is so cool. It's like a pepper shaker encased in armor, equipped with a whisk-like laser and a toilet plunger. Man." Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. "The more you say, the more I regret it. What about you? What did you bring, Dr. Peter?" "I brought nothing at all." Peter joked lightly. "I just wore a suit somewhat resembling the 10th Doctor. I don't have the exact attire, so I made do." "Oh, the one played by David Tennant? That is quite cool." After engaging in some awkward small talk, they waited for Amadeus, but as the start of class approached, Peter took out his phone to make a call. Fortunately, it seemed Amadeus was all right. He only sounded a bit stuffy as he answered, "Hello? Hey, Amadeus, are you okay? You didn't come to school today." "Oh, Peter. I asked the teacher for a leave. I'm a bit feverish today." Amadeus's voice sounded somewhat muffled, indicating he might indeed be unwell. Peter ended the call with a hint of concern, and Harry inquired, "Is he all right?" "Just a bit of a fever. He should be fine." After replying, Peter turned to Harry. "Do you know where Amadeus lives? Perhaps we could visit him after school." "I have no idea. I only know he is boarding with some local family. He has never mentioned where he lives. I am unaware of your residence. In fact, only you all know where I reside," Peter remarked in a tone feigning discontent as he cast a glance at Harry. Harry immediately stammered, fumbling for words. And after a long pause, he sighed. "My relationship with my father isn't the best. He has always been quite harsh regarding my friends from childhood. So I apologize." "There is no need for apologies." A slight sense of reassurance washed over Peter as he felt more certain that Harry was indeed Harry Osborn. He observed Harry engrossed in yet another Spider-Man video. "I wanted to ask you last time, why do you seem to watch Spider-Man whenever you have a moment to spare?" "Nothing significant, just homework, I suppose." As time passed, the classroom scene grew increasingly absurd. A girl clad in a Black Widow costume was collecting assignments, while their middle-aged math teacher, who was fond of checkered shirts, entered with an elongated rubber face. "Good morning, class. I am Mr. Fantastic, and today I will teach you about differential calculus." "Mr. Davis." "Teacher," Harry muttered with an air of indifference, settling into yet another mundane day, or rather, a tranquil one. With the Avengers having departed from New York, it seemed as though the entire city had quieted down. After class, Peter glanced at his phone while walking, noting that there were no pressing matters for Spider-Man to address. Just as he felt his mood lifting, he spotted Carl and a rather unfriendly-looking student opening their locker. Carl appeared to be quite anxious. Upon seeing Peter, he promptly patted his companion's back, and the two hastily withdrew. "Hey, Carl," completely oblivious to what had transpired. Peter approached his locker, opened his bag, and checked for any missing items, only to discover that Carl had taken nothing at all. This made him furrow his brow. Was Carl planning to stash something in his locker to prank him? Or was he searching for something? What could he possibly hope to find? "Find what, clever boy? Or should I refer to you as Suit Superman now?" The locker door was knocked upon, and Peter recognized the sound immediately. Stepping back, he saw Gwen leaning against the locker. It was hardly surprising that she had not adorned herself in any superhero or villain attire, remaining in her usual outfit. Peter took a step back, adjusting the collar of his deep blue suit. "Hello, I am the doctor." "What doctor?" "Just the doctor. I knew you would ask that." Peter chuckled as Gwen failed to grasp the reference, and after confirming that nothing of his was missing, he closed the locker door, ensuring that his spider tracers remained concealed. "Wait, could Carl be searching for my old costume? I suspect he intends to stuff something peculiar into my locker." They dressed up as Thor and Hulk, yet resort to such antics. Peter redirected the conversation. "So, why are you dressed as Gwen Stacy?" "I am Gwen Stacy. To be precise, I hadn't decided who to portray when the theme day commenced, and worse yet, this blasted theme is set to last an entire week." Gwen sighed, while Peter mused that her golden locks would suit a Supergirl costume perfectly, although she seemed oblivious to this notion. After ruffling her beautiful blonde hair, Gwen finally revealed her purpose for visiting. "Speaking of the theme day, the weekend is homecoming. Have you found a date for the dance?" "Let me guess. You and your new friends are competing to see who can find a date first, and you rushed over to ask me?" Impressive deduction, clever boy. So, Peter could only respond with a self-deprecating smile. No one cares about Peter Parker or the doctor, so Gwen, I can assure you, you have already secured victory. Chapter 6, Theme Day. In the United States, The beginning of each academic year is marked by homecoming festivities, typically held over the weekend. The week leading up to it, from Monday to Friday, is designated as Spirit Week, where each day has a theme, and students are required to participate in decorations and costumes, along with activities such as signing walls or graffiti. The culmination is a homecoming football game on Friday, followed by a dance on Saturday. These events are ostensibly designed to help freshmen integrate into the school and foster a sense of belonging among returning students, yet they often devolve into mere revelry. I never intended to stand out. I just didn't know who to dress as. You know? When I searched online for female superheroes or villains, the costumes were unbearable. Even for my dad. As Gwen walked, she lamented to Peter about the revealing nature of most female superhero costumes, remarking that Sheriff George would never buy her a cosplay outfit. She and Peter were among the few dressed similarly to ordinary people. The only distinction was that Peter donned regular clothes while Gwen had yet to procure a costume. And you know what they say? Standing alone in a crowd of colorful costumes. How awkward is that? You could have asked me in advance. Perhaps I could have made some recommendations. Good idea. Why didn't I think of that? If anyone inquires about your superhero persona, just say you're portraying Wolf Girl. Who is that? A character from the same series as mine. Gwen was utterly perplexed by this character, but she didn't press the matter further. Peter glanced behind him. Sensing he was being watched, his spider sense never took a break. Was it Carl again? He seemed to have fixated on Peter, but why? Did he suspect him of being Spider-Man? After all, Carl had witnessed the spider bite that had been placed on Peter's neck. What was his intention? To substantiate this claim, and what? To connect with some villainous organization? Peter? Peter. Yes? Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought about Carl. Though not entirely accurate. Peter offered an apology and inquired of Gwen, "What did you just say?" I asked if you would accompany me after school to pick out an outfit. I initially thought this theme day would last only a day, but I didn't realize it would extend this long. Noticing Peter's hesitation, Gwen raised an eyebrow. What? Do you have somewhere else to be? It's hard to say. It depends on the news. He was planning to utilize the Avengers computer and Jarvis to analyze Carl's recent behavior. In case he truly suspected Peter of being Spider-Man, he would need to devise a countermeasure. Are you hiding something from me? Since you entered high school, you've been all secretive. We hardly commute together anymore. Gwen observed Peter, who had drifted off again, prompting her to inquire further. Peter quickly waved his hand dismissively. No, absolutely not. You have my word. If something were amiss, I would certainly inform you. Then it's settled. You will accompany me to shop for clothes. All right. Reluctantly appeased, Peter continued alongside Gwen, surveying the school grounds. Due to the broad theme of superheroes and the variety of costumes, the entire school was enveloped in an oddly joyous atmosphere. Aside from those clad in skin-tight cosplay costumes and individuals like Harry, who had transformed into a motorized wheelchair, superheroes could also be represented through plush costumes. And while someone donned a Sonic costume, the presence of a Pikachu, could that even be considered a superhero? Certainly, there were familiar faces present at the scene, notably Jessica, a senior whose attire epitomized the quintessential Sherlock Holmes. Complete with a deerstalker hat, a double-breasted coat, and a flowing cape, she was unmistakably a vision of Holmes himself. Hey, Peter. Oh, hey. Document Jessica clearly recognized Peter's costume, while Peter, confronted with such an unmistakable ensemble, couldn't help but inquire. Are you certain that you consider yourself a superhero in this getup? You merely resemble Sherlock Holmes. Hey, Parker. Sherlock Holmes undoubtedly qualifies as a superhero. Why wouldn't he? After her playful retort, Jessica finally noticed Gwen and cheerfully introduced herself. Hello, I'm Jessica, the president of the detective club, and Peter is one of our members. Hi, I'm Gwen, and we're friends. As they exchanged pleasantries, Peter felt Carl's gaze upon him. He decided to alter his approach, refraining from giving Carl any feedback, allowing him to continue his self-assured stealth. Peter resolved to observe Carl's intentions. However, Carl began to doubt the accuracy of his conclusions. Peter Parker exhibited no peculiarities, and even his wardrobe lacked any trace of a Spider-Man suit. Moreover, Parker remained oblivious to Carl's scrutiny. As Carl wrestled with his confusion, he contemplated how to resolve the matter. He intended to follow Peter after school to ascertain whether he truly was the alleged Spider-Man when he unexpectedly stumbled upon a video on his phone. It depicted Spider-Man assisting ordinary citizens and decisively defeating thugs. Yet, the crucial detail was its recent upload, showcasing Spider-Man in a new costume, flawlessly executed from every angle. This left Carl thoroughly perplexed. Could it be that Peter Parker genuinely wasn't Spider-Man? Had he misjudged the situation? And the spider hadn't granted Peter any abilities after all? The individual behind the video, undoubtedly, was Chameleon, who, with Quentin Beck's assistance, had orchestrated yet another remarkable performance, this time fully embodying the superhero persona, to prevent the Punisher from appearing unexpectedly and wreaking havoc. This endeavor was primarily managed by Quentin alone, utilizing projections to transform a warehouse into a street and subsequently sealing it off, luring Spider-Man to a designated location where his doom awaited. The thought of the humiliation Spider-Man had inflicted upon him made Chameleon take a deep breath. But Quentin Beck had different thoughts. He pondered why Spider-Man knew his name and, more importantly, the implications of that knowledge. Leaning against a massive fish tank, Quentin muttered to himself, "Is infrared vision truly light?" Chapter 7, Theme Day. The air conditioning in the comic shop buzzed. Yet it failed to disperse the attention focused on Peter Parker. Those gazes clung to him like viscous syrup, mingling envy with a tinge of bitterness. For it was indeed rare to see someone fortunate enough to accompany a girl as beautiful as Gwen to purchase cosplay costumes in a haven filled with nerds and potato chips. However, he neither perused comics nor engaged with others. Instead, he waited for Gwen to change while scrolling through his phone, checking the latest crime map in New York provided by Jarvis. The good news was that New York had been remarkably peaceful lately, to the extent that Spider-Man found himself devoid of purpose. The bad news was that this tranquility likely stemmed from someone else doing the work. Numerous new videos surfaced, showcasing Spider-Man battling various thugs and villains, all distinctly in his style, with movements reminiscent of his own. Had Chameleon not been apprehended, he would have doubted whether it was indeed Chameleon behind these antics. Alternatively, perhaps Chameleon had escaped or been released. After Herman's audacious escape, Peter had little hope for the NYPD's security measures. They were nearly non-existent, reminiscent of George's breakfast preparations for Gwen. "Are you sure this outfit is appropriate?" Peter looked up to see Gwen emerging from the fitting room, clad in Supergirl's classic comic costume. After a twirl, she uncertainly asked Peter, who responded with an encouraging smile. "Of course, it suits you well. When I first received it, I worried about the length of the skirt, but thankfully, even my dad wouldn't complain about this length. If Uncle George has concerns, you could always wear pants underneath," Peter suggested. Gwen looked puzzled. "Are you certain? Wearing long pants under a superhero costume? We're merely participating in a school theme day, Gwen. It's not like we're attending San Diego Comic-Con. Even if it's not perfect, no one will say anything. Besides, you've already seen Holmes and Pikachu costumes at school. All right, give me a moment. I'll change back." Once Gwen returned to the fitting room, Peter continued scrolling through his phone, sending a request to Jarvis to investigate the false Spider-Man sightings in the city. This time, the impersonator was not merely a simple cosplay. The footage showcased complete web-slinging scenes and combat moves that surpassed the ordinary. Even without Chameleon, the elusive Mysterio was still stirring up trouble from the shadows. Yet, Peter remained uncertain as to why Mysterio had yet to reveal himself and preferred to stay behind the scenes. Was it due to his equipment not being sufficiently refined? Was he limited to fixed projections and unable to conjure illusions on the fly or deceive thermal imaging, thus opting to remain hidden? Peter furrowed his brow, uncertain of the other's motives. Mysterio's small sphere was still in his possession, and come nightfall, he could head to Avengers Tower for a thorough analysis. "Do you have anything else to do?" Gwen, now with her cosplay costume in hand, asked Peter. He was momentarily taken aback and replied, "What? Well, you know, I mentioned that I wouldn't be able to catch up with you in high school. You always wake up so early, and we don't walk home together anymore. So I was wondering if you've been busy, always out and about." Peter, taken aback by her observation, found himself at a loss for words. He shook his head, holding his phone, which bore no surprising messages. "No, really, nothing like club activities or late runs." "Really? Really? Are we heading home together?" Gwen regarded Peter with a hint of skepticism, yet chose not to press further. "Then let us go?" Peter sighed in relief, clutching his phone, hoping the journey home would be devoid of any incidents requiring Spider-Man's intervention. Not everyone shared such a buoyant mood, particularly Carl, who, upon being caught rifling through Peter's belongings, felt an inexplicable dread. He was haunted by the thought that Peter Parker might transform into that grotesque figure clad in a Spider-Man costume and come charging at him. The mere notion of Peter Parker potentially being Spider-Man filled Carl with trepidation. He recalled all the times he had bullied Peter and others, leveraging his superior physique without a second thought. But the thought of tormenting someone capable of hurling cars was terrifying. Each time that idea crossed his mind, Carl felt an overwhelming fear. Yet, beyond that, the very fact that the frail Peter could instill such anxiety within him only fueled his anger. How could he possibly fear that scrawny kid? Torn between anger and fear, Carl returned home, where only his mother awaited him. Mrs. Kim, visibly anxious, inquired about her son. "Are you all right, Carl? You seem a bit off. If you can see that, then quit the small talk." Is dinner ready? Without a hint of politeness, Carl tossed his backpack onto the table and switched on the television, tuning into the live broadcast of a football match. His gaze fixated on the family portrait above the fireplace, where his father had once draped an arm around his shoulder. Adorned with a Rolex Submariner that now likely lay decaying in a prison cell alongside its owner. Unable to alleviate his own burdens, he imagined his father handing him a gun, his voice, tinged with the scent of whiskey, instructing him, "Hey, if you feel afraid, just follow him and put a bullet in him. Once he's dead, you'll never have to fear again. I miss you, Dad." Carl murmured to himself as he grabbed a can of beer from the coffee table, opened it, and began to drink, only to have his thoughts drift back to Peter Parker, prompting him to crush the can in a fit of rage. "Oh my, Carl, you're bleeding." Mrs. Jean, carrying dinner, noticed the cut on Carl's hand caused by the sharp edge of the can and hurried to fetch alcohol and bandages. However, Carl swatted her hand away, taking the bandages for himself to tend to his wound. Who needs this much food? Once his mother had left, Carl disinfected his hand and returned to his room after dinner. His mind incessantly replayed the filamentous substances he had discovered in the chemistry lab, as well as the similar webbing he had encountered during the confrontation with the villain. He had intended to examine them again, but that substance had vanished entirely. Damn Peter Parker. Lying on his bed, Carl opened his phone and searched for Spider-Man, stumbling upon various clips of the hero's gallant exploits, clearly from Peter Parker's high school days. Yet, something felt amiss to him. He retrieved the vividly colored spider from his backpack, the one from Osborn Industries. It was this very spider he had placed on Parker's neck, a masterpiece intended to retaliate against Parker's defiance throughout middle school. Consequently, he had preserved it as a specimen to frighten others. Even if Parker had indeed transformed into Spider-Man thanks to this spider, it was rendered meaningless. The flesh had been extracted, leaving behind only a hollow shell. Carl contemplated discarding the spider, but suddenly entertained a daring thought. What if he consumed it? After all, it had been preserved in alcohol rather than formaldehyde, and had been months since. The worst that could happen was a bit of nausea, if the shell still held any potency. Carl hesitated, placing the spider back on the table before lying down again. He closed his eyes, and images flashed before him, Spider-Man battling the villain, smashing an enormous billboard onto him. Startled, Carl sat upright, seized the spider specimen from the table, and shoved it into his mouth, chewing it into fragments before swallowing. He could not fathom his motivations for such an act, but perhaps it was the semblance of security that allowed him to drift into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 8. Intricacies. Well then, tomorrow I'll go to school with Gwen, provided nothing unusual occurs along the way. If something does happen, I'll have to leave midway, making it impossible to conceal my identity from Gwen. After 10 o'clock at night, Peter stealthily slipped out of his home, swinging through the night sky of Queens, the webs glinting silver as he glided towards Manhattan. The Avengers Tower loomed in the darkness, its windows aglow with sparse lights. Jarvis had already unlocked the door for him, and Peter landed lightly, instinctively brushing non-existent dust off his suit. "Good evening, Jarvis. How are the Avengers faring?" The Quinjet entered Wakandan airspace, and all external communications were severed. The only data transmission occurred within the Wakandan Palace. That shouldn't pose any issues. The Avengers have entered the Wakandan Palace, but due to Wakanda's unique nature, communications were disrupted. After grasping the situation, Peter shifted his focus to two pressing matters. First, whether the new imitator was the fleeing Chameleon or merely Mysterio, and second, why Carl was tracking him. Had he discovered something? First, let us address the simpler task. Jarvis, please cross-reference the image of freshman Carl Jean from Midtown High with all known surveillance cameras in New York. I want to ascertain what he knows. Before long, Jarvis retrieved the first piece of information Peter sought. On the night of the battle with the villain, Carl had been present at the scene and had even wandered around the battlefield after the fight concluded. It appeared there was little else of significance. Peter then instructed Jarvis to compare the footage in which he had been recorded, setting a limit of 10 minutes for the same camera. Naturally, all segments occurred within Midtown High. It seemed there were no red flags. Peter's eyes narrowed as he discovered the crucial segment. That night, after he had concocted a new web fluid in the school lab, Carl had entered as well, likely having found the remnants of webbing that had not yet degraded. Furthermore, Carl's placing the spider on his neck could have sparked his suspicions. But why would he be so paranoid? Was he concerned about retribution? Fine, Carl. Just understand that I won't harm you. Until then, live in fear if you must. Having no prior knowledge of the villainous Spider Slayer, Peter overlooked Carl and redirected Jarvis to gather information regarding the Chameleon. As expected, both Jarvis and the NYPD confirmed that the Chameleon had indeed escaped. It was unclear which corrupt officer had facilitated his release, but during his flight, some unusual events had transpired. Frank Castle, the Punisher, had attempted to assassinate the Chameleon but had mistakenly targeted the wrong individual, allowing the Chameleon to slip away, whereabouts currently unknown. The Punisher? He has been after the Chameleon for quite some time. According to existing records, Frank Castle has made over 5 attempts on Dmitry Smerdyakov, all of which have ended in failure. Can we ascertain the reason? No, that is not possible. Peter, having organized the available leads, deduced the following. The Chameleon was collaborating with Mysterio, whose equipment was utilized in the villain's heist. To complement the heist, a large-scale bank robbery had been orchestrated as a cover. Currently, with Mysterio and the Chameleon working together, the initial intent appeared to be tarnishing Peter's reputation, indicating a mastermind behind-the-scenes intent on eliminating Spider-Man, whether through direct means or character assassination. Upon reflecting on all of Spider-Man's actions to date, Peter arrived at a singular conclusion. The adversary was the one acquiring a substantial cache of Chitauri technology in New York, repurposing it into weapons for sale. After all, Spider-Man had long been contending with smuggler factions wielding high-tech weaponry. Who could it be? Kingpin? Hammerhead? Tombstone? New York's criminal underworld was rife with figures, making it difficult to pinpoint the guilty party. Regardless, the Chameleon's objective was unequivocal: to eliminate Spider-Man. However, with the Punisher now on his tail, if the Chameleon continued to malign Spider-Man, he risked exposure as a fraud. Consequently, he was compelled to imitate Peter, performing the heroic deeds expected of a superhero, a bitter irony indeed. The Chameleon's reappearance was undoubtedly a trap, though Peter could not yet discern its specifics, perhaps a swarm of henchmen, a bomb trap, or a supervillain hired by the puppet master. However, Peter, upon attending the appointment, would undoubtedly find himself ensnared in a trap. Although this trap may not directly affect him, one must ponder, why must he willingly step into it? Is there not a Punisher? I ought to have a word with the Punisher, for he will surely keep a vigilant watch over the Spider-Men that appear. I should be able to locate him with relative ease, provided he does not turn his fire upon me. Surely, he cannot be that violent? Peter was convinced that the Punisher, who had relentlessly pursued the Chameleon for so long, must possess a wealth of knowledge regarding his adversary. Yet, he still needed to ascertain whether the Chameleon was truly irredeemable or if, like Herman, he was fundamentally not beyond salvation. Well then, let me present my conclusion. Spider-Man is likely a student, perhaps a high school or college student, with a higher likelihood of the former. While Detective McDonald may possess average character, his professional acumen as a detective is indisputable. After compiling his findings, he glanced at his 2 temporary allies and Kingpin, who had brought in an ornate Eastern armchair, occupying only half of it as he sat, smiling gently and gesturing for McDonald to continue. All right, this is my summary regarding the timing of his appearances. It is evident that Spider-Man's activity varies between weekdays and holidays, with a notable distinction on weekdays. He seldom appears between the hours of 8 a.m. and 3 p.m., a time frame that cannot be attributed to work obligations, but rather to school attendance. I have cross-referenced the school schedules across Manhattan, finding 7 institutions whose timetables align with this observation. Excellent work, Mr. McDonald. Kingpin took the printed A4 sheet listing the 7 schools from McDonald's hands, glanced over it with satisfaction, and handed it to the Prowler standing beside him. If we do not manage to eliminate Spider-Man soon, this list may prove invaluable. However, for now, let us deliberate on how to deal with Spider-Man directly. I have arranged for an entire building under construction, not owned by the Fisk Group, to be stocked with ample explosives, sufficient to obliterate any living creature. Even if the explosives fail to kill, the collapsing debris will adequately bury Spider-Man. Now, we merely need to identify the opportune moment to lure him into our trap during his escapades. Kingpin extended his palm, as if an imaginary spider stood within it, and clenched his fist with fervor. Thus, once and for all, we shall eradicate Spider-Man. Chapter 9, the second theme day. Once again, it was a day suitable for being Spider-Man, but not for Peter Parker, as he needed to attend school with Gwen. This was the perfect opportunity to keep the Chameleon at bay. He was likely waiting for Peter to seek him out that morning, only to find Peter absent and then later pursue the Punisher, leaving the Chameleon to futilely wait outside. Gwen did not don a Supergirl costume for school. Unlike Peter's formal attire, the Doctor, in truth, had no uniform, wearing only casual clothing, allowing Peter to leave dressed as he was, while Gwen opted to place her costume in her backpack and decide against wearing it to Midtown High, even for the theme day. Nevertheless, it was certainly more convenient than Harry's electric wheelchair. So, Peter, how many classmates have you met since starting at the new school? Aside from Harry, Amadeus, and your detective club senior Jessica, how many others do you know? Faced with Gwen's inquiry, Peter felt a twinge of embarrassment. There was also Flash Thompson. But considering Flash did not recognize Peter Parker, he pondered for a moment before replying honestly, "None. It is the second week of school. And you are telling me you have only met 3 new classmates?" Gwen was genuinely astonished. "You have shattered your middle school record, brother. How on earth did you manage to only meet 3 people in a week of high school? In my previous life, I attended university for 4 years and still couldn't match names to faces of the female classmates. Not to mention I had to juggle being Spider-Man. Where would I find time for socializing?" Peter mused inwardly, though he refrained from voicing it. He could only shrug helplessly. "I'm not quite sure how to socialize with others. Especially when it comes to opening topics. One cannot discuss everything under the sun, can they? What about your friends? Harry and Amadeus? Haven't they introduced you to anyone? As for Amadeus, forget it. I believe his situation is even more dire than mine. An international student living in a host family, and on his first day, he was bullied by someone like Carl." Peter reflected before recalling Harry. Harry must be Harry Osborn. He has been engrossed in Spider-Man-related videos and has a strained relationship with his father, reluctant to invite friends over. Peter could draw a conclusion. The only lingering question was the status of Norman Osborn. Had he already become the Green Goblin, or not? How much did he know about Spider-Man? And what was his stance on him? Harry's relationship with his father was strained. He mentioned that his father disapproved of all his friends since childhood. Thus, I suspect he is not particularly adept at socializing either. Gwen opened her mouth and shook her head vigorously. "What kind of friends have you made? A middle school peer support group? I handle the therapy, and they do the venting, perhaps like that." They continued their conversation as they boarded the subway. Peter, as usual, retrieved his phone and opened a video about Spider-Man, prompting Gwen to lean in closer to the screen. "Are you particularly interested in Spider-Man?" "Not really. Harry is always watching. I asked him why, and he said it was for homework, so I decided to watch as well." "Do you think Harry's family has any connection to Spider-Man?" There was not a single lie in Peter's words as he deftly deflected Gwen's inquiry. Gwen pondered for a moment, but did not respond. While Peter opened the next video, yesterday afternoon at 2 o'clock, Spider-Man assisted 2 addicts in Hell's Kitchen, preventing them from being killed by debt collectors. "What's wrong? You sound somewhat discontented." "Not much. I just feel that even if Spider-Man saves them, it won't improve their lives. Some things are better left untouched from the very beginning." Peter said this as the subway drew nearer to Manhattan. And Gwen seemed to have a thought to share with Peter. "I'm planning to visit the police station after school to see my dad. Do you want to join?" It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of it. The people at the police station won't recognize you, and they probably won't let you wander around freely." Gwen chuckled, tossing her hair back to shift the topic. The subway conveniently arrived at that moment. A few minutes later, Peter arrived at his locker, bracing himself for whatever scare Carl might have left inside. The absence of any warning from his spider sense indicated that whatever lay within posed no danger. He swung the locker door open, revealing it to be empty. Peter placed his bag inside and retrieved his books. The continuity of 5 theme days had one advantage. If someone found their first costume unsatisfactory, they could easily swap it for a better one. For instance, Harry's cumbersome Dalek shell was nowhere to be seen. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted a fellow student engrossed in yet another Spider-Man video. "Hello, document hello, cyborg," Harry jested, while Amadeus, seated behind, appeared to be lost in thought. Peter greeted him as well. "Hey, Amadeus, you really dressed up as Dr. Banner? I thought you would go as the Hulk." "I have a Hulk mask, and underneath, I have a green t-shirt." Amadeus lifted his mask for a moment, revealing a smile before putting it back down. "How's your health?" "Not bad, just a bit of a cold. A little medicine and some sleep should fix it." Amadeus nodded, looking genuinely well. Peter then seized the opportunity to pose the next question. "Where are you living now? Perhaps we could pay you a visit. And if you fall ill again next time, we could check on you." Amadeus was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, hesitating as if he were desperately searching for an excuse. "Well, as you know, I live with a host family, and I'm not sure if they would permit me to bring friends over, so I must first ask my landlady." Having delivered what felt like a prevaricated response, Amadeus swiftly redirected the conversation towards Harry. "Besides, we don't even know where Harry lives, do we?" Harry interjected, "My dad has some issues. He dislikes me bringing friends home. Sorry." Thus, it seemed that the only residence open for casual visits was that of Peter Parker. As luck would have it, with little else on their agenda, Harry suggested, "Why don't we all head over to Peter's place to play DD?" Harry looked at Peter, cautiously inquiring, "Will your uncle and aunt mind if we make noise?" "I don't know, but they've been out recently. It's just me at home. So if you all want to come, that's fine." "When are you thinking of coming?" "Just the 2 of us?" Harry replied. "Make sure to call me when you decide to come over. If I'm out, I'll let you know." After a moment's consideration, Peter realized he truly had no pressing matters and agreed, thinking that if he were free that evening, it would be perfectly fine. Maintaining good social ties was crucial to concealing his Spider-Man identity, despite having only 2 friends. The group spent the class in this manner, and after it concluded, Peter exited the classroom only to find someone standing beside his locker. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was the individual who had accompanied Carl in attempting to break into his locker the previous day. However, today, the person neither attempted to pick the lock nor fled upon seeing Peter, as if they were waiting for him. With a furrowed brow, Peter approached and asked, "What is up?" I don't know. I wanted to ask if you knew what happened to Carl. He didn't come to school today." The boy, who seemed to resemble a small-time thug, appeared timid before Peter, as if intimidated. He glanced around nervously. "Didn't you call Carl?" "I did." His mother answered and said he was sick and couldn't come to school. "So, I was thinking, he has been really scared of you lately." Peter, grasping the boy's concern, sighed exasperatedly. "I haven't done anything, all right? I'm not Carl. I'm not a bully. If you're worried that I might come after you, then you can rest easy. Perhaps Carl should try being a decent person so he wouldn't have to be so frightened." Chapter 40, The Punisher. It was an ordinary day of school dismissal. And as there were no extracurricular activities for the detective club, both Harry and Amadeus prepared to head home, with Peter leaving in a rather brisk manner. "Hello, boys." Just as they were about to depart together, Gwen called out to them. The two exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions resembling those of students unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. "Gwen, right?" "Hello?" Harry greeted uncertainly, curious as to why she was there, and quickly asked, "Is there something you need?" Gwen crossed her arms, scanning their surroundings as if confirming the absence of a certain figure. "Is Peter not walking with you? He usually doesn't walk with us. He always seems busy." Amadeus replied, shrugging, the strap of his backpack leaving a mark on his slender shoulder. "Are we all considered friends?" "I suppose so. But do we really know each other well? We've only known each other for less than half a month." So it was not surprising that Peter Parker returned home alone each night. Gwen's eyebrows subtly raised, not as a question, but more as a confirmation. "So you don't know what he does after school?" Originally prepared to respond with a shouldn't we know, Harry suddenly grasped the key point. "Wait, are you saying Peter disappears after school?" "No, just that he gets home quite late," Gwen clarified before she heard Mary Jane and the others calling her for band practice. And after a brief farewell, she departed. Amadeus adjusted the straps of his backpack and pushed up his glasses. "What do you think Peter does after school?" "I don't know," Harry replied nonchalantly. "Maybe he is the most honest one among us." At that very moment, Peter was soaring above Manhattan. It truly felt peculiar. Recently, New York had become considerably more peaceful, with sporadic criminal activities that could be resolved without the intervention of Spider-Man. Jarvis. Have the Avengers satellites located my imposter and the Punisher yet? The actions of these chameleons had extended beyond Hell's Kitchen, likely to avoid detection by the Punisher in the same area. However, Peter understood that with the assistance of the Mysterio, the chameleon that had appeared might not be the genuine article, but merely a recorded image. In such circumstances, if the Punisher were to act, it could potentially alert the real chameleon. The latest results from the satellite scans soon appeared in his visor, while the Punisher was not found. The whereabouts of the faux Spider-Man were unmistakably clear. Peter glided over and landed atop a building from a distance, beginning to survey the surroundings. He deduced that there was a location nearby, concealed from both satellites and surveillance, where the Punisher was hiding. Furthermore, he needed to identify the situation and eliminate the chameleon, necessitating careful control of the distance. "Found you." Frank Castle was concealed atop a sheltered building, using binoculars to observe Spider-Man dispatching his adversaries in the distance. This was hardly a difficult task, as he was well aware that troublemakers frequently roamed this area. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he lowered his binoculars and drew his weapon. But his handgun was almost instantaneously yanked away. Then, a target he should have been watching was dangling upside down, waving his hands. Hey, calm down, buddy, calm down." Realizing what was happening, the Punisher immediately reached for the sniper rifle he had set aside, only to have it snatched away by Spider-Man, who not only disarmed him but also adhered his hands together. "I know what you intend to do, but first, we need to have a discussion." "What is there to discuss?" "Since you're here, the chameleon must be standing in that wretched place. Once he is dead, everything will be resolved. That is the problem." As Spider-Man spoke, he glanced out the window. According to the thermal imaging results, neither Spider-Man nor the thugs being beaten were present. There was no one there. Merely a projection. The Punisher frowned. "Do you have thermal imaging equipment? If so, take a look and you'll see. I don't know who acquired the high-end projection equipment from Horizon Labs and modified it. This person collaborated with the chameleon, projecting sufficiently realistic images in various locations, when in fact, there is nothing there." As Spider-Man spoke, he tore the webs from the Punisher's hands. who then picked up another pair of binoculars to look at the chameleon, muttering a curse under his breath. So I've been watching for hours, chasing after 7 or 8 locations, and they were all fakes? There must be one real place. Their target is me. And they created all these imposters to lure me in. Spider-Man returned the handgun to the Punisher, articulating a conclusion that the latter had also surmised. After a moment of contemplation, the Punisher grasped Spider-Man's intent. Are you suggesting that you act as bait to ascertain the specifics while I take care of that damned chameleon from behind? Firstly, I must ascertain why you are relentlessly pursuing the chameleon. Is he truly beyond redemption? Upon hearing this, the Punisher, seemingly lost in thought, removed the web from his handgun and could not suppress a chuckle. Beyond redemption? If you claim he has committed acts that surpass human comprehension, such as heinous murders, that is not the case. He is merely a mercenary willing to do anything for money. He dares to take lives for his profit. And the toll of those who have perished at his hands exceeds 0. And the law cannot bring him to justice? I know a lawyer. Yet even he cannot imprison someone who does not need to show his face. How do you expect to make him confess to his deeds, hero? The Punisher secured his handgun and prepared to retreat, adding, not to mention how many people in this country, from top to bottom, hope that this fellow will do their dirty work. Guess how long it would take for the CIA and FBI to seek him out after his incarceration? Aside from myself, no one wishes for his demise. Oh, I see. Spider-Man nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Shall I leave a contact number? I must return to prepare. Around 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I shall investigate what the chameleon intends to do, and I will notify you then. The Punisher hesitated momentarily before exchanging phone numbers with Spider-Man, who, of course, did not use Peter Parker's number, but rather an old-fashioned flip phone he had scavenged from a flea market, repurposed as a communication device after the redesign of the Avengers Tower. Following his conversation with the Punisher, Spider-Man swung out of the window, leaving the scene. Let the chameleon do half the work for himself while he prepared a surprise for him and the mysterious guest. Speaking of which, is Carl King ill? Could it be that he frightened himself? Certainly not. At this moment, Carl King lay curled up in bed, burning with fever, his skin covered in ominous red rashes. That mutated spider did not bestow upon him superpowers, but instead brought a hellish torment. Am I to die? Am I to die? In the midst of this agony, Mrs. King cautiously opened the door, bringing food, and as she gazed at her son, she stood at the threshold, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she dared not approach. Are you all right? Carl, give me the medicine. Hurry, give me painkillers. You have taken too many already, Carl. If you continue like this, you will become dependent. You wretched woman. Carl, in pain, seized the alarm clock from the bedside table and hurled it at his mother. You want me to die? Just like you wished for my father to be imprisoned. ISNT that so? Carl, bring me the medicine. Chapter 41, A Subtle Transformation. George Stacy serves as a patrol sergeant at the 1st Precinct in Manhattan. The position of sergeant is a middle ground. It essentially belongs to the ranks of officers rather than those of higher authority, thus it is consistently busy. It was not until 6 in the evening that he completed his patrol according to the schedule and returned to the precinct. Shortly after he sat down, a colleague approached him with astonishing news, prompting him to rise and walk into the precinct's corridor, where he spotted his daughter bringing him dinner from a Chinese restaurant. Welcome to NYPD. Sergeant Stacy embraced his daughter and, under Gwen's somewhat awkward gaze, released her. What brings you here to visit your old father? Firstly, you're not yet 50. I don't consider that old. Secondly, I came to bring you dinner. I suspect you haven't eaten yet? I was just about to eat. I was taking a break. Gwen eyed her father suspiciously. What were you planning to eat? I don't know. If you hadn't come, I would have had to think of something myself. Have you eaten, Gwen? I tried it for you. That Chinese restaurant has good flavor. You tried it for me? George paused, then frowned. Dining out is never ideal. Once or twice is acceptable, but a girl your age should learn to handle household chores. Alas, if only Helen hadn't passed away so early, she would have taught you. Gwen maintained a polite smile, glancing at her surroundings. So, do you plan to eat dinner in the corridor? Certainly not. George led Gwen to his desk, which had little on it, cluttered with various everyday items. Gwen keenly spotted a note on the desk, picked it up, and read aloud. Webbing will degrade automatically within 2 hours. Please prepare for reception. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Huh. Is this the note left by Spider-Man for you? Yes. I had initially planned to submit it to evidence or file it away. But I had nowhere else to keep it, so I brought it back. I always find this handwriting somewhat familiar, yet I am certain it is not Peter Parker's. Sergeant Stacy was quite confident. It stemmed from the assurance of an experienced officer. I would never mistake Peter's handwriting. I remember it distinctly. Gwen cast a few more glances at the note and merely nodded. Indeed, Peter Parker's handwriting is certainly not like this. The Chameleon is also investigating Spider-Man's identity. Today, he has once again been masquerading as Spider-Man, fighting evil. Since yesterday afternoon until today, the traps prepared for King have been ready for quite some time. Yet, Spider-Man has not shown up. Your so-called reasoning is utterly useless. Claiming Spider-Man is a high school student, we need to lure him after school. The Chameleon, in a fit of exasperation, berated McDonald. Where is he? It has been ages since Spider-Man last appeared. My reasoning is undoubtedly correct. It is you who are too cowardly. What are you afraid of, the Punisher? You dare not commit any misdeeds. McDonald adamantly refused to accept that it was his problem. He believed it was the Chameleon's fault. Even with holographic projection, he dared not partake in any wrongdoing, fearing he would be gunned down by the Punisher. What on earth is holographic projection for, then? Just for show? The Chameleon, while feeling helpless, would not admit to his mistakes. After all, every time he utilized holographic projection to attract Spider-Man, he had to remain hidden nearby, unable to fully disengage, which was the source of his greatest frustration. Had it not been necessary for him to be present, he would have fled long ago. Hey, guys, Quentin Beck has brought a new projector, he said, extending it to the Chameleon, the latest technology. I have finally integrated the invisible spectrum into the projector. Now, even with thermal imaging, no issues can be detected. The principle of thermal imaging is infrared, naturally. Infrared is also a form of light. However, previously, Quentin had unconsciously overlooked this aspect, which is why he had not programmed for it. Excellent. The Chameleon accepted the small, ball-like projector. By tomorrow, Spider-Man should finally depart this beautiful world, provided he actually comes. Rest assured, McDonald scoffed. I will accompany you to the ambush site. Then you shall see my reasoning is absolutely correct. Even by the second day, Carl King's condition showed no signs of improvement, and in fact, had worsened. Mrs. King, concerned for her son's health, quietly opened the door once more to inquire softly. Carl, are you all right? Carl? Carl King could not utter a single word. Mrs. King cautiously approached Carl's side, discovering that her son was covered in large, swollen patches of red. With worry and compassion, she longed to touch him. Suddenly, Carl's skin burst like a blister, and countless spiders erupted from beneath his skin, splattering onto Mrs. King. Instinctively, she screamed, yet those spiders did not halt their advance. Instead, they completely enveloped her, baring their fangs and savagely biting into her flesh. Amidst the tearing of flesh, it seemed that countless eyes of spiders beheld something. They beheld a devoted mother, rising early and toiling tirelessly, nurturing her child's body with the fervent hope that he would not grow to be a scoundrel like his father. They witnessed how she juggled multiple menial jobs to satiate the voracious appetite of her son, who aspired to play football. They observed this woman, sleepless at night, rising 4 or 5 times to check on her son, eager to alleviate even a fraction of his suffering. Countless spiders coalesced, first forming the outline of Mrs. Gold, then morphing into the likeness of Carl King. They secreted a viscous substance, crafting a layer of mimicry that enveloped their forms. The presumptuous woman was indeed correct. As her father had said, Carl King gazed at the skeletal remains on the ground, ravaged by the spiders, nearly retching at the sight. Yet, when he turned to the mirror, he beheld a brand new self, grinning in delight. Another day had dawned. He had been lying in bed for nearly 2 hours. Perhaps school had only just ended? Indifferent, he stepped outside, wandering into a comic book store he rarely frequented. Moments later, amidst a brief shriek from within, a creature clad in Spider-Man's guise squeezed into its new form, strolling leisurely out. Thus, Peter Parker was indeed Spider-Man. But where was he? Chapter 4. The Three Spiders, Not. Carl King clumsily mimicked Spider-Man's poses, swinging between buildings on webs. His movements were awkward, yet imbued with strength. Each leap allowed the wind to rush through the seams of his cheap costume, a chilling sensation flooding his body. The transformations wrought by his consumption fascinated him. His mother's flesh and blood, the cries of the nerds in the comic store, all morphed into power coursing through his veins. He felt his muscles reconfiguring, bones stretching, even capable of willingly disassembling into a swarm of spiders or contorting into any face he had previously digested. At that moment, the only visage haunting his mind was that of the detestable Peter Parker. That scrawny Peter, emboldened by a spider's bite, dared to defy him and instill fear. Did he think a mere spider bite could empower him against me? Carl sneered, tightening his grip on the webbing, the cheap uniform rustling in the wind. His father was right. The survival of the fittest was the unvarnished truth. Those diminutive beings were merely stepping stones for the strong. It was time for you to learn who the true master was, Parker. Thus, this awkward Spider-Man began to roam. He abruptly turned in midair. the crimson goggles reflecting another figure gliding in the distance, a conspicuous target indeed. Found you, Parker. We have located Spider-Man. Meanwhile, in a concealed van, Quentin Beck noticed Spider-Man was returning, though something felt amiss. This Spider-Man appeared off. His costume reverted to an older version. Confusion enveloped Quentin, while Chameleon merely inquired one question. Is Spider-Man soaring above or running on the ground? Above? Then it must be that guy, merely reverting his suit. Chameleon dismissed it. Perhaps he sought to distinguish himself from me. Given we were clad in his new suit while impersonating him, he needed to establish some differentiation. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Soon, Spider-Man would plummet into the abyss of death. Prepare the projector, Beck. We are ready to commence our work. As Chameleon spoke, he brandished a handgun. Determined to eliminate Spider-Man once and for all, Carl King landed swiftly, eyes fixated on the counterfeit Spider-Man before him. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that this was not the genuine article. Conversely, the projection had been supplemented by Chameleon to facilitate interaction. And the Spider-Man now before him was but Chameleon's disguise. Another imposter? Spider-Man exclaimed in surprise, then raised an exasperated hand to his forehead. What the hey, buddy? Are you done playing? You know I am the real Spider-Man. You are nothing but a complete scoundrel. Carl King clenched his fists and charged at Chameleon, who laughed heartily, swiftly drawing his gun and firing a shot into Spider-Man's head. The bullet penetrated with deadly precision, and as Chameleon deactivated the projector, maintaining Spider-Man's appearance and tone, he remarked, Sorry, buddy, it's all over. There's no need for Gold's plan. Suddenly, a furious roar interrupted Chameleon. He turned to see Spider-Man's costume rapidly collapsing, countless spiders spilling forth, scuttling towards him. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, he chose to flee, his eyes wide with terror. What the hell? Why hadn't anyone told him that Spider-Man was such a creature? After a brief pursuit, Carl King realized that the spider's speed was indeed inferior to that of humans, so the swarm once again filled the cheap costume, restoring his human form, and began swinging after Chameleon. What are you running from, huh? Aren't you Spider-Man? Why the flight? Carl King taunted, chasing after Chameleon. Chameleon, quick-witted, darted into a construction site, devoid of any personnel, but laden with hundreds of kilograms of explosives. Hey, damn detective, are your explosives ready? You have no idea what Spider-Man truly is. Breathless from his sprint to the ambush site, Chameleon inquired, while McDonald chuckled coldly. He had warned that Spider-Man would come, but Chameleon had disregarded it. Now, he was in serious trouble. It's all set. You'd better run fast, or you'll die right before my eyes. Chameleon paused momentarily, finding his escape route, watching as Spider-Man swung in. For some reason, this monstrous spider exuded an odd sensation, but it mattered not. It had to perish here. Why aren't you running, Spider-Man? Realizing your doom is inevitable? What? Inevitable doom? Chameleon reveled in his role as Spider-Man, leaping backward as his gliding wings unfurled. That's for you, darling. A cataclysmic explosion enveloped the entire building in an instant. First, the gas lines in the basement erupted in blue flames, followed by support beams collapsing like dominoes. Each floor detonated, ignited, and then crumbled, a massive cloud of dust rising, swallowing Carl's laughter and obscuring nearly half the sky. 30 stories of steel and concrete plummeted, crashing down upon Spider-Man and burying him completely. As this transpired, Chameleon soared through the air, unable to contain his maniacal laughter. I did it. I succeeded. A specially designed bullet, accompanied by a gunshot, struck the airborne Chameleon. The unfortunate soul plummeted, crashing violently against the debris. It was only then that Spider-Man, tardily descending beside the Punisher, surveyed the rising dust from a distance, bewildered by the chaos in his absence. What transpired? How did it come to this? Had it not been for the prior phone call, the Punisher might have mistaken the swarm of spiders for Spider-Man himself. He cast a casual glance at the latter, remarking nonchalantly, You should see for yourself. Another creature is mimicking you, and this time, it's a whole swarm of spiders imitating you. Spider-Man, utterly bewildered by the Punisher's words, once more manifested a vivid expression of what on earth are you saying? Through the dynamic eye feature of his new mask. Amidst the ruins, the Chameleon, still clad in Spider-Man's guise, struggled to rise, fortunate that a bullet had missed its mark. His battle armor possessed a degree of protective capability, allowing him to survive, though he could not suppress the cough of blood that escaped his lips as he staggered away. Damn it. I must find a safe house before Frank Castle discovers my whereabouts. He heard a scuttling sound and turned to see a vast swarm of spiders emerging from the rubble, slowly coalescing into a humanoid shape. Chapter 4, The Undying Swarm. Damn. The Chameleon's curses were drowned out by the rustling tide. as countless spiders poured from the crevices of the debris, their chitinous legs scraping against the ground like a malicious drizzle. He stumbled backward, dragging his leg, which had been pierced by shrapnel. The gunfire illuminated the darkness with brief arcs, each bullet capable of reducing a spider to a viscous green pulp. Yet more shadows were climbing up his ankles. McDonald? Quentin? Damn it, the earpiece is broken. Shit. The chameleon fired desperately, but to no avail. Innumerable spiders had already ascended upon his body, which still bore the facade of Spider-Man. They opened their mandibles, attempting to bite, only to find that the mimicry armor he wore was remarkably resilient, producing only the sound of polymer tearing under their relentless assault. However, these creatures soon discovered the bullet hole in the armor, eager to burrow inside. The first spider to penetrate opened its jaws wide and began to gnaw ferociously, causing the chameleon to howl in agony. Don't be so hasty. The Punisher's arm interposed before Spider-Man's chest, like an iron barrier. He gazed down at the figure engulfed by the swarm, his knuckles rubbing against the trigger. After all, the chameleon was doomed regardless. What difference did it make whether he was shot dead or devoured by spiders? Just so you know, I won't control the spiders. Peter shrugged off his obstruction, his webbing already ensnaring the edge of the rooftop. The Punisher merely shook his head as he retrieved a vial from his pocket and ingested its contents, then descended the building with his weapon in hand. As Spider-Man soared into the ruins, he swiftly shot webbing onto the chameleon, transmitting a high-voltage current from his web shooters into the chameleon's body. As the chameleon howled in pain, blue-white arcs of electricity erupted, mingling the acrid scent of charred protein with the cries of anguish, causing the swarm to scatter like popcorn. Was it an illusion? A considerable number of spiders that had evaded the electric shock suddenly turned their gaze toward Spider-Man. Peter found himself at a loss. Hey there, everyone? The swarm abruptly collapsed into a writhing black pyramid, followed by the grotesque sounds of skin tearing. Exudates seeped from their bodies, weaving into a pallid epidermis. Ultimately, faces emerged from this nightmarish mass, their grins stretching from ear to ear, revealing a familiar scoundrel to Peter. Not everyone, it's me, Carl King cackled, taunting Spider-Man. Did you ever think of this, Peter Parker? Carl? So you thought that was me? That's why you took him out. Peter finally grasped the situation. Carl King had acquired this bizarre ability from an unknown source and sought to eliminate the chameleon masquerading as Spider-Man. Meanwhile, the chameleon had detonated a bomb. Did this imply that Carl had also impersonated Spider-Man? Two false Spider-Men battling, each believing the other to be real. If the chameleon's motive was to aid his boss in dealing with Spider-Man, then what was Carl's? To usurp Spider-Man's role? I thought you had reached your limit of repulsiveness. Carl, but you've outdone yourself. Pray tell, how did you acquire your powers? That spider. I placed that spider upon your neck. I made you Spider-Man. Now, I have consumed it and reclaimed what is rightfully mine. Suddenly, Carl's fingertips burst open, a segment of his finger bone exploding like a shell, replaced by streams of webbing not of synthetic fiber, but woven from hundreds of tiny spiders. Peter sidestepped to evade the revolting assault. However, Carl's thunderous roars were not so easily avoided. But you dare use the power I bestowed upon you against me? First, you need to relearn logic, and second, I am not Harry Potter. The agile Spider-Man leaped, seizing a concrete slab, and hurled it at Carl, only to be taken aback. Carl's body was astonishingly fragile, shattering upon impact and releasing a multitude of spiders that began to reassemble. You have no idea what I am capable of, Parker. The reconstituted Carl erupted into a wild laughter, reminiscent of a long-lost memory, when he had placed that spider on Peter Parker's neck. I am immortal. Carl tore open his chest, a swarm of spiders surging forth from beneath his skin, knitting him back together. His outer layer of skin slipped away like an ill-fitting costume, revealing a writhing mass of insects beneath, which then fashioned an entirely new exterior. I can become anyone I consume. As the new skin coalesced, Carl transformed into another being, one Peter had never encountered. Yet what shocked Peter most were the words that followed. Those you've consumed? As if struck by the revelation, Carl, now clad in a new form, paused, seemingly grasping the implications, before breaking into a grin. Indeed, not only can I assume their appearance, but I also gain their memories and knowledge. I have acquired what I sought. I shall feast upon you, Parker. I am the one destined to be Spider-Man. I claim that spider. Once I devour you, I shall be the sole Spider-Man. To put it bluntly, you are truly unhinged, Carl. Finally realizing the depth of Carl King's madness, Spider-Man resolutely prepared for battle, unleashing webbing from his hands to bind together concrete slabs, which he then began to rain down upon the vile creature before him. After all, when dealing with spiders, few methods are as efficient as squashing them underfoot. Peter Parker? Is that the true name of Spider-Man? The chameleon, struggling to crawl on the ground, noted this detail with some luck. He was still alive. If he could reach a safe place, he could find Spider-Man and claim the bounty from Kingpin. Seizing the opportunity amidst the battle between Carl and Spider-Man, the chameleon endured the searing pain and crawled away from the fray, knowing he had a slim chance of survival if he could just reach that location. A pair of military boots appeared before him. He looked up to see weary yet deep-set eyes, simmering with unquenchable rage, unshaven stubble, and a striking white skull emblazoned on a black shirt. The Punisher had arrived. No, he had never truly left. The Punisher raised a submachine gun, aiming at the chameleon's legs and arms, unleashing a relentless barrage that elicited howls of agony from the chameleon before finally firing a shot into his heart, followed by a final volley into his head, expending every bullet in the chamber. You got lucky this time, bastard. Having completed all of this, the Punisher gazed upon the battlefield, where Spider-Man, panting after a series of relentless strikes, heaved aside 2 stones, revealing a multitude of spider carcasses beneath. He paused momentarily, but soon, from the mass of remains, a swarm of spiders emerged, voraciously consuming their fallen comrades before explosively morphing into countless new spiders. This time, instead of forming the shape of carnage, they coalesced into a colossal fist made up of myriad spiders, which clenched tightly and hurled itself toward Spider-Man. The immense fist actually overturned the large stone, sending Spider-Man tumbling to the ground, though it did not inflict any harm. This was originally intended for Mysterio, but now it will be used on you, Carl. Experience this. A web instantly adhered to the gigantic fist, followed by a surge of high-voltage electricity that rendered the multitude of spiders crispy and charred. Then, a grenade was perfectly tossed onto the grotesque hand, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered the massive appendage into fragments. The Punisher then produced 2 incendiary grenades, igniting the fallen swarm of spiders. Before turning his gaze to Spider-Man, I failed to comprehend what manner of creature this is, but surely it cannot survive this, he remarked. Perhaps. If all the spiders are indeed dead, Peter replied breathlessly. However, both soon heard a strange sound, not emanating from the burning swarm, but from the corpse of the deceased chameleon, which began to twitch in an eerie manner. Spider-Man was the first to realize what was happening and attempted to pull the corpse over with his webbing, but the already weakened mimicry armor could not withstand the strain, resulting in it tearing apart instead. Inside were the bleached bones of the chameleon, its flesh having been devoured, along with a large cluster of spiders that moved in perfect unison toward the nearest sewer entrance. Despite the Punisher's rapid attempt to throw a grenade, a small group of spiders managed to scurry into the sewer. Spider-Man immediately lifted the manhole cover and leaped down, but as he had feared, there was no sign of any spiders left. What do you think the odds are of spiders dying naturally in the New York sewers? He asked despondently as he climbed back up. We need to devise a new strategy. Chapter 44, at Avengers Tower. Spider-Man led the Punisher into the lower levels of Avengers Tower and pressed the button for the top floor in the main elevator. As a guest, the Punisher carried only a handful of weapons, 7 or 8 guns, and a dozen explosives, into the tower. Yet Jarvis, ever composed and knowledgeable, welcomed them calmly in the elevator. Hello, Mr. Spider-Man, Mr. Castle, welcome to Avengers Tower. Avengers Tower, Stark's playground. I never imagined I would set foot here, the Punisher muttered. Not quite sure if he was mocking himself or Iron Man. Peter, nodding beneath his mask, replied, Yeah, I heard this elevator hasn't been used in ages. The last time it was used, it was for construction materials. In fact, most Avengers utilize this elevator to ascend, Jarvis interjected. Peter shrugged. I generally swing straight to the rooftop, so I've only heard about it. The Punisher cast a glance at Spider-Man, who crossed his arms and fell silent. After a few floors, he couldn't help but speak again. Do you ever feel a sense of insecurity when riding in an elevator? As if it might plummet at any moment? Shut up. I was just a bit anxious, Spider-Man exhaled. It's just the 2 of us in this elevator for a couple of minutes, and then nothing is said. Could you possibly keep quiet? Sorry. Peter fell silent. But he recalled an incident from the recent battle and was about to speak when he caught the Punisher's silent gaze fixed upon him, prompting him to hold his tongue. I'll ask later. The elevator finally opened on the top 5 floors of Avengers Tower. As Peter stepped out, he skillfully instructed Jarvis. Jarvis, please search for the latest missing persons reports. Even if Carnage could mimic a human form, he must adhere to the law of conservation of mass. Though many seem to disregard this principle, he undoubtedly relies on consuming others to replenish his spider horde. That's of little use. This city is teeming with neglected homeless and addicts. Your spider ally can easily satiate his hunger, the Punisher remarked, pouring himself a glass of whiskey from a bottle he retrieved from beneath the bar. He can hide whenever he pleases. From what I know of Carl, he won't simply give up. He may not be able to confront me directly, but he will target those around me. Thankfully, my family is away on vacation, and he doesn't know where I live. My only option is to wait by the school gates tomorrow morning to find my friends. Frank paused, the whiskey glass halfway to his lips, then set it down and approached Spider-Man. What is your situation? A student? Perhaps not even in college, but high school? You're swinging around the city in that outfit, taking on those gun-wielding thugs, and that's one thing. But what about the Chameleon, the one you just fought? And now this guy? What are you doing? Trying to be a friendly neighbor, lending a hand here and there. Is that so? Frank decided not to press further, settling onto the Avengers sofa with his drink. How do you plan to deal with this friend of yours? By using that mouth of yours? Of course not with just my mouth, Peter replied, producing the only spider carcass that had survived the battle unscathed. The anatomical structure of animals dictates their actions. For Carl to control so many spiders simultaneously, he must rely on other means, such as pheromones. I can certainly borrow some of Hank Pym's research. With the right pheromonal induction, I can compel Carl to follow me. It's not particularly difficult. Peter believed that with Jarvis's assistance, he could refine the pheromone concoction within a night. The remaining task would be to lie in wait at school the next morning, ensuring Carl didn't appear unexpectedly and harm his friends. Moreover, there was the matter of thermal imaging. The average body temperature of spiders differs from that of humans, and a creature formed from countless spiders would certainly appear distinct on thermal imaging, providing Peter with sufficient information to resolve the issue. Frank observed the industrious Spider-Man without further comment, reclining on the sofa to rest. He had dispatched many villains and scoundrels, but he had yet to eliminate a swarm of spiders. He hoped for a peaceful night's sleep. Meanwhile, Peter sent the spider to the lab for analysis and glanced at his phone. Due to the recent battle, the screen was already cracked. With a sigh, he read a message from Gwen. When are you coming home? I have something to discuss with you. I have some matters to attend to tonight. I might be late returning. It seemed improbable that Peter would be able to return tonight, but even if the likelihood was slim, he needed to stay alert for any news and be ready to act. There was no place better suited for monitoring all of New York City than Avengers Tower. As he gazed at the now-risen moon, Peter received another message from Gwen, stating she could wait a little longer. He urged her gently, noting it didn't seem urgent. Nor had she called him. Sighing, when he emerged from the lab, he heard the Punisher's hurried, deep snores. Peter removed his mask and silently regarded the entire map of New York City before him. Frank Castle seldom dreamed ever since that fateful day. It appeared he no longer required dreams, for whenever he closed his eyes, the harrowing images of his wife and child met their tragic demise before him flooded his mind, their voices echoing in his ears. He could not forget that afternoon, a seemingly ordinary day meant for a picnic in Central Park. Had it not been for the gangland shootout, had they not ventured out for a picnic, none of it would have transpired. Yet, Frank's dreams did not revisit that day. Instead, he dreamt of a mother and daughter. He witnessed the mother raise a gun to her own head and pull the trigger. Frank Castle awoke before dawn, the room enveloped in silence. He rose, inhaling the rich aroma of coffee. There, he saw Spider-Man, half his face revealed, sipping from a cup. Good morning, care for a cup? The Avenger's coffee is quite exceptional. The Punisher ignored him, retrieving his medication and swallowing it down in one swift motion with water. Spider-Man approached, posing a question left unasked in the elevator. When you confronted Chameleon, why did you choose that particular method, as if you had a personal vendetta against him? Chapter 45 no longer permitted for Carl King to exist in a world still brimming with hope. So, now you're concerned about the mental health of others, are you? Friendly neighbor? At just past 4 in the morning, Frank grasped the unfinished bottle of whiskey, pouring himself another glass and settling upon the bar, downing it in one gulp. Under normal circumstances, I would tell someone to go to hell. However, I encountered a certain individual in Hell's Kitchen. He extended his hand towards Peter. Scrutinizing him, dressed entirely in red, he taught me how to deal with people like you. Spider-Man nodded as he sipped his coffee. Daredevil, I've heard of him. They say he is a good man. Indeed, we clashed twice because he opposed my intention to eliminate a certain scumbag. The Punisher ran his fingers through his hair, suddenly shifting the conversation back. When you first appeared before me, I expected you to regurgitate the same platitudes about how killing is irreversible, that by doing so, one becomes just like them. You did not, which I find commendable. I merely sought to ascertain whether the law can bring Chameleon to justice, and whether he is beyond redemption. He is irredeemable, a scoundrel beyond the reach of the law. The Punisher listened to Spider-Man's explanation without contradiction, pouring another drink as he spoke. You're not curious if I harbor a personal vendetta against him? Well, I do. He kidnapped a father, masqueraded as him to murder others, then released him. At that time, I was unaware of the Chameleon's existence, yet he was already aware of me. It was deliberate. Frank Castle refrained from detailing what ensued, yet Peter comprehended the Punisher's actions. The woman, alongside their child, witnessed their father, a poor soul imprisoned by that scoundrel for over 2 weeks, gunned down before them in Central Park, while his wife and child looked on in horror as their father was mercilessly slaughtered. He tilted his head back, his throat constricting, the glass crashing heavily against the bar with a muted thud, followed by the middle-aged man's impotent curse. "Damn it, are you all right?" The Punisher, one hand pressed to his head, swatted away Spider-Man's outstretched hand, producing several pills from his pocket, painkillers, blockers, and sedatives. "This is personal, kid. Sometimes. Little Red, what he calls Daredevil, is indeed correct. Eliminating those bastards does not grant you peace. You will always feel hollow inside. Yet, some individuals are better off dead. What do you think?" After consuming the medication, he lit a cigarette, then countered, "Like your friend? I truly cannot find a way to persuade Carl King to turn himself in or to accept the law's judgment. He devoured his mother." Peter was at a loss, struggling to fathom how a person could commit such an atrocity. He set his coffee down, moving to the edge of the rail. Gazing out at the dimly lit New York City, I cannot place my hope in his conscience, believing he would not harm my family or friends. I see no other recourse but to kill him or imprison him indefinitely. If you cannot do it, then leave it to me. Frank Castle downed the remainder of his drink. "It's nearly 5. Let us get to work." By 7 in the morning, at the subway station near Midtown High School, Gwen Stacy, book bag in hand, walked anxiously toward the vicinity of the school. She felt she had gathered sufficient evidence to prove her childhood friend, Peter Parker, was Spider-Man. Yet last night when she messaged Peter, he replied he was occupied and would be home late. In truth, Peter Parker had not returned home at all last night. Gwen had watched the Parker residence from her window, noting that the lights had never illuminated. Nor had she witnessed a certain Spider-Man scaling the walls under the cover of night. This morning, no one emerged from the Parker home. What troubled Gwen further was that when she messaged Peter again that morning, he did not respond. "Welcome to today's Daily Bugle Morning News. We have received reports of an explosion at a construction site belonging to Roxxon Energy. Although there is no direct footage, according to a witness identifying himself as Detective Mike, he claims to have seen Spider-Man battling someone amidst the ruins post-explosion. Jonah Jameson, unchanged in his fervor, criticized Spider-Man. Undoubtedly, it was Spider-Man's skirmish that precipitated this explosion. Some may argue it is the action of a superhero, but if every time these masked vigilantes act, a building collapses or Times Square is devastated, then what poses the true danger? Ordinary criminal activity or these damned masked vigilantes? Gwen had no interest in such nonsensical reports. If Peter were present, he would likely voice his disdain. However, her mind was elsewhere. As she approached the subway exit, she sensed someone watching her. Before she could turn to see who it was, an arm encircled her waist, lifting her off the ground. She opened her mouth to scream. Yet no sound escaped her lips. When her feet finally touched solid ground, she found herself atop a school building at Midtown High. "Phew," she exhaled, startled, as she saw Spider-Man release her, his demeanor serious. "Miss, you may not realize this, but Peter? What is happening? You're in danger." Spider-Man was abruptly interrupted, staring at her with a bewildered expression, asking a rather foolish question. Who is Peter?" "Listen, regardless of anything else." Gwen, disregarding her wind-tossed hair, quickly grasped the situation, fixing her gaze on the Spider-Man before her. "I'm in danger, aren't I?" Yes. Some individuals have their sights set on you, miss." As Spider-Man spoke, he dashed toward the edge of the rooftop, glancing back at her. "Don't run around until you're safe." "All right, we can discuss this later." Gwen thought to send a message to Mary Jane, asking her to cover for her and Peter, then recalled the brief, exhilarating flight moments ago, which was not terrifying. Rather, she felt an unprecedented sense of freedom, even being swept away. If only she could swing through New York with such liberation herself. As Spider-Man leaped from the rooftop, he descended in a free fall, simultaneously retrieving a small vial to spray himself with pheromones. The scent, reminiscent of decaying tropical flora, was undeniably off-putting. Yet it proved to be the most effective lure for Carl's swarm of spiders. "Well, Carl, you have no time to select a second target." Upon reaching the subway station exit, Spider-Man activated his thermal imaging, launching a powerful strike at a passerby adorned in hippie attire. The crowd, taken aback by the sight of Spider-Man assaulting an ordinary citizen, needed no chameleon to fabricate rumors, especially when the victim's skin peeled away to reveal a multitude of spiders beneath. "So what do you think, Carl? I've acquired a new cologne. How does it smell?" Silencing Carl with webbing, Spider-Man whisked the swarm away from the subway station, crashing onto the street. Come on, just the two of us. Eugene Thompson, who had just exited the subway, witnessed this astonishing scene as Spider-Man swung away, only to see a horde of grotesque spiders emerge from the sewer, converging with the humanoid monstrosity made of countless spiders, all of which began to chase after Spider-Man using strands of silk. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced towards the nearby school. Chapter 46, The Swarm No More. Carl spent an entire night consuming a dozen homeless individuals, feeling his power swell to a level that even the daylight Spider-Man could not rival. Thus, he resolved to execute his plan. First, to devour Peter Parker's friends at school, then to masquerade as them to approach Parker. Who could have anticipated that the first target would fail? Peter seemed to be aware of Carl's intentions, whisking Gwen away the moment she emerged from the subway. Not only that, but the meticulously crafted, flawless human skin disguise appeared to Parker like a mere Halloween mask, punctured with a single punch. As if that were not enough. Who would have guessed that today, Parker emanated an irresistibly alluring scent, sweet, pungent, and reminiscent of rotting honey mingled with blood, causing Carl's swarm to spiral into chaos. Not just the spiders lurking within him, but even those hidden in the sewers and crevices, surged forth as if possessed, coalescing into a dark tide that took shape as a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature, swinging webs like Spider-Man himself. I am faster than you, Carl cackled into the wind, outpacing Spider-Man with remarkable speed, ensnaring him with webbing from behind, yanking him forward, and delivering a formidable punch to Spider-Man's head, launching him away with tremendous force. I am stronger than you. Carl did not relent with Spider-Man's body flung aside. He plummeted onto him, unleashing a flurry of punches until he smashed Spider-Man into the ground. Sirens blared from vehicles on the street as pedestrians screamed and scattered, and countless spiders formed simple facial features on the massive humanoid visage. I am more cunning. I possess the wisdom of a chameleon. I know the Punisher is lying in wait for me in a trap, but you will not have that chance. He watched as Spider-Man's visor narrowed. I once thought you merely dabbled in steroids, Carl. I never imagined you were on stimulants as well. I will tear your mouth apart. Parker. The web shooter emitted a jolt of electricity, attempting to give the swarm a shock therapy, but the pain was fleeting. The multitude of spiders consumed their fallen brethren, generating new progeny, and significantly, many spiders had already made their way onto Spider-Man. It was as if a feast had been laid before them. Just then, something hurtled through the air, a small vial thrown by Spider-Man, splattering its contents across the swarm. Instantly, the spiders clinging to Spider-Man broke free from Carl's control, and he felt the horrifying sensation of being devoured by his own swarm. And you think the chameleon is clever? Carl, I truly cannot fathom how dreadful your math assignments must be. It's no wonder I've never seen you in class. Performing a backflip onto a nearby telephone pole, Spider-Man began to assess his web shooters, just as a rocket propelled towards the chaotic swarm, striking it with a deafening explosion that nearly obliterated it. The Punisher emerged, halting his motorcycle to hurl incendiary grenades into the flaming mass of spiders. Seriously? Using a rocket launcher in Manhattan? Simple and effective. You rarely see such things in Hell's Kitchen. The Punisher declared, watching the blaze as he continued to launch grenade after grenade until he had exhausted his supply. Meanwhile, Spider-Man sealed all nearby manhole covers with webbing. Both men awaited the flames to extinguish or for the swarm to emerge. You know, if this doesn't work, you're going to have to. Yes, I know. Under their watchful gaze, a colossal sphere rolled out, completely coated in charred spiders. Upon witnessing this, the Punisher promptly departed, preparing his second plan, while Spider-Man sighed and sprayed himself with a third vial of pheromones, a useful tool, albeit with a fleeting duration. From within the massive, scorched shell, the now desiccated swarm could only condense into a pitiful creature standing 1.5 meters tall, yet its ferocity remained unchanged. Peter fired strands of webbing at the creature, which instinctively divided, transforming into countless spiders to evade total annihilation from the high voltage. Seizing the moment, Peter swiftly shot another strand, securing it to a fire hydrant, only to have a swarm of spiders leap upon him, severing the web. At this moment, Carl crystallized a crucial realization. This was a hunt of Spider-Man against himself. To eliminate Spider-Man, he simply needed to ensure that Spider-Man could not execute his desires. His swarm enveloped Spider-Man, gnawing at his antiquated web shooter before solidifying into a face that roared in fury. Parker, you are finished. You look like you need help, little spider. An olive-shaped projectile struck Carl's newly formed head with precision, and he glared furiously, along with Spider-Man, at Eugene Thompson, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Upon seeing Thompson, Peter could not help but mutter, "What the hell? I have backup. You need to run. But you really seem to need help." As Peter stood, attempting to swat the spiders from his body, Thompson did not flee. He appeared genuinely intent on assisting by brushing off the spiders. In a moment of desperation, Peter shouted, "Thompson, is that you?" "Yes." "Oh my gosh, you remember me. You're not making things worse is already a blessing. Can you drive?" Watching as the swarm tore away at his new suit, Peter recognized that even the reinforced synthetic fibers would not hold much longer. Yes, they have a backup plan. But it's not entirely foolproof. There's no guarantee it will eliminate Carl. Thus, he truly required a bit of assistance. Thompson felt a genuine thrill, for he indeed could drive. "All right, find a vehicle, crash into the fire hydrant, and then get out of here quickly." As Peter spoke, he crushed the spiders clinging to him, while Thompson located the nearest car. Fortunately, the owner had forgotten to remove the keys in their haste to escape, and even left the engine running. Thompson jumped in, yanked the steering wheel, and floored the accelerator, smashing into the fire hydrant, which collapsed, sending a geyser of water erupting into the air. "Thank you, New York government. There actually is water in the hydrant," drawn by the allure of pheromones. Carl King found himself unable to confront Thompson, who had already fled to a distance to spectate. However, this did not hinder him from mocking Peter Parker. "Water? Did you think you could drown me? I never considered such a notion, Carl." Yet, even elementary school children are aware of one thing. Water conducts electricity. The severed high-voltage cables lay strewn around them, and in an instant, a tremendous current surged through the swarm of spiders and Spider-Man, rising amidst the torrent. Spider-Man grasped the high-voltage cables. "You may be faster and stronger through your predatory ways, but I am more resilient, Carl. It is time to bid you farewell." "No, no." As life ebbed away, the dying swarm struggled to manifest a face, casting a final plea towards their adversary. "You are the hero, Parker. You are Spider-Man. You cannot kill me. You cannot take a life. I can refrain from striking you. I can surrender. The Avengers must have a prison to contain me, Parker." As Carl felt his own life force dwindling, he also sensed an ineffable silence. The high-voltage current coursed through both their bodies, equally depleting their lives until the face finally succumbed to collapse. Spider-Man cast the cables into the puddles, enduring the current as he emerged. He glanced at Thompson, who was far away. That distance ensured that an ordinary person could not overhear his final conversation with Carl. "You did nothing wrong, kid. I feel as though I am devoid of sensation, without the tangible reality of having taken a life." Peter inquired of the Punisher, "Is this right? That merely proves you did not slay a human. Kid, you vanquished a monster, and you acted correctly." The Punisher patted his shoulder. "Change your attire. Then tell your friends that it is all over. You smell like meat sizzling on a barbecue." This transpired half an hour later. A contingent of unidentified NYPD officers cordoned off the entire street, removing the high-voltage cables and collecting the remains of the mutated spiders, while the male officer in charge responded to instructions from the other end of the line. "Yes, destroy them all. No problem. Not a single spider will be left." In an unnoticed corner, the corpse of a large spider erupted, and the last surviving little spider quietly made its way towards a distant drainage ditch, only to have a boot crush it before lifting it gently. The officer who noticed this foot looked over and inquired of the special consultant who had come to handle the case. "Is there something amiss, Spider Agent?" "No." An unremarkable Asian girl, seemingly of high school age, replied succinctly as she gazed down at the spider's corpse. "All threats have been neutralized." Chapter 47, Showdown Time. The battle with the swarm concluded rather swiftly, resulting in no one taking a day off. Even Peter Parker, who had been electrocuted to a crisp, merely felt that his hair was a bit dry. After all, for Spider-Man, high-voltage electricity was but a trivial matter. The most immediate consequence of the skirmish was that during lunch at Midtown High School's cafeteria, a conspicuous figure donned in a cheap Spider-Man costume animatedly regaled those around him with tales of his exploits. "Listen up, guys. I met Spider-Man today. I even helped him out." Peter sat nearby, silently shoveling mashed potatoes into his mouth, sighing. Truth be told, even without that sudden surge of electricity, it mattered little, as he had already prepared for the possibility that the fire hydrant might be dry. The Punisher had long since equipped himself with plastic explosives capable of demolishing the water tank atop a nearby skyscraper, allowing water to cascade down and conduct electricity. Thus, Thompson was entirely unnecessary. Yet, since he was already on the scene, it would be unwise not to let him contribute, lest he cause some unforeseen chaos. "Hey guys, I just saw something amazing." Amadeus, rarely excited, approached, clad in a lab coat paired with an incongruous green t-shirt. "You won't believe what just happened. The Hulk showed up." Harry's jest went unacknowledged by Amadeus, who was nearly bursting with excitement but could scarcely vocalize it. "An internship opportunity at Baxter Building. Our school secured 3 slots. Amadeus revealed the astonishing news. Can you believe it? An opportunity to conduct research alongside Reed Richards. Regardless of what you think, I'm definitely signing up. Peter was about to speak when a slender hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Looking up, he was unsurprised to see Gwen's expressionless face. Sorry, guys. I need to borrow him. Have you eaten yet? Yes, sorry, guys. Peter awkwardly nodded at his friends as Gwen pulled him away. Amadeus and Harry exchanged glances. And then Harry suddenly asked, "Are you planning to go to this year's homecoming dance, Amadeus?" "I can't find a dance partner at all. What about you, Harry?" "I think there's a really pretty girl, but I'm too shy to ask her out." The two exchanged another glance, both letting out a resigned sigh. Gwen led Peter into a small room filled with an array of musical instruments. Once she released him, she sat on the drum stool, fixing her gaze on him. "So, are you ready to explain what happened this morning?" What do you mean? Let's take it step by step. First, when I first encountered Spider-Man, he was wearing the same shoes as you. You had just dashed out, and he resolved everything before you returned." Gwen fixed her gaze on Peter Parker, who remained silent, staring back at her. "Secondly, I delivered lunch to my dad yesterday and found a note Spider-Man left for him. And it looked exactly like your handwriting on your left hand." "Why do you remember my left-handed handwriting?" Peter paused, taken aback. He had no idea Gwen had noted such details. Gwen also seemed surprised, then recalled, "Because it was cool. It was the first time I saw someone who could write with both hands, and the difference in handwriting was so stark. So I remembered it. But let's set that aside." She waved her hand dismissively, presenting her third point. "Then, I intended to hear your explanation last night, but you didn't come home at all. You didn't stay awake all night, did you?" After Peter's remark, he looked at Gwen, who stared back at him as if it were a given. Peter sighed in resignation. Sometimes, having a childhood friend could indeed be quite troublesome. He scratched his head, pondering for a while before nodding. "All right. Do you remember the Osborn Technology Expo from 6 months ago? We were by the spider exhibit when the display suddenly shattered. And Carl King caught the radioactive spider that escaped and placed it on my neck. And that's how you became Spider-Man?" Gwen found it astonishing to think that becoming a superhero could be so haphazard. What if Osborn Technology had been researching mutated cockroaches or mosquitoes instead? What then? Was Peter Parker? But Gwen decided to bypass that question for now. "Does Uncle Ben know?" Peter nodded. "Aunt May definitely doesn't know. You're worried about her being concerned." "What about me? Why not tell me?" Peter fell silent for about 2 seconds before retorting with a series of questions. "If I told you, could you promise not to come to my aid, not to ask me to take you swinging around New York, or to question whether you could hang upside down from the ceiling to drink coffee? Dream on." "Wait, you really can?" Peter had yet to voice his thoughts, which was precisely why I refrained from sharing that statement with you. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and in walked Mary Jane, her surprise evident upon seeing Peter. "Hey, Peter, what brings you here?" He replied, "I stumbled upon something intriguing, but I haven't shared it with Gwen yet. So she summoned me for an interrogation. I must take my leave. I have important matters to attend to after school." As Peter maneuvered past Mary Jane, he caught a glimpse of Gwen's lingering gaze, one that suggested their conversation was far from over, and nodded before shutting the door behind him. He wasn't merely seeking an excuse to evade Gwen after school. He genuinely had pressing business to attend to. The web shooters had sustained damage during his confrontation with Carl King, and the repairs required were beyond the capabilities of mere screwdrivers and wrenches. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to forego the old-fashioned web shooters and instead utilize the resources of the Avengers to craft a new, more efficient version. Moreover, he needed to ascertain whether the other individual truly was Carl King. The likelihood of it being so was slim, yet if it were true, complications would arise. As the subway passengers bore witness to a peculiar sight, Spider-Man dutifully tapped his card to enter the station, jostling through the crowd to board the train, even courteously offering his seat to an elderly lady. 20 minutes later, he briskly entered the Avengers Tower, familiar with the layout, and pressed the button for the top floor. Appearing as just another employee working late. "Jarvis, prepare the lab for me." The elevator doors opened, and without awaiting Jarvis's response, Peter stepped into the Avengers office area. Almost instantaneously, he sensed something amiss. His spider sense offered no warning, yet he instinctively felt that something was off behind him. He leaned back just in time to evade a kick aimed at his head, then continued the motion, using his hands to support himself on the ground while launching a kick toward his assailant's legs. Confirming he had missed the target, he exerted force with his arms, executing a backflip while propelling a chair directly at his attacker. "Wow, that was hardly gentlemanly, kid," came a mocking voice. Peter halted, turning to find the source of the taunt, a black-eyed, bald figure, Nick Fury, clad in a dark trench coat, pouring himself a drink akin to the one he had shared with the Punisher the previous night. Before Tony Stark and his Avengers went missing, he shared some insights regarding the multiverse and a certain Silk. "I've brought the individual you're searching for, kid." Fury raised his glass, gesturing behind Peter. "Come meet our H-I-E-L-D, Level 4 Agent, Silk, Cindy Moon." Peter turned to see a girl of similar age standing behind him, her face unobscured, wearing a uniform crafted from an unfamiliar material. The torso of the uniform was white, adorned with a spiderweb pattern, extending from her chest in a gradient of red to black, with a red intricately woven at the center. Her limbs were clad in solid black, devoid of any spiderweb design, save for the red tips of her gloves on the index and middle fingers. Seemingly aware of Peter's gaze, the girl lifted her red scarf to cover the lower half of her face. Chapter 48. Nick Fury. Peter Parker found himself somewhat disoriented. The reason for his bewilderment was not solely the sudden appearance of the person he sought, but also the realization of how utterly irrelevant the narrative seemed. In the more familiar comic universe, Silk's backstory is intricately woven with that of the Spider-Verse. To summarize, in order to evade the villain Morlun, Cindy was concealed within a facility for a decade until Spider-Man discovered her and set her free. The current reality of Cindy Moon joining S-H-I-E-L-D as an agent bore no relation to that tale. Today's youth seem oblivious to the proper methods of addressing challenges. Upon acquiring superpowers, they neglect to inform the government, missing out on professional training to master their abilities. Nick Fury approached with his drink, seemingly disinterested in savoring it. Peter observed Cindy for a moment, not because of her beauty, but rather due to his understanding that when Spider-Man and Silk crossed paths, their hormones would typically ignite. Yet, remarkably, no such reaction occurred. Peter shrugged. Perhaps it was for the best. They had chosen to don circus attire and charge into the streets to confront thugs, entirely unconcerned about the potential of being riddled with bullets. "In truth," Peter countered, "I have undergone training, and I wasn't at a disadvantage just now. My apologies, Cindy. I meant no offense." Cindy had already settled into a corner, her reaction inscrutable, while Nick Fury was intent on not letting Peter off the hook. "Oh, you think you're quite impressive, huh? In just half a month, you've tackled a locksmith, an internationally renowned assassin, and an entire swarm of spiders." Peter hadn't even realized the extent of his experiences in that brief span until Fury pointed it out, and after Fury's remarks, his interest waned. "Listen, you might think you're doing well, but you're far from it. For instance, do you know that the corpse of that spider you dealt with still held a live spider inside? You see, you're still new to this line of work and unaware of many things. The Avengers have great expectations for you, but they always have their own agendas." Peter understood Fury's intentions. "I assume you're about to offer me a S-H-I-E-L-D gym membership, but I'm afraid I lack the time to enroll in your fitness program. S-H-I-E-L-D can enhance your capabilities, enabling you to accomplish tasks that the Avengers cannot assist with, transforming you into the ultimate Spider-Man." This proposition was, in fact, quite appealing. S-H-I-E-L-D could provide ample equipment support, reliable backup, and a communication network more agile than that of the Avengers. Were it not for the discrepancies between this universe and the MCU, he might have considered it seriously. However, unless Peter could ascertain that S-H-I-E-L-D had not been infiltrated by Hydra, as depicted in the films, joining them was out of the question. "Perhaps not. I prefer to operate independently. Even the Avengers merely request my assistance in keeping watch," Peter concluded, attempting to concoct a flimsy excuse. "And I had a dream about joining S-H-I-E-L-D, only to be confronted by a..." He hesitated, having observed Fury shake his head, and in that moment, he felt a flutter of unease. "Well, that complicates matters. Not only is the comic narrative inconsistent, but the films are as well. Wait, you're aware that S-H-I-E-L-D has been infiltrated by Hydra? Why the lack of reaction? Are you intentionally allowing those Hydra agents to remain in place to deceive their funding?" Swallowed by a shark. Upon hearing Peter's abrupt change of tone, Fury took a sip of his drink as if to steady himself. "All right, you can agree to this offer whenever you like. I'll leave you my number. Oh, and regarding your traversal of the multiverse, you'll be selected as an intern at Baxter Building, where you'll rendezvous with Silk. Is that all? May I ask you a question?" Peter suddenly inquired, and Fury set his drink down, beginning to gather his belongings while nodding in acquiescence. "What is wrong with your eye? Is that permissible to ask?" Fury opened his mouth, momentarily taken aback. "I was blinded by a person during a straightforward hostage rescue mission. We had completed the task and saved the target." Nick Fury recounted a tale that Peter had never before encountered. Then, a man appeared, slaying all of my agents and my protectee, and even blinding me in one eye. To this day, I remain oblivious to his identity and appearance, save for the fact that he possesses a metallic arm and the Soviets refer to him as the Winter Soldier. Was Fury speaking the truth? Initially skeptical, Peter furrowed his brow. If Fury's words were indeed accurate, it would imply that the events of the film Captain Marvel had never transpired and that the Skrulls had not infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. While contemplating this narrative, Peter Parker heard Fury's parting warning. Beware of those with a metallic arm. Be cautious of the Winter Soldier, Peter Parker. Your parents perished at his hands. Wait, what did you just say? Fury had already pushed open the door, stepping onto the tarmac and boarding a helicopter to depart. Stunned by this wholly unexpected revelation, Peter paused for a moment before realizing a crucial fact. Nick Fury had left without taking Cindy with him. He hadn't taken you. Cindy nodded, simply seated on the sofa, extracting a book to read, her gaze never lifting as she replied. Fury mentioned that we would have some collaborations in the future, so we should get acquainted. By the way, how did you join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Cindy looked up at Peter. After my parents discovered my superpowers, they called the police, and then S.H.I.E.L.D. showed up. So you are the very example Fury mentioned earlier. Peter settled onto the sofa opposite her, rubbing his hands together. I previously heard that Spider-Woman said you could sense me. Is that true? Well, can't you? Cindy glanced at Peter, confirming his inability. So you didn't realize the Spider-Bots were still alive? I can sense you, your distance, your position, and even the vitality you possess. That brief moment when you were electrocuted was quite apparent. I apologize. Cindy looked up at him again. Why apologize? Did I trouble you? Peter was uncertain why this statement seemed amusing, yet Cindy indeed chuckled, closing her book and offering a slight explanation. It doesn't affect my life much. It's akin to always knowing where your phone is. It's the incessant breeding of the Spider-Bots that truly disgusts me. All right, it's my turn to pose a question. Cindy interrupted Peter's forthcoming discourse. I've watched many of your battle recordings and learned quite a bit about your fighting style. Just now, after I attacked you, you should have shot webbing at me, according to your usual habit. Why did you throw a chair instead? My web shooters are malfunctioning, rendering me unable to shoot webbing. Peter observed the look of confusion on Cindy's face. So you not only can't sense where I am, but you can't even shoot webbing yourself? Chapter 49. The Arrival of the Mysterious Guest. The roar of the helicopter's rotors echoed in his ears as Nick Fury squinted, peering through the bulletproof glass at the Avengers Tower, which steadily receded from view. He did not believe in the totem legends of Spider-Woman. Yet he was acutely aware of the origins of the spider that bit Peter and Cindy. It was a product of the super soldier program codenamed Brutal Force, aimed at harnessing animal genes to create a new generation of super soldiers. The original overseer was Professor Nathaniel Essex from England, who ultimately shifted focus to mutant gene research, delegating this project to his two students, Richard Parker and Herbert Edgar Wyndham. The latter had been missing for years, while Richard chose to study spiders alongside his wife, Mary Parker, before withdrawing from the project several years ago, leaving Jonathan Drew, Richard's student, to continue the research. They opted to exit upon discovering that the U.S. military was sharing pertinent information with another clandestine force, which was also the reason Nick Fury sought to recruit them, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of the Winter Soldier. The deaths of Richard and Mary Parker marked a significant blunder for S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet their sacrifice was not in vain. It tore asunder the meticulously woven facade of Hydra. This terror organization, which ought to have been extinguished during World War II, not only survived, but had extended its tendrils into the very marrow of the post-war order. Agem, Roxxon, and the Hand were merely the tip of the iceberg of Hydra's resurfacing influence. The Brutal Force program, referred to internally by Hydra as Project Number 2, was merely the beginning. Fury's temples throbbed. If the overt Brutal Force program could spawn 3 superpowered individuals, how many abominations had Project Number 2 secretly cultivated? More critically, Fury knew that Hydra had undoubtedly embedded moles within S.H.I.E.L.D. The extent of those infiltrators and whether he could eradicate them all remained a mystery for Fury. He was cognizant of these truths. As Fury gazed at the Avengers Tower, which was gradually fading from view, he recalled the words Peter Parker had just uttered, knitting his brow. Had Richard left him something? Wilson, cigar in mouth, descended into the depths of Fisk Tower, followed silently like a shadow by Aaron Davis, the smoke swirling beneath the incandescent lights. A new venture was underway here. A high-spec clandestine laboratory. Pleasure to see you here, Dr. Otto Octavius. Upon receiving the extended mechanical claw, Kingpin accepted it with a slight shake before releasing it. I believe you understand my request. Spider-Man has severely disrupted the underground trade in New York, and I require weaponry capable of dealing with him. It is my honor, Mr. Kingpin, Otto replied, adjusting his glasses with his mechanical appendage. However, first, I must gather sufficient data. I have witnessed some of Spider-Man's battles, recording his confrontations with Venom and the Spider-Bots. Even so, I believe this is still not indicative of his full capabilities. If you intend to defeat Spider-Man, you must first draw out his limits. As the old adage goes, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Hearing this, Kingpin furrowed his brow. Testing Spider-Man's limits? He knew that with the current cadre of New York's underworld armed with various firearms, they could never hope to match Spider-Man. These superpowered beings had altered the rules of the game, and numbers and firepower were no longer absolute advantages. Therefore, to contend with Spider-Man, it was imperative to create entities akin to Venom or the Spider-Bots. Construct me a suit of armor. I shall confront Spider-Man, Aaron Davis spoke up. And Kingpin turned to this trusted confidant, whose gaze was resolute. Leave it to me, Kingpin. I can handle it. Listen, Aaron, my friend. Kingpin wrapped an arm around Aaron's shoulder, the grip perfectly calibrated. I will craft you a set of gear, but not for the purpose of taking down Spider-Man, understand? We need not sully our own hands. He then turned to Octavius. I will hire a cadre of international mercenaries to test your new equipment, Dr. Otto. Prior to that, you shall be responsible for developing weaponry to counter Spider-Man. I hope to see results soon. As Kingpin departed from the laboratory, Otto supported himself with his mechanical claw and activated the computer. In truth, beyond the weapons he was developing, there were alternative paths to consider, such as pilfering the scientific achievements of America's super soldier program. As far as Otto knew before leaving Osborn Technologies, the military had discovered a meteorite in the Arizona desert, which contained a symbiote capable of merging with Earth organisms and significantly enhancing human capabilities. If they could acquire this substance and control it, vanquishing Spider-Man would be a matter of course. As Otto contemplated, he perused the inventory of Chitauri components currently possessed by Kingpin on his computer, adjusting his glasses. He began to devise an array of equipment to counter Kingpin. It had always been clear to him that Spider-Man was not his adversary. He had never been. The true enemy was Norman Osborn, the one who had brought him to this state. A light particle imaging device. He had entrusted it to Quentin Beck, and astonishingly, Kingpin had found someone knowledgeable about such technology. In fact, Quentin not only understood it, but had been continuously refining the device. At this moment, gazing at the object in his hands, reminiscent of an aquarium, he could not help but hold his breath. Had he accomplished it? Had he truly succeeded? In his soliloquy, Quentin rubbed his temples. Electrodes linked to the projector adhered to both sides of his head, while the imaging within the room continuously morphed. Quentin heard footsteps approaching. Kingpin's henchmen, who had persistently bullied him, were on their way. He glanced around before focusing on the light particle imager in his hands. He donned the device upon his head. Beck, where has that little brat run off to? The two mobsters who entered the room found it empty and, perplexed, contemplated leaving. As they moved toward the door, they collided with an unseen barrier. Soon, they comprehended what had transpired. That damned kid is toying with us again. Quick, find a way out. After groping for the door, they exited the room, relying on past experience that leaving would spare them from Quentin's antics, planning to later teach that scoundrel a proper lesson. However, this time felt distinctly different. They stepped out only to discover nothing had changed. They had unwittingly re-entered Quentin's workshop. Suddenly, they were struck forcefully, some object crashing upon them, toppling them to the ground. Amidst a cloud of smoke, a man clad in green armor with a glass headpiece materialized before them. A mobster threw a punch, but it found nothing but air. Tell Kingpin I'm here to deal with Spider-Man. Chapter 50, The Resting Phase. As Kingpin was signing contracts, he lifted his gaze upon hearing this outrageous news, staring incredulously at his close associate, Aaron Davis. Are you serious? That's what they say. Quentin has completed that half-finished aquarium and has undergone a dramatic change, declaring he wishes to eliminate Spider-Man himself. Aaron also found it hard to believe. Yet the facts stood. I suspect he aims to avenge Chameleon, considering their amicable rapport. This left Kingpin even more bewildered. Are they really close? Generally speaking, no. But given that this individual is inherently timid and insecure, perhaps a few kind words from Chameleon swayed him. As Aaron spoke, he posed a counter-question. Should we arrange a meeting with him? Send him to Octavius's lab. An aquarium alone will not suffice to take down Spider-Man. Minutes later, Kingpin witnessed Otto Octavius marveling at Quentin Beck, who, at that moment, donned a full suit of green armor and had placed the large aquarium-like projector on his head. Kingpin recalled that the device was supposed to be transparent, yet Quentin's face was now obscured. Ah, Mr. Kingpin, Otto continued, still reluctant to utter Fisk's name. I had a discussion with Mr. Beck. Though not an expert in optics, he possesses considerable knowledge in the field, truly a rare intellect. I have completed a comprehensive upgrade of the light particle projector, eliminating any spatial constraints and allowing for the analysis of invisible light. I can manipulate images within a 500-meter radius, rendering people invisible or presenting them with astonishing sights. Then, the Mysterio declared his most audacious statement since being coerced into labor by Kingpin. Mr. Fisk, first and foremost, I demand a raise. I wish to increase my weekly salary from 300 to 500. Kingpin fell silent for a long moment, glancing at Aaron, who also remained quiet. Finally, Kingpin sighed wearily and instructed the assistant who had followed him, raise Mr. Beck's weekly salary to 5,000, please. Otto Octavius was taken aback. You were paying him only 300 a week. Initially, it was 1,000, but he seemed intimidated. Aaron clarified for his boss. He insisted on just 500, then dropped it down to 300. Do you have any further requests, Mr. Beck? I require a sturdy suit that can withstand Spider-Man's attacks, as well as a set of drones that can operate in sync with my brainwaves. Without these, I cannot hope to defeat Spider-Man. I must teach that scoundrel a lesson for Mr. Dimitri. Kingpin, entirely perplexed by Mysterio's thought process, discerned another troubling fact. Mysterio did not intend to eliminate Spider-Man. Rather, he sought to restore Chameleon's honor. After all, Spider-Man had merely bested Chameleon in a fight, not taken his life. Well, this is convenient. I could use a punching bag. Kingpin nodded resignedly before turning to Mysterio. So, Mr. Beck, can you demonstrate what you are capable of? Kingpin heard the sound of a snap. In an instant, the ground beneath them transformed, and everyone found themselves atop a skyscraper, with Mysterio suspended in midair. Kingpin gazed downward, recalling Quentin's earlier explanation that what lay before him was merely an illusion. Yet, regardless of how he viewed it, the bustling traffic below appeared unchanged, save for the absence of sound. With sufficient equipment, I could simulate corresponding auditory, olfactory, and even tactile effects, Mr. Fisk. In that moment, Kingpin felt himself swelling in size while those around him diminished until they all appeared as ants. Mysterio looked up at him. All it takes is a little precise assistance. Kingpin smiled, relishing the flattery. Everyone seemed insignificant, even Mysterio himself, while only he stood towering. I shall prepare what you need, Mr. Beck. You will receive everything you desire, provided you resolve the Spider-Man issue for me. Africa, Wakanda. After 3 arduous days, the Avengers finally completed their pursuit of the vibranium smuggler Ulysses Klaue. Yet the entire operation inescapably entangled itself in Wakanda's internal affairs. The leader of the White Gorilla tribe, having received funding and equipment from Klaue, assassinated the former King T'Chaka and instigated a civil war. In return, Klaue would gain mining rights to vibranium within the entire region controlled by the White Gorilla tribe. The Avengers, along with Black Panther T'Challa, who had also come to apprehend Klaue, engaged in a battle. However, the most awkward aspect was T'Challa's utter distrust of these American superheroes, a sentiment that proved justified, as the true benefactor behind Klaue was the CIA. With much of the vibranium Klaue smuggled ending up in the pockets of the U.S. military, Captain America ultimately confronted all CIA informants and agents, delivering them a thrashing before handing them over to T'Challa. In return, T'Challa surrendered Ulysses Klaue to the Avengers, but according to Wakandan law, he had one of Klaue's arms severed, subsequently announcing to the nation that the Avengers were allies of Wakanda. When I awoke, I heard that Jim, the original Human Torch, had died, Jameson, Wolverine, had lost his memory, and we had turned against former comrades. I have often questioned whether the price of our victory in this war was excessively steep. Steve sighed, uncharacteristically clutching a bottle of vodka. So now you tell me, we have become fascists, plundering the mineral resources of other nations? I'm beginning to doubt if we ever truly emerged victorious. I fear you have an overly rosy view of America, Captain. Tony jested, attempting to console the captain. America has always been the unjust party. Save for those few years during World War II. You merely lived through an era when America happened to be on the side of righteousness, passing away before it turned malevolent. Welcome back to the true America. I truly missed the war, when we all knew the Germans were the evil adversaries. Hydra was the villain, and we fought for justice and freedom. There was no dissent, unlike now. I've spent my life battling fascists, only to be branded as one myself. The Hulk rested his chin on his hands, crouched inside the plane, and gently tapped the captain's shoulder with a finger. The captain merely replied, I'm fine. On a brighter note, Black Panther was willing to join the Avengers. Wasn't he that splendid? Wasp shared a rare piece of good news. While Tony accessed the records of Avengers Tower, J.A.R.V. Inform me of the recent happenings in New York. What troubles have our friendly neighbors encountered? Well, everything seems normal. The kid is doing quite well. What do you mean Nick Fury is at Avengers Tower recruiting? Chapter 51, Daily Life After School. Peter and Cindy did not linger at Avengers Tower. Upon hearing that the Avengers would soon return, the two decided to leave promptly. After fine-tuning his new web shooters, Spider-Man commenced his afternoon patrol with his new gear. It was still rather inconvenient to borrow the Avengers' equipment. Standing at the edge of a skyscraper in Manhattan, Peter gazed down at the brand-new web shooter on his wrist, wishing he had his own high-end laboratory. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is no easy feat, Peter chuckled to himself. This web shooter was significantly lighter than the old version, about the size of a wristwatch. Snugly fitting on the inside of his wrist, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. In addition to standard webbing, it was equipped with 3 specialized web modes: discharge, strength, and elasticity, complementing his new web suit and marking his first comprehensive upgrade since his debut. Today, Manhattan was unusually tranquil. No robberies, no explosions. And even petty thefts were scarce. Of course, there was no sign of Mysterio, but this only heightened Peter's tension. Mysterio had been operating in the shadows, assisting the Chameleon in mimicking his fighting style, creating illusions of Spider-Man in combat. Peter was certain that this master of visual manipulation would become his primary threat. Considering that thermal imaging essentially detects infrared light, it was highly probable that Mysterio had made targeted modifications to avoid detection, and he might have already mastered more advanced illusion techniques. Anticipating the worst, Peter envisioned Mysterio as a complete entity, capable of not only visual interference, but possibly influencing auditory and tactile perceptions, making different individuals see entirely divergent illusions. In light of this, he suddenly had an idea. If he could develop a sonar device and close his visors during combat, relying solely on sonar imaging, he might be able to unravel Mysterio's illusions. The only drawback was that sound waves travel at a limited speed, and imaging might incur delays, but with his spider sense, this would not pose a significant challenge. He wondered if Cindy could lend him a hand. Being an SHIELD agent might complicate matters. Lost in thought, Peter completed his routine patrol for the night. He deftly landed back on the ground, adjusted his breathing, and found a discreet corner to change, ensuring he appeared to be an ordinary high school student returning home late. Uncle Ben and Aunt May had yet to return, suggesting they would linger out for a while longer, allowing Peter to return home freely. Then he spotted Gwen sitting on the steps of his house. "Hey Gwen, didn't you have practice?" He greeted casually while attempting to tame his slightly disheveled hair. "It's already 6:30, Peter. Practice ended ages ago," Gwen replied as she stood up to clear the way for him, brushing off the dust from her pants. "Since Aunt May isn't home, what are you eating?" "I'll whip something up." Peter knew what Gwen was implying. "Don't expect a grand feast." "I'm not picky," Gwen shrugged, following him inside, her gaze lingering on his backpack. "Is your gear in there? The suit and all?" Peter tossed the backpack onto the sofa. "It used to be, but I made a new suit at Avengers Tower. It's much more convenient." "You joined the Avengers?" "Not exactly," Peter shook his head. Although Tony and the captain seemed to imply as much, considering his age, they hadn't officially invited him yet. They just asked him to help keep an eye on the tower while the Avengers were on missions. "So you can really balance on the ceiling while sipping coffee?" Gwen returned to the topic she'd left unfinished at noon, then suddenly stood up. "Wait, let me get you a glass of water." Peter heard the sound of the faucet turning on in the kitchen. Moments later, Gwen returned with a glass of tap water. He couldn't help but sigh. "Tap water?" Gwen smiled sheepishly. "I couldn't find your water jug. Sorry." Peter reluctantly accepted the cup, kicked off his shoes, and suddenly leaped, his feet adhering firmly to the ceiling. Standing there upside down, the water in his hand remaining perfectly still. In the astonished gaze of Gwen, he leisurely drank the glass of water and then gracefully flipped over, landing effortlessly. Gwen clapped her hands in delight. "That is so cool." "Yeah, it's like someone telling you there's a cat at home that can do backflips," he said while putting on his shoes. "I just hope I don't get a stomachache." If Spider-Man gets a stomachache from a glass of tap water, the entire New York underworld should send thank you letters to the waterworks. Taking the cup from Peter, Gwen stepped a little closer, her excitement bubbling over as she asked the next question. "Seriously, Peter? You really don't plan on taking me for a swing around Manhattan? Even just in Queens?" Gwen. "Oh, sorry, I forgot you need to keep your identity hidden." Gwen quickly devised a clever solution. "How about I design a suit for myself? That way, no one would connect me to you." Peter sighed. That was precisely why he didn't want to disclose his identity to Gwen. "I'm going to make dinner. Is there anything you'd like?" "Anything is fine, clever boy. Just hope you don't set off the smoke alarm." Peter retrieved the pre-cooked rice he had prepared that morning from the refrigerator. After shooting a glance at Gwen in the living room, he began cooking. He wasn't particularly adept at cooking, so he simply made fried rice with some starch sausages. During dinner, he was bombarded with a barrage of questions. Finally, after sending the bothersome neighbor away, Peter let out a sigh of relief, completed his evening routine, and charged his phone while tuning into New York's crime reports. He pulled out a stack of paper and began sketching designs for the sonar device. While he could directly purchase simple handheld or portable sonar equipment, 1. He lacked the funds, and 2. Designing his own device would allow for easier modifications to connect it to his visor. He wasn't quite certain when he felt exhausted enough to retire to bed, but in the hazy realm of slumber, he sensed something ominous unfolding before him. Spider-Man was battling alongside a group of unfamiliar faces, only to be defeated and fall to the ground. A burly man clad in a white suit raised his fist, gazing down at the defeated and barely conscious Peter Parker. A spider, half the size of a palm, traversed his dreamscape, landing before Parker, weaving the web of fate and conveying a message from the multiverse, prominently displaying the number 4 on its back. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Heist. Quentin Beck inhaled a deep breath, seated within his vehicle, his heart racing uncontrollably, a nauseating sensation threatening to overwhelm him. Just yesterday, he had audaciously confronted Kingpin, demanding a substantial increase of $200 in his weekly salary. Moreover, he had the audacity to stand up for Mr. Dimitri. The very thought of Quentin Beck articulating such words was astonishing. Breathe deeply, Beck, breathe deeply. You can accomplish this, you can manage it. You've already navigated through Kingpin's domain. This is merely a preliminary trial. As Quentin sat in the sedan, inhaling deeply, the driver, Aaron Davis, had grown accustomed to the young man's erratic demeanor. After arriving at the designated location, he parked the car and turned to Quentin, who was still engaged in self-reassurance, saying, "We've arrived, Mysterio. It's time to get to work. The sooner you exit, the better." Oh. Quentin clutched his fishbowl helmet, fearfully inquiring, "Is time of the essence?" "Not really. But this parking lot charges $5 an hour. The quicker you finish, the less I'll have to pay." Quentin gazed at his helmet, took a deep breath, and then hastily donned it. In an instant, a non-existent suit of green armor and a purple cape materialized around him, transforming Quentin, no, Mysterio, into a figure exuding composure and confidence. "Mr. Davis, please take a brief respite. I shall return shortly." Aaron nodded, reclining in his seat, pulling out his phone to watch last week's Saturday night show. Mysterio opened the car door, concealed his form, and exited the underground parking garage, becoming invisible to all. His objective lay in the building not far from the parking lot, Osborn Technologies. Otto Octavius had provided Kingpin with another list, distinct from the thrilling heist at the bank. This time, all the desired items resided within Osborn Technologies, necessitating stealthy maneuvers. All security systems had been arranged by Otto, leaving Mysterio responsible solely for procuring the items. As Mysterio infiltrated Osborn Technologies, Norman Osborn was engaged in a discussion with Jessica Drew's father, Jonathan Drew, the primary researcher of the Mutated Spider Project, regarding a new initiative. The advancement of the Savage Power Project should not be confined to arachnids and scorpions. The vast genetic disparity from humans could very well be the reason for our current stagnation. Norman Osborn, to some extent, still considered himself a scientist, thus managing to hold a rudimentary conversation with Jonathan. However, after a moment of hesitation, Jonathan candidly expressed his true thoughts. "My expertise in genetic research beyond arthropods is limited, Mr. Osborn. However, I know someone, Curtis Connors, a fellow student of mine, who specializes in utilizing the regenerative genes of reptiles to repair human anatomy. He may be of assistance." Norman, somewhat taken aback, regarded Jonathan with surprise, recalling a similar research proposal he had encountered previously, one that Osborn Technologies had opted not to invest in. In truth, all known biotech giants had refrained from backing that individual. After all, in recent years, apart from the military Savage Power Project, virtually everyone believed that transplanting animal genes into humans was an impossibility. Even Norman himself, who spearheaded the initiative, had considered it unfeasible. He had merely taken on the project for the sake of securing investment. However, Spider-Man and the Arachnid Collective had demonstrated that while mass-producing super soldiers was implausible, creating a super warrior akin to Spider-Man from specific gene sequences was not beyond the realm of possibility. This realization prompted him to amplify investments in the Savage Power Project, compelling the military to recognize the potential for success and to increase funding for Osborn Technologies. He isn't merely researching genetic modification. He is investigating gene transplantation, ISNT. There's no substantial difference, Mr. Osborn. Moreover, isn't a self-repairing super soldier even more appealing? Jonathan clearly understood how to persuade Osborn. Norman nodded, a smile gracing his lips, indicating his agreement with the proposal. Jonathan, relieved to secure investment for his mentee, remained blissfully unaware that an invisible figure had passed by them, a scorpion. Mysterio was uncertain why Otto had fixated on a radiation-altered scorpion, yet he stealthily extracted it, placing it into a specially crafted safe before departing. After all, as Otto had conveyed, it was merely a bonus. What he truly sought was a composite material, something that could incapacitate Spider-Man. Under the cover of illusions, it wasn't until long after Mysterio had left that the theft of the scorpion was discovered. By that time, Mysterio had reached the Osborn Technologies warehouse, affixing a modified employee card to the access panel, awaiting Otto to unlock the door. Inside lay an entire suite of metallic, glistening skin-like fabric. Mysterio curiously whispered, "What is this?" Metallic bionic skin, an indestructible synthetic structure. However, due to its weight, no one can bear the burden of this material. Yet, should someone possess the strength to don it, I assure you, that individual could confront the Hulk head-on. Let alone Spider-Man. How am I supposed to carry such a heavy item? Use the liquid nitrogen I provided to freeze a small section, then cut it off. We don't need the entire bionic skin, just a sample will suffice. Following instructions, Mysterio secured his latest acquisition and made his way toward the exit, prompting the entire Osborn Technologies facility to erupt in alarm bells signaling a theft. Mysterio manipulated the surrounding environment, ensuring no one noticed his presence, moving through unimpeded. He returned to the vehicle, where Aaron, still engrossed in the Saturday night show, chuckled until Mysterio abruptly deactivated his invisibility, his voice resonating with a deep, confident tone. "All done. Everything went smoothly. My God, you startled me," Aaron exclaimed, nearly dropping his phone. He shook his head, glancing at the rearview mirror at the mysterious figure who refused to remove his helmet. "Can't you make an entrance like a normal person? That's not Mysterio's style." "Let us go?" Reluctantly, Aaron shrugged, but at that moment, his phone rang. Answering the call, he began to berate one of his associates on the other end. "You didn't find it? What do you mean the NYPD is here and hasn't he located it? Return now. Is there a problem? The Chameleon's face is missing. Someone took it before we could get to it." After finishing his rant, Aaron shook his head. "With that thing, it's tantamount to possessing a new identity." Chapter 5. How serious is the situation? Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, arrived to investigate the theft incident at Osborn Technologies, accompanied by a young girl who appeared to be quite youthful. Presenting his credentials at the front desk, the receptionist, somewhat unclear about the organization abbreviated as SHIELD, inquired further before calling her supervisor. Coulson, hands in his pockets, surveyed the modern design of the Osborn Technologies lobby while advising Cindy, who had pulled her hood low to obscure her face. "Your transfer paperwork is complete. You will be transferring to Midtown High next week. From now on, you will communicate directly with Director Fury. I will no longer be your point of contact. This also means your training with SHIELD has finally concluded." Cindy finally lifted her head to look at Coulson. "What about you, Agent Coulson?" "Me? I have a new assignment. Leading a new team on a new mission. Thank you for keeping me company during my recovery. You've always been a rather reserved child. Take care of yourself." Cindy nodded, choosing not to respond further. They watched as Norman Osborn approached, extending a warm hand towards Agent Coulson. "Welcome, Agent Coulson. It is an honor to finally meet you." Norman maintained his effervescent smile, firmly grasping Coulson's hand. "I greatly appreciate SHIELD's concern regarding the theft of our company's assets. However, I regret to inform you that the matter involves a plethora of confidential information, which I am unable to disclose. We possess evidence suggesting that the theft at Osborn Technologies poses a significant threat to public safety. This is our responsibility," Coulson replied, maintaining his composure. Norman's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Most individuals were unaware of SHIELD's existence, even following the Battle of New York. Only a fraction knew of the organization's role, yet remained oblivious to its true nature. There were numerous misconceptions about SHIELD, one of which was the belief that it was an American agency. In truth, SHIELD is an international organization under American oversight, its predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, having been established by the Allied forces. The current leadership of SHIELD reports to the United Nations Security Council rather than the President of the United States. While it can be said that the U.S. exerts control over S.H.I.E.L.D., it cannot be accurately claimed that S.H.I.E.L.D. belongs to the United States. What difference does that make? One might ask. The distinction lies in the fact that certain American secrets are not accessible to S.H.I.E.L.D. For instance, the military's brutal force program is off-limits to S.H.I.E.L.D., even though this program is intertwined with Hydra, the very reason Fury must investigate further. A substantial portion of the stolen items pertains to classified military programs, and according to our agreement with the military, we are not at liberty to reveal any related information. That is of no consequence. We merely require access to the portions that can be reviewed, Coulson replied, his smile unwavering. He then introduced the newcomer behind him, Cindy, saying, "This is our latest recruit from S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Silk." Silk? Osborn gazed at Cindy, his expression pensive. "Of course, we welcome you both." Nevertheless, Osborn personally guided them, deliberately steering clear of Jonathan Drew's laboratory, instead leading them to a storage room filled with synthetic metallic skin. This is intended for Blonsky. General Ross has always believed that Abomination is far more stable than Bruce Banner. Osborn scrutinized the damaged piece of metal skin, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Before shifting the topic, "I have heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. has assembled a team of enhanced individuals. Is Blonsky under consideration?" "Regrettably, I lack the necessary clearance to provide any pertinent intelligence," Coulson replied. What a pity. Norman feigned disappointment, yet from the moment they entered, he had been assessing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent known as Silk. If he and Tony Stark could deduce Spider-Man's identity, surely S.H.I.E.L.D. could as well. Why then had this organization, seemingly obsessed with enhanced individuals, not recruited Spider-Man? With the agent before him, the answer became glaringly apparent. S.H.I.E.L.D. already possessed their very own Spider-Man. It was not solely Peter Parker and the Spider-Verse. There was now a third individual involved. This was undoubtedly Coulson's attempt to gauge his intentions, as well as to utilize her to probe his own limits. Norman chuckled, aware that revealing the true status of the brutal force program was out of reach, yet he could offer insights on related matters. If he could arrange for this Silk agent to undergo testing and examination at Osborn Technologies, it would be even better. The remaining stolen items were military secrets. Of course, I trust S.H.I.E.L.D. is not entirely oblivious to the fact that Osborn Technologies has long been engaged in the replication and development of super serums. Stark once contracted the recreation of the Erskine serum. We are responsible for another variant. After departing the laboratory, Norman invited the two into his office, where he casually initiated conversation. Cindy sat to the side, gazing out the window. On this Thursday afternoon, it was likely that Midtown High had already dismissed for the day, and Spider-Man was likely swinging about. She could sense Peter Parker's fluctuating position. In truth, she could perceive not only his location but also his physical condition. When Spider-Man had lifted the elevated bridge and endured an electric shock, she had felt his vitality rapidly diminishing. This had become a pastime for her during her training at S.H.I.E.L.D., using this perception to track Spider-Man's movements, combat duration, and daily routines. She listened somewhat absent-mindedly to Osborn and Coulson's conversation. In reality, we are not alone. The nation's high-tech industries are assisting the military in executing the super soldier program. We are merely a minor player in this grand scheme, not worthy of your S.H.I.E.L.D. attention. That is for us to determine, Coulson replied. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were of any value, you would have apprehended Strucker and his Weapon X project long ago. Osborn smiled slightly, while Coulson furrowed his brow, tilting his head to retort. Are you suggesting that Strucker's Weapon X project is intertwined with the projects contracted by Osborn Technologies? I never claimed such, but regarding Weapon X, well, I mean to say, you ought to ponder the implications of X more thoroughly. Osborn stood, extending his hand to Coulson. Once you've contemplated it, we can continue our discussion. Seeing Coulson rise, Cindy followed suit as they entered the stairwell, adhering to protocol by shutting down all communication devices and confirming their privacy. Only then did Coulson reflect on Norman's words. What does signify? Cindy inquired directly. The Weapon X project, a program designed to brainwash mutants and convert them into weapons. Wolverine is the most renowned subject, being the 10th product of Weapon X. As Coulson spoke, he raised his wrist to check the time. X does not represent mutant X gene. It is a double entendre. X is also a number, the Roman numeral for 10. He desires you. If we wish to obtain further information regarding these super soldier initiatives, we must collaborate with him. Coulson finished speaking, his laughter tinged with trepidation. For the first time as A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent, he felt a profound fear of the unknown. Must we collaborate with him? Not necessarily. He has already imparted the most crucial information to us. Coulson contemplated Fury's insinuation, his smile gradually stiffening. There are at least 10 super soldier programs. Hydra has covertly orchestrated at least 10 super soldier initiatives. Chapter 54, Theme Day. If today were not the 5th of the theme days, I would find it hard to believe that so many events transpired within a mere fortnight. After experiencing a rather uneventful Thursday, New York City remained safe, much like most of the week. Even the communications channels of the NYPD and fire department were routine, devoid of supervillains or technological criminals. New York City, how I wish this metropolis were as tranquil as it appears. As Peter swung through the city, he found himself reflecting on a dream he had. Many details eluded his memory, yet he distinctly recalled a spider with the number 4 on its back. This was certainly not merely a reference to the cosmic ultimate answer being 4. If this dream were not a mere figment of imagination, it might elucidate the place he was destined to visit, the universe depicted in Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse. A spider from Universe 4, due to Kingpin's machinations, traversed to Universe 1610, where it bit this universe's Miles Morales, triggering a series of subsequent events. Peter had no knowledge of when he would traverse into the cinematic timeline. He could only hope it would be early enough to prevent that spider from biting Miles. This is not due to any prejudice he harbors against Miles. Although the second installment, in its attempt to elevate Miles, resorted to some rather foolish antics involving numerous Spider-Men, including the likes of the Stiltman. The very premise of the web-slinging incident is equally absurd. His motivation to prevent these events from unfolding is twofold. Firstly, to rescue Peter Parker from that universe, and secondly, to return that spider to Universe 4, thus providing its own Spider-Man with the means to flourish. This ought to be the trajectory of the narrative. Today, the atmosphere is indeed serene. In fact, it remained tranquil until the onset of the horror. However, I have grown accustomed to the relentless pace of battling formidable adversaries over the past fortnight. It feels almost addictive, and once one becomes familiar with such formidable foes, the monotony of everyday life seems utterly mundane. It's not that I have grown accustomed to the beatings, but rather, Peter genuinely feels averse to reverting to his previously unremarkable existence. Regardless, he must continue to adhere to his responsibilities. Thus, after concluding his patrol, he made his way to school, where the students were once again adorned in vibrant costumes, embodying superheroes and villains alike. Naturally, Peter Parker remains unadorned as Spider-Man. The internship advertisement for Baxter Building has vanished, one of which he, of course, had already secured for himself. As Peter pondered this, he stowed away his bag and retrieved the blueprints he had yet to complete from the previous evening, heading to physics class. Good morning. Are you dressed as a Zargan? Harry's costume had undergone a transformation, yet he still resembled a villain from Doctor Strange. For instance, today his suit resembled a gigantic red mushroom, embodying the Zargan. A character capable of mimicking any other living creature, but only as long as the original is alive to facilitate such metamorphosis. Sound familiar? Indeed. Aside from one that resembles a red mushroom and another that resembles a shoehorn-like goblin, the Zargan from Doctor Strange and the Skrulls from Marvel are essentially identical in concept. Peter suddenly recalled, wondering if Nick Fury was aware that the Skrulls were infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D., or if that plotline had never transpired at all. Looks cool, doesn't it? If you could transform to look exactly like me, that would be truly impressive. Peter retorted with a smile, adjusting his demeanor slightly. I've secured an internship opportunity at Baxter Building. Really? Harry exclaimed joyously, congratulations. I knew I wouldn't make the cut, so I didn't even apply. Why didn't you at least give it a shot? Because I truly believe I wouldn't succeed. Harry voiced sentiments that seemed familiar to Peter. Sighing as he glanced around, I don't even dare to invite a girl to the homecoming dance tomorrow. Peter took 3 seconds to process this before exclaiming. You plan to invite a girl to the homecoming dance? Of course. Unlike you, I don't have a childhood friend to fall back on, even if I hardly know anyone. As Harry lamented, Peter intended to offer words of encouragement, but Amadeus entered, exuberant and skipping along, an uncommon display for him. Guys, you'll never guess what just happened, Amadeus declared, brimming with excitement. I got an internship at Baxter Building. Oh, congratulations. Peter laughed. We can go together. I got one too. Really? That is fantastic. Amadeus beamed at Harry, who shrugged in his Zargan costume. I didn't apply, but you both are incredibly cool. Congratulations. Harry's demeanor didn't go unnoticed by Amadeus, who looked at him with concern. Harry, are you okay? I'm fine, really. Harry reassured. It's just he intended to ask a certain girl to dance with him at the homecoming, but felt too shy to approach her. Peter voiced Harry's apprehension aloud, and Amadeus recalled Harry had indeed mentioned something similar, nodding in understanding. Oh, I see. There's nothing wrong with being bold. You might just succeed. Peter encouraged Harry, indifferent to the outcome, as he reasoned that with Gwen as his safety net, he could hardly be the most awkward one there. Amadeus shared a similar sentiment, fully convinced that he would never have a girlfriend, rendering the matter inconsequential to him. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment, leading Peter to cautiously inquire. You can at least tell us her name, can't you? Her name is Liz. She is a freshman like us, Liz Allen. I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Peter felt a flicker of recognition. I know. I heard Gwen mention that Liz is forming a band with her. Before Peter could finish, Harry interrupted, urgently asking, Peter, could you ask Gwen what type of guy she likes? First of all, you don't even know her yet. Isn't that a bit hasty? Peter, taken aback, continued. Secondly, tomorrow is Friday. The dance is tomorrow. Even if you found out, it would be too late to ask her. Thus, Harry slumped in his chair like a defeated fish. It's over. I've missed my chance. Or, you could take the initiative, Peter suggested. Tomorrow is the homecoming football game. Though I'm not well versed in football, I know it's popular. She might be there after school. What do you think? Seeing Harry still hesitating, Peter added, we'll accompany you. Thanks. Later that afternoon, after school, confirming the usual calmness of Peter alongside his friends, they arrived at the field. After feigning interest in the game for a while, Peter turned to the evidently bored Amadeus and asked, do you understand this? Not at all. Amadeus replied, equally disinterested. Harry's crush seemed to be present, but he had since vanished from view. Peter, however, was fixated on Eugene Thompson breaking through the defense to score. Witnessing the event, Peter involuntarily remarked, looks like lightning is unstoppable. Hey, that is a great name. An unfamiliar guy patted Peter's shoulder and began to shout, Lightning Thompson. Soon, everyone else joined in the chant. Amidst the uproar, Peter finally grasped something significant. Lightning was not part of Thompson's name. Chapter 55, 7 o'clock, the performance begins. At 6:50 a.m., beneath Fisk Tower, Quentin Beck, on the verge of nausea from nerves, donned his armor. This armor is essentially a repurposed extreme environment survival suit. Originally seized from the Scarecrow, now merely painted green and adorned with a purple cape. Are you sure you're all right, Quentin? You don't seem well. I think I'll be fine. Quentin accepted the light particle projector Otto handed him, surrounded by an array of equipment crafted from Chitauri technology. Most notably various drones and numerous bioengineered robots, rumored to be outdated HIELD, life mimicry decoys, all disguised as Mysterio. Should I wait until the Avengers are on a mission before I act? Dr. Octopus remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. I believe that even if the Avengers are out, you will inevitably cause a ruckus and end up captured. I'm not surprised, Quentin sighed, cradling his fishbowl head, uncertain if he was anxious or merely lost in thought. I fear I might not even be able to create a disturbance. What if I'm caught the moment I show up? Otto pondered in silence for a while, tapping the light particle projector with his mechanical claw. Put it on. But put it on. It will guide you on what to do. Quentin sighed in resignation as he donned the light particle projector. This device seemed to possess a certain enchantment. For the moment it graced his visage, his demeanor transformed entirely. Wisps of smoke began to rise languidly from the aquarium, shrouding his countenance. The Mysterio leapt gracefully from the prepared platform, landing with poise upon the ground. Kingpin approached, clapping his hands together, a satisfied smile adorning his face. This Saturday, Mysterio was to eliminate Spider-Man, and with less than a week until his promised raise, the $5,000 would not need to be dispensed. Yet, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the impending resolution of the vexatious Spider-Man. Quentin, no, Mr. Mysterio, I am delighted by your choice today. Rest assured. Even in the event of failure, I shall guarantee your safety, Kingpin stated, smiling as he made a request. I wish for my men to have the freedom to operate during your endeavor. Is there a way? Dr. Octavius and I have designed optical goggles specifically for such situations. Simply ask him for them. Mysterio replied with a snap of his fingers. Countless drones flickered to life, ascending in an orderly fashion before vanishing into thin air, followed by all LMDs that soared upwards, leaving only Mysterio, who strode forth with a vigorous gait. Otto, watching Mysterio depart, Was reminded of Norman Osborn and couldn't help but reflect. He even placed my name at the forefront. What a good man. At precisely 7 in the morning, Avengers Tower. Captain, do you think our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is somewhat socially anxious? Since our return, he hasn't greeted us or utilized the Avengers Lab, Tony mused, standing at the conference table. One hand gripping a glass of milk, while the other perused Peter Parker's search history on a virtual interface. Among the findings was the true identity of the Spider-Bots, but that had already been dealt with by Spider-Man and required no further attention. Another frequent search was for Quentin Beck, a Hollywood special effects artist who had been missing for over 2 months. He had deceived multiple film companies into investing in groundbreaking special effects technology and was being sued by several firms. Bored, Tony tossed the outdated news into the trash and, noticing the captain's silence, inquired, "Did you hear what I said, Captain?" Sorry, I was lost in thought," the captain replied. His legs crossed as he gazed at a sketchbook resting on his lap, which featured a drawing of Black Panther, T'Challa. The upcoming Avengers press conference would announce T'Challa's induction into the team. The inclusion of a foreign leader, especially from the Third World, would greatly enhance the Avengers' reputation, allowing them to further distance themselves from both the United States and SHIELD. And Hank, he's examining that projector Spider-Man left at Avengers Tower, the captain said, furrowing his brow, as he noticed green smoke rising on the streets of New York City. Setting the sketchbook aside, he focused on the smoke, glancing around. It was not merely ahead. The entire Manhattan area was enveloped in such haze. "Tony, what are those?" Tony Stark cast an eye towards the smoke and promptly summoned JARVIS for a spectral analysis. Within a mere second, JARVIS provided the concerning information, warning, spectral data error. Unable to analyze any chemical components from a spectral perspective. Suddenly, from within the smoke, towering figures emerged, each several hundred feet tall, with round glass heads. Clad in green-scaled armor and draped in grand purple capes, their arms crossed over their chests puffed out. "New Yorkers, welcome Mysterio." The colossal giants raised their arms, one floating upwards, its head aligning with the recently risen sun, gradually fading until only a massive glass helmet remained. It resembled ink dispersing in water. As the black smoke filled the helmet, and within seconds, the sun was entirely blotted out, plunging the world into brief darkness, while stars flickered above, casting their light upon Manhattan at 7 in the morning. New York was engulfed in darkness, but shortly thereafter, countless lights from landmarks like Avengers Tower and the Empire State Building flickered to life, illuminating the air. The immense Mysterio hovered aloft, taking a delicate step forward. The green smoke beneath him transformed into smooth, jade-like stairs, his footsteps resounding clearly as he descended gracefully from the sky, devoid of any cameras or other apparatus. Yet, every large screen in New York displayed the image of Mysterio's descent. You have 10 minutes to park, find a quiet cafe, restaurant, library, or stay in your own home. Open your phones and enjoy the perfect performance brought to you by Mysterio. Failure to comply will render the streets of New York perilous. Mysterio raised his hand, and as he did, the lights shining upon him extinguished one by one. A brilliant moon ascended, casting increasingly radiant beams upon him. Mysterio bowed, as a performer would, to acknowledge his audience. "During my performance, crime activity in New York may escalate wildly. So I invite all superheroes in New York to attempt to stop me. Once you do, normalcy shall be restored." Track data analysis complete. Confirmed as missing person Quentin Beck. Per Mr. Parker's suggestion, cease all optical collection and switch to sonar imaging. JARVIS reported. Employ electromagnetic wave imaging. JARVIS. Prepare the Centurion, Tony commanded, finishing the milk in his glass and interrupting the captain's rising. "Continue your artistic endeavors, art student. Iron Man will handle this." A Mark Series Silver Centurion is ready. JARVIS confirmed. A meteor shot forth from Avengers Tower, hurtling towards Mysterio in the sky. The supersonic Iron Man armor penetrated Mysterio's illusion, but grasped nothing but air. In retaliation, the illusory Mysterio turned and unleashed a laser, striking the overzealous Iron Man and sending him crashing into Central Park, where he carved deep furrows into the grass. Electromagnetic wave imaging received no feedback. The opponent's equipment appears to utilize cloaking technology. JARVIS noted. "Next time, say something sooner." JARVIS initiates sonar imaging. Emerging from the trench, Iron Man surveyed the display, rife with marked attacking drones and their gun barrels aimed at him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Oh my. Chapter 56, 7 o'clock, Infiltration Investigation. On Saturday morning, at 6:30. Should anyone enter the server room of Fisk Tower at this hour and observe closely, they would notice a data cable connected from the main server to the ventilation duct. Within the filthy duct, a spider-like creature clad in a red bodysuit was engaged in illicit infiltration, the buzzing low-frequency hum of the ventilation system masking the sound of his keystrokes. New York harbors numerous villains, yet few can afford to hire the likes of Shocker, Chameleon, or Mysterio. They are typically the domain of a select few wealthy and powerful individuals, such as the mobster Kingpin, Hammerhead, or those dabbling in rogue technology like AEM, Alchemy Corp, or Hydra. Peter, of course, was unaware of who was orchestrating these events, so he chose to investigate while on his way after dispatching the spider bots. Nothing, still nothing. Kingpin's database is as empty as it was last time, clean as a freshly washed dish. Where are you hiding everything, Fisk? This was not Peter's first infiltration of Fisk Tower. He had been here once before the conflict with Shocker, and had failed to uncover anything of substance, just as now. Wilson Fisk meticulously cleanses the data within the building's server room, as if his underworld dealings are entirely disconnected from the edifice itself. In truth, had it not been for the fact that Daredevil had been active for 3 years prior, akin to Spider-Man, Peter might not have set his sights on Fisk. Yet, Daredevil has made his entrance, and the astonishing reality that Fisk possesses no criminal record? Surely, Peter cannot accept such a notion. For instance, after scanning with his new suit, he uncovers a vast hollow structure beneath Fisk Tower. Its contents remain a mystery, resembling a nuclear blast shelter. Access to the elevator requires DNA verification, and the interior is festooned with alarms and infrared detectors. Such a place is beyond his reach. Nonetheless, the entire building appears remarkably pristine. At least the main interface reveals nothing amiss. Has Fisk descended to the underground? Utilizing his laptop, Peter hacked into a small window through the camera, capturing Fisk's movements as he, accompanied by several aides, opened the elevator door and began his descent. Peter pondered momentarily, then swiftly closed his laptop and crawled through the ventilation ducts of another room, hastily navigating to Fisk's office. He hoped that Fisk would linger underground long enough for him to breach his computer. After all, your password protection is less secure than the elevator control panel. Having easily bypassed the computer's password, Peter began sifting through its contents chronologically. To his astonishment, the computer housed little of substance. It was largely devoid of incriminating evidence, primarily containing information pertaining to legitimate business, alongside a few hours of television viewing history. He was genuinely surprised to discover that Fisk indulged in television, and for several hours at that. Alternatively, it seemed Fisk may not rely on this computer for his operations. After scanning the entirety of the office, Peter confirmed there were no hidden rooms. It appeared Fisk had concealed this place exceptionally well. Both the server room and personal computer were immaculately clean. Perhaps there were traces of tax evasion or commercial secrets, yet no information regarding criminal activities. Of course, another possibility exists. This universe's Fisk is not a villain, but merely a straightforward businessman. Yet, believing that is as far-fetched as accepting him as Spider-Man's compatriot. In other words, this office and server room seemed designed to placate intruders, such as SHIELD, or the FBI. If they suspected Fisk, they'd undoubtedly investigate here, and Fisk would demonstrate that there is, in fact, nothing to find. However, those criminal records cannot simply vanish. Fisk must have concealed them elsewhere. With nothing pressing until the homecoming dance tonight, Peter decided to remain hidden in Fisk's office. Surely, he could not be engrossed in paperwork and binge-watching American dramas the entire time. Thus, he tidied up any traces he had left and planned to conceal himself within the ventilation ducts of Fisk's office. At that moment, he noticed a plume of green smoke rising outside, from which emerged the formidable Mysterio. Spider-Man was taken aback and then filled with rage. Seriously? It hasn't even been 2 weeks since school started. I've already dealt with the Scarecrow, Chameleon, and Mysterio. The second week isn't even over yet. And here comes Mysterio on a Saturday. As night enveloped New York City, Mysterio issued his dramatic declaration of criminal intent, even granting civilians 10 minutes to refrain from running amok in the streets. How considerate of him. During my performance, criminal activity throughout New York may surge. So I invite all superheroes of the city to come and thwart me. Once you do, New York will return to normal. You win, Mysterio, truly. With no inclination to continue tailing Fisk, Peter emerged from the ventilation duct and immediately witnessed Iron Man soaring from Avengers Tower, only to crash into Mysterio, subsequently being struck by a laser and plummeting to the ground. I told Jarvis about Quentin Beck. I even left Mysterio's old projection device back at Avengers Tower. And thus Iron Man charged in. Sighing, Peter prepared to swing into action before the illusion spread too widely. Just then, he observed a burst of flames erupting from the Baxter building, tracing a dazzling circular arc before hurtling toward Mysterio, yet ultimately missing him. No, not Tony Stark. I can forgive that. But did you not see Iron Man crash? How could you charge in as well? Even more absurdly, Iron Man was actually hit and went down, while Human Torch simply extinguished mid-flight and began free-falling. Quick, quick, quick. I'm already fast, buddy. In the midst of free-fall, Johnny Storm was caught by Spider-Man, nestled under his arm, and safely landed atop a building. Oh, hey there. Johnny cheerfully greeted Peter and remarked, I've heard about you. Reed mentioned you'd be visiting Baxter Building soon. Yes, what is up? I don't know. I hadn't even reached that guy when my flames vanished and my powers failed, leading to my drop, Johnny explained. After a moment of contemplation, Spider-Man understood the situation. Perhaps your abilities haven't truly failed. Rather, Mysterio has made you perceive your flames as absent, causing your mind to believe your powers had shut down. Human Torch scrutinized Spider-Man for 3 seconds before finally exclaiming, Beach Boy. Without flames, he lifted off into the air, but as Spider-Man prepared to launch webbing, he witnessed Johnny crash into the building's exterior, then tumbled down beside him. Dude, are you trying to be funny? Spider-Man, welcome to our party. A seemingly corporeal Mysterio approached Peter as the surrounding scenery faded away, leaving only him and Mysterio. The latter extended a friendly hand. I wish to converse with you, for I believe you are special. Special? Thank you for the compliment, Mysterio, but regrettably, my inbox is already overflowing with club invitations. Peter switched his webbing to an electric state while conversing with Mysterio. How about you surrender now before anything escalates? I know a sheriff whose interrogation room is always stocked with chocolate ice cream. I mean, we are quite similar, Spider-Man. Spider-Man's mask morphed into an expression of disbelief, staring incredulously at Mysterio. Was this man truly saying such nonsensical things? You are unlike other superheroes, donning masks to conceal your identity. Just like me, I wear a mask, engaging in these acts. Bank robbers wear masks too. You can't possibly equate them to us. Having confirmed Mysterio's presence through his sonar device, Parker swiftly fired an electric web, pulling Mysterio closer before delivering a punch to his fishbowl head. He anticipated that he would shatter the fishbowl with one blow, concluding the encounter. Yet, to his astonishment, Peter struck Mysterio's entire head along with the fishbowl, and the sonar feedback corroborated this reality. Mysterio's head detached, and he cradled it as it hovered in the air. Why not? The robber donned a mask before daring to rob the bank. Just as you can only embody your superhero persona while wearing a mask. Admit it, Spider-Man, you and I are alike. We both harbor fear. When you remove your mask, you dread the responsibilities of being a superhero, fearful of the criticisms from others, anxious about disappointing those who believe in you, and terrified of the overwhelming expectations that leave you with no escape. One by one, the Mysterios appeared around Spider-Man, each lifting their heads and fastening masks around their necks. Are you referring to yourself, Quentin? I never imagined you were a psychologist, but alas, I have not brought my consultation fee, so let us skip that. With a somersault, Spider-Man landed on the exterior wall of a building, once more shooting webs to ensnare one of the tangible Mysterios among the multitude, yanking it with force until it smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Spider-Man was certain he hadn't exerted much strength. He stared at the still dim sky, clutching a fragment of the Mysterio, sensing the metallic components and wiring within. A robot? You wouldn't merely control these robots to battle us while you safely hide away, would you? Certainly not, Spider-Man. As I've stated, if you come to thwart me, then I shall undoubtedly be thwarted. The Mysterio re-emerged behind Spider-Man, incessantly murmuring. You may not acknowledge it, Spider-Man, but I am certain that these taunting words are not spoken by the person beneath the mask. Like you, I can only unleash my true self when adorned with a mask. The illusory Mysterio raised a hand slightly, and green smoke began to swirl around Spider-Man, gradually transforming him into the likeness of Mysterio himself. Wow, Quentin, is this your method of making me feel akin to you? Of course not. But he would perceive it that way. The Mysterio's form began to dissipate, revealing behind him the furious Johnny Storm, who, enraged by Mysterio's antics, saw Mysterio standing against the wall, flames erupting from his entire being. Johnny Storm ignited in an instant. Ignite. Spider-Man. Oh dear. Is it too late to apply for the Arctic research team? Meanwhile, in Central Park, Tony Stark, being assaulted by dozens of drones, raised his arms to endure the relentless attacks. Subsequently, a powerful electromagnetic wave erupted from his Iron Man suit, incapacitating the surrounding drones, causing them to plummet. How about using an EMP to disable all these drones? The illusion's coverage has reached the entirety of Manhattan, rendering it impossible to ensure the normal operation of vital equipment, such as hospitals. Then dispatch all the Iron Man suits to conduct sonar scans around Manhattan, constructing real-time models, and let us document these contraptions. He picked up a drone and extracted a precision orb from within. JARVIS. Analyze this object. The device is altering surrounding optical readings, making scanning impossible. Hank, are you studying this circus magician's old gear? Any leads? Difficult to ascertain, Tony. Based on the sample provided by Spider-Man, these projectors should lack the capability to modify scenes at will, only capable of pre-projecting fixed scenarios. Quentin Beck must have modified them. He truly is a genius. You said the same about Ulysses Claw's sonic weapon last time. Tony couldn't help but mutter about Pym's obsession with genius. Then issued a command to the Avengers. Hank, continue your research and find a way to nullify this device's effects. Remember to close the lab doors to avoid distractions. Captain, have JARVIS craft you a sonar visor. Since these devices depend on drones, the more we take down, the harder it will be for them to sustain themselves. And Wasp, you have the most crucial task. The communication channel crackled with Janet's voice. What is it, Tony? Well, keep Hulk entertained, feed him chips and popcorn, let him enjoy a movie at home. The last thing we need is a giant, naked brute rampaging through Manhattan. After assigning the tasks, Iron Man prepared for takeoff, just as he received new intel from JARVIS. Sir, Spider-Man has gathered new information. Mysterio has deployed a plethora of advanced humanoid robots into the fray. It must be SHIEL-DSLMDs, JARVIS. Remind me to have Disaster Control ask Nick Fury for funding. Additionally, Spider-Man is engaged in combat with Johnny Storm, Susan's foolish brother? Let me guess. He's been played by Mysterio. I'll go calm him down. Iron Man immediately took to the skies, swiftly approaching the location indicated by JARVIS, only to be struck by something mid-flight, nearly causing a crash. What was that? Mysterio's drone, sir. Due to the limited speed of sonar imaging, it is advisable to keep your flying speed below 88 kilometers per hour. I've never flown my grandmother's old jalopy this slowly. With a wobbly ascent, Iron Man gradually took off towards the battlefield. Chapter 58, 7:30 p.m., Stealth Observation. Spider-Man was dodging, the webbing emitting a faint burnt odor under the intense heat. Fortunately, it was merely the webbing that was singed, not him. But then again, what other option did he have? He was bitten by a mutated spider, not plunged into lava. Peter Parker had not gained heat resistance, and even if he did, the temperatures from Johnny Storm exceeded his defensive capabilities. Especially considering this guy still believed himself to be Mysterio. Damn Mysterio, you're done for. I'm going to roast you to a crisp. Johnny, I truly want to know what Mysterio said to you. Peter executed a flip, webbing a distant fire escape, yanking himself away from the inferno. But I suppose you want to tell me, will you? Gracefully evading through the air, Peter swung between the skyscrapers. Relying not just on his homemade sonar system. As New York's friendly neighborhood hero, he had developed a muscle memory for the streets and buildings of Manhattan, effortlessly soaring back and forth, while Johnny Storm seemed to struggle to halt multiple times, crashing into walls. Fortunately, however, his fiery rampage was short-lived. As another Mysterio swooped down from above, grabbing him, and Tony Stark's voice crackled through Johnny's suit's communication channel. All right, kid, I've got this one. Mr. Stark, I think I might. If you're going to do it, just do it. I need to cool this kid down. Iron Man, having seized Johnny Storm, finally lifted the speed limit and soared into the skies, the holographic interface displaying current temperature and suit damage, thousands of degrees. Even the latest Iron Man suit could not endure for long. Sir, the suit is approaching its overheating limit. I'm aware. Ignoring Johnny's indiscriminate cursing, Tony breached the limits of night, emerging into the bright light of day, while the Johnny he held began to extinguish due to the high altitude's lack of oxygen, becoming increasingly helpless in Iron Man's grasp. Do you want me to tell Susan that you almost turned Spider-Man into a barbecue? No, no, no. Please don't tell my sister. Johnny waved his hands frantically. She would give me a severe talking to. Please, Stark. I know you have a good relationship with her. After flying a bit lower, Iron Man released him, and the reignited Johnny Storm received an unceremonious reprimand. Then find a place to stay put. Manhattan certainly does not need a human torch right now. As Iron Man soared back into the embrace of the night, Lightning hesitated momentarily, ultimately resigning himself to return to Baxter Tower. Meanwhile, Iron Man lingered on the precipice between darkness and dawn. No projection devices detected at this altitude. Thus, our circus ringmaster had executed the projection from the ground. Tony extracted a small orb, conducting a scan and analysis at high altitude before relaying the data of the new projector to Hank Pym, simultaneously requesting JARVIS to dissect the information. However, upon entering Manhattan's shrouded night, Tony Stark found himself enveloped in obscurity. Resolutely, he instructed JARVIS to cease all optical collection, relying solely on sonar imaging, while disabling audio capture, sealing himself within the armor, and employing an alternative system to receive external messages, leaving only a diminutive window in the lower left corner to display what he could hear and see. Tony Stark, a vexation, a disruptor of my performance. The Mysterio floated before him, arms crossed, yet sonar imaging revealed no one was actually present. Tony awaited his verbose monologue, only to be met with a shocking revelation. In order to deal with you, I've prepared a few little gifts, Tony Stark. I do not appreciate unsolicited offerings. This is not an offering for you. A sudden onslaught struck him, a violent explosion lifting the armored suit moments later. JARVIS then relayed a message. Sir, anti-air missile response detected. Exceedingly timely. JARVIS. I understand how you disrupt my performance, Avengers. Mysterio approached Iron Man. Sonar. But you should know better than anyone that in this era, weaponry is swifter than sound. The perspective shifted back to Earth, observing another Mysterio rise. Peter scratched his head before deciding to press on. While battling Lightning, he thought of Susan, the invisible woman from the Fantastic Four. Although uncertain, Peter believed Susan's abilities might assist against Mysterio, prompting him to seek help at Baxter Tower. Moreover, although Mysterio orchestrated a grand spectacle, the special effects seemed surprisingly sparse, as if he were waiting for something. Welcome, citizens of New York. It has now been a full half hour. I trust you have all found suitable hiding places. Therefore, I now intend to impose an additional rule. Mysterio's illusions manifested throughout New York, unabashedly proclaiming his nefarious plans and expressing grave dissatisfaction with the hero's countermeasures. Some have contemplated cheating to evade my performance, which I find quite unsatisfactory. Hence, I have located the superheroes. They are about to receive my gifts. Sonar indicated that a dozen drones were approaching Peter. His spider sense detected no immediate danger. Nonetheless, he felt an instinctual urge to evade. The drones, opting for suicidal attacks, surged toward him. He dodged and weaved, ensnaring one drone with webbing and hurling it at another. However, all drones that struck the ground unleashed potent electromagnetic pulses, enveloping the surrounding area. Mysterio realized they were utilizing sonar to circumvent optical illusions, thus deploying drones equipped with localized EMPs to incapacitate their sonar devices. Iron Man was reluctant to use a large-scale EMP to disable all of Manhattan, yet Mysterio merely needed to deliver the EMPs close to the superheroes. Fortunately, Peter Parker did not rely solely on sonar imaging to combat. He stood firm, inhaled deeply, then leaped, seizing a drone soaring toward him and crashing it to the ground. Following his instincts, he shot webbing to ensnare another drone and hurled it at yet another drone charging toward him, simultaneously leaping onto one drone while yanking another and tearing it in two. His spider reflexes effectively neutralized the assault. All of this was captured by an octopus robot peering from a sewer with a camera. Perfection, Otto Octavius mused, adjusting his glasses with a mechanical claw. If the spider is so formidable, what surprises might the scorpion, as its adversary, bring? Chapter 59, 8 o'clock, A Trail of Silk. Iron Man, clad in his Mark armor, hovered outside the area shrouded by Mysterio. Once he entered the realm of Mysterio's illusions, he would be unable to discern the situation inside, necessitating a reduction in speed. However, slowing down would render him vulnerable to incoming anti-air missiles, which were currently tracking his every move. Warning, Orion 3 anti-air missile locked. Evasive maneuvers recommended. Damn it. Those are my missiles. Tony Stark gritted his teeth. He now understood why those missiles could perfectly predict his flight path and grasped the significance behind Mysterio's words. You know better than anyone. Hack the system. JARVIS. Hack failed. Unknown programming language detected. Then do not hack the launch program. Rewrite the thrust acceleration program. That segment of code is linked to other parts and cannot be independently overridden. The armored suit floated in the sky as JARVIS conveyed more troubling news. The communications system of Spider-Man's suit had been compromised by the electromagnetic pulse. Captain, beware of the enemy drones carrying EMPs. If you get hit, you'll be blinded. Tony felt a wave of frustration. Is there no way to track the signals of these projectors? JARVIS. At the current distance, interference sources cannot be eliminated. Meanwhile, the captain, having received the message, donned a visor and descended in the elevator to the ground floor. After acknowledging with a simple understood, he opened the elevator doors to a scene that compelled him to shake his head. What is it, Steve? Before him lay the Officers Club of 1945, a phonograph playing Moonlight Bay, and Peggy Carter, clad in that familiar burgundy evening gown, turning to face him. The sonar system emitted pulse waves, delineating the true scene. 12 drones surrounded him in a fan formation, while 3 LMD soldiers were reloading their magazines. Nothing. I'll handle it shortly, Peggy. Mysterio focused his primary efforts on dealing with Spider-Man, and the Avengers had limited personnel to deploy. Any sensible individual would realize that sending the Hulk was unwise. No matter how formidable Captain America was, he remained merely a mortal, while Iron Man's affairs could be entrusted to Otto and his anti-air missiles. Ant-Man and the Wasp had yet to arrive, but Mysterio was prepared for them as well. Only Spider-Man remained, and only Spider-Man. Mysterio waved his hand, and the ground beneath Spider-Man vanished, stretching hundreds of meters away as an entire building collapsed toward him. Countless debris hurtling in his direction. Spider-Man commenced his evasive maneuvers, then charged toward the approaching wreckage. His fist struck his own face, of course, missing entirely as Mysterio shifted away, hundreds of meters distant, while Spider-Man traversed the illusory building, swinging his fists toward Mysterio. Why have you ceased your chatter, Spider-Man? Your jibes? Your taunts? Do you not even wish to admonish me against my misdeeds? Mysterio perched on the outer wall of a high-rise, as Spider-Man's powerful fist struck nearby, causing the entire building to contort, accompanied by strange sounds, and the constricting environment gradually compressing the space around Spider-Man, while Mysterio also received Otto's response through the communication system. He possesses a peculiar sixth sense. I remain uncertain about the mechanics of his perception, yet undeniably, he is capable of evading your illusions to some extent. Even amidst the chaotic constriction of the twisted building, Spider-Man exhibited no reaction. Mysterio's abilities predominantly focus on visual manipulation, utilizing drones to exert auditory and olfactory influences. Meanwhile, Peter's senses indeed grant him the capacity to discern discrepancies between sight and sound, and when combined with his spider sense, he can significantly avert peril. It must be acknowledged that the visual assault orchestrated by Mysterio is remarkably adept. The spiraling floors envelop him in layers, perhaps augmented by the simulated wind pressure from the drones, rendering him genuinely aware of an imminent threat. As the monstrous Mysterio looms, the entire distorted structure shatters like glass, plunging everything into utter darkness, from which the colossal figure of Mysterio slowly emerges, hands raised to grasp the surrounding void, invoking an inexplicable sensation of weightlessness. Yet Spider-Man remains silent, leaping and darting in peculiar trajectories, systematically dismantling those drones and the occasional LMD. It is only when the massive Mysterio crashes a snow globe containing Spider-Man onto the ground that Peter, rolling to his feet, nonchalantly stands up. Why so silent, Spider-Man? Oh, I'm not silent. I'm merely contemplating the quality of my recent writing. At last, Peter speaks, disregarding the peculiar circumstances that found him at the edge of the shattered building. Turning instead to the floating figure of Mysterio, likely a mere projection. What do you think of my writing? What writing? He could not finish his thought, for Spider-Man seemed to be abruptly whisked away by an unseen force, waving his hands as he swiftly departed, leaving Mysterio bewildered and scanning his surroundings. What just happened? Meanwhile, Peter collided with what felt like a wall, a sudden pain radiating from his back, yet a voice, unfamiliar yet desperately hoped for, reached his ears. How can you be certain that my trajectory indicates writing? Cindy remarked, pulling him upwards. Peter, unsure of their destination, responded without concern, because you're an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I trust you possess at least that capability, and I believe you are willing to assist me with this small favor. Why? Well, it's merely a matter of a helping hand. After Cindy dragged him into a room, she shut the window and drew the curtains, causing all illusions to vanish instantly. They found themselves in an apartment bedroom of indeterminate location, equipped with a computer. Peter glanced at Cindy, noting her lack of a spider suit. Yet her waist was secured with a web, presumably to maintain her orientation amidst Mysterio's environment. Clever solution. Peter removed his mask, connected a data cable to the computer, and initiated a reboot of his suit. He simultaneously accessed the Avengers communication channel, and upon reconnecting, Tony expressed his delight. "Hey, Pajama Boy, how's it going? We need to locate Quentin Beck's true position. Otherwise, our only option is to unleash an EMP across all of Manhattan. The captain is trapped in the lobby of Avengers Tower." Tony conveyed some troubling news. "I'm dealing with Mysterio's anti-air missiles. Just give me 2 minutes. No, 1 minute. Hank, what is your status?" JARVIS was unable to analyze the information source, at least not in the short term. Mysterio's signal seemed to emanate from all over Manhattan, making it impossible to trace. Ant-Man relayed his conclusion derived from Tony's scans. However, the range of individual projectors is only 500 meters, so there must be a signal source. Perhaps Mysterio doesn't rely on a signal source to control the projectors. A realization struck Peter. If he can create illusions throughout all of Manhattan at any moment, it means he must constantly process a myriad of information, perform intricate modeling, visually perceive all scenes, and provide real-time feedback. This implies he must simultaneously view every corner of Manhattan or possess a perspective that encompasses the entirety of the city. Guys, have you heard of a brainwave device? The one from Xavier's school has been damaged and sealed, and their institution isn't even in Manhattan. Plus, it's not designed for use by ordinary humans. Tony Stark, mid-sentence, suddenly grasped a revelation. For ordinary humans, a biological enhancement device. There's only one company in all of Manhattan that might be researching such a thing, and that's Oscorp. Peter seized his mask, confirmed the reboot, and disconnected the data cable, preparing to embark. However, Tony interrupted him. "Even if you know, kid, how will you reach Oscorp Tower? Mysterio's drones will disorient you with an EMP. I'm New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Stark. I know every building in New York, and during times like this, I don't need to trust what I see, just have faith in my actions." After listening to their discussion, Cindy posed a question to Peter. "You don't seem particularly happy. I know how much time you've invested in being Spider-Man. It's effectively disrupted the balance between the person behind the mask and your life as Spider-Man. Yet, from what I observed, it appears you're not engaged in this role out of enjoyment. Unlike Tony Stark, you bear no past burdens. Why are you so invested?" Peter was about to respond when he suddenly realized something, chuckling as he regarded Cindy. "What are you looking at? You've just told me how to defeat Mysterio, Cindy." Peter explained with a smile. "You've provided both methods. Oh, and regarding your question, the answer is, I'm not Batman. There is no balancing act between Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and there has never been a scenario where Spider-Man dons Peter Parker's mask, or vice versa." As Peter spoke, he donned his mask, opened the window, and surveyed the pitch-black world outside, ultimately confirming the location information derived from the computer. "Trust in your actions, not your eyes. See you in a bit." He waved to Cindy before leaping into the void. Cindy then realized that Peter had evaded her earlier question. Yet, he had indeed answered it, for to someone with his abilities, these matters were merely trifles. Chapter 60, 8 o'clock, Beneath the Mask. Having temporarily lost Spider-Man's trail, Mysterio understood one thing. He must have sought refuge in some enclosed space. However, Mysterio was unfazed. The hero would surely regroup and return to challenge him once more. Captain America, though formidable, could not swiftly vanquish all of his drones, and Iron Man remained ensnared by the anti-air missiles. The other members of the Fantastic Four were unaccounted for, leaving only one to contend with, the Human Torch. Mysterio was toying with the Human Torch for the third time. Undoubtedly, this young man had ignored Iron Man's advice, pursuing Mysterio or his illusions once again. This time, the Human Torch demonstrated some growth. Understanding that high temperatures could affect light refraction, and he maintained a certain altitude to conduct area attacks, successfully neutralizing several drones without causing civilian casualties. With newfound confidence, the Human Torch began to chase after Mysterio's illusions, while Mysterio danced around him, evading capture until, Human Torch, the air is quite thin up here. Of course I know that, but we're still in the dark. The fiery flash surged upward, shattering the cloak of night. Recently rescued by Iron Man, he was acutely aware of the limits of his altitude. This was but a modest descent. Yet, he was mistaken. Upon breaching the darkness, he did not behold the azure sky, but rather the visible expanse of atmospheric orbit. "I must commend you." The voice of Mysterio resonated in his ears. "As long as you are willing to believe that you can still ignite, even surpass your limits. Alas, that is merely what I wished for you to perceive." Observing the faltering blaze that was his essence, the high-altitude drone unveiled its true nature before opting for self-destruction. The violent shockwave drained the last vestiges of his strength, sending him plummeting from the heights. He felt utterly incapable of reigniting himself, the intense sensation of weightlessness rendering him unable to regain control. In a daze, he glimpsed something descending alongside him, not an illusion, for something indeed grasped him. I truly reported to Susan, "You are yet to behave like a compliant high school student." Tony Stark, who had once again saved the fiery Flash, was left utterly speechless by this soon-to-be college graduate. "You needn't worry about Mysterio. I have dispatched the most exceptional Avengers to address this dilemma." "Is it Captain America?" "You know, many have remarked how much I resemble him." "Of course not the Captain, but Spider-Man." Before another system failure, Jarvis provided Peter with ample intelligence. Oscorp had somehow acquired the technology for brainwave devices after the disbandment of the X-Men, developing a neural transmission apparatus, with the prototype located on the 27th floor of the Oscorp building. Leveraging his familiarity with New York, Peter swiftly approached Oscorp Tower. Mysterio had already detected him. Along the way, a myriad of bizarre phenomena unfolded, such as feeling as if he were being drawn into a black hole, the buildings around him collapsing in unison and crashing down upon him, and Mysterio conjuring cries for help from ordinary citizens, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Trust your movements. Do not trust your feelings. Having never entered Oscorp, Peter relied on his recollections from soaring around its perimeter, barreling into the lobby of Oscorp Technologies. Glass shattered in a dazzling explosion as he launched countless strands of web before touching the ground, securing webs in nearly every nook of the lobby, crafting an intricate web, upon which he landed, retrieving his spare web fluid from his waist. Spiders prey using their webs, adept at sensing environmental changes through the vibrations of their threads. Let me investigate. Relying on the distribution of the web, Peter painstakingly explored the lobby's surroundings, noticing some strands snapping. Almost simultaneously, he fired an electrified web in that direction, striking down an encroaching drone before securing a strand to the main web, akin to a genuine spider ensnaring a passing fly. However, his intent was not to capture drones. Having located the elevator, Peter pried open the doors and slipped into the shaft, then used webbing to seal the doors once more. When the elevator was not in operation, it became a confined space, and Mysterio had not preemptively placed drones here. Thus, this space was genuine. 27 floors. Quentin, you truly are a talent. He referred not to the floor number, but to the elevator in the underground parking lot, which began its rapid ascent toward the rooftop. If left unchecked, Peter would be propelled to the summit in one swift motion. Casting a glance around, Peter swiftly reacted, landing atop the ascending elevator. Confirming the absence of any living souls within, he severed the cable, sending the entire apparatus plummeting before prying open the doors on the 7th floor and stepping inside. Inside was still pitch black, devoid of anything. Mysterio was already aware of his arrival. Peter resorted to his previous tactic, continuously launching webs around him and securing them to his waist to ascertain his surroundings. "Spider-Man, your little antics are commendable. You are indeed quite clever." Countless Mysterios materialized around Peter, who instinctively stood tall. "However, in this confined space, you are no match for me. I am not here to defeat you, Quentin. I am here to inform you that you are mistaken." Under Mysterio's gaze, Spider-Man placed his hand upon his mask. Mysterio seemed to realize something. "What are you about to do? You think I wear a mask out of fear?" Peter gradually pulled down his mask. "You are mistaken. The reason I don this mask is the same as why I wear this suit, merely to aid and protect others. I do not wear it out of fear of others' judgment. I wear it to safeguard them, just as I am now removing it to defeat you." He tore off his mask, and as Peter gradually unveiled his face, Mysterio used holographic projection to reconstruct a mask over Peter's features. Yet this deceived no one but Mysterio himself, who promptly shut off all drone cameras, shouting in terror, "No." The urgency of his voice was so pronounced that even within the illusion, Peter could discern his whereabouts. "What are you doing, Quentin Beck?" Watching the entire scene unfold, Jonah Jameson erupted in fury, slamming his fist on the desk. "Turn on the cameras. Spider-Man has revealed his identity, and you are shutting off the signal? This should not be happening. This should not be happening." Quentin Beck howled, desperately attempting to remove the device connected to his projector. Hearing Spider-Man's footsteps, he let out a cry of near despair. "You should wear your mask. You should conceal your identity. Put it on. Put it on. I am before you, Quentin. Look at me. Observe Spider-Man. Is he as you envisioned?" Peter gazed down at him, his tone shifting from fierce to compassionate. "Did you not say that donning the helmet would render you fearless, allowing you to become your true self? Is the real Quentin Beck merely a coward afraid to confront reality? Put it on. Put it on." Mysterio trembled as he repeated, as if reciting a final incantation. Jonah Jameson, who had been a silent observer, was now enraged and disillusioned. Mr. McDonald, I recall you being nearby. Put on the goggles, eliminate Spider-Man. And even if you fail, disclose who he truly is. Realizing that trouble had ensued, McDonald Gargan, who had been monitoring Quentin, hastily donned the specialized goggles and approached Spider-Man. From a distance, he spotted Mysterio sprawled on the ground, arms shielding his head, alongside the foolhardy Spider-Man who had removed his mask, revealing a shock of black hair. At this distance, eliminating him was a trivial task, provided Jameson offered sufficient funds. McDonald raised his firearm, preparing to shoot, but just before pulling the trigger, Spider-Man, without lifting his head, shot a strand of web that ensnared the gun, yanking it aside. Simultaneously, for reasons unknown, another strand latched onto his back, pulling him away, while the misdirected gun now pointed at himself. As McDonald fell, the bullet that should have struck Spider-Man's head instead pierced Gargan's body. Peter was momentarily taken aback by the cries, yet he resolutely chose to shatter the mysterious guest's fishbowl-like head with a swift punch. In an instant, the surrounding illusions dissipated. Turning around, he beheld Cindy, clad in her battle attire, who had appeared from nowhere. I may not know New York as well as you do, but following in your footsteps is effortless. No need for thanks. It's but a small favor, Cindy remarked, glancing at the trembling figure of the mysterious guest on the ground. What shall we do with him? Peter paused, donning his mask anew, crouching down as his tone softened. It's all right, Quentin, he whispered gently. You see, I've put on my mask. The mysterious guest trembled as he moved his arms aside, catching sight of Spider-Man in his mask, and finally collapsed into a ball, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 61, The Time for Reckoning. At 8 in the morning, the hustle and bustle of Manhattan reclaimed the streets. The chaos wrought by the mysterious guest, which had lasted merely an hour, had come abruptly and departed just as swiftly. Shattered glass sparkled under the sun's rays, the distant wail of sirens still echoed, yet the city had resumed its habitual rhythm. This brief turmoil had claimed no lives. Only a few overturned cars and charred billboards bore witness to the events that had transpired. The mysterious guest's intentions were clear. He sought not destruction, but provocation. Now, he lay defeated at the hands of a superhero, retreating in disgrace. On the rooftop of Oscorp Tower, Cindy Moon gazed at the Manhattan morning, brushing aside her slightly disheveled bangs, preparing to depart when she heard Peter Parker's voice. I wouldn't recommend swinging away on a web just yet. The incident with the mysterious guest has just concluded, and the media are like sharks sensing blood in the water, fixated on the city. If you swing away now, tomorrow's headline in the Daily Bugle may very well read, New York's female Spider-Man emerges. Or worse yet, Spider-Man's true identity is a girl. Cindy turned, catching a can of coffee tossed her way, noticing Spider-Man suspended upside down beneath the metallic framework of the rooftop garden. Clutching a freshly opened can of coffee and lifting his mask to take a sip, I snagged a couple of cans from the vending machine in Oscorp. Hope you don't mind. Not at all. Cindy popped open her can with a sharp pull, glancing at Peter and unexpectedly asked, Can you drink coffee while hanging upside down? Why not? Can't you? With that, laughter erupted between them. After a brief silence, Cindy suddenly posed a question. How have you managed to hold on this long? Are you referring to the suit? Peter replied uncertainly, and Cindy nodded. The Daily Bugle is always maligning you. And people online are quick to point fingers. I've watched footage of your battles with the Shocker. Many say that if you had decisively defeated him the first time, there wouldn't have been so much trouble afterward. She paused. Most of what people see isn't supportive. Why do you persist? Peter contemplated for a moment before unveiling his truth. I've never found joy in being Spider-Man. I've never felt like I was chosen or special for gaining these powers. I became Spider-Man out of fear. For a long time, I was afraid. Not of the powers themselves, but of my choices. What would the world be like if I hadn't become Spider-Man? Spider-Man is pivotal to so many narratives within the Marvel Universe, even crucial plot points. If this universe could have a Spider-Man, but doesn't, then Peter Parker must continue to embody the role. I've always acted as the ideal Spider-Man, the one I envision. I believe I've done quite well, but undoubtedly, it can't be said that I'm entirely happy. Peter conveyed this simply and directly. Yet gradually, my perspective shifted. The Shocker wanted to reveal his true self to others, and Carl told me what would happen if others possessed those abilities. Then there's the mysterious guest. If I always remain in the guise of Spider-Man, never choosing to unmask before him, perhaps I could never defeat him. I must remind myself that I am Spider-Man. It was these individuals who clarified for him why his choices were right, why becoming Spider-Man was just. He leaped down from the railing to stand beside Cindy. both leaning against the barrier as they surveyed Manhattan. Am I rambling? Cindy, seemingly unfazed, replied, I'm listening. I'm increasingly realizing that this lifestyle suits me quite well. To be honest, the joys of being Spider-Man never stem from donning the suit and battling bizarre villains. Rather, it's when I swing through the city. When no one is in trouble, when I feel that all of New York stands in no need of me. Those are my happiest moments. Cindy finished her can of coffee, then leapt onto the railing, spreading her arms wide. I'm heading home now. I just mentioned that. I know, Cindy nodded. Turning to Peter and crouching down. There's one more thing. I'll be transferring to your school next week, with the same schedule as you. Oh, really? As the webbing shot back, Peter found himself tumbling backward, shrugging in resignation. It seemed inevitable that the Daily Bugle would report on 2 Spider-Men. But he shrugged it off with a smile, leaping confidently into the familiar dance of the city. And the good news didn't tee in there. Hey, Spider-Kid. I've got some good news for you. The voice of Tony Stark resonated in his ear. Iron Man had something to share. Are you free tomorrow? We have a press conference at Avengers Tower regarding King T'Challa of Wakanda joining the Avengers. Perhaps you might want to attend. Do I need to wear a suit? Mr. Stark? No need for that. I just thought we could introduce our, security personnel during the conference. After a moment of silence, Tony finally spoke again. We know how you defeated the mysterious guest. Welcome to the Avengers, kid. If you're willing, come to Avengers Tower tomorrow morning. I will, Mr. Stark. Indeed, it was a splendid day, was it not? The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped Peter as he expertly maneuvered his web shooters. Manhattan's skyline once again became his stage. Was he alive? Following the battle between Spider-Man and the mysterious guest at Oscorp, the Avengers notified the disaster control unit to clean up, after which a man, unconscious and in critical condition, was carried out of Oscorp Tower by medical personnel. On the ambulance, a nurse glanced at the doctor, who, after a brief examination, shook his head. There's currently no immediate danger to his life. But that bullet has pierced his spine, which could lead to lifelong paralysis. Have we identified him? In his unconscious state, MacDonald Gaxton furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to forget that bullet. Chapter 6, Norman Osborn. In comparison to becoming an Avenger, Peter Parker had more pressing matters at hand, namely the upcoming homecoming dance tonight. This was compounded by 2 concurrent obligations, one being Sheriff George's rare availability to take Peter and Gwen to the dance, thus necessitating Peter to carve out time to prepare himself, ensuring that the affairs of Spider-Man did not overwhelm him. The second matter involved Harry successfully inviting a girl named Liz to the homecoming dance, rendering him exceedingly anxious, prompting him to seek Peter and Amadeus's assistance in selecting a suit and preparing adequately. Amadeus declined, leaving only Peter to accompany him. Gratitude is due to Quentin for causing a ruckus so early in the morning, allowing me ample time, and to the city of New York for its enduring tranquility. It is perhaps best to refrain from expressing such sentiments. The mere thought of having remarked on the safety of New York, only to have the Mysterio emerge, leads Peter to conclude that it is wise to avoid tempting fate. As for the puppet master behind the scenes, after Quentin Beck's arrest, he refrained from disclosing who had employed him, not out of bravado, but rather out of fearing that the true puppet master might eliminate him. Considering that Quentin utilized Stark Industries' former anti-aircraft missiles, SHIELDs, outdated LMDs, and a plethora of advanced drones, the potential sponsors were narrowed down to Kingpin, Hydra, or AM. Beyond these, Peter could conceive of no other possibilities. Among them, Kingpin seemed the most accessible for investigation, yet despite having invaded Fisk Tower twice, he had found no leads. To delve into Kingpin's affairs, other avenues must be explored, such as consulting a certain blind lawyer, who has long entangled himself with Kingpin and must surely be amassing evidence capable of incarcerating him. Peter, what do you think of this outfit? Harry joyfully emerged from the fitting room. Peter gazed at Harry's choice of attire and instinctively rubbed his eyes, feeling a wave of shock. Who would choose to don an entirely green suit? The last time he encountered such a suit was in a comic, worn by none other than the Joker. Rubbing his temples, Peter felt exasperated by Harry's sense of style. Surely, there's no need to be so ostentatious, Harry. I simply felt the previous suits were rather staid, but you are correct, green is indeed peculiar. Harry, upon viewing himself in the full-length mirror, acquiesced to Peter's opinion and chose another suit, retreating once more to the fitting room. Peter pulled out his phone, intending to check if there were any alerts requiring his assistance. At that moment, he sensed an unusual disturbance in his spider sense as someone sat down beside him. He put away his phone and turned to face the individual beside him. He recognized this person, not merely from their encounter at the school opening ceremony, but because he had been closely observing him, trying to ascertain whether this man was indeed the Green Goblin. Mr. Osborn? The individual seated next to him was none other than Norman Osborn, clad in a light gray suit, who smiled and expressed his gratitude to Peter. I am truly thankful to you, Peter. Not only for assisting Oscorp in thwarting Mysterio this morning and preventing further loss of our technology, but also because you are Harry's friend. This child has had few companions throughout his life. Peter Parker furrowed his brow. He was not surprised that Norman Osborn was aware of his identity. After all, what Stark could uncover, Norman could too. He had established connections with students at the tech exhibit through Spider-Man, so it was only logical. What concerned him was the purpose of Norman's visit at this moment. Harry, however, held a different perspective and seldom used the surname Osborn. He is still young and unaware of many matters, just as you are, Norman remarked, adopting an air of experience and smiling elegantly. For instance, I believe Stark is quite pleased with your actions and hopes to extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers. I am certain he would offer you assistance. Yet Stark Industries remains unaware of your true potential, Peter. You were bitten by the spider from Oscorp, a success of your father's many years of research. The culmination of efforts by your father's students. No one is better suited to support Spider-Man than Oscorp. At last, Peter comprehended Norman's intentions. He, like Nick Fury, had come to promote and perhaps train Spider-Man. However, the underlying motives likely diverged, based on the occasional insights Harry had shared and Norman's long-standing reputation. Peter began to suspect that Norman's true aim was not genuinely to aid Spider-Man, but rather to demonstrate Oscorp's capability for producing super soldiers. In essence, it was still a matter of business. Nevertheless, this might not be entirely negative. Many of Spider-Man's adversaries, particularly those who were not irredeemable and could be preempted, were linked to Oscorp. Should he agree, he could maintain vigilance over these villains. Father? The somewhat estranged term escaped Harry as he opened the fitting room door and saw Norman Osborn, his demeanor shifting to one of palpable anger. What are you doing here? To celebrate my son finally mustering the courage to invite a girl to dance, Norman responded as he rose. And to see how my son's new friend is faring. What kind of friends I choose is none of your concern. Harry retorted angrily, shoving Norman away. Norman, ever perceptive, took his leave, but not before remarking, your new friend seems rather pleasant, and exited. Once Norman was gone, Harry, feeling conflicted, turned to his friend. I am so sorry for keeping this from you for so long, Peter. You don't seem surprised? Actually, I had my suspicions, Peter shrugged. I just figured you had some hidden reasons, so I didn't press you. It's merely some family disputes. Layman is my mother's surname. She is a true scientist, passionate about humanity and science, willing to sacrifice her life for it, unlike my father. Harry sighed after revealing this, glancing at Peter with concern. So how about it? Did he give you any trouble? Not really, perhaps because you arrived just in time. Peter smiled, offering Harry a semblance of reassurance. The new suit is quite nice. It's perhaps the best choice you've made. Oh, really? Harry finally smiled, a rare occurrence, as if he had made a decision. I will take this one. I want to choose my own image. Chapter 6, The Homecoming Dance. Today, we received a rather shocking letter from a viewer, who informed us, Jonathan, this morning, besides Spider-Man, I saw another Spider-Man. I am certain I did not misinterpret, for it was a female Spider-Man in a black suit. Without a mask, merely wearing a red scarf. From the old car radio belonging to George Stacy came a faint crackling sound, followed by Jonah Jameson's deep, almost despairing sigh. George couldn't help but chuckle, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. I've never heard him this disheartened. He sounds as if the world is ending. Gwen, clad in a white party dress, turned to Peter seated beside her and inquired deliberately, another Spider-Man? A girl? Well, who knows? Perhaps there is indeed such a thing. Peter loosened the collar of his suit. He seldom wore such formal attire. That is a question for Spider-Man. He should know best. Yes, if I get the chance. I will ask him, Gwen replied as she stood, leaning forward toward the driver's seat. Dad, when you meet Spider-Man, could you ask him for me? I've rarely encountered Spider-Man lately. It seems he has reduced his activities since changing his uniform. Or perhaps it's because New York has been relatively peaceful, with little happening. At the intersection, George halted the car at a red light, his fingers tapping on the steering wheel as he listened to Jonah continue in a tone of utter despair. Ever since Spider-Man appeared, our city has been shrouded in chaos. And now someone tells me there is more than one such pest? Well, based on the description, this Spider-Woman, for the time being, we shall call her that, does not seem to be a masked criminal like Spider-Man. At least, she only wore a scarf. Of course, we have seen criminals who wore scarves before. This might be the most terrifying news for Jonah Jameson, but it could also be for Peter Parker. As ever since hearing this news, Gwen's gaze had not strayed far from him. All right, children, we have arrived at school. I cannot fathom why you would choose to forego an entire day of welcome-back festivities, but perhaps it is for the best. These children are becoming increasingly unruly, and it would be wise to return home early this evening. George delivered them to the entrance of Midtown High, where the Empire State Building sparkled with a kaleidoscope of radiant lights in the distance. After Peter nodded and murmured his thanks, he exited the vehicle, while Gwen remained seated. Observing him, with a smile, Peter opened the opposite door and extended his hand towards her. Gwen, grinning, took Peter's hand and alighted from the car, waving goodbye to George. As she watched her father's car recede into the distance, Gwen sighed with relief. You have no idea how dreadful I felt when I heard my dad was driving us here. I even changed into this white dress. I shan't inquire what you intended to wear originally, Peter sighed. Just a heads up, I am not adept at dancing. Peter sensed an inexplicable unease, not a foreboding danger, but rather a peculiar sensation from his spider sense, an intuitive feeling. It was likely nothing of consequence. Do not fret, clever boy, Gwen had anticipated Peter's lack of dancing prowess. It is hardly a formal ball. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, that is what matters. Besides, I am here, just avoid stepping on my toes. Which should be a simple task for Spider-Man, right? No challenge at all. As they strolled down the corridor adorned with an array of colorful streamers and twinkling lights. Ensuring they were alone, Gwen turned to Peter. What is the story with that Spider-Girl? The one that bit me also bit another individual. Her name is Cindy Moon. We just met due to an arrangement by S.H.I.E.L.D. Generally, the American public harbored little awareness of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was not due to any intentional secrecy on their part, but rather a lack of intersection with ordinary lives. Gwen was uncertain about the specifics of the organization, yet she grasped it was likely an official entity. Moreover, she had aided significantly against the Mysterio incident earlier that morning. Peter endeavored to simplify the situation, and Gwen, showing no overt emotion, nodded. So, aside from work, you have no other interactions? This query momentarily stumped Peter. As Gwen observed his silence, she tilted her head in curiosity. S.H.I.E.L.D. has arranged for her to transfer to our school next week. Peter ultimately deflected responsibility onto S.H.I.E.L.D. After that, it becomes complicated, considering we will be classmates. Gwen raised an eyebrow, but after a moment's thought, refrained from inquiring if she was attractive, opting instead to pose another question. When the time comes, could you introduce me? I am quite eager to meet this Spider-Woman. Her code name is Silk. Peter chose not to articulate. As they entered the classroom, they found Harry and Liz engaged in lively conversation. Harry had ultimately selected a rather antiquated suit, yet Liz appeared to have no objections. I had no idea they were dating, Gwen remarked, glancing at Liz with mild curiosity. Peter replied vaguely, I just found out. Surveying the surroundings until he spotted Betty, who frequently appeared on the school news, standing beside Flash Thompson. Peter was unaware of their budding relationship. However, it seems someone is missing. Your friend appears to be absent? MJ turned down several invitations, and it seems there were quite a few. She simply decided not to come. Gwen released Peter's hand. I will go greet a few friends. Don't you dare vanish. I would never just disappear. Peter nodded, catching sight of Jessica, who was also alone, clad in a Sherlock Holmes-inspired outfit, clearly demonstrating her fondness for the character. Hey, buddy. A hand clapped on Peter's shoulder. He had sensed the footsteps, but had not turned around due to the absence of a warning from his spider sense, only to discover it was Flash Thompson. Buddy, I heard you called me Lightning during the game last night. That is a great name. Now everyone knows who Flash Thompson is. Haha. I don't really know much about football. I just thought you ran really fast, Peter replied as amicably as possible. And your Spider-Man cosplay was evident that you put in a lot of effort. It looked great. Haha. Brother, you have taste. Flash patted his shoulder. If anyone gives you trouble at school, just come find me. What could Peter do? He could only smile and nod in agreement. Once Flash departed, the dance began. Peter heard Gwen calling for him, but as he took a step forward, a sharp pain jolted through his mind, and vivid images surged into his consciousness. The spider with the number 4 emblazoned on its back gnawing at the web of fate. Stumbling, Peter steadied himself against the wall, and Gwen rushed over. Are you all right? Just a bit tired. It's nothing. Peter sighed, coming to terms with the circumstances. I really haven't had a moment's respite in the past half month. Chapter 64. All right. Shall we go over that once more? You say you are departing today? Upon hearing this news, Tony Stark in the Avengers Tower was taken aback. His coffee cup suspended in midair. This is a historic moment. I understand, Mr. Stark, but there is the Avengers press conference. Who mentioned an Avengers press conference? I am referring to your journey through the multiverse. This is a first for all of humanity. Rubbing his brow, Tony gazed at the reporters flooding into the Avengers Tower. I'll call Reed immediately to prepare. In the meantime, you should come to the Avengers Tower to make an appearance. And then we'll head to the Baxter Building together. Tell your little girlfriend to get to the Baxter Building early to make preparations. Silk is not my girlfriend. Fine. Tony was in no mood to waste time on such matters. Inform that not yet your girlfriend to get ready. You have her number, right? Peter Parker's 3 seconds of silence felt particularly prolonged, to the point where Tony's knuckles tapped out the rhythm of Fate's symphony on the table. Yet he finally received a response, excitedly exclaiming, "Yes. I need to dash to the press conference. You hurry over." Minutes later, as he watched Captain America deliver a speech about how he firmly believes the Avengers will be a volunteer organization that transcends national boundaries and fights for justice and freedom, Spider-Man arrived in the elevator from the top floor of the Avengers Tower. "May I discuss something with you? I do not wish to reveal my identity here." Of course, Tony Stark, currently devoid of any focus on the press conference, readily acquiesced to Peter's request, though Peter had yet to speak. However, what if the reporters inquire? "Forget the reporters," Tony impatiently interrupted. "I'll go up, you make an appearance, and then we'll say there's a special mission and leave immediately. Handing everything over to the captain, understood?" Upon seeing Spider-Man nod, Tony smiled and confidently approached the stage. After Captain America concluded his remarks on the significance of Black Panther joining the Avengers, he handed the microphone to Tony as he stepped on stage. "I am thrilled to announce that today the Avengers will welcome not one, but 2 new members. Let us welcome Spider-Man," skipping even the time for banter with reporters. Tony entirely discarded his usual demeanor, gesturing for Spider-Man, who sprinted to the center of the press conference, utterly uncharacteristic of a bona fide hero. Peter simply nodded at the reporters, pondering what opening remarks to make, when he was swiftly interrupted by Tony. With a wave of his hand, the Silver Centurion armor, freshly serviced, descended upon him, beginning its assembly. "Regrettably, Spider-Man and I have an urgent mission to attend to. Henceforth, any inquiries will be addressed by our esteemed leader of the Avengers, Steve Rogers. Come here, kid." As they watched Iron Man soar away with Spider-Man, the reporters were left in a state of bewilderment. This was undoubtedly the most perplexing press conference they had ever attended. It was not until the first journalist approached the re-emerging captain to pose a question that the silence was broken. "Pray tell, who is Spider-Man?" Disregarding the lack of prior notification, Captain Rogers, feeling overwhelmed, found himself whisked away by Tony after confirming Peter's physical resilience, arriving at Baxter Building at supersonic speed. Upon descending from the rooftop, they immediately took the elevator to the lab of the Fantastic Four. At that moment, Banner was still explaining to Ben Grimm how he had reverted back. Upon spotting Mysterio, Hulk became furious, fully aware that his anger would prevent him from confronting Mysterio. So he opted to fall asleep instead. "I'm back," he declared. "Haha, it's quite nice not to see that hulking fool." While they conversed, Iron Man and Spider-Man arrived, with Tony nearly shouting upon entry. "Hank, Reed, have you sorted everything out?" "I'm all set," replied Hank Pym, donning a lab coat over his Ant-Man suit, producing 2 bracelets and directly fastening them onto Peter's wrists. "Consider this my gift for your induction into the Avengers, Peter. I initially designed these for exploring the quantum realm, but they should also be effective for detecting multiverse data. I'm not entirely certain. I can begin as well," declared Mr. Fantastic, who was currently fixated on the large screen while simultaneously maneuvering another piece of equipment. "I apologize for not assisting you against Mysterio this morning. I was busy calibrating the multiverse transporter. In truth, as soon as Susan expands the force field over Manhattan, it will incapacitate all of Mysterio's gear." Tony glanced around. "Where's Susan? Has she vanished again?" "She went to tend to little May, our newborn daughter," Reed answered, leaning closer to Peter. "What do you think, kid?" "I felt something since last night. It was strongest just now, but seems to be waning." With that, the 4 scientists, including Reed, who had initially planned to make further adjustments to the device, shouted in unison, "Hurry! Quickly, stand directly in front of the transporter and open the multiverse portal." Reed, brimming with excitement, moved his hands toward the transporter, which appeared to Peter as merely a white panel with a groove carved into it, topped with a circular ring. Peter leaped toward the ring, unsure of how to unlock the gateway to the multiverse, yet guided by instinct, he extended his hand. It felt akin to touching a wall. Suddenly, he experienced a profound realization that he could traverse the multiverse at will, having been capable of doing so since the fateful spider bite. However, prior to being summoned by the web of destiny, he lacked control over his destination and had no means of knowing how to return. The call of destiny, in essence, provided him a coordinate. He tore through that wall, revealing an iridescent rift filled with vibrant colors before him. He glanced at the others, Reed Richards' eyes stretched long, resembling a telescope, creating a rather eerie sight. Tony lifted the helmet of his armor, smiling at him. Hank held a detection device, murmuring incantations. While even Bruce Banner hastily typed on a computer, everyone echoed the same sentiment. Why haven't you gone in yet? Shall I proceed? Go, go, go. Feeling the fervor of their encouragement, Peter turned to Cindy, who had remained silent throughout, her face partially obscured by a scarf. After catching his gaze, she simply nodded. Thus, Peter took a step forward, engulfed by the spatial rift. Meanwhile, all observational instruments in the lab began to operate frantically. I hear the little spider has arrived. I wish to apologize to him. The arriving Electro noticed the bustling activity, no one paying him any heed. Well, I'll return shortly. All right, let us do this again. In the afternoon sun of New York, rays filtered through the towering skyscrapers, casting shadows on the streets. A street cleaner suddenly felt an eclipse overhead. He looked up, adjusted his hat, and muttered, "What the hell? I am Peter Parker, once bitten by a radioactive spider." The man clad in a red and blue suit swung through the skies of New York, safeguarding his city. For the past decade, I have been unique, unparalleled Spider-Man. The ensuing events are well known to you all. Uncle Ben's dying words, "With great power comes great responsibility," falling in love with Mary Jane, and the iconic upside-down kiss. He has saved this city time and again, even halting a speeding subway on a collision course with a crumbling overpass. Of course, let us not forget his antics. Dancing with bullies on the streets, having his own theme song, releasing a Christmas single, endorsing a brand of oatmeal, and a rather mediocre ice cream collaboration. I have experienced numerous lackluster moments, faced many downfalls, yet I always rise again, pressing forward undeterred. I still relish being Spider-Man. Who wouldn't he? Spider-Man landed beside the gargoyle of the Empire State Building, leaning against it, reflecting on the countless times he had defended this city. After all, the sole pillar preventing this city from succumbing to chaos is me. Welcome to Earth 700, a universe where Spider-Man stands as the sole superhero. Chapter 65. Seize your opportunity. Earth 700, Brooklyn Underground, New York. Regarding the plot of Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, Peter, our protagonist, only vaguely recalls it. However, upon crossing over to this universe, he swiftly deduced that Miles had yet to be bitten. This was evident as New York had just experienced its second earthquake. In other words, this was the moment when the multiverse transporter was reactivated for the second time. At this juncture in the original narrative, Gwen Stacy from Earth 65 had just arrived, and due to the effects of the multiverse collider, she had traversed back in time by a week. Thus, the Peter Parker of this universe had only just created the key to prevent the activation of the transporter and had yet to take action. After exploring various high schools in the vicinity of Brooklyn, Peter successfully located Miles' school, Vision Academy, but could not find Gwen, who was supposed to have crossed over and disguised herself as a high school student. This was good news, indicating that the multiverse collider had not exploded, and they had not crossed over. Perhaps I have succeeded. While crawling atop the Brooklyn subway maintenance tunnel, Peter finally reached his destination, which seemed strikingly familiar. Upside down, Spider-Man followed the subway line to an abandoned subway control station. The spacious corridor was sealed by a door requiring an electronic lock, beyond which lay a passage strewn with construction debris, walls adorned with various street graffiti, and shattered glass shields exposing the metallic framework. Undoubtedly, this was where Miles of this universe had been bitten, and according to the timeline, he had yet to receive that fateful bite. Fortunately, I had some money with me to purchase a small box specifically designed for housing crawling pets. I am uncertain whether the spider from Universe 4 is currently present. Perhaps the time has not yet come for its arrival. Nonetheless, it matters little. I merely need to bide my time here. Alternatively, Peter glanced towards the control station, its glass completely obscured by dust. Behind this facade lies the abandoned subway tunnel where Kingpin constructed the multi-universal collider. If I were to venture there now, could I not simply dismantle that collider? Yet, perhaps it is best to refrain from such drastic measures. The Peter Parker of this universe chose not to forcibly demolish it, but instead retained a key, signifying that this was the most prudent course of action. I shall just procure some supplies and await Miles and the Prowler's arrival, though I am unsure how long that may take. Naturally, the worst-case scenario would be that the spider of Universe 4 does not traverse here, but that would only necessitate a longer wait. Besides, I have already encountered that spider in my dreams, and through my spider sense, it must be nearby. I hope the Avengers can manage my absence from school, especially if Uncle Ben and Aunt May return. If they discover my disappearance, it would likely terrify them. Someone must inform them that I am interning at the Baxter Building, having shed my uniform and transformed back into the 15-year-old high school student Peter Parker. I departed from the Forsaken control room to gather essentials for the days ahead. A few nights later, an anticipated voice echoed through the desolate subway. Hey, how do you know this place? I've worked on projects here. After several nights perched on the rafters, Peter turned over, activating the infrared scanning function of his mask. Beginning to scan his surroundings, he heard footsteps on the protective door, but simultaneously, he spotted what he sought. A large spider with the words "For" and Alchemax emblazoned on its back, its 8 legs shimmering with fluorescence, wandered not far from him. In an instant, the spider locked eyes with Peter, and he felt his spider sense buzz, focusing intently on the creature. The spider of Universe 4 seemed to sense something. Raising one of its legs, with a swift motion, a web ensnared the small spider. Peter stealthily approached the webbed creature, lifting it carefully. The spider squirmed restlessly, then opened its sharp mandibles and bit down hard on Peter's hand. At that moment, Miles and Aaron Davis had arrived directly beneath him. Peter stifled his pain as he heard Miles shout, "Brooklyn!" Relieved, he gently removed the spider from his hand and placed it into the box designed for crawling pets. "Your bite is futile. I am already Spider-Man." "Oh, just don't turn me into a humanoid spider or an octopus spider," Peter murmured, retreating to a corner, scaling the wall quietly to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Miles, whose fate was about to shift, had begun his graffiti work with flair, while only the Prowler sensed something amiss. Raising his head, but seeing nothing. "What's wrong, Uncle Aaron?" "Nothing. Let us continue." Having stealthily exited the subway station, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. The next steps were straightforward. Locate the Spider-Man of this world, inform him of what he knew, and together prevent Kingpin from instigating a collision crisis among multiple universes. Ultimately returning the Spider of Universe 4 and giving that universe's Miles a bite, thus achieving success. As he swung through Brooklyn, he felt his spider sense tingle ominously. He quickly launched himself into the air, evading what seemed to be a precognitive strike, only to be kicked aside onto the rooftop, rolling before regaining his footing. Frantically, Peter glanced at the box. Fortunately, the spider from Universe 4 remained unharmed, lively within. Just as he steadied himself, an unfamiliar voice reached his ears. "At first, I didn't believe the news of another Spider-Man in New York, but now I have no choice but to believe. Chameleon? I thought you were supposed to be in jail." A taller Spider-Man landed before Peter with the grace of a seasoned superhero, pointing a finger at him. "You'd best return to prison, you imposter." "What? No, I am not an imposter." Peter patted his chest and looked at the Spider-Man before him. "Why are you pointing at me?" "I am not pointing at you. You are pointing at me." Their argument bore little significance, as their spider senses began to resonate. The adult Spider-Man paused, then realized, We are the same. Are you a clone or something?" "I am Peter Parker, Peter Benjamin Parker." Peter quickly gestured. "I hail from another universe. I know who you are and what you are doing. I am here to assist." So, Kingpin succeeded. The Spider-Man of this universe finally grasped the situation, exhaling and shrugging. "All right, let us head home. I mean my home. You know the way, right? Forest Hills Gardens. Ingram Street 0, correct? So you truly are me. Even our residences are identical." The two Spider-Men departed together, but moments later, the very rooftop they had occupied distorted in space, and another figure emerged, clad in a metallic black suit adorned with a massive spider emblem glowing ominously red. He was another Spider-Man from a different universe, specifically a Spider-Man from the year 2099. He raised his arm, and a young female virtual assistant materialized from his wristwatch. "Confirm our current universe number, Lila. Earth, 700. We have safely landed. It appears the parallel universe is currently at no risk of collapse." "Excellent." Spider-Man 2099 activated a scanning device to survey the area, detecting traces of another Spider-Man not belonging to this world. Where did that kid come from? According to the multi-universal resonance signal, he hails from Earth, 616. 616? The universe with the strongest reality barrier? As Spider-Man 2099 spoke, he leaped from the tall building to pursue the two departing Spider-Men. "No matter, we must prevent the webbing incident from being compromised." Chapter 66, The Unestablished Webbing Incident. As Peter Parker pushed open the white wooden door of the Parker residence, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed onto the porch. He casually tousled his somewhat disheveled golden hair and turned to glance at the young man behind him, who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Do you have the story straight? If anyone inquires, just say I am Aunt May's distant nephew, named Ben Reilly." Our protagonist, the Peter of the main universe, nodded gently. His gaze sweeping over the dazzling golden hair of this universe's Peter. "I remember everything. By the way, I must say, your golden locks are quite impressive." "Huh. Your dark hair isn't too shabby either." The golden-haired Peter, that shall be his name henceforth, beamed, then turned, inhaling deeply before gently tapping on the familiar door. The door was opened by the elderly Aunt May, who, upon seeing her nephew return, embraced him joyfully. She then turned to the golden-haired Peter. Peter, who is that? Oh, that is Peter Benjamin Parker, with one more middle name than I. Remember when I told you about parallel dimensions and the multiverse? The golden-haired Peter turned to Peter with a smile. How old are you, kid? 15, still a freshman. This kid is a year younger than I was when I first became Spider-Man. Nonetheless, he is here to help. There are still some spare guest rooms at home, right? We need to entertain our guests. I'll go tidy up. Aunt May smiled, her gaze flitting between the two young men, ultimately settling on Peter's slightly youthful visage. What would you like to eat, dear? How about some muffins? Of course, that sounds delightful. After Aunt May departed, blonde Peter turned to Peter. Shall we find a place to talk? Follow me. Peter had a fair inkling of where blonde Peter intended to lead him, and indeed, he found himself at the entrance of a storage room. After unlocking the electronic lock with a key, the elevator inside was revealed, prompting an uncontrollable laugh from him. What do you think? Never seen anything like this before, have you? Peter could only roll his eyes in response. This pales in comparison to the Avengers Lab. What are the Avengers a band? A superhero organization. My world is home to many superheroes, unlike yours. The two of them descended in the elevator, where an array of Spider-Man gear gradually came into view, including a Spider-Mobile and a Spider-Motorcycle. However, to be honest, Peter found it perplexing why Spider-Man would need a car or motorcycle, as they surely could not match the speed of his web-slinging, nor could they offer the same agility. There were also various uniforms, and blonde Peter couldn't help but boast. Look at my wardrobe. I assure you, you possess nothing as vibrant as this, newcomer. You have one suit that is indistinguishable from the standard uniform, except for the addition of a cape. Gazing at the prominently displayed costume in the showcase, Peter was utterly baffled. What purpose does that serve? Huh. You are simply envious, kid, because you lack these stylish suits. Then why don't you wear it? Last time I donned it, the cape got caught in the gap between the elevator and the shaft while I was rescuing someone, nearly choking me to death. Blonde Peter instinctively touched the back of his head, while Peter rolled his eyes again, deeming it utterly nonsensical. Blonde Peter remained silent and approached a table cluttered with Spider-Man merchandise, removing his mask and powering on the computer. Let me see. The key is not yet fully completed. Peter placed the spider from Universe 4 onto the table, and blonde Peter observed the little creature flickering uncontrollably, resembling an abstract mosaic, and couldn't help but inquire, what is going on? Different universes possess varying frequencies. I surmise its molecular structure cannot maintain stability. This is precisely why I am here. The spider is still alive, and that universe has yet to have its Spider-Man. Blonde Peter paused his typing, falling into a thoughtful silence for a moment before turning to Peter. You must understand, kid, if someone becomes a Spider-Man, it may signify that they are destined to lose something, perhaps for the version of us in that universe, or someone else entirely. Being an ordinary person is preferable to being a Spider-Man. Just as Peter was about to respond, a voice suddenly resonated within the secret base. No, he is correct. This is something that must occur. Both young men sprang to their feet, their spider senses tingling incessantly, as a figure emerged from the shadows, a towering, muscular man, resembling a wall. His Spider-Man 099 mask devoid of eye lenses, only a fierce outline visible. I am Miguel O'Hara, from Earth 98, the year 2099. I am here to assist you. The alert blonde Peter glanced at Peter. I thought you were the only one who knew how to traverse the multiverse. Indeed, I believe the same. Peter struggled to comprehend how Miguel had arrived here, given that according to the animated timeline, he had only completed the prototype of the multiverse traveling device after the conclusion of the first film. Theoretically, he should not yet be able to traverse dimensions. So how had he already managed to do so? Every universe requires a Spider-Man. We are specific entities of the multiverse. Likewise, every Spider-Man must endure the trials that they have faced. As Miguel spoke, he adjusted his wrist device, displaying the multiverse arranged in a web-like structure, showcasing the life experiences of every Spider-Man from parallel universes, enduring the death of loved ones, witnessing the demise of their police chief, betrayal by friends, the loss of romantic partners. These are trials that every Spider-Man cannot evade. Thus, this kid is correct. Universe 4 needs its Spider-Man, even if it has to confront those hardships. After listening to Miguel's lengthy discourse, blonde Peter couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. First, I did not invite you, nor do I know how you snuck in. Secondly, do you have any evidence for all these claims? I have lived through it. I have witnessed the destruction of an entire universe. Simply because I sought to rectify certain matters, I disrupted the web of destiny. Miguel spoke with unwavering conviction. Yet blonde Peter persisted. Is it possible that your theory is flawed? Perhaps there indeed exists a web event, but it is not as you suggest? It sounds as if every Spider-Man in every universe must endure such tragedy. Miguel stared intently at blonde Peter, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. As Peter prepared to interject, Miguel turned his attention to him. You handled that well. I will send you back to your universe, and that spider as well. The matters of this universe will be managed by its Spider-Man. He can handle it. I do not require assistance from some unexpectedly massive figure who has appeared out of nowhere. Blonde Peter turned to Peter, lazily beckoning him. Kid, come here. Let's ignore this guy. Miguel also fixed his gaze on Peter, staring him down. I have been wanting to speak since earlier. At last, Peter found his voice. Looking at Miguel and inquiring, your theory regarding the web event may indeed be unfounded. Before you hastily retort, I wish to say that in my world, Uncle Ben did not die. Miguel removed his mask, revealing a face etched with confusion and disbelief, while blonde Peter abruptly stood, grasping Peter's shoulders. Is that true? Uncle Ben is alive. You saved him. Yes, he trained with me, teaching me how to control my powers. We designed the first suit together. Ha. Blonde Peter laughed joyously, while Miguel incredulously challenged Peter. You are not deceiving me, are you? Tell me it isn't so. Before Peter could respond, blonde Peter shielded him, shouting at Miguel, Why can't you accept that a world exists where Uncle Ben does not have to die? Why can't you believe in a Spider-Man capable of protecting everyone? I have saved this city countless times. All the Spider-Men across the multiverse have rescued the world innumerable times. Why can't the multiverse grant us some recompense? Why can't you believe this? Blonde Peter clutched the spider emblem on his chest, pointing at Peter. This kid, he is definitely not here without purpose. He has come to tell me, to tell you. Perhaps even to inform all Spider-Men that our universe is not devoid of compassion. Why can't you believe this? Because. Miguel fell silent. And so did blonde Peter, as he watched Miguel slump to the ground, as if all strength had drained from him. Peter approached Miguel, sitting down beside him. We are Spider-Men, Miguel. Regardless of the reasons that compel us to become Spider-Men, we are united in purpose. Spider-Men never wait for miracles to occur, we only create them. I do not wish to sound presumptuous, but now a miracle lies before you. Will you resist it, or will you join us? Chapter 67, The True Convergence of Three Spiders. Alright, let us revisit this scene once more. Golden-haired Peter has donned his battle attire, with the setting sun casting a dark crimson hue upon the rusty steel beam upon which he sits. The cold wind carries dust through the crevices, producing a soft hiss. Only after he speaks does he realize something peculiar. I feel as though I have uttered these words before. He ponders that perhaps every Spider-Man has repeated this line at some point. Peter nods, understanding the sentiment. Ultimately, Miguel chooses to join them. Yet they must confront Kingpin and his entire gang. Green Goblin Norman Osborn, Prowler Aaron Davis, Tombstone Lonnie Lincoln, Dr. Octopus Liv Octavia, and Scorpion Matt Gargan, with Kingpin included. They comprise the Sinister Six of this universe, perfectly matching the number of Spider-Men, 3 in total, with each taking on 2 adversaries. A question arises in Peter's mind. Why is this Green Goblin so enormous? I mean, he nearly rivals the Hulk. Oh, pardon me, he is almost taller than 2 Miguels combined. Peter has long wished to critique the villain design of the animated series Parallel Universe, yet now that he has traversed into this reality, the art style feels remarkably abstract. In this universe, the Green Goblin's stature rivals that of the Hulk, and rather than utilizing a glider, he possesses wings and flies erratically, eschewing pumpkin bombs in favor of breathing fire. Is this truly a goblin? He ought to rename himself to Troll. What perplexes Peter even more is the fact that Dr. Octopus is a woman. Aside from universes where all genders are reversed, he has never encountered a female Octavia. Miguel, meanwhile, is busy adjusting the theoretical algorithms for the new web-slinging event on his wrist computer, and he produces an image of the Green Goblin from 2099. This version is not as brutish, though it still has wings, and its method of attack involves firing lasers from its palms. I wouldn't know. I have never been to your universe. I assumed this was the norm, Peter remarks. Oh, you must be new to this. Who have you fought? Shocker, Chameleon, Carnage. And Mysterio, that's about it. Golden-haired Peter displays a perplexed expression. Who is Carnage? You've never met him? A middle school classmate, a school bully. He devoured the spider that bit us. His ability allows him to transform into a swarm of spiders, doesn't it? Never encountered such a grotesque foe. Golden-haired Peter shakes his head. Miguel has certainly never faced anything so repugnant. In 2099, he would not have contended with such a vile creature. He continues his calculations while stating, leave the Green Goblin to me. I am most suited for the task. Why? Because you're built like a wall. Golden-haired Peter retorts. By the way, I once dealt with a guy named Wall. He was bitten by a mutated wall due to radiation exposure. Oh no, rather. He was struck by a radiation-contaminated wall and transformed into a moving wall. Truly, I still have a photo of him. Golden-haired Peter's impudent comeback stems from their less-than-amiable relationship following yesterday's events, compounded by the fact that Miguel had spent the night resting at home without uttering a single word of thanks. Miguel did express gratitude, but it was directed at Aunt May, not golden-haired Peter. At this moment, he has no intention of countering. He simply states the reason, because I can fly. Thus, the two Peters fall silent, staring at Miguel as if he were a creature of the night. After a lengthy period of calculations, Miguel finally notices their gazes. Turning to them, what is it? If you can fly, why still call yourself Spider-Man? Peter poses the crucial question. I mean, you no longer need to swing on webs. So the remaining superpowers, super speed, and such, aren't necessarily tied to spiders, right? So why do you still refer to yourself as Spider-Man? Indeed, if you don't swing on webs, how can you still claim to be Spider-Man? Golden-haired Peter concurs with this viewpoint. Miguel is utterly speechless. I do swing on webs, all right? I merely have the ability to fly. My suit utilizes bioelectricity to enable flight. Never mind, I'll handle the Green Goblin. I can take on Dr. Octopus, or frankly, any of them, as they are all my former adversaries. Golden-haired Peter then turns to Peter, who simply replies, I'll take on Scorpion, then. This guy is also quite the oddity. Thus, it becomes a matter of Miguel and Peter dividing up Tombstone and Prowler between them. The three fall silent as Miguel's device indicates that the collider has yet to activate. The key to golden-haired Peter must be integrated into the system when the collider powers up. Otherwise, if not thoroughly destroyed, Kingpin will repeatedly reconstruct the collider. In other words, they must remain here a while longer. Why not discuss something uplifting? I never imagined I would encounter other superheroes in my lifetime, let alone Spider-Man from alternate universes. Golden-haired Peter chuckles, reflecting on his life. I've been Spider-Man for 10 years, always alone. Sometimes I wonder, what if I were to perish? Would anyone else step up? I don't know. Thank you all for showing me that I am not alone. Shouldn't we establish something? A Spider Alliance, perhaps? Spider-Men from the multiverse helping one another. Miguel has that traversal device. My younger self could easily tear open the doors of the multiverse. Indeed, Miguel interrupts golden-haired Peter, turning to Peter. I developed this multiverse traversal device using technology from 2099 based on decades of advancements. And you simply tear through the barriers between parallel universes as if ripping wallpaper. How is that possible? The Spider Totem grants me my abilities. In my world, there exists a lady known as Madam Spider. She claims that Spider-Man's powers fundamentally stem from a higher dimensional entity known as the Spider Totem. Thus, the spider that bit me endowed me with these capabilities. The mention of the Spider Totem seems to resonate with Miguel, who resumes his calculations. Suddenly, Miguel's device beeps, prompting him to rise. All right, Peter Parkers. The multiverse is beginning to tear apart. It's time for us to take the stage. Follow my lead. Golden-haired Peter dons his mask and leaps ahead. With Peter following closely, while Miguel lingers behind, vigilant, ready to guide Peter away from this universe at a moment's notice, regardless of the outcome. But for now, let them save the world. Chapter 68. The Fierce Battle on Earth 701. Deep beneath Brooklyn, the abandoned subway tunnels have been transformed into a technological lair shimmering with an eerie glow. Arched metallic walls are festooned with blue energy conduits, and two colossal energy emitters face each other. Once energy flows into the emitters, their collision will tear apart the multiverse, though thus far, they have not succeeded. The colossal Kingpin, larger than his counterpart in the 616 universe, occupies the control room of the collider, flanked by his diabolical six, including himself, ready for action. There is no doubt that the insufferable insect will come to disrupt their plans, and their singular objective remains unchanged, to obliterate that pesky bug. If Spider-Man arrives here, Kingpin glances at his henchman, then ensure he does not leave alive. He has scarcely finished issuing this ominous command when a voice he knows all too well begins to echo through the depths of Brooklyn. Are you here, Willie? Hello? The Spider-Man of Earth 700 strides in, his voice resonating through the hollow pipes, his footsteps clear and swift, soon appearing on the monitors. Let us have a discussion, shall we? You can surrender right here, and I can spare you the burden of those sunglasses to hide your dark circles. Your plan is bound to fail. Eliminate him. Kingpin instructs, directing his gaze at the towering Green Goblin, adding a cautionary note. Remember to take him far away. Do not disturb our work. The colossal Green Goblin unfurled his immense wings and soared out of the control room, hurtling towards Spider-Man, Earth 700, who remained utterly composed, hardly raising a hand in defense. As the old Spider-Man once remarked, When one toys with parallel universes, those very universes will inevitably toy with you. The charging Green Goblin, oblivious to the shadow that emerged from the darkness, was suddenly ambushed by Spider-Man 099, who unleashed his claws upon him, knocking him to the ground and delivering a flurry of strikes. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, Earth 700, swung into action, heading towards the control room, accompanied by the protagonist of our 616 universe, Spider-Man. I have a question. Do you refer to yourself as the old Spider-Man to distinguish between us? No. I mean to convey that I am seasoned and brimming with wisdom. As the two Spider-Men swung together, and Spider-Man 099 continued to pummel the Green Goblin into submission, Gwen Stacy was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Only Dr. Octopus, Liv, adjusted her glasses, revealing an exhilarating smile. The collider must be working, bringing us Spider-Men from other universes. Mr. Fisk, my device has succeeded. If by success you mean the arrival of 2 additional Spider-Men, Gwen glanced at Liv, instructing her to proceed with the experiment without pause, while the others were tasked with neutralizing the 2 newcomers. According to plan, I shall take care of Scorpion, Peter declared to Spider-Man, Earth 700, as he swung towards Scorpion, but others were faster than Scorpion. The Prowler, brandishing his claws, raced along the wall towards Peter, launching himself directly at him. Peter barely dodged by releasing his webbing, only for his refired web to be severed by a knife thrown by the Prowler. Then let's alter the plan. You handle the Prowler. The blonde Peter shouted while eyeing Scorpion and Tombstone, taking a deep breath. I'll handle these 2. Simultaneously, the Green Goblin, pinned to the ground by Spider-Man 099, finally regained his composure. As 099 swung a punch, the Goblin opened his gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of flames. Without his spider sense, Miguel barely evaded the inferno, squinting at the towering Green Goblin, who stood nearly 3 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, revealing his claws without hesitation. That kid is right. Perhaps you should be called the Winged Giant. This universe's Green Goblin seemed devoid of intellect, charging like a beast, akin to the Hulk, despite possessing wings yet opting to run. Fortunately, Miguel had dealt with their 099 versions before, and fortuitously, the Green Goblin he faced was from the Alchemax variant. Here's a little tip, big guy. Miguel extended his right claw, which glimmered with a menacing red glow. He relied not on spider sense, but on Lila's data analysis and his combat experience, lowering his center of gravity while seeking the Green Goblin's weaknesses amidst slow-motion movements, waiting for the opportune moment to leap. In an instant, red blood splattered from the massive creature as 5 deep gashes appeared on the Goblin's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The heated claws of Miguel released crimson steam. You've lost from 2018 to 2099, the Green Goblin roared, his wings acting as supports for his massive frame, finally beginning to flap them, propelling himself into the air while spewing flames at Miguel. Miguel darted along the pipe's inner wall, while the Goblin twisted his neck to aim at him. As Miguel positioned himself directly above the creature, the Goblin instinctively raised his neck. At that moment, black webbing shot forth from the subdermal glands in Spider-Man 099's wrist, ensnaring the Goblin's chin. Miguel then leapt onto the Goblin's back, attempting to pull his jaw shut to stifle the flames. The Green Goblin, now unable to breathe fire, flapped his wings frantically, colliding with the tunnel's ceiling before soaring off elsewhere. Despite being jarred by the impact, Miguel clung tenaciously to the web, flying alongside the Green Goblin until they exited the collider's experimental zone and crashed into a more expansive construction site, where the Goblin halted mid-flight, plummeting downwards. He awaited the moment when the new Spider-Man would swing away, ready to unleash a fiery attack upon this adversary. Yet the Green Goblin did not reach that moment, for he was not destined to land. Spider-Man 099, gripping the Goblin's head, soared through the air, smashing it back against the collider's metallic walls. The forceful collision wedged the Goblin's head firmly into the tunnel's outer wall. Miguel once more unsheathed his claws, unperturbed by the prospect of eliminating the Green Goblin, though he recognized that this formidable foe would not be easily dispatched. Thus, he injected a greater dosage of sedative, hoping this time it would keep the Green Goblin unconscious for a while longer. Chapter 69. Intense Battle on Earth 700. Peter was engaged in combat with the Prowler, also known as Aaron Davis, Miles' uncle. To consider the Prowler a lesser-known villain would be an understatement. His recent surge in popularity as a Spider-Man antagonist is largely attributed to Miles' influence. Interestingly, Aaron Davis is not the original Prowler, as Hobie Brown, the first incarnation, was a high-rise window cleaner whose specialized boots allowed him to traverse the exteriors of skyscrapers. His steel claws were designed for easy grip at great heights, and his wrist-mounted devices, initially intended for spraying window cleaner, were later repurposed as weapons. Now, these combat boots, enhanced for mobility, endowed the Prowler with agility rivaling that of Spider-Man, while his claws could effortlessly slice through steel, and his wrist devices could launch grappling hooks, throwing knives, or other perilous objects. That's it. That's all the Prowler can do, Peter mused, noting that with Aaron Davis's extensive criminal experience, having served time alongside Kingpin, he posed a moderate threat. However, unlike villains who lack equipment, the Prowler was not overly dangerous for Peter. Honestly, why don't you consider a career as a window cleaner? I'm sure all the glass cleaners in New York would envy your gear. As Peter spoke, he evaded the Prowler's attacks. Noticing that the Prowler was always keenly aware of his web shooters while skillfully dodging Peter's occasional counterattacks. Undoubtedly, during his battles with the blonde Peter, the Prowler had accumulated considerable combat experience against Spider-Man. Yet, this experience was inconsequential, as he possessed certain attributes that this universe's Spider-Man lacked, not referring to Uncle Ben. You're no different from our Spider-Man. The same nonsensical chatter, the same self-righteousness. As the Prowler's claw swung towards him, he swiftly retaliated with a kick aimed at Peter, who leaned back to dodge and then executed a backflip, narrowly avoiding 2 poison darts fired from the Prowler's wrist device. Simultaneously, he launched webbing at the Prowler's hands, which were effortlessly shredded by the Prowler's claws. Is that so? Perhaps that's not the case. As another spherical web was cut by the Prowler's claws, Peter had already switched his web type, launching another strand while adding, for instance, I haven't yet revealed who you truly are. The powerful webbing was ensnared around the claws of the pursuer, rendering him unable to sever it. Simultaneously, due to Peter's words, he refrained from making an immediate attempt to break free. I hail from another universe, so have you not considered that, in my realm, I am already well acquainted with who you are and what you have endured? Spare me your bravado. Aaron articulated, yet in that moment, Peter yanked the webbing, drawing him closer, evading the pursuer's strike while simultaneously clasping his adversary's claws, entering a brief, or perhaps deliberate, phase of struggle. Is it true? Your nephew, he goes by the name Miles. Does he not? Upon hearing Miles' name, the pursuer exhibited a palpable shift in demeanor, but soon exerted his utmost effort to crush Peter's grip. Are you threatening me with my nephew? Threatening you? Please, I have no need to intimidate anyone. All I need to do is inform him that his Uncle Aaron has always been the nefarious pursuer, the arch-villain alongside Kingpin. He idolizes you, believing you to be someone who comprehends his desires, perpetually in awe of your persona. If he were to discover that his uncle is a villain aiding in the obliteration of New York City, how do you suppose he would react? Without a doubt. The now distracted pursuer presented an opening for Peter, who landed a swift kick, sending him flying. Following a jolt from the high-voltage webbing, Peter adhered him to the wall, approaching without opting to remove his mask, merely disarming his claws. Think it over, Aaron. I have barely been in the game for a year, yet I possess this knowledge. Consider how much a Spider-Man, who has been entangled with you for a decade, must know. Surrender to the authorities and strive to be a decent person. It's preferable to facing the disappointment of your family when a Spider-Man, pushed to his limits, removes his mask. Having dealt with the pursuer, Peter swung into action, aiming to assist the Spider-Man of this universe in subduing Scorpion and Tombstone. Meanwhile, the 099 variant, who had also managed to neutralize the Green Goblin, hastily arrived, and together they soared through the air towards the besieged Spider-Man, Earth 700. So why don't you fly? Remarked 099 in a dry tone, humorously highlighting the irony of a time where the likes of Punisher, Daredevil, and Captain America took to the skies. While he felt that swinging on webbing maintained a unique character of its own, Peter chuckled in delight. You seem to be in much better shape than before. Do I? Perhaps. At that moment, the blonde Peter was under siege by Tombstone and Scorpion. Tombstone was manageable. Aside from his superhuman strength and impervious skin, he lacked any remarkable traits. However, the Scorpion from Earth 700 was truly formidable. His legs could transform into a quadrupedal structure, mimicking the movements of a real scorpion, while his left arm had been modified into a razor-sharp metal claw. Strangely, the tail, which in other universes could spray acid, had become a genuine, indestructible appendage. I am certain that Lonnie possesses the thickest skin under Fisk's command, while you, Gaken, wield the sharpest claws. The Spider-Man, Earth 700, ensnared Scorpion's pincers with his webbing, delivering a powerful blow to Tombstone's face, leaving a stark white mark on his hardened visage, accentuating his albinism. At this moment, I have come to a definitive answer regarding the paradoxical question. As the Spider-Man, Earth 700, prepared to leap to evade Scorpion's venomous stinger and Tombstone's fist, he sensed his spider sense waning. The attacks of both adversaries were ensnared by the webbing of two Spider-Men. Miguel lunged forward, toppling Tombstone, while Peter adhered Scorpion's tail and flung him against a nearby wall. Hold on, old man. I still want to claim the title for worst rescue timing. Seeing the younger version of Peter Parker calling out to him, the blonde Peter smiled and declared, "Stick to the plan." He then swung into action, landing between the two colliders, ready to unveil the metal panel concealing the relay processor and insert the key, when his spider sense buzzed ominously. He executed a backflip just in time to evade the initial wave of tentacle assaults, yet his evasive maneuver was anticipated as another tentacle ensnared his neck. "Good evening, Spider-Man." "Good evening, Liv." Even with his neck in a chokehold, the Spider-Man, Earth 700, maintained a sense of humor. "Apologies, but you're not my type. I still prefer you wielding those metal claws. Biomaterial, lighter, more sensitive." Dr. Octopus Liv adjusted her glasses as she spoke. "I would love to have a conversation with you and your friends, but unfortunately, we must prepare for this historic moment." The collider, having built up energy for so long, erupted with a tremendous force as the collision of energies birthed distorted colors, gradually tearing apart the fabric of reality itself. Chapter 70. Intense Battle at Earth 700. The blonde Peter felt the energy field beneath him undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. The torrents of energy emitted by the two colliders had now torn open a cerulean rift within the passage, like countless greedy tongues licking at the barriers of reality. The widening rift indicated that the dimensional barrier of Earth 700 was disintegrating at an alarming rate. Worse still, the system designed by Dr. Octopus lacked safety protocols or buffering mechanisms. The rift resembled a brutal gash torn in the very fabric of the universe, poised to trigger a catastrophic chain reaction at any moment. Fortunately, that young lad from yesterday had given him some advice, suggesting he employ less conventional, more spontaneous tactics. "I have but one question," the Spider-Man, Earth 700, gasping for breath as he felt the tightening grip around his neck, managed to articulate the most pivotal inquiry. "Your tentacles still operate on bioelectric signals, do they not?" "What?" Not from the web shooters that had long been anticipated, but rather from the seams of her battle suit. A blue-white arc of electricity surged forth, racing along the neural conduits of the mechanical claws, instantaneously incapacitating Dr. Octopus' tentacles. She shrieked in agony as the mechanical appendages relinquished their hold on the blonde Peter, allowing him to swing away to safety. These new tentacles seamlessly integrated Octavius' nervous system with machinery, endowing her with augmented strength and heightened precision, at the cost of sharing all sensory feedback, including the sensation of pain. Rather than feeling anger from the electric shock, Dr. Octopus appeared more exhilarated. She retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket to dab at her mouth, then directed her tentacles towards the blonde Peter. These biomaterial tentacles exhibited an unusual flexibility and sensitivity, rendering webbing ineffective against them. And the previously successful tactic of immobilizing Dr. Octopus to extract her tentacles was no longer viable. Thus, a new strategy was imperative. Grasping one of Dr. Octopus' tentacles, the Spider-Man, Earth 700, seized the moment and charged towards the collider. While the rift had not yet fully torn open, he yanked the tentacle and propelled himself toward the collider, reasoning that if he could collide with it, even this advanced mechanical tentacle could not escape unscathed. However, Dr. Octopus merely smiled, inserting two of her tentacles into the metallic outer shell of the facility to stabilize her position. The Spider-Man, Earth 700, found himself at a low point, still a few meters away from the energy flow beneath him. At this juncture, Dr. Octopus's final tentacle arrived, adorned with an exuberant and audacious smile, eager to pierce the chest of Spider-Man, Earth 700, with the mechanical claw. However, she soon realized her limitations, as the claw flailed desperately just shy of Spider-Man's visage, failing to reach him. With a resigned sigh, Spider-Man, Earth 700, covered his face and ensnared one of the colliders with his webbing, pulling it with formidable force. In a fit of frustration, Dr. Octopus employed her extraneous tentacle, which could not reach Spider-Man, to retreat to the control room, brew a cup of coffee, and procure a waffle, bringing them back on a plate. Sipping her coffee, she shook her head in resignation. "You cannot shake me, Spider-Man. My reinforced tentacles are more than capable of withstanding your utmost strength. If I cannot pull you down, at the very least, I can dismantle the collider." Realizing that the collider was beginning to loosen, Spider-Man, Earth 700, suddenly sensed something amiss. He glanced up at Dr. Octopus, who was leisurely sipping her coffee. "Shouldn't you be warning me not to do something that could lead to the collider exploding or something of that nature?" "Of course not," Dr. Octopus replied with a faint smile. "Just look behind you, little spider." The warning bells of Spider-Man's spider sense blared, and he instinctively knew who had arrived. Nevertheless, he turned his head with trepidation to behold the impeccably dressed Kingpin, who raised his muscular fist and chuckled dryly. "Hello, Wilson. Could you have arrived a tad later? I'm rather occupied at the moment. Get out now." Kingpin's furious punch sent Spider-Man hurtling through the air, but he managed to adjust his posture mid-flight and landed on the outer wall. With eager anticipation, he glanced at his teammates, only to find that they had yet to subdue their adversaries. Shaking his head, he recalled the plan. He was meant to confront Kingpin and Dr. Octopus. He could not rely on others now. "You are Spider-Man, Peter Parker," he reminded himself, bolstering his resolve, and charged forward once more. How could you possibly falter here? Meanwhile, the situation with Tombstone proved less daunting for Miguel. In terms of combat prowess, Tombstone merely resembled a common thug, possessing rudimentary skills. The only significant challenge lay in his impervious skin and the strength to break free from webbing. In essence, he was akin to a punching bag that could engage in combat, devoid of any genuine threat. However, such a punching bag now became a complication for Miguel, as his greatest dilemma was that he couldn't incapacitate him. No matter how he struck, Tombstone remained unyielding, and Miguel could not circumvent him, as his objective was to assist the Spider-Man of this universe in holding off these foes. Consequently, Miguel's gaze shifted toward the collider, which had now torn open a gaping hole. Lured by Miguel, Tombstone approached step by step and then delivered a heavy punch. Miguel leaned back, executing a flip while simultaneously kicking Tombstone beneath the chin, sending him soaring into the air. Yet, Miguel was quicker, springing into action and ensnaring the airborne Tombstone with his webbing, hurling him directly into the energy wave emitted by the collider. The violent energy surged through Tombstone's body, and after a series of bizarre contortions, he plummeted to the ground, utterly motionless, save for the occasional twitch. Miguel cast a glance at him and merely scoffed, "Still alive? Huh, you truly are resilient. Lila, how goes the monitoring of the multiverse? You have yet to trigger the web event. Quite peculiar, by your theory." "That should not be the case," chimed the virtual assistant from the wristband, teasing him. "Isn't that just splendid?" In contrast to the other two fronts, Peter faced no such troubles, as the Scorpion of this universe was rather easy to contend with. Typically, Scorpions are augmented beings endowed with a mechanical tail capable of spraying acidic venom, alongside enhanced physical abilities from Scorpion genes, granting them strength and speed surpassing even that of Spider-Man. However, the Scorpion of Earth 700 took an entirely divergent path, showing no signs of genetic enhancement, instead transforming entirely into a formidable creature with 4 legs, a clawed arm, and a spiked tail. "Are you even green?" Spider-Man leaped high, clinging to the ceiling of the corridor, observing Earth 700 Scorpion. "Not only are you not green, but you're brown?" "Brown? Seriously? Are you a desert scorpion? Shouldn't you be in the Arizona sands munching on cacti instead of lurking in the New York subway?" The Scorpion, speaking in a heavily accented tone, uttered words that Peter could not comprehend. Sighing, Peter watched as the Scorpion's 4 legs propelled it towards him. He merely shrugged and shot out a strand of webbing, which the Scorpion, with an arrogant laugh, attempted to sever with its clawed arm. However, Peter had anticipated the Scorpion's movement, and the webbing adhered to its metallic pincers. A surge of powerful electricity coursed through the webbing, electrifying the Scorpion, who was left charred and tender. As Peter paced, he raised his left hand to check the time, deeming it appropriate to let go and leap towards the plummeting Scorpion. "Thank you for undergoing all that body modification. I have no qualms about dismantling you." Planting a foot on the still prostrate Scorpion's back, Peter proceeded to detach the bionic tail, eliciting a shriek from the Scorpion, now infused with a Mexican accent, followed by the removal of its left pincered arm and then its transformed legs. Regardless of the order, he discarded all the jumbled parts and flung the now one-armed Scorpion away, securing it to the pipe with webbing. Peter glanced over at Spider-Man, Earth 700, who was engaged with Kingpin and Dr. Octopus, before turning to see Spider-Man 2099 land beside him. "Have you dealt with everything, kid?" Miguel initially intended to ask a simple question, but was met with Peter extending his fist. Hesitating for a moment, Miguel nodded and reciprocated the gesture, swinging toward Kingpin. Once Kingpin was dealt with, they could shut down the collider. At this moment, the spatial rift had widened significantly, casting the surroundings in a perilous red hue, with chaotic objects emerging from within. As Peter and Miguel swung towards Kingpin, Peter's spider sense blared loudly. He barely had time to shout a warning before swiftly evading an incoming attack. Unaware of the impending danger, Miguel was struck in the back by an octopus tentacle, which seized him by the neck, lifting the robust man off the ground. Another Spider-Man, and it appears he lacks web shooters, Liv, sipping her coffee, floated over, observing Miguel ensnared by her tentacle, as 2 more tentacles advanced towards Peter. This was Peter's first encounter with something capable of evading his webbing interference. Even his powerful webbing proved ineffective against the tentacles, and the electric webs were easily dodged by these remarkably agile appendages. Miguel relinquished one of his hands, extending a talon to sever the tentacle, only to be swiftly ensnared by another, which grasped his right hand. In the distance, Peter lunged toward her, pursued by another of Dr. Octopus's appendages. As for her, she was not incapacitated. Devoid of tentacles, she could still descend to the ground, standing aside to admire the battle between the Spider-Men. "Apologies, kid. I didn't anticipate Liv enhancing her tentacles," the blonde Peter remarked, dodging a punch from Kingpin while speaking over the comms. "Give me a few minutes, and I'll take him down." "A few minutes? The rift could engulf us all by then. Look around. Otherworldly entities are already converging, exhibiting signs of weightlessness. These things are starting to drift chaotically." Suddenly, Peter recalled how Kingpin was defeated in the original film, and an idea struck him. "Hey, older Spider-Man." While evading Dr. Octopus's newly minted tentacles, Spider-Man, Earth 700, suggested, "Lead your opponent into the rift's influence zone." "What? Are you sure that's a sound strategy?" "Trust me for once." Consequently, Spider-Man, Earth 700, showcased his key in front of Kingpin before leaping toward the collider's energy panel. Observing the zero-gravity environment, Kingpin ripped off a nearby metal panel and hurled it towards the energy array, then stepped atop it, soaring through the air like a rocket. He swiftly caught up to his adversary, roaring as he lunged at Spider-Man, and the two plummeted from midair, Kingpin raining down punches upon Spider-Man, Earth 700's face. A blue bus drifted out of the spatial rift, and Kingpin slammed Spider-Man, Earth 700, against it, delivering blow after blow. The bus floated erratically, eventually plunging into the rift. "You think your cronies can stop me? You simply cannot," Kingpin bellowed, preparing to strike Spider-Man, Earth 700, again. However, the blonde Peter seemed to perceive something, glancing behind Kingpin, who heard a voice. "Wilson, what are you doing?" The apparition of his deceased wife, Vanessa, materialized behind him, and Kingpin incredulously turned to see the specter cradling their son, Richard, once more witnessing his wife and child leaving him. "You wish to bring them back, Willie, yet you've forgotten why they left." With a kick that sent the slack Kingpin hurtling from the bus and out of the rift's range, the blonde Peter vaulted out of the bus, crossed the spatial divide back to his universe, and seized Kingpin midair, retaliating with a flurry of blows until they both crashed to the ground. "You believe I caused your wife and child's demise. You are mistaken, Willie. It was you who doomed them. No matter the universe or the countless times, they would always escape." As Peter enveloped Kingpin, he beheld the ongoing struggle between his counterpart and Dr. Octopus, along with the firmly restrained Miguel. An idea sparked in his mind, and he ensnared a bus that had emerged from the rift, yanking it out entirely and hurling it at Dr. Octopus. Delivery of Liv's express order is complete. Liv glanced at the bus, instinctively retracting all her tentacles for protection, but regrettably, the massive vehicle crashed down upon her, leaving her in a state of discomfort, though not lifeless. "All right, folks, the Spider-Men have saved New York once more." The blonde Peter approached the energy panel, inserted the key, and upon unlocking the system, gestured over the channel. "There's a large, bright red button here. Who's willing to press it and end it all? It's up to you, old man. This is your universe." "I'm merely 6, the blonde Peter chuckled, pressing the green button, causing the collider's energy to wane until it ultimately extinguished. Chapter 7. Return to 616. New York of Earth 700 experienced an unprecedented blackout, with nearly all its power siphoned away by Kingpin until the blonde Peter intervened. He alerted the NYPD, leading to the apprehension of this universe's Sinister Six. The Alchemical Corporation would undoubtedly face a steep decline in stock prices, and hopefully, Willie would glean some lessons from this. Standing atop a distant building, the blonde Peter felt a wave of emotions wash over him. He smiled at his two companions from alternate realities and couldn't resist embracing them, which left them awkwardly wishing to retreat. "I must depart. I have new calculations regarding the web incident." However, one conclusion drawn is that the existence of alternate realities cannot substitute for counterparts in this universe. "We can assist you, but we cannot replace you. There are still some theoretical issues," Miguel remarked while configuring the path back to Earth 98, simultaneously discussing the notion of forming a spider alliance that the blonde Peter had previously mentioned. "We could establish a spider alliance. I can modify the bracelets program for mass production, but the issue lies in the need for a base, a safe universe we can control." Miguel shrugged, noting that he had yet to discover a suitable universe for a headquarters. Both Peter and the blonde Peter merely shrugged in response. "Could you send me a bracelet when the time comes?" I find my current journey rather cumbersome and prone to disorientation. That could be somewhat challenging. In response to Peter's request, Miguel neither fully opposed nor rejected it. You hail from Universe 616, where the reality barriers are the thickest and serve as the nexus of the entire multiverse model. I'm not entirely certain I can traverse there seamlessly. Peter Benjamin Parker was momentarily stunned for a full 3 seconds. Wait, you said my universe's designation is what? 616? What of it? Miguel, while adjusting the bracelet's data, explained that he had a more convenient traversal device. Hence, he would be responsible for returning the spider from Universe 4. He noticed Peter's distracted state and inquired curiously. Peter, slightly embarrassed, replied that it was nothing. 616? It's the main universe of Marvel. Whether it's Sony attempting to recreate a 616 and 1610 universe in parallel universes or the MCU trying to initiate a whole new multiverse with Loki, it has all been refuted by Marvel Comics. All universes from the former have been labeled B, with the middle-aged Spider-Man originating from Universe 616B, while the protagonist Miles' universe transformed into 1610B. The MCU was similarly negated by a comic titled TVA, which dismissed its Earth 616 as another multiverse. Thus, Peter was taken aback by this revelation, soon realizing that he was not merely within the Marvel universe, but in a brand new Marvel multiverse, and furthermore, he was the Spider-Man of this new multiverse's primary universe. He was uncertain whether to consider this good news. Nevertheless, Miguel said little more, taking the spider from Universe 4 with him, intending to deliver it to that universe's Miles. Universe 4 would have its own Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Peter was set to return. After bidding farewell to the blonde Peter, he tore open a spatial rift and departed, observing the two Spider-Men leaving their universes through different means. The blonde Peter scratched the back of his head. Sometimes, I really wish I could be that cool. Re-entering between the multiverses. Peter finally understood the meaning behind Madame Web's words. He felt a distinctly familiar presence traversing a colossal web, each mesh representing a different universe. The last time he visited, he did not perceive anything particularly significant, but this time, he seemed to have truly grasped that his universe was situated quite deeply within the fabric of the multiverse. However, it did not appear to be at the very center of the entire web structure. Miguel asserted that his Universe 616 was the nucleus of the multiverse. Though it remained uncertain from which perspective this claim was made, he evidently located the lattice that resonated with his own, and without hesitation, he plunged into it. On the other side, Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, had been awaiting for 7 hours and observed the tumultuous energy fluctuations of the multiversal transponder. With anticipation, he witnessed a rift in space being torn open, and a smile spread across his face as Peter emerged, removing his mask. Welcome back, Spider-Man. You were gone for 7 hours, but according to your wristband, you spent only 7 in another universe. It seems there is indeed a variance in the flow of time between different universes, or perhaps traversing the multiverse itself causes temporal dislocation. 7 hours? That's splendid. I can't afford to miss any classes. That's fantastic news. Peter glanced around and noted that the 3 scientists from the Avengers had vanished, seemingly having departed ahead of him. He looked over at Cindy, who was quietly reading nearby. Thank you for your hard work, he said. Cindy shot him a puzzled look, as she had done nothing to warrant such acknowledgement. Spider-Man, if possible, perhaps we could conduct a more thorough examination, Reed Richards eagerly suggested, turning his head towards Peter. Peter sighed. Sure, Professor Richards. Could we expedite this? I'm feeling rather fatigued. After an additional 3 hours, Peter concluded his examination and headed home, while an exuberant Reed Richards continued to talk excitedly. This is astounding. Based on this data, I might be able to send signals into the multiverse. He glanced around the empty laboratory, shrugged, and began inputting data into the computer, initiating a transmission across the entire multiverse. If anyone were to receive and comprehend it, perhaps interuniversal communication could be established. To his astonishment, within mere seconds of sending his message, someone received it and responded with the same signal, introducing themselves in a remarkably friendly manner. It was another Mr. Fantastic from a different Earth. I knew it. Each version of myself in the multiverse yearns for connection. Everything stemmed from a blinding flash amidst the ominous clouds. On Earth 149, Reed Richards concluded the communication, turning his head to reveal a decaying skull. His lips inexplicably vanished, exposing sharp, predatory teeth, and his eyes reduced to mere sclera. He stood beside the multiversal transponder, which this Earth was destined never to complete, deactivating the communication device, and smiling at his family, while the other members of the Fantastic Four exuded a dreadful stench of decay. As others sought desperately to scavenge any meager scraps of flesh from the most obscure corners, they remained oblivious to what had been uncovered. Zombie Reed licked his lips, relishing the phantom aroma of fresh meat that he sensed during his exchanges with his 616 counterpart. A world brimming with fresh meat, a world that is solely ours. Outside the dilapidated Baxter Building, New York City was engulfed in chaos. The once revered superheroes roamed the streets, desperately scouring for any living being, consuming every possible morsel of flesh. The overwhelming stench of blood seemed to drown out the very essence of the world, with an unchanging crimson sunset casting its shadow over the city, signifying that this earth had descended into a veritable hell on earth. Chapter 7, Second Mutation. Peter Parker awoke on a Monday morning, lifting his gaze to the floral ceiling of his room, stifling a deep yawn. Why is the bed on the ceiling? Realizing this peculiar situation, Peter suddenly tumbled off the ceiling, staring at the blanket clinging to his hands in bewilderment. What just happened? Isn't this something that should occur only after I was bitten? Have I crossed back to 6 months ago? He glanced at the clock on his bedside, confirming his suspicions. Chapter 74, The Abandoned Mutant Academy. Xavier's Institute was not technically within the confines of New York City, but rather located in the outskirts of Westchester County, northeast of the city. It had lain in ruin for nearly 6 years, and within the vast European-style manor, only 2 individuals resided: its legal owner, Cyclops Scott Summers, and Beast Hank McCoy. As was customary, Scott sat on his bed, holding a picture of the original X-Men quintet alongside Xavier. Chapter 75, The Mutant Past. We need a plane to take this young lad to Madrappor. In exchange, you must ensure the estate remains secure from the Hellfire Club. Noticing Nick Fury's concern for Spider-Man, Cyclops swiftly capitalized on this point, arranging a deal wherein he and Beast would escort Spider-Man to Madrappor for treatment, in return for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection of Professor Xavier's legacy. He could not allow another ambitious individual to lay claim to the professor's inheritance. Nick Fury had no intention of rejecting this arrangement, but proposed an additional request. I need you to take the Silk Agent along. Meanwhile, Peter, Gwen, and Cindy all turned their attention to Nick Fury, with Peter outright inquiring, "Isn't Cindy transferring schools? Her mission is highly relevant to you, especially now that you've demonstrated the ability to traverse the multiverse. Hence, her actions will be adjusted according to your circumstances." Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, finding no issue with this. Moreover, the Silk Agent has been specifically trained to handle your situation. Whether it involves subduing you if your powers spiral out of control or monitoring your physical condition, she is the best candidate. Gwen stared in surprise at Cindy, who remained silent, her gaze somewhat unfocused, realizing that she had no valid reason to oppose this. She had to concede that in this instance, Silk would indeed be better suited to assist Peter Parker. If only I had been the one bitten at Osborn Technologies, Gwen mused, wishing she could be of assistance to Peter. However, Peter Parker was preoccupied with an entirely different concern. What about New York City? I mean, if I leave and Cindy stays behind, at least there will still be a Spider-Man in New York. But what if we both leave? What will happen to New York? Do you genuinely think New York City revolves around you, kid? Nick Fury chuckled at Peter Parker's words, shaking his head. You'll be gone for at most a week. A week? How bad could New York possibly get? All right, it's settled then. We leave immediately. Thus, amidst Peter's bewilderment, the uncontrollable Spider-Man was escorted to a Quinjet summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. as a total of 4 individuals boarded the aircraft, heading towards the independent neutral city-state of Madrappor in Southeast Asia. Peter and Gwen exchanged a brief wave goodbye, as Happy would see Gwen home, although he was unsure why. Both Nick Fury and Happy made gestures indicating they were watching over Peter, leaving him feeling somewhat perplexed. As for Gwen, she could only gaze upward as Peter departed. I've heard the Avengers have their own jet. Why aren't we using that? Peter inquired curiously as they boarded the Quinjet, wondering why they weren't flying in the famed Blackbird. Beast's response was refreshingly succinct. Because it's broken. Oh, that's quite a straightforward answer. Peter gazed at Beast, then turned his attention to Cyclops, who, in response to the young man's inquiry, provided a more in-depth explanation. The X-Men had been disbanded for 6 years, and no one had taken the initiative to maintain their operations, resulting in the deterioration of most of their components. Naturally, Peter's question revolved around the reasons behind the downfall of the X-Men in this universe. This query had lingered in his mind since his rebirth as a child, yet he had never arrived at a satisfactory conclusion. Why had the X-Men of this world met their demise? Upon noticing Cyclops' willingness to elaborate, Beast began recounting the history of the X-Men in this realm. Prior to World War II, mutants were widely regarded as witches and sorcerers, given that their abilities were not particularly formidable at the time. Most mutants chose to conceal their identities to evade persecution. During the war, many were captured by the Nazis for inhumane experiments. Following the war, the U.S. military uncovered these records and continued their inhumane experimentation on mutants, employing many mutant soldiers during the Vietnam War. It was during this tumultuous era that Professor Xavier and Eric Lenscher, known as Magneto, formed their bond. As a professor of genetic inheritance and a Jewish survivor of a concentration camp, both being mutants, they quickly became friends. The professor published numerous articles on the X gene, establishing the biological existence of mutants and asserting that they were not aberrations, but rather still belonged to the human species on a genetic level. They actively campaigned within the country to advocate for the fair treatment of mutants until they visited the front lines in Vietnam, witnessing the living conditions and treatment of mutant soldiers. As well as the U.S. military's actions in Vietnam, Magneto was reminded of the concentration camps. Beast's side, noting that the treatment of mutant soldiers by the U.S. military bore striking similarities to how the Nazis treated Jewish and Soviet prisoners in concentration camps. It was this realization, combined with the events of the Vietnam War, that led to the radicalization of Magneto's ideology. He chose to unleash his powers to liberate those mutants suffering inhumane conditions. Magneto aspired to lead these mutant soldiers in revolt, whereas Professor Xavier envisioned their return to America to share their authentic battlefield experiences, promoting anti-war and civil rights movements to achieve their legitimate demands. This divergence in philosophy ultimately caused a rift between the two. Both men began to adopt increasingly radical views. Magneto came to believe that mutants represented the next stage of human evolution, akin to Homo sapiens supplanting Neanderthals. Moreover, data supported his perspective, indicating that the newer generations of mutants possessed increasingly potent abilities and were multiplying in number. In contrast, Professor Xavier maintained that mutants should coexist amicably with humans, viewing them as a minority group deserving of rights through lawful means. At this juncture, Peter Parker could not restrain himself from posing a crucial question. Why label mutants as a minority group? In terms of existing human classifications, mutants did not fit into any distinct category. They encompassed a diverse range of ethnicities and could intermarry with humans. Furthermore, mutant abilities seemed arbitrary and unrelated to the principles of survival of the fittest. Why did they both consider mutants to be a separate and unique group? Beast and Cyclops exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of Peter's point. After all, mutants were, fundamentally, superhuman beings endowed with extraordinary abilities and should not be regarded as an independent race, given the absence of reproductive isolation and the lack of environmental differentiation in their powers. Ultimately, Cyclops offered a semblance of justification for the professor's perspective, noting that both he and Magneto had grown up during the tumultuous 1960s and 1970s, a period rife with discussions on race and equality. Had they foreseen the future events, it was likely they would have held differing views. In summary, while their paths diverged, there seemed to be a prolonged period of relative calm until the 1980s, when Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants commenced a series of terrorist attacks across America. During this time, Professor Xavier was reluctant to confront his old friend. He had established a school to train young mutants to harness their abilities, with the primary aim of fostering communication. However, as the 1990s unfolded, Magneto's actions became increasingly excessive. Realizing that Magneto's continued rampage would severely tarnish the reputation of mutants in society, Professor Xavier began selecting suitable students to form a team dedicated to thwarting Magneto's plans. Thus, the X-Men were born. Beast recounted the origins of the X-Men, starting with the selection of 5 combat-ready mutants: Cyclops, Scott Summers; Marvel Girl, Jean Grey; Iceman, Bobby Drake; Angel, Warren Worthington III; and Beast, Hank McCoy. Subsequently, Wolverine, Logan; Storm, Aurora Monroe; Rogue, Anna Marie; Colossus, Pyotr Rasputin; and Nightcrawler, Kurt Wagner, joined their ranks, transforming the X-Men into a vast and harmonious family. Their scope of combat expanded to confront anti-mutant forces in America and those attempting to weaponize mutants. They thwarted the U.S. government's Sentinel program and battled the nefarious mutant geneticist Mr. Sinister, ultimately thwarting Magneto's scheme to transform all humans into mutants. Then came the fateful events of 6 years ago, involving a madman named Stryker, an army colonel responsible for researching the brainwashing and weaponization of mutants. He controlled his mutant son, Mastermind, to abduct Professor Xavier, intending to use a brainwave device to eliminate all mutants. Wait, Peter interjected, I recognize this story. Isn't it reminiscent of the plot from X-Men? While the organization may differ, They indeed experienced a narrative akin to that of X-Men, with events unfolding similarly. Stryker's henchmen invaded the school, numerous students were unlawfully apprehended, Magneto escaped from prison. And together with the X-Men, they sought to rescue the Professor, culminating in a climactic battle at the dam that had once transformed Wolverine. It was then that everything spiraled out of control. Magneto sought to use Mastermind to manipulate Professor Xavier into exterminating all humanity. However, as fate would have it, the dam collapsed, unleashing a torrent of water. Jean attempted to use her telekinesis to halt the disaster, but her powers inexplicably spiraled out of control. Beast, piloting the aircraft, could only sigh, while Cyclops remained silent at his side. Jean transformed into a massive fireball, igniting above the dam before detonating. Professor Xavier managed to contain the explosion's aftermath, but Jean vanished, her whereabouts unknown, leaving only the haunting knowledge that she was lost. In that moment, Professor Xavier regained consciousness, rejecting the order to retreat, insisting that they care for the students while using his telepathy to quell the flood. Prior to this, he had already been fatigued. Beast reflected on the tragic fate of Charles Xavier. The world's most powerful mind had simply succumbed to exhaustion. They discovered the professor's lifeless body and laid him to rest. Peter found the entire account absurd, particularly the conclusion of Professor Xavier's story. Shouldn't he have had a comatose brother to facilitate a transfer of consciousness? How had it come to this? Controlled by villains, then manipulated by Magneto, only to thwart Jean's explosion and calm a flood, ultimately leading to his demise without the means to transfer his consciousness? Unless the explosion caused by Jean Grey was not a mere loss of control over her powers, but rather an uncontrolled surge of the Phoenix Force, it is conceivable that the professor intervened to prevent the cataclysm, thereby exhausting his own life force. However, if that were the case, Peter could hardly believe that the Phoenix had been so easily vanquished. Its return could be imminent, leading to even greater complications. So, how did the X-Men disband? First, there was Logan, who departed silently without a word. Then, Magneto announced the dissolution of the Brotherhood and established a floating metallic island, Genosha, in the Atlantic, proclaiming it a nation for mutants. An increasing number of mutants, including students, chose to leave. Naturally, with a dwindling student body, the Academy could no longer sustain itself, leading to a gradual exodus. Beast, while speaking, observed Cyclops' reaction, aware that Cyclops harbored the deepest desire to see the Academy and the X-Men endure. Yet, as Magneto began to adopt a more temperate stance, Genosha attracted an ever-growing number of mutants, rendering the Academy's purpose obsolete. Compounding this was the Hellfire Club, which incessantly lured away many of the Academy's instructors, ultimately leading to its complete desolation. Logan's whereabouts in Madrid were unknown. Colossus had purchased a farm in the west, and Rogue was said to have returned to Europe to inherit her family estate. Iceman remained at home, occasionally calling to inquire whether the X-Men might reassemble. After spending a few years in Africa, Ororo married T'Challa, the current king of Wakanda. Nightcrawler was rumored to have moved to Genosha. This, then, was the fate of the X-Men, fragmented and extinct. Finally breaking his silence, Cyclops spoke. If only Logan could return. If I could persuade him to come back, perhaps there would still be hope. We might not have enough students to reopen the Academy, but at the very least, we could revive the X-Men, should the world require our presence. This final sentiment encapsulated Cyclope's prolonged silence. If the world needed the X-Men. Scott Summers had never shied away from battling alongside his comrades on the most perilous front lines, striving for the freedom of their kin and the fulfillment of the Professor's ideals. Yet, what if the world no longer needed them? Globally, the mutant population was approximately 20 million, of which 16 million had relocated to Genosha, where they could learn to harness their powers, navigate their existence without discrimination, rendering the Academy's existence seemingly inconsequential. Once hailed as the greatest heroes, saviors of the world, they now found themselves obsolete. The Avengers, the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, and an ever-expanding roster of superheroes emerged, while the X-Men, once esteemed, were forgotten, their services no longer requisite. Amidst this silence, they arrived in Madrappor. Chapter 77, Winter's House. The neon lights of Madrappor bled through the damp night fog, resembling a spilled concoction of chemical dyes, saturating the city in a morbid splendor. This den of iniquity, adrift in the Strait of Malacca, was smaller than Singapore, yet infinitely more congested. Drugs circulated in the dark alleys like currency, while arms dealers' private submarines lurked in abandoned docks, and the tax-free policies rendered the air thick with the stench of copper and blood. SHIELD maintained outposts in both the upper and lower districts, and for this mission, Peter and his companions arrived at the upper district's base, a building procured entirely by S.H.I.E.L.D., standing like a metallic toothpick amidst a rotting fruit pile. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. undercover agents regarded Cyclops, equipped with his combat visor, and Beast, now donned in civilian attire, cordially inviting them into their stronghold. Madrappor epitomized a cyberpunk aesthetic reminiscent of Mumbai, where towering skyscrapers in the upper district were encircled by the lower district's modest dwellings. The affluent residents could glance down at the impoverished denizens, starkly contrasting their own opulence. I regret the price I quoted to Nick Fury. I should have insisted he refurbish the Academy's lawn, Cyclops remarked as he entered the elevator. Inquiring of a staff member, "Do you know where Logan is?" "Wolverine? Mr. Patch should be at his casino," came the reply. "What a ridiculous name," Cyclops quipped, organizing Peter and Cindy to accompany him in the search for Logan. "If we find Logan quickly, we can expedite this matter, and you can return to your studies. Should you have missed any critical classes," Beast chuckled, "I could always offer you remedial lessons." To Peter, the atmosphere in Madrappor bore a resemblance to that of neighboring Gotham City, perpetually shrouded in darkness, seldom graced by daylight. Winter's house, a luxurious casino nestled in the upper district, was extravagantly adorned. Massive neon signs announced its offerings to the inhabitants of Madrappor. At the casino entrance, scantily clad women attempted to entice guests, oblivious to the peculiar attire of two individuals in their midst, one of whom bore an appearance far from human. As they sashayed forward intending to engage, however, Cyclops pushed past them, bluntly entering the casino. "Stay close, children. This is no place for minors." The receptionist promptly stood to address Cyclops. "Good evening, sir. How may I assist you?" "I'm here to see your boss. We're old friends." "However, you do not have an appointment." Cyclops disregarded her, striding directly into the casino. The crystal chandeliers of Winter's house descended from a 20-meter-high dome, millions of perfectly cut prisms refracting light into a mesmerizing golden sea that cascaded over the scarlet plush carpet. The air was thick with the sweet aroma of premium champagne. The spiciness of cigars and the heady scent of perspiration mingled with expensive perfume. At the roulette table, affluent patrons clad in bespoke suits pushed chips into the alternating red and black squares. The clatter of the dice elicited gasps of anticipation. Some rejoiced, fists clenched in triumph, while others slumped back into their seats, their expensive bow ties askew upon damp necks. The cacophony of slot machines echoed, neon lights dancing across their surfaces, reflecting the vacant, entranced gazes of gamblers who mechanically pulled the levers, seemingly under the sway of an unseen force. This was a realm Peter had never encountered. Observing the faces seemingly devoured of will, he instinctively shook his head. He disliked this place, to put it mildly. Cindy followed closely behind, clutching her handkerchief, while even Beast appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Only Cyclops pressed forward, even pushing aside two security guards. More security personnel were converging when a deep voice resonated, "Stand down." "He is indeed an old friend, albeit a rather impolite one. Follow me, we can discuss matters in my office." The speaker was a man of moderate height, neither tall nor short, adorned with an eye patch over his left eye, dressed impeccably in an expensive white suit and trousers, his shoes gleaming. He held a cigar between his lips and a delicate wine glass, containing a mere splash of red wine, pinched between his left index and middle fingers. Scott Summers smiled as he led his companions into Logan's office. "I never anticipated hearing the words, 'not very polite' from your mouth," Cyclops remarked, surveying the lavish office, gilded decor, a lion's pelt, mahogany bookshelves, and Cuban cigars. "It seems you've done rather well since going solo, Logan." "Go to hell, Scott. You have no idea what you've done." With a resounding crash, Wolverine Logan smashed the goblet onto the tabletop, affirming that he had not changed in the slightest. Cyclops, however, scoffed at his fury, retorting, "What have you done? Disturbed your profits? Made a few undesirable acquaintances? You've brought a New York superhero, clad in uniform, to my casino." Wolverine's reaction caught Cyclops off guard. "I am here searching for the whereabouts of Weapon X and the remaining lackeys of Stryker. And now, thanks to you, I've brought a superhero along, and everyone knows there are issues here." Cyclops involuntarily gasped, and as Logan concluded his tirade, Peter finally seized the opportunity to interject. "I don't mean to interrupt, but are you certain your disguise is effective, Mr. Logan? You haven't applied any makeup or altered your hairstyle. You've merely donned a suit and a blindfold." Peter found it perplexing that Wolverine would go to such lengths for a disguise. Anyone even slightly familiar with him would instantly recognize who he was. What purpose does this charade serve other than to reveal your presence to your enemies? Logan, cigar in mouth, removed his blindfold, and cast a glance at Peter before addressing Cyclops. "What have you brought him here for?" "We need the gene splicer from the Omen to treat him. We know the last one was in Madrid, so we came to seek your assistance." Cyclops shook his head in resignation, perhaps for the first time apologizing to his old adversary. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were still doing the right thing." "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you," Logan huffed, still mulling over the gene splicer. Just then, a sudden explosion interrupted him, followed by a shockwave that swept across the casino, flames engulfing the venue. Logan cursed as he unsheathed his adamantium claws, while Cyclops sighed, realizing that it was unlikely they would resolve this matter smoothly. Chapter 78, Weapon X. The House of Winter was a realm where currency lost its meaning, becoming a flowing desire, the very oxygen breathed by gamblers. Winners laughed heartily, while losers maintained their composure, yet all were drawn by the same frenzied gravity, sinking into the depths of this gilded cage until the last chip was spent. It was in such a place that a man of evident Caucasian descent with Japanese features entered. He had a pronounced nose, deep-set eyes. Yet those eyes radiated an Eastern chill. Standing at the casino entrance, he inhaled deeply, savoring every whiff of decay and opulence. Then he smiled, revealing sharp canines that glinted menacingly in the light. This was not his first visit to the House of Winter, but each time, the casino unveiled new surprises. Today, the air conditioning spewed a cold breeze tinged with the scent of rust, reminiscent of some ancient, bloody foreshadowing, making the atmosphere even more discomforting than the day before. What was he seeking here? A security guard quietly inquired of the front desk attendant. "I don't know. He has been here several times." The surrounding casino staff regarded him with curiosity. This Japanese man had visited multiple times without ever gambling, merely surveying the scene before departing. Consequently, many suspected he was preparing to engage in something nefarious, and given his muscular build and the tattoos marking him as part of the Japanese Yakuza, he was undoubtedly a formidable individual. Numerous security personnel stood ready, poised to strike this man with their batons. However, today seemed different. The mixed-race Japanese man entered the casino with a bag, opened it, and withdrew a stack of cash, placing it on the counter. "Please convert all of this into chips." "Thank you." He grinned, revealing his sharp and fearsome canines. "I've observed this place for a while and determined it to be quite satisfactory. I intend to gamble a bit." "We warmly welcome your presence, sir," the front desk attendant stammered, her fingers trembling as she swiftly counted the bills and presented a stack of chips. The man seized them and approached a specific gaming table, sitting down and lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, as if awaiting a signal. His senses were finely attuned, akin to an invisible net, capturing every subtle sound within the casino. "Calm down, mate," came the voice of his utterly untrustworthy companions through a concealed earpiece, advising him, now is not the opportune moment to engage Weapon X. "Huh, Weapon X, every time I hear that name, I can't help but chuckle. He has long since forgotten his identity. Why must you burden him with a past title?" The man coolly held his cards, raised the stakes, and revealed them. He lost. Yet it mattered not. He simply smiled and played another hand. After all, he had plenty of chips, there was no rush, and he could take his time. He gazed at the gaming table, yet his senses remained alert to other happenings. He perceived the presence of a certain individual, discerned that this person seemed to be meeting with someone, and watched as that person entered the office behind him. Within the office were 5 individuals, all exuding unfamiliar scents. No threat, time to act. He played his cards again, lost once more, and as he whistled, he prepared to play another round. At that moment, a stunning woman approached, her crimson lips parting as she offered him a glass of red wine. "Hello there, madam." The mixed-race Japanese man wrapped an arm around her waist, smiled, and accepted the wine glass, tilting his head back to down its contents in one gulp. His Adam's apple bobbing as the voice in his earpiece echoed once more. "Everything is ready. Prepare to act. Remember your mission, and do not kill Weapon X." He merely smiled at the woman. Suddenly, an explosion engulfed the casino, chaos erupting as 3 individuals clad in eccentric attire stormed in, brandishing an array of weapons. The foremost figure donned a red battle suit, his mask marked in black, presumably to signify the eye area, wielding twin blades with reckless abandon. The second figure was a towering giant, also clad in bright red, his golden hair billowing in the blast-esque shockwave, while 2 metallic appendages protruded from beneath his arms, piercing through the bodies of unsuspecting gamblers. The final figure crouched atop a dismembered corpse, blood staining his elongated nails and saturating his yellow fur coat, droplets speckling the collar's fur. These were 3 operatives from the Weapon X program: Deadpool, Red Omega, and Sabretooth. Casino Grand Prize. Third prize, I severed a head. Deadpool declared, lopping off a man's head as he continued to exclaim excitedly, "Second prize, I hacked off a leg. First prize, I chopped off an arm. And the grand prize." Deadpool stood before a gambler who was too stunned to flee, the gambler trembling as he beheld the almond-shaped eye holes of Deadpool's mask, alongside the decapitated bodies of 3 gamblers behind him. "You survived. Run." The gambler, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, sprinted toward the hole blasted through the wall, only to be seized mid-flight by Sabretooth, who clawed through the poor soul's throat. Deadpool fell to his knees, weeping. "No, Victor, why must you be so cruel?" To which Red Omega simply remarked, "Insane." Amidst such bloody chaos, the mixed-race man merely chuckled, releasing the woman he had embraced, only to then grasp her by the throat, metallic claws springing forth from his hands, piercing through her skull. Subsequently, he charged ahead, leaping through the window into Wolverine's office, unleashing the roar he had long prepared. "Die. James Howlett. Remember this. The one who kills you is me, Dakin Akihiro." Bursting into the office, Dakin spread his arms wide, and 3 metallic claws sprang forth from his hands, 2 extending from the back of his hands, while 1 shot out from his wrist. His singular intention was clear, to eliminate Wolverine. However, the scenario was not as he had anticipated, for in the office, apart from Logan, there were 4 other individuals present. These were no ordinary foes. One was a pure blue beast, another donned a tight, red and blue costume, a girl clad in black battle attire with her mask pulled up, and the last was a middle-aged man in a loose trench coat, poised by a button. A beam of crimson light erupted from Cyclops' visor, hurling Dakin out of the office, as Cyclops turned his gaze towards Wolverine. "It seemed there was no need for you to seek your Weapon X allies. They have come looking for you." Chapter 79, Chaos in the Casino. The Winter House Casino was engulfed in pandemonium. Initially, the entrance of Weapon X was manageable, but when Dakin was propelled out by Cyclops' beam, the situation escalated dramatically. The crystal chandelier shattered into a myriad of glittering shards under the impact of the laser, while Dakin's body careened through 3 gambling tables before coming to a halt. Apart from Dakin, the others were seasoned adversaries of the X-Men, fully aware of Cyclops' arrival. Red Omega was particularly exhilarated, relishing the prospect of slaying more than 1 X-Men today. This burly Russian man unleashed tendrils of adamantium from his arms, thrusting them into the office through the gaping hole. Seeing this, Beast hurled a chair to disrupt the tendrils' advance while informing the 2 unacquainted with the X-Men's foes, the Spiders, "Be cautious. Red Omega emits a perilous death pheromone. While it may not be lethal to superhumans in the short term, it can significantly diminish their vitality and strength, rendering your muscles weak, as if soaked in vodka. And do not entertain thoughts of tearing off his tendrils. They are adamantium, just like Deadpool's blades and that lad's claws." Logan, loosening his suit collar, charged out through the breach with his claws drawn. Peter, having gleaned the composition of the opposing forces, began to comprehend the circumstances behind Weapon X's members targeting Logan, the X-Weapon. It became evident that Logan's disguise was utterly ineffective, as he had been discovered and a capture squad was ready. His enemies were all familiar adversaries, armed with adamantium and possessing regenerative abilities. Aside from Sabretooth, he lacked adamantium. Yet a question lingered. Dakin did not seem to be a member of Weapon X in the comics. How had he intertwined with them? It appeared he had undergone enhancements, affixing adamantium to his claws. Never mind, this was not the crux of the matter. In other words, these individuals possessed healing factors, correct? Peter cracked his knuckles, and both Cyclops and Beast, as well as Cindy, understood one crucial point. Spider-Man was currently unable to fully control his abilities. However, if their opponents were as indomitable as Logan, there was no need for concern. They could simply obliterate them, for they were unlikely to die. "Let us take action, kids." Cyclops chuckled before striding forth. On one side, for opponents, on the other, 5 allies. In an instant, the battlefield was delineated, as the 4 adversaries seemed solely intent on lunging at Logan. First to approach was Deadpool, shouting, "Oh, Logan!" But Logan sidestepped, slashing him with a claw. Deadpool, stunned as he beheld his left hand cleaved into 2 segments and 2 small circles, gaped at Logan. "You dare do this? Do you know how gently she kept me company last night? You son of a..." Before he could finish, Cyclops blasted him away with a laser. Next to confront Logan was Red Omega, who landed before him, tendrils suddenly erupting from the ground, ensnaring Logan's throat like the noose of a gallows. Sparks flew as the adamantium scraped against Logan's skin, who was struggling to dislodge the 2 bothersome appendages from his neck. At that moment, Dakin roared, "He's mine," and delivered a powerful kick, sending Red Omega crashing into the roulette table. It's not the first time. unfazed by such encounters. Logan smirked at the last to arrive, Sabretooth, unable to suppress a chuckle. It appeared that, in the end, it would be the two of them engaging in a decisive showdown. They both let out a primal roar and lunged at one another. "Get away from me, kid." Red Omega mercilessly stabbed his adamantium whip into Dakin's throat, tossing him aside. Just as he was about to act, he was struck down by Cyclope's beam. And before he could rise, he found Beast, agile as his own hands, hanging upside down from the casino's chandelier, before pouncing onto him, unleashing a flurry of blows. "How much did you spend on these chandeliers, Logan?" Cyclops inquired, directing a question towards Logan, who was locked in a deadly struggle with Sabretooth, yet seemingly unkillable. After being impaled by Sabretooth, Logan, in agony, drove his claws into Sabretooth's lung and turned to glance at his casino. "I don't know," Logan replied, pulling out his claws only to plunge them back in. "This casino was a gift. I never paid it any mind." Cyclops felt a renewed sense of astonishment at his old comrade. Someone actually gifted Logan a casino? Why was he not so fortunate? Dakin, rising once more, evaded Cyclope's gunfire with his swift movements and charged towards Logan from behind, thrusting his claws into Logan's side. Logan howled in pain, but his suffering was far from over, as a colossal crimson beam soon enveloped them, searing Logan, Dakin, and Sabretooth simultaneously, their agonized cries echoing as their flesh was incinerated, revealing the bone beneath. "Sorry, buddy," Cyclops remarked with a satisfied smile, observing the triad of chaos. "I knew you could take it." Meanwhile, Deadpool was still rummaging for the fragments that had tumbled to the ground. "Where is it? Where is it?" Grasping his neatly severed left arm with his right hand, Deadpool located the two small sections of his arm and stuffed them into the gaping wound, reattaching the segments. Within seconds, he was ready to move again. And now, while everyone focused on Logan, he could sneak up on that unfortunate Cyclops and give him a good kick in the rear, until Spider-Man blocked his path. "Sorry, buddy. This way is closed." Observing the leisurely approach of Spider-Man, Deadpool posed the first question to his adversary. "Is the face under that mask Andrew Garfield's or Tom Holland's?" Chapter 80, Spider-Man vs. Deadpool. Peter understood the essence of Deadpool's inquiry, but regrettably, despite considering himself rather handsome, he bore no resemblance to either Garfield or Holland, or perhaps a bit of both. Nevertheless, in response to Deadpool, he struck a classic Spider-Man pose. One hand on the ground while raising the other, lowering his center of gravity and voice. "I am the man returned from hell, for 100 annies." Cindy, suspended upside down on the floral board, tilted her head in utter bewilderment, entirely unable to comprehend Peter's actions. However, influenced by Peter's previous words, she had no intention of intervening. Witnessing this scene, Deadpool inhaled deeply before removing his mask. "Then I am the most handsome man in all of Canada, Wade Wilson." Everyone ought to be familiar with Deadpool's visage, which resembled a pockmarked avocado or the visage of a face marred by an ill-fated encounter with 50 drops of glue on foam. At this very moment, he unabashedly presented himself before Peter, proclaiming his own handsomeness. Peter rose to his feet, voicing his confusion. But shouldn't the most valuable superhero in Canada be Wolverine? Instantly, an unspoken silence enveloped the two, only interrupted by the sight of Wolverine, singed by Cyclope's optic blast, rising with a bewildered glance directed at the two bickering individuals. "He's Australian." Deadpool seethed, brandishing his twin katanas as he lunged forward with astonishing speed, initially swinging his blades as a feint before pivoting his weight to deliver a fierce kick aimed between Spider-Man's legs. Alas, while Spider-Man could not control his strength effectively, his spider sense functioned flawlessly, allowing him to evade the perilous kick almost instantaneously. The only drawback was that he executed a backflip with excessive force, landing atop the floral board. Subsequently, Spider-Man propelled himself off, nearly shattering the floral board as he delivered a punch squarely to Deadpool's face. Staggering, Deadpool spun around before drawing his handgun. Yet before he could aim, Cindy ensnared the firearm with webbing and flung it aside. Deadpool glanced at Cindy, but before he could react, Spider-Man executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Although it was termed a shoulder throw, when Peter completed the maneuver and prepared for another attack, he discovered an unexpected issue. During the shoulder throw, he had grasped Deadpool's left arm, which now remained firmly in Peter's grip, while Deadpool lay on the ground, stunned, staring at the dismembered limb in Peter's hand. "I can see little birds flying around my head." "Hey, wait a minute, handsome, what do you have there?" "My left arm." Deadpool's anger flared. "Do you think I'm Sebastian Stan?" "I don't know. I simply know that I desperately wish to avoid seeing your face, Wade." With Deadpool's severed arm wielded like a baseball bat, Peter disdainfully swung it at Deadpool's face. He attempted to shake off the limb, but to his dismay, his uncontrollable powers had caused Deadpool's left arm to adhere to his palm. Consequently, he found himself futilely tugging at the arm, only to have both hands stuck to it. "Could you lend a hand, web-slinger? Help me get this thing off." Cindy leaped down from the floral board, hooking the severed limb with her webbing, preparing to pull it off when she suddenly released her grip. Peter, fully aware of Cindy's intentions due to his spider sense, turned and raised Deadpool's arm as a shield. Deadpool's adamantium blade cleanly severed his own arm. Peter and Deadpool locked eyes, and Peter seized the two segments of Deadpool's severed arm, wielding them like short clubs, charging at Deadpool with a flurry of unrefined strikes. Deadpool, ever compliant, reciprocated with a chaotic flurry of slashes. After a moment, Peter surveyed the scattered remains of Deadpool's arms, and the last two segments still adhered to his hand, an image only fit for an R-rated film, and sincerely remarked, "Looks like you'll need to grow a new arm, buddy, but you can never regrow this." Deadpool bellowed, brandishing his adamantium katana, but Spider-Man vanished into thin air, completely out of sight, leaving only Cindy observing from a distance. Just as Wade was in a state of confusion, he felt a tug at his waist. Someone had pulled the pin from the grenade clipped to his belt. "Watch out for the grenade. Now's the time." Cindy simply followed Peter's directive, ensnaring the grenade to Deadpool's right arm with a web. Deadpool shouted, vigorously shaking his right arm, but he could not escape the grim reality of his two absent limbs. The grenade detonated violently, sending him sprawling to the ground, his entire right hand obliterated, even though for an ordinary person, his physical resilience was already formidable. Kneeling on the ground, he bewilderedly raised his arms, despite their absence, vocally questioning the universe. Why? Perhaps the only way to manifest his regenerative abilities was to be blown to smithereens? An invisible Spider-Man emerged from behind the disheveled Deadpool, tightening his grip around the neck of the unfortunate, armless man. He certainly did not believe he could strangle Deadpool, but Peter sensed a tremendous energy accumulating in his palm. "I'm sorry, wait. I truly am," Spider-Man whispered, choking Deadpool to the brink of asphyxiation, "but I genuinely adore the Green Lantern film." Deadpool, struggling to articulate words, widened the one unblemished eye on his grotesque face, attempting to turn and gaze at Spider-Man. "What?" At that moment, a surge of electricity erupted from Peter's hands, nearly overwhelming everyone nearby with an intense burning sensation. As the energy dissipated, Peter noticed that nothing clung to his hands anymore, as if a burden had been lifted, and he shook his hands in relief. On the ground, Deadpool, with his face charred, continued to mumble, "Hey, buddy, the last time I had an experience like this was during a lonely night when I couldn't find satisfaction, so I dismantled the lighter, took out the electric igniter, and then shoved it." Peter delivered a swift kick that sent Deadpool flying like a soccer ball. "Say something that can pass the censors, Wade." Chapter 81, The Clamor Ends. With a resounding crash, Spider-Man executed a flawless spinning kick, propelling the charred and dismembered Deadpool out of the casino. Deadpool's body shattered through the stained glass window like a rag doll, tracing a parabolic arc across the night sky before crashing onto a neon sign across the street, producing a jarring metallic screech. The balance of power shifted as Cyclope's red shockwave carved a searing path through the air, aiding Beast in subduing the frenzied Red Omega. Meanwhile, Wolverine faced the onslaught of Daken and Sabretooth alone, not to mention the now unoccupied Peter and Cindy. The battle between Red Omega and Beast intensified. Although Beast possessed strength far beyond the ordinary, years spent in scientific pursuits had dulled his combat skills. At that moment, the sweat glistened on his robust blue fur, and his muscles quivered from overexertion. In stark contrast, Red Omega, a once formidable adversary of Wolverine, delivered each heavy punch with lethal precision. Even more alarming was the death pheromone emanating from him, eroding Beast's stamina like toxic mist, turning his once prized strength and endurance into liabilities. Beast had successfully pinned Red Omega to the ground, only to be countered. Red Omega's iron fists fell like rain, each strike leaving bruises on Beast's solid muscles. Cyclops had to redirect his aim, his quartz lenses glinting with dangerous red light, prepared to support his old comrade. Yet the proximity of the two made it difficult to find a suitable shot. "Watch out." With that warning, Spider-Man descended in a perfect parabolic arc. He emulated the Hulk's iconic leap and smash, channeling all his strength into his fists as he struck forcefully at the spine of the Crimson Omega. The impact reverberated through the casino floor, eliciting a sound from the Red Omega that was more beastly than human. The death pheromones activated almost instantaneously, and Peter felt his strength wane to a manageable degree, just enough for him to regain control. Splendid. As he clenched his fist, he vanished from sight. Calling out to Cindy, "Webbs, go assist Wolverine. I'm feeling fantastic over here. The Red Omega, having been knocked to the ground, rose and prepared to retaliate. However, Spider-Man, shrouded in invisibility, landed a punch that sent the Red Omega flying. After a heavy thud on the ground, the Edmund alloy tendrils on the Omega's wrists began to thrash about, attempting to flush out the hidden Spider-Man. Yet Peter found no need to remain concealed and approach his adversary. He had a more straightforward tactic at hand. Metallic tendrils? How delightful. Crimson Omega, he declared, seizing the Omega's tendrils as he reappeared. Brilliant white lightning surged from his palm. Let me test the conductivity of Edmund alloy. A massive bioelectric current coursed through the Red Omega's Edmund tendrils, causing it to emit anguished cries until silence fell, collapsing weakly to the ground, where Peter ensnared it with robust webs. As he gazed at the creature, a tinge of nostalgia washed over him. If only he could carry the Red Omega or its death pheromones with him at all times, it would ease his days before the gene fusion. Moreover, dealing with these undead beings had an undeniable advantage. There was no fear of killing them. How splendid that was. Meanwhile, sensing Peter's temporarily stabilized condition, Cindy ensnared Dakin from behind. Before this Wolverine-like figure could sever the web with his steel claws, she hurled him into the air. Cyclops unleashed a full-powered blast, propelling Dakin away, creating yet another gaping hole in the casino ceiling. Finally, only Sabretooth remained. Do you think calling upon a few allies will allow you to escape your fate? Sabretooth taunted, raking a claw across Wolverine's face, while Logan gritted his teeth and plunged his steel claws into Sabretooth's heart, lifting him off the ground. Logan regarded the suspended Sabretooth with a hint of scornful amusement. No, even if they hadn't come, your misfortune was inevitable. With that, he slammed Sabretooth down onto the ground, followed by relentless claws striking again and again. Each piercing blow resonated with the sound of shattering bones and tearing flesh until Sabretooth's chest became a blurred mass of blood and sinew, utterly devoid of life. Though everyone knew this undead fiend would begin healing in mere minutes, at least for now, they had vanquished their foe. Deadpool and the newcomer had fled, or rather, been sent flying. Sabretooth and the Red Omega were captured. Cyclops approached Logan, whose clothing had been shredded by his own blast. It appears you weren't tracking Weapon X, rather. Weapon X was tracking you. Say what you will, Cyclops. Have those kids bind these too. I have no place to confine them. S-H-I-E-L-D can handle the incarceration. At this moment, Cindy, who had been silent throughout, finally proposed a solution, leaving both Cyclops and Beast quite astonished. They had assumed her to be mute. Logan glanced at Cindy and merely nodded. Then make the call to S-H-I-E-L-D, young lady. Wait for me a moment while I change clothes and find a place to converse. A few minutes later, Logan, now clad in a loose short-sleeve shirt, met with the others in the VIP suite, revealing the purpose of Cyclope's visit. The genetic splicing device was in the hands of Ajax. And who is this Ajax? The others wondered. A mad scientist under Stryker's command, who took over the Weapon X project after Stryker's demise. Logan extended his middle steel claw, slicing through the cellophane of a cigar before lighting it. After the battle at the dam, we handed Stryker's materials over to the former president. He terminated the Weapon X project, but those involved chose to escape and continue their plans. I've been tracking them for years. Recently, I found their trail in Madrid. Ajax has obtained the genetic splicing device, intending to use it to create mutant weaponry from the existing mutant genes of Weapon X. That's the gist of it. Logan exhaled a smoke ring nonchalantly, while Cyclops grew increasingly animated. That's it. This is the reason the X-Men can continue to fight, Cyclops exclaimed, his fervor infectious as all eyes turned to him. Logan, we can rebuild the X-Men. There are still places in this world that need the X-Men. Logan regarded Cyclops for a long moment before smirking coldly. It's over, Scott. There are no more X-Men. The X-Men have been gone for 6 years. And the world hasn't ended, has it? Once you acquire the genetic splicing device, you can return. You were the first to leave. Had you not departed, perhaps others would have stayed. Peter and the others watched as Cyclops stormed out of the suite, directing their ire at Logan. Don't forget it was the professor who took you in. Why won't you fight for his legacy? No response came. All right, kids. Perhaps this is a touch too complex for you, Beast remarked with resignation to Peter and Cindy. They've always been this way. Give them some time, and everything will be all right. Chapter 8, Reunited. Cyclops stood on the balcony of the guest room prepared for them by S-H-I-E-L-D, gazing blankly at the nightscape of Madrid. The city's nocturnal beauty was mesmerizing, evoking a sense of both enchantment and vibrancy. It burned in the darkness. Neon lights flowed like liquid rainbows down the towering glass edifices, casting the sky in swirls of crimson and cobalt. In the distance, the lights of the lower city flickered like dying fireflies, consumed by the opulent glow of the upper district. The heat distorted the air slightly, making the entire city seem suspended in a kaleidoscopic mist, surreal as a dream. He couldn't help but sigh, perplexed by why his former comrades held no affection for the past. They had once gathered under the professor's banner. The academy had been their home, yet now, no one wished to continue that legacy. Cyclops' fingers unconsciously tightened, the red glow beneath his quartz glasses flickering. He yearned to inherit not just the mansion, but Charles's vision, a dream of coexistence and hope. Yet, looking around, he found himself almost utterly alone. Another sigh escaped him. At that moment, he heard a knock on the door, and before long, it crashed open with a resounding thud. Turning, he found Spider-Man standing at his doorway, looking rather awkward. Mr. Summers? Oh, no need for that. Just call me Scott. Cyclops welcomed Peter into his room, trusting that S-H-I-E-L-D would address the door issue. What brings you here, kid? I wanted to discuss Wolverine, Mr. Logan. Before Peter could finish, Cyclops interrupted. Sorry, kid, I regret you had to witness that scene. Logan is like that. You needn't concern yourself. However, Cyclops had clearly misinterpreted Peter's intent. I might understand what Wolverine is feeling. Peter approached the window, standing alongside Cyclops. I am unlike everyone else. I conceal my identity behind this mask, as I fear my inability to protect my family. Even with the Avengers and S-H-I-E-L-D at my side, I cannot ensure my enemies, especially those whose identities remain unknown, will not target my loved ones. Cyclops listened intently, the reflection of Madrid's neon lights shimmering in his quartz lenses. He understood that this young boy sought to comfort himself, and he did not rebuff his goodwill. Perhaps Wolverine feels similarly. His refusal to accept the legacy of Professor Xavier is not rooted in indifference, but rather in profound care. He likely believes that everyone around him suffers because of him, and thus, to safeguard what he cherishes, he must distance himself from you all. While this notion was somewhat tangential to Peter's masked identity, it truly encapsulated Logan's genuine thoughts. Whether in the comics or films, Wolverine perceives himself as a harbinger of doom, convinced that every individual who shows him kindness is destined for misfortune. Whenever such thoughts arise, he retreats from those he holds dear. Therefore, Peter concluded that Logan's current rejection stemmed from the same rationale. After a prolonged silence, Cyclops suddenly smiled, expressing his gratitude to Peter and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Oh, forgive me. I have yet to master my abilities and tend to discharge a bit of electricity. It's quite all right, young one. Cyclops chuckled nonchalantly. I have encountered many young mutants struggling to control their powers, and you are far from the worst. You should head back. I must step out for a moment. Oh, and one more thing. Peter reminded Cyclops, presumably on his way to find Logan. Theoretically, genes can be inherited, and that mixed-blood Japanese fellow named Dakin referred to Wolverine by a name we do not recognize. Is it possible he is Logan's son? In the Winter House Casino, Logan, now clad in a pristine white suit, entered the dilapidated hall and sighed at the chaos strewn about. Not everyone had fled, yet no one had come to loot. As a girl in a yellow jacket chewed gum while playing the slot machines. This isn't suitable for children, Qianhuan, Logan remarked, leaning against the machine. The girl, named Li Qianhuan, hails from a family of Tokyo residents who came to Madrid to conduct financial business, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of gangsters due to mistaken identity, leaving her to wander alone in Madrid. Upon discovering her mutant abilities, Logan took her in as her guardian. I know minors shouldn't gamble, but I'm just having a bit of fun, Li Qianhuan replied with a grin, snapping her fingers as sparks danced from her fingertips. I didn't spend any money, and I even helped you scare off the robbers. Shouldn't you say thank you? You saw? Those individuals I've been searching for have finally come knocking. Logan hesitated, yet resolved to inform Qianhuan of his intentions. I found a safe place for you. You don't want me anymore? She asked. No, it's just, Logan sighed, not because he struggled to articulate his thoughts, but because he sensed the familiar presence of an old acquaintance. What brings you here again, One-Eye? Just like before, Logan, Cyclops replied, noticing Li Qianhuan seated there but refraining from commenting, instead speaking with utmost seriousness. However, I have yet to finish. There are matters I must discuss with you. My intentions remain unchanged, Scott. Listen to me, Logan. Whether you return or not, I am determined to reform the X-Men. For I have come to realize through a child that this world still yearns for the X-Men. What I must convey to you is of utmost importance. Cyclops, holding a box, gazed at Logan. I will name you the primary heir to my legacy, for if I were to perish, I know not who else could lead us. Logan was taken aback, hearing such words for the first time, witnessing Cyclops in a light he had never seen before, while Li Qianhuan looked on with hope. Stop running away, old friend. We need you. You cannot keep using my need to protect you as an excuse to retreat. Do you intend to tell this child that you must protect her, only to cast her aside? Danger lurks nearby, and it will not vanish simply because you are absent. Logan fixed his gaze upon Cyclops, his instincts telling him that Scott Summers had never been more earnest. If I truly could doom everyone around me, Scott, I assure you, it would not be long before you met your end, and I would inherit a mansion in New York. Cyclops could not help but chuckle, shaking his head as he tossed the box to Logan. Upon opening it, Logan was stunned, staring at Cyclops. What is this? Your suit. Hank crafted one for everyone. If you intend to return, then wear it. No, I mean, Logan looked at the yellow and blue Kevlar suit. Is there nothing else? What would you prefer? A yellow spandex suit? Or perhaps a black leather jacket? Li Qianhuan burst into laughter, while Logan contemplated the suit for a lengthy moment before finally, sighing and shaking his head with a smile at Cyclops. Oh, go to hell, buddy. Chapter 8. The Harbinger Weapon X indeed has a base in Madrid, and this time they did not abandon their posts entirely. It was true that 4 ventured out, yet only 2 returned. I have no idea how I am going to get through tonight, Deadpool lamented, slumped on the couch, addressing Death, who sat nearby. He raised his 2 still rejuvenating arms, resembling those of an infant, shaking them adorably. Can you imagine how I will spend this evening, darling? I can't even reach myself. I feel so lonely, but if you could help me. Death smiled, raising her hand, which transformed into 5 glimmering, razor-sharp blades, reflecting the cold metallic sheen under the light, a sight that resembled exquisite cleavers, startling Wade into exclaiming, "Oh, never mind. Forget I said anything," nearly stumbling to the floor. At that moment, a man clad in a white lab coat entered the Weapon X members' lounge. All right, my dear Weapon X team, we must concede that today's operation has failed. Ajax, a burly bald man, showed no distinctive traits aside from his coat. He sighed resignedly, counting who remained. Deadpool and Dakin returned, while Death and Domino had stayed behind. That's it. With this lineup, even if we were all present, we would not guarantee victory against the opposition, let alone now. Ajax had no choice but to outline the next steps. It is evident that James Howlett, our Logan, will return to his mutant circus. Given our current strength, we cannot make a move. I told you long ago, you should perform surgery to implant Muramesa onto my claws. Dakin stood up boldly, glaring at Ajax, his frustration palpable. That blade is the only thing capable of killing that bastard. I've told you time and again. We need a living X weapon, do you understand? Ajax, unyielding, retorted. Neither your genes nor Deadpool's healing factor can replace him. He is the one I need most. Ever since the damn incident, all samples of X-weapon DNA we possessed have been destroyed. I need a living one. Do you understand? If you merely desire his blood, I can kill him first and then provide it to you. Dakin retorted, exasperated. You cannot reason with someone who thinks like Wolverine's arch-nemesis. If you wish to eliminate Logan, then do not squabble amongst yourselves. We agreed to take him down, yet when the time comes, everyone claims, he is mine. Why stab one another in the back? Are you all out of your minds? The taciturn Mr. Sinister, Ajax, waved his hand dismissively before uttering, I shall prepare for the forthcoming operations, and departed. After traversing the elevator down to his laboratory from the Weapon X stronghold, he finally shed his guise. Ajax transformed into a figure with a pallid, almost cadaverous complexion, accentuated by pronounced cheekbones and a sharp jawline, resembling a resurrected corpse. Most strikingly, a red diamond-shaped gem, reminiscent of the square symbol found in playing cards, adorned his forehead. The entity known as Ajax was merely a facade. His true identity, or visage, was that of Nathaniel Essex, the long-thought dead adversary of the X-Men, known as Mr. Sinister. As believed by Cyclops and Logan, he had meticulously prepared his clone body and, upon his demise, uploaded his consciousness into this cloned vessel, thereby evading extinction. His intent behind adopting a pseudonym and infiltrating the Weapon X project was to seize control, thereby orchestrating his future plans with the requisite manpower and time. He sought the data and schematics of Weapon X, aiming to create a flawless mutant weapon to combat the legendary mutant tyrant destined to awaken, an entity known as Apocalypse. To this end, he required the living Wolverine, as the most successful of the X weapons, capable of even enabling the genetic alteration to bring forth Deadpool's existence. Only a living Wolverine could aid him in realizing this ultimate weapon. Regrettably, however, Weapon X was replete with fervent adversaries of Wolverine, each intent on obliterating him. This task had become exceedingly burdensome, leaving Mr. Sinister weary. As he contemplated this predicament, he initiated a signal, shortly revealing a visage on the screen, a green, skull-like face composed of binary digits. Is that not Dr. Essex, the head of Project X? It exclaimed. How fortunate you are to find the time to make this call. You neglected to inform me that the X-Men had arrived here, and my plan to capture Weapon X has faltered. Mr. Sinister remained unperturbed in the presence of this enigmatic figure, threateningly asserting, you would do well to dispatch some of your most capable operatives here. After all, you are aware of how crucial this is for Project X. The other party fell silent, seemingly deliberating over his proposition. After a considerable pause, a smile emerged, indicating acquiescence to Mr. Sinister's request. I shall enrich your DNA database, Dr. Essex. I believe in your talents, but do not forget who is backing your research. Prepare the room by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Your desired guests will arrive. Hail Hydra, was the ostentatious response, eliciting a bemused smirk from Mr. Sinister, who then accessed his genetic database to compare data. He was not originally a mutant, or rather, he had not been, but after employing a gene splicer for his modifications, he acquired a myriad of abilities. Essentially, he programmed different mutant powers for himself to confront various foes, a tactic that had proven effective until he was bested by the X-Men. Currently, the newly formed X-Men were still few in number, and as long as he could deploy sufficiently potent mutant abilities to alter his genetic sequence, he was certain to astonish this cadre of X-Men. Yet, he could not rely solely on himself, should he meet his demise once more. He needed to prepare a new clone body and secure the genes of a telepath to facilitate the seamless transfer of his consciousness. While sifting through the data in the genetic database, Mr. Sinister raised an eyebrow and could not suppress a laugh upon discovering the genetic sample of Jean Grey. As a bold idea suddenly blossomed in his mind,